the young lady from the Alchemy Guild is offering 1 million mana stones for anyone who brings Owen alive to the guild. Hearing this, the Tai Shang's brows furrowed deeply. The Sky Eye God clan was a powerful, humanoid race with a unique and potent bloodline, known for their domineering actions. He hadn't expected that the same would lead the charge, truly a force to be reckoned with. As for the Wailing Mountain range, that was a mysterious entity he didn't know much about. Still, he didn't believe they would just sit idly by in their mountains. Perhaps, they had already begun to act, though he wasn't certain yet. As for the Alchemy Guild, they were infamous for their wealth. The guild had its hands in almost every major trade in the Pure Land. 1 million mana stones was a sum that would attract anyone, especially since the Alchemy Guild's reputation was solid and trustworthy. With these factions already making their moves, they were all targeting Owen. Owen's voluntary entry into the Pure Land has really stirred up the competition. The pressure we're facing is growing, the Tai Shang thought, his worries mounting. The other Celestial God Palace members looked at him, shocked. Really, Tai Shang, at this point, you're still holding on to the old plan. Tai Shang, we are at war with Owen and Leslie now, there's no turning back. We are still behind you, but not everyone in Celestial God Palace may agree with this, they all expressed their doubts. The Tai Shang looked at them and calmly replied, what if we think of it another way? Think another way. The elders exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding. The Tai Shang's yellowed eyes sharpened as he continued, although I don't know exactly what happened before, the grudge we now have with Owen could be the perfect opportunity to let that girl handle it. That girl grew up under my watch. Her personality is cold, but she deeply admires strength. Owen is outstanding, and with his talent, she will most likely be moved. The elders stared at the Tai Shang in stunned silence. Tai Shang, what if she refuses? One elder asked cautiously. The Tai Shang shook his head. She won't refuse. Owen's excellence has already attracted so many outstanding women. Even if she doesn't feel anything for him personally, her pride will compel her to take this proposal seriously. Hearing this, the elders instinctively nodded. The Lord was extremely proud and always strived to be number one. The Tai Shang had a point. Seeing their agreement, the Tai Shang continued, although we've come into conflict with Owen this time, it presents us with an opportunity to engage with him. But first, the most urgent task is to find the Lord. The elders nodded in unison. Regardless of what happened, they needed to locate the Lord, for her talent was seen as the future of Celestial God Palace. The Tai Shang's expression turned serious as he issued an order. Immediately and at all costs, find the Lord's whereabouts. The elders nodded and dispersed, each using their own channels to search for the Lord. Meanwhile, after the voice of the god of trickery, Loki, Fated, Candace, Flora, and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace watched Owen, who had just killed 3 black-robed celestial gods, with their eyes wide open. They were utterly shocked. Although they knew Owen had wiped out the projections of 3 god-marked celestial gods, each projection possessed the strength of a normal celestial god. The loss of each projection would severely affect their original bodies. Yet, Owen had effortlessly obliterated them. How far could Owen's battle power go? It was terrifying beyond belief. After a brief silence, Candace cleared her throat and spoke first. Mr. Owen, we, from the Emerald Dreamscape, bear no grudge against you. We are here today solely to look for the Lord's whereabouts. Lord was very curious and respectful toward you before. This incident today is truly a misunderstanding. Candace didn't hold any animosity toward Owen, and the Emerald Dreamscape had no real issues with him. After all, they only respected the strong. Additionally, while Lord and Loki were father and daughter, Lord didn't care much for him. Otherwise, she would have joined him long ago, instead of managing the Emerald Dreamscape here. Owen looked at her, and his killing intent softened significantly. He knew that the Emerald Dreamscape didn't fully recognize Loki, but only acknowledged Ysera as their leader. Candace had never made a move when the 3 celestial gods attacked, which spoke volumes. Most importantly, Owen was still thinking about bringing the Emerald Dreamscape into his fold. Seeing Owen's softened gaze, Candace finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Owen didn't harbor too much ill will toward the Emerald Dreamscape. However, as Owen's gaze shifted to Flora, it grew cold and sharp. Flora was a calculating person. If not for her interference in the Skyline Gorge earlier today, Owen would have truly been forced into a corner. The fact that she hadn't acted during the previous battle was not because she admired him, but because she believed there was no need to. After all, the 3 celestial gods, in her eyes, could never lose. She had used them as pawns. From what Owen knew, Flora was extremely confident, almost to the point of narcissism. In the Pure Land, she cared for no one but herself. The lives and safety of others never crossed her mind. Turning his gaze fully to her, Owen smiled and asked, is this also a misunderstanding? Between us, Flora wasn't nervous at all under Owen's scrutiny. Instead, she walked up to him with an expression of exaggerated grievance. How dare you say that? You heartless man, do you remember what you did to me before? Now you're turning your back and blaming me. Are you even a man? If you are, then take responsibility. Flora turned the tables, scolding Owen instead. The Celestial God Palace Lord was utterly stunned by this. He had always thought of the Wailing Mountain range as cold-blooded and ruthless. To see Flora now, boldly and unashamedly flirting with Owen, was a whole new experience for him. He remembered that Flora had been chasing Owen down not long ago. And now, according to her, Owen had seduced her and needed to take responsibility. What's wrong with what I said? Or are you going to deny it now? Flora continued, locking her gaze on Owen. Owen said nothing in response. He simply watched her, like an audience to a one-man show. Flora, however, wasn't embarrassed in the least. Instead, she looked even more convinced, her eyes full of grievance, like a scorned woman who had been abandoned. So, what do you want me to do? Take you as my little wife, Owen responded, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 372, The God of Trickery's Treasure. As soon as Owen's question was asked, Flora gave a sweet smile and moved closer to him, about to speak in an intimate manner. Suddenly, her face turned pale as the dagger she had aimed at Owen's chest froze in midair, and her snow-white wrist was firmly gripped by Owen. Why not speak properly? Hands-on gestures aren't appreciated, Owen said, his right hand tightening around her wrist. His 5 long fingers contracted like steel wires, causing red indentations to form around her wrist, and a sharp pain surged through Flora, causing a mix of soreness, numbness, and discomfort. Flora's lips trembled with pain as she tried to struggle. However, Owen's grip was as if his hand and hers had fused together. She couldn't escape. What do you intend to do? Flora glared at Owen. At that moment, she realized what had happened. From the moment Owen had taken notice of her, he must have already guessed her intentions, and he had lowered his guard. With that thought, her eyes turned cold and ruthless again. Looking at Flora in this state, Owen gave a faint smile and said, now, this is more like it. This is the kind of expression I'm familiar with. Flora struggled repeatedly but still couldn't break free. She realized that the gap in strength between them was vast. She was no match for him. But why hadn't Owen killed her? Flora stared at him, a feeling of dread creeping in. She couldn't shake the sense that Owen had sinister plans. In truth, there's no deep enmity between us. Owen spoke first, aiming to ease Flora's nervousness. Then he continued, on the contrary, we have a chance to cooperate. Flora narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Cooperate? What could we possibly cooperate on? The Wailing Mountains aren't within my control. Owen shook his head, a serious smile on his face. That cooperation is too small. Why not take me to the god of trickery's chamber of riches? We can both take away much more valuable things from there. Flora's heart skipped a beat as she heard this. She looked at Owen in disbelief. The chamber of riches was a secret she alone knew. Neither her sisters from the same faction in the Wailing Mountains, nor her family, knew about it. It was her biggest secret. But how did Owen know about it? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Flora feigned confusion. Owen's expression remained indifferent as he said, at this point, why keep pretending? The chamber of riches is where Loki keeps all kinds of treasures. It's extremely mysterious. Don't be so quick to deny it. You're holding the Imperial Devourer's sword, one of those treasures. Flora was stunned by Owen's certainty. She could no longer pretend to be unaware. She asked cautiously, how did you know about this? Owen shook his head. I can only tell you that I'm the only one who knows about it. No one else is aware. At this, Flora let out a small sigh of relief. The chamber of riches was her greatest secret, and if this secret were to be exposed, she would face annihilation. That place is far from safe. It's extremely dangerous. Why would you want to go there? Flora asked. Owen looked at her and said, Loki just said we'll never get along, so I must reciprocate and pay him back in kind. Flora snorted. She didn't believe that Owen's motives were so simple. She then asked, tell me your real objective. Otherwise, there's no way we can cooperate. Seeing Flora's serious expression, Owen thought for a moment before replying, I'll tell you, but only because you asked. There's something in that place I really need. What is it? Flora asked, intrigued. Owen looked her straight in the eyes. Hell grinder. Flora was shocked once again, unable to comprehend Owen's intentions. The Hell grinder was an ancient and incredibly powerful artifact. Though it had stopped turning, it was a treasure beyond imagination, guarded carefully by Loki. For Owen to go after it was akin to courting death. Before she could refuse, Flora was met with Owen's increasingly cold gaze, locking onto her as if daring her to say no. Clearly, if she refused, Owen might kill her without a second thought. He was no one to show mercy. After deep consideration, Flora finally opened her mouth in astonishment. You want the Hell grinder to revive Hell? Owen nodded without hesitation, revealing his true intentions. At first, he hadn't cared much about reviving Hell, seeing it as a distant goal. However, fate had a way of intervening, and here he was, facing Flora, the only one who knew about the Chamber of Riches. Even Ysera, who was highly favored, had no clue where Owen's private treasure chamber was located. If he could revive Hell, he would complete a system task and gain a significant number of fate points. Owen hadn't forgotten the system's prompt. He could gain fate points by orchestrating turmoil, or through actions involving the Celestial's blood, among other ways. But out of all the tasks, reviving Hell was by far the easiest. After all, orchestrating an uprising or battling the Celestial was not something Owen could currently take on with his limited power. If he could use the Hell grinder to restore Hell, not only would his strength grow exponentially, but he might even be able to attempt bringing the Lord of Stars and the God of Light back into existence. In this new era, Owen would not be a mere pawn. Looking at Owen's resolute attitude, Flora didn't dare ask further. She simply inquired, but how did you know about the Chamber of Riches? Her greatest secret had been exposed, and she couldn't help but grow more fearful of Owen. When you were younger, you accidentally entered it. By now, you've probably been there hundreds of times, haven't you? Owen said confidently. Having detailed the process by which Flora found the entrance to the Chamber of Riches, Owen could see the hopelessness and despair slowly creeping into her heart. This was the first time she had ever encountered such a situation. It felt as if she stood completely vulnerable before him, with all her secrets laid bare, and the worst part was that she was powerless against him. Owen didn't plan to continue pressuring her. He said seriously, don't worry, you won't be running empty-handed. Flora sighed deeply, shrugging in resignation. I guess I have no other choice, do I? Owen smiled. It seems you don't. Then it's settled. Flora glared at Owen with a mix of irritation and reluctant acceptance. The more she learned about Owen, the more she realized how unfathomable he was. To be enemies with someone like him was a terrifying prospect. If she didn't eliminate him at the first opportunity, the best course of action would be to cooperate. At this moment, seeing that Owen and Flora had agreed to enter Loki's Chamber of Riches, Candace cautiously asked, Mr. Owen, if there's nothing else, may I return now? Despite being a celestial god, Candace couldn't hold her head up in front of Owen. You may leave, but you'll have to do something for me, Owen said, adding with a smile. It's nothing difficult, just a small task. Candace forced a smile and nodded repeatedly. Like Flora, she had no choice. Mr. Owen, what do you need me to do? I'll do my best, Candace asked, her voice tinged with hesitation. Although completing Owen's task would likely be no small feat, at least it wasn't as dangerous as entering the Chamber of Riches, a true den of dragons and tigers. Many mages had perished in the hands of the god of trickery. People from many races, especially talented individuals, had their bloodlines and talents taken by him, making him a figure of deep fear and respect. Owen gently patted her shoulder. After you leave, go to the Celestial God Palace. Tell them their lord is in my hands. If they want her to leave unscathed, they'll need to trade 10 Chaos Stones. Candace could only smile bitterly as she heard Owen's demand. Chaos Stones were incredibly valuable. Even the top-tier forces would have to sacrifice a lot to obtain them. After all, Chaos Stones were a god-tier mage's key to breaking through to the next tier. Chapter 373, The Bickering Duo. Owen, I'm afraid they might not be willing to part with that many Chaos Stones, Candace asked with a hint of confusion, swallowing nervously. Owen looked at her seriously and replied, you don't need to worry about that. The Supreme Elder will definitely give them. Chaos Stones were extremely valuable. The Azure Kingdom was currently lacking in resources, and these stones were exactly what they needed. Moreover, Leslie and Owen, having chosen a special path, required even more resources. Not only could they use the Chaos Stones themselves, but they could also trade them with other forces. In other words, these stones were a hard currency between top-tier powers. With Chaos Stones, Leslie's and his own strength would grow even more. At that moment, Lord of the Celestial God Palace looked at Owen, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment and disbelief. Chaos Stones, was this your ultimate goal for saving me, she asked. Owen nodded. That was my original plan, but Flora's unexpected appearance made me adjust a bit, but in the end, the value I place on you is just as it is. After hearing Owen's confirmation, Lord of the Celestial God Palace's expression grew even more disappointed. She had thought Owen kidnapped her because he admired her looks or perhaps had other intentions, given her unique talent. But now, she realized that in Owen's eyes, she was nothing more than an ordinary tool. She had even been considering that if Owen were truly interested in her, she might have just given in, especially considering Owen's impressive combat abilities. But now, her previous thoughts seemed like a cruel joke, and the realization nearly made her vomit blood. Shaken, Lord of the Celestial God Palace staggered backward, nearly collapsing. At that moment, Owen raised his hand to steady her back and used Order of Life to heal her. Although her injuries were severe, she was of high tier with deep reserves. Under the potent life energy of Owen's Order of Life, her condition quickly stabilized. When she regained consciousness and looked up at Owen, who was standing close to her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Owen had healed her. He must have softened his attitude. He had only said those harsh words in anger. He still cared for her. Owen, unaware of Lord of the Celestial God Palace's thoughts, feigned weakness and looked at Candace. Wiping his forehead, he said, "Tell that Supreme Elder that I've spent great effort to stabilize Lord's injuries. Tell him to give 20 Chaos Stones." Upon hearing this, Lord of the Celestial God Palace nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy, he had completely treated her as a hostage. Not only that, but he was using every means to extort her. How outrageous. Did he really have no feelings or thoughts about her at all? Could it be that her stunning beauty meant nothing to him? Candace, not daring to speak more, awkwardly nodded in response. "Rest assured, Mr. Owen, I will convey your message exactly as you've said to the Supreme Elder of Celestial God Palace." "Good work, I trust you," Owen encouraged her. "Make sure you do it quickly." "What, I have to come back again?" Candace's vision went dark. She felt deep respect for Owen's terrifying talent and strength, but his methods of extortion made her not want to interact with him any longer. His actions were ruthless, like a bandit, and far too terrifying. Moreover, what Owen was asking her to do was highly dangerous. She was Celestial God of the Emerald Dreamscape, and the Emerald Dreamscape and Celestial God Palace were bitter enemies. Delivering a message to them was already dangerous enough, but now to participate in this extortion. It felt like tempting death. After thinking for a while, Candace hesitated and looked at Owen, asking, "Mr. Owen, what if the Supreme Elder of Celestial God Palace refuses to give the Chaos Stones?" 10 Chaos Stones were already extremely precious, and 20 was a number that even top-tier forces would hesitate to part with. Though Lord of the Celestial God Palace held a high position, 20 Chaos Stones were still something they had to carefully consider. Celestial God Palace had their pride and might not be willing to part with so many Chaos Stones. This would be a blow to them. "The Supreme Elder will definitely give them to us. I know him, and I've already seen that future," Owen said confidently. Hearing Owen's certainty and seeing his mysterious demeanor, Candace had no choice but to awkwardly nod in agreement. Flora, observing Owen's confidence, thought he was being overly cocky. Owen turned to Flora and said, "Lead the way to the chamber of riches of the God of Schemes. That old fox, who loves to plot behind others' backs, must bleed this time." After Owen left the Skyline Gorge forest, spies from various forces, who had already gathered at Pure Land, quickly relayed the news of his departure. At once, the forces in Pure Land were shaken. Owen has left Skyline Gorge. This news is absolutely true. Besides him, there are also Flora from the Wailing Mountain and the Lord of Celestial God Palace. "Oh, I heard there was an unusual duel at Skyline Gorge. Did Owen save her?" "It seems it's not that simple. Owen already has someone like Leslie, so other women probably don't interest him. I heard that Owen didn't save the Lord of Celestial God Palace because he liked her or because it was a hero saving a beauty story, but it was extortion." "Extortion? Yes, I have a friend who is a core disciple of Celestial God Palace, and he heard that Owen extorted 1,000,000 mana stones." "Damn, heartless. The Lord is such an outstanding woman, and Owen treated her like an item to trade." "Your information is wrong. I heard that Owen didn't just ask for mana stones, but also demanded 20 Chaos Stones." "You're all talking nonsense. My cousin's ex-girlfriend is a direct disciple of Celestial God Palace's elder. She said Owen extorted 20 Chaos Stones and 10 billion mana stones." "Is he that ruthless, treating Celestial God Palace like a sucker?" "Owen's cruelty is well known. Don't you guys remember the Forbidden Zone incident? Even that high and mighty place was extorted by him." Meanwhile, with Flora leading the way, Owen and his group continued their journey deeper into Pure Land. Along the way, the beauty and grace of both Flora and Lord of Celestial God Palace drew a lot of attention. After all, who could resist taking a second look at two stunning beauties? As they observed closely, the identities of Owen, Flora, and Lord of Celestial God Palace quickly became apparent. Many who had previously considered approaching them now held back in fear and awe. These three were not people they could afford to offend. Especially with the rumors circulating about Owen extorting Celestial God Palace, they dared not approach him at all. Flora, upon hearing the various rumors about Owen's extortion of Celestial God Palace, couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, 100 Chaos Stones and 10 billion mana stones, I don't even know who's spreading such ridiculous rumors. They're getting more and more exaggerated." Lord of Celestial God Palace's gaze lowered, clearly uncomfortable. This incident was an absolute stain on Celestial God Palace's reputation, but Flora kept bringing it up, rubbing salt in her wounds. Unable to take it any longer, she sneered. "At least I'm worth that much in Chaos Stones and mana stones, unlike some people, who were captured and not a single person came to rescue them. I really don't know what face you have to laugh here." Flora's smile remained as she leaned closer to Owen, wrapping her arm around his, and whispered, "I'm now in a partnership with Owen, not just some item he extorted. There's a big difference. Don't you think?" With that, she provocatively looked at Lord of Celestial God Palace and even rubbed her chest against Owen's arm. Seeing Flora nearly pressed up against Owen, Lord of Celestial God Palace could hardly stand it. She let out a cold laugh. "Ha, a captive is just a captive. Pretending otherwise doesn't help, does it?" Chapter 374, The Vault Just Ahead. At first, Owen was quite interested in the bickering between Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace. After all, both of them were not ordinary women, and they were rare figures in the world. Their bickering had a certain charm to it, something quite pleasant to watch. However, after a while, Owen lost interest. He turned his attention away from the quarrel and started focusing on the scenery around them. He had never been to Pure Land before, so he was quite curious about it. As expected, this was a place controlled by the Celestial. Not only was the mana more concentrated here, but the order was also easier to comprehend. It felt almost like being on the verge of the reopening of an era. Here, understanding and breaking through would yield double the results with half the effort. Rather than watching their quarrels, Owen figured it would be better to spend his time absorbing the order here to enhance his own strength. Moreover, since they were heading towards Loki's Vault of Tricks, Owen was particularly vigilant, making sure no one was following them. As it stood, although they had attracted the attention of many along the way, their rapid pace and seemingly aimless wandering had kept any potential followers at bay. Still, the mages of Pure Land were curious about Owen, Flora, and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, and wherever they went, they stirred a considerable amount of commotion. Flora loved places full of activity, especially the feeling of being the center of attention. The attention of so many people made her feel electrified, and her face broke into a smile. In contrast, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace wasn't one to seek the spotlight. Especially since she had been captured by Owen, every time they were surrounded, she always covered her beautiful face with a veil, which only added to her mystique and allure. Owen, however, was indifferent to the situation. He had been stared at plenty of times before and was no longer bothered by it. Time passed quickly, and in the midst of all the noise and bustle, an entire day went by unnoticed. After a series of winding turns, they finally arrived at an eerie desert. This place was far from Pure Land, appearing barren and desolate. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but swirling yellow sand in the air. "Owen, the Vault of Tricks lies deep within the sands." Once they reached this point, Flora turned to Owen seriously. Then, as though remembering something, she asked hesitantly. Owen, don't say I didn't warn you. The last time I entered the Vault of Tricks, I only took some trivial items that wouldn't alert Loki. But the thing you're after is quite extraordinary, and it might. At the end of her sentence, her expression turned solemn. In pure land, Loki, the god of tricks, was like a dark cloud hanging over them, a constant source of pressure. Although Owen was powerful, entering Loki's Vault of Tricks was akin to walking into a tiger's den. If they weren't careful, they could end up trapped there forever. Owen's expression remained unchanged as he replied nonchalantly, just lead the way. Seeing his calm demeanor, Flora didn't insist further. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace furrowed her brows. She was about to speak when she noticed a streak of light in the distance, rapidly approaching. Soon after, Candace appeared before them, clearly having pushed herself to the limit to get here. She was drenched in sweat, and her mana seemed disordered. Owen. As soon as she arrived, she locked eyes with Owen. Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace both stared at her in unison. Where's the Chaos Stone? Owen asked, giving her a quick glance. Candace smiled and handed him a ring. Owen, I fulfilled the request. Here are 20 Chaos Stones. Originally, Owen hadn't expected the Celestial God Palace to give up the Chaos Stone so easily. After all, this was an immense fortune. However, to his surprise, things went smoothly. Once he mentioned that it was an order directly from Owen, the Celestial God Palace's Supreme Leader had handed over the 20 Chaos Stones without hesitation. Candace had prepared herself to flee and send a warning to Owen, but things had gone so smoothly that she could hardly believe it herself. In fact, seeing the 20 Chaos Stones, she realized she'd never seen such wealth in her life. Her admiration for Owen reached new heights. The Celestial God Palace wasn't some small power. It was one of the most famous and powerful forces in pure land. Compared to their Emerald Dreamscape, they were only lacking Loki's backing, but in every other aspect, they were superior, even stronger than the Emerald Dreamscape in terms of foundation. Yet despite being such a top-tier power, when faced with Owen's extortion, they had given in so easily. 20 Chaos Stones of Fortune they had given away without question. Candace knew that the Celestial God Palace had spent a huge amount of resources over the years to condense these Chaos Stones, but a large portion of them had been handed over to the Celestial. The 20 Chaos Stones were likely all the Celestial God Palace had left. At this moment, Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace both stared at the ring Candace handed over to Owen. Although the ring itself blocked the light from the 20 Chaos Stones, they could still sense the fate of the stones emanating from it. It was really 20 Chaos Stones. Flora was stunned, her gaze on Owen changing once more. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace's eyes reddened. She knew that her grandfather was a person of strong will, someone who hated being threatened by others, but now, in order to protect her safety, he had compromised Owen. He had given up the entire wealth of the Celestial God Palace. Her grandfather had done so much for her, and yet she felt unworthy of his trust. Grandfather, it's all my fault. I never should have put you in this position. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace felt tears welling up in her eyes. As the head of the Celestial God Palace, she understood just how difficult it was to obtain. Chaos Stones. They required many mages, complex formations, and centuries of accumulation to condense even a single Chaos Stone. And despite the difficulty of acquiring them, the majority had been handed over to the Celestial. Only a small portion had remained. Her grandfather had given everything to protect her. If the Celestial God Palace had no Chaos Stones left, it could be crippled. Her heart filled with self-recrimination, and she understood her grandfather's intentions. Even more clearly now, he had sacrificed so much to keep her safe, and she promised herself she would never disappoint him. Taking a deep breath, she felt the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders and turned to Owen. Now that the Chaos Stones are in hand, can I leave? Owen tucked the ring into his clothes and nodded. Of course. After obtaining the Chaos Stones, Owen was satisfied. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace no longer had any value to him. Indifferently, he turned away, ready to focus on his own goals. But as the Lord of the Celestial God Palace turned to leave, Candace stopped her. Lord, wait, your grandfather asked me to give you a message. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace stopped in her tracks, confused. Candace looked at her with an odd expression, cleared her throat, and then seriously imitated the Celestial God Palace's Supreme Leader's demeanor, folding her hands behind her back and speaking gravely. The Supreme Leader says, although we don't know why you've angered Owen, the Celestial God Palace is willing to redeem itself. They hope you'll stay by Owen's side and serve him. Only by making Owen satisfied will you be allowed back into the Celestial God Palace. What? The Lord of the Celestial God Palace stared, her eyes wide in disbelief. Her grandfather wanted her to serve Owen. How could this be? Seeing her stunned expression, Candace turned to Owen. Owen, the Supreme Leader hopes that, in the spirit of Celestial God Palace's sincerity, you will accept the Lord and allow her to serve you. With her strength, she should be of some help. Owen was taken aback. His intention in taking the Lord of the Celestial God Palace had only been to acquire some resources for cultivation. He never imagined that the Celestial God Palace's Supreme Leader would go this far. Chapter 375, Turning the Tables. It's impossible. My grandfather would never do such a thing. You're talking nonsense. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace reacted emotionally, vehemently denying the claim. Candace, upon seeing this, didn't attempt to argue further. Instead, she pulled out a handwritten letter from her robe and handed it to the Lord of the Celestial God Palace. The Lord glanced at the letter, and she immediately sensed a familiar aura from it, her grandfather's unique aura, something no one could fake. She quickly took the letter and tore it open. After reading it, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace's face turned pale with shock. Her grandfather really had ordered her to serve by Owen's side. Her body trembled, and the letter seemed to fall from her hand like a heavy burden. This completely exceeded her expectations, and even her imagination. It felt like being abandoned. After a moment of sinking into disbelief, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace finally chose to relent. Although she didn't understand why, she knew that once her grandfather made a decision, it was always carefully considered and unwavering. There was no room for argument. Owen, please take care of me from now on. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace bit her silver teeth and bowed with humiliation. Candace's gaze was complicated. As the general of Emerald Dreamscape and a longtime rival of the Celestial God Palace, she knew the Lord's character well. She was a formidable person. Only her grandfather could make her bow down. Yet, Candace never expected that the Celestial God Palace's Grand Elder would really have his beloved granddaughter serve Owen. Even now, seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe it, as if she were dreaming. Flora also slightly widened her eyes. The Celestial God Palace Elder really had no honor. He even used his own granddaughter in such a scheme. However, after some careful thought, Flora couldn't help but admire the Elder. He was indeed the true mastermind of the Celestial God Palace. In such a short time, he had already seen the pros and cons of the situation and recognized how it could benefit the Celestial God Palace. Although sending his granddaughter to be by Owen's side might be a humiliating move and could hurt the Celestial God Palace's reputation, Owen's extraordinary talent was well known. He was universally regarded as the greatest genius of all time. Not only would this move keep Owen in check, but it also provided the Celestial God Palace with a potential opportunity. If something were to happen between Owen and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, it could lead to the birth of another super genius, someone who might surpass all expectations and become legendary. The old man's strategy of retreating to advance was brilliant. After all, wasn't that man indifferent to women, or was it because the Lord of the Celestial God Palace was such a beautiful woman that he couldn't resist? Indeed, the older generations are all masters of scheming. Flora narrowed her eyes and glanced at the visibly heartbroken Lord of the Celestial God Palace. This lady was not a simpleton either, but the blow she had just received was too much for her to process, leaving her momentarily lost. Once she regained her composure, she might very well try to seduce Owen. At that time, it would be a burning hot scene, and Flora feared that she would be witnessing the birth of a true super genius. If the Celestial God Palace produces a super genius, the future hierarchy of Pure Land will probably be settled. Flora's eyelid twitched. She didn't want to see such a development. No, the Howling Hills must be the future strongest force of Pure Land. Flora seemed to make a decision in her heart. Now that the Celestial God Palace and other factions were eyeing Owen, and the Celestial God Palace was already ahead of her, Flora realized she had to act fast. With a smile, she turned to Owen. Owen, the Chamber of Riches is just ahead. Let's speed up. She broke the silence. Flora knew the Chamber of Riches well, she practically ruled it. Since Owen was so eager to go, she might as well let him enjoy his wish. But he shouldn't regret it when he got there. A faint, sly smile curled at the corner of her lips. Owen, unsure of how to respond to the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, followed Flora's suggestion. Let's talk about this later. Let's go to the Chamber of Riches first. They needed to complete their mission while Loki, the god of trickery, hadn't reacted yet. If they didn't act quickly, it would be nearly impossible to enter the Chamber of Riches once Loki realized what was going on. With that, Owen, under Flora's guidance, quickly headed into the depths of the desert. The heat of the surroundings was unbearable, like being trapped in a dry steamer with waves of heat rising from their bodies. The Celestial God Palace Lord remained behind for a moment, her eyes filled with inner conflict, before she finally stamped her foot and began chasing after Owen. Candace, seeing everyone leaving, quietly turned and walked away. So much had happened today, even someone like her, who had been through many trials, couldn't help but feel as if it were all a dream. Flora led the way ahead. As a stunning beauty herself, her smooth forehead glistened with a light sheen of sweat, adding to her allure. Yet, at this moment, she was quietly plotting, weaving her plans deep within her mind. Owen, now that you're in my hands, you must leave something behind. She thought to herself, her cheeks slightly flushed, a perfect plan fully forming in her mind. With renewed confidence and anticipation, she quickened her pace toward the Chamber of Riches. It seemed that once they reached the chamber, her plans would finally come to fruition. I am the Lord of Emerald Dreamscape. Ysera snorted in anger, then stepped into the palace. Chapter 376, In the Depths of the Desert Mirage. I am the Lord of Emerald Dreamscape. Ysera snorted in anger, then stepped into the palace. Upon entering the hall, she saw Leslie reclining on the throne, and without hesitation, she demanded, Leslie, this is my territory. This is not a place for you to do as you please. Leslie, who was lazily resting on the throne, didn't respond, nor did Madeline, who was at a desk nearby, writing and drawing. Ysera's outburst was like a punch landing on cotton. There was no reaction at all. She glanced at both of them and then asked again, what exactly are you after? Whether it was the recent rumors or the fact that these two had followed her to the Emerald Dreamscape, they must have some purpose. Otherwise, they would not be sticking to her like this. At this moment, Leslie slowly opened her eyes and smiled faintly. What purpose could we have? Ysera clenched her fists. Don't talk to me about the rumors outside. Are they not from you? Leslie replied indifferently, and if they are, what of it? Ysera's pupil shrank, taking a step back in disbelief. You like men, but you also like women. Leslie remained silent for a moment before speaking. I didn't want to do this, but to test you, I had no other choice. Test me for what? Whether you like women, Leslie said seriously. I heard that you despise men, so you must like women, right? Ysera huffed. No, I don't like men or women. Stop using such unrefined methods and just tell me your purpose. Leslie, however, gently shook her head. If I don't do these things, Owen will. So, even if I don't like this, it's something I must do. Saying that, Leslie vanished in a flash and appeared right in front of Ysera. She raised her delicate hand and gently lifted Ysera's smooth chin. Ysera was shocked. She couldn't believe what Leslie was doing. Was she trying to turn her? Although Ysera didn't like men, she definitely didn't want to like women either. Just as she was about to push Leslie's hand away, a strange feeling surged in her heart. The thought of the slap Leslie had given her stirred up a complex mix of emotions within her. After a brief moment of hesitation and struggle, Ysera quickly stepped back. Don't think you can use these methods on me. If you have the guts, let's have a one-on-one duel. Leslie, seeing this, smiled faintly and said, all right, but if you lose, you must open the ancient space ceiling formation within the Emerald Dreamscape. At the mention of the ancient formation, Ysera immediately understood Leslie's purpose. That ancient space ceiling formation. Rumors said it could connect to gods who had been lost in the endless fabric of time and space and that it had an ancient history. It was sealed by her father, the god of trickery, Loki, to prevent the ancient gods from being summoned. Leslie and Owen were both rebelling against the Celestial, and this ancient space ceiling formation was crucial to them. Ysera smiled and said, I see now. I accept your challenge. If you win, I will open the seal of the formation as you requested. Even though this formation was extremely important to her father, Loki, Ysera didn't have any special feelings toward him. After all, Loki was a notorious scoundrel who neglected her mother and even used her mother's body for alchemy after her death. So, Ysera was, at most, just a nominal daughter of the god of trickery. Furthermore, Loki's interest in her was mainly due to her strong talent and the fact that the formation was within her domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent so many celestial god projections here. Thus, even if she lost, Ysera didn't consider Leslie's demand to be a big issue. Moreover, she was quite curious to know where she stood in comparison to Leslie. Seeing Ysera agree, Leslie's smile grew more pronounced. At that moment, Madeline, who had been silent all this time, suddenly looked up with flushed cheeks, excitedly saying, Sister, do you think my drawing of brother looks like him? As she spoke, she walked up to Leslie, holding the picture she had just drawn. Leslie looked carefully at Madeline's drawing. In the picture, Owen appeared gentle and refined, lacking the domineering air she was used to. Instead, he looked more graceful and approachable, like a warm breeze on a cold winter's day, immediately soothing one's heart. She nodded seriously. Not bad. Your drawing skills have improved a lot. At the same time, Ysera, who was not far from Leslie, glanced at Madeline's drawing and was stunned when she saw Owen's image. He didn't seem like the fierce, ominous figure she had imagined. In fact, he was unexpectedly gentle, his gaze as soft as water. Though it was just a drawing, it conveyed such a feeling that Ysera felt somewhat entranced. The more she thought about this legendary Owen, the more intrigued she became. In the depths of the desert, Owen had traveled deep into the desert, finally arriving at the hottest part of it. The yellow sand swept across his skin like steel blades, and with every breath, the scorching air felt like lava, burning his lungs and making him uncomfortable. The deeper he went, the harsher the environment became. The area was completely desolate, with not a single sign of life around. Even the lingering order fluctuations were incredibly strong here, so much so that without adequate strength, one could die from dehydration in this place. This place is barren, but that old fool sure knows how to pick his spots, Owen said as he arrived, knowing that Flora hadn't led him astray. The god of trickery, Loki, prided himself on his ability to scheme against everyone, collecting all the treasures of heaven and earth under his control. Now that he couldn't control these treasures, he had sent Owen to handle it. This is the place, Owen exclaimed. Flora glanced back at him, then stopped. Owen scanned his surroundings. Apart from the endless desert, there was nothing else here. So where's the Chamber of Riches? Owen asked. Although Loki hadn't truly collected all the treasures of the realm, the accumulated wealth of countless eras was not a small matter. But there didn't seem to be any sign of a treasure vault around here. Flora looked up at the sky. If the Chamber of Riches were right in front of us, then it wouldn't be the Chamber of Riches. We need to wait a little longer. Wait for what? Owen, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, was confused. To wait for a rainstorm, Flora replied, glancing at him. What? Owen stared at her, completely baffled. In a desert like this, waiting for rain seemed absurd. If it didn't rain here, he'd be waiting for. Who knows how long? Owen frowned. How long will we have to wait? Flora didn't answer. Instead, she closed her eyes and planted her black sword firmly into the sand. As the sword sank into the sand, dark runes began to swirl around it like wriggling black serpents, spreading in all directions. A unique array of light unfurled from beneath her feet. And then a beam of black light shot up into the sky. The light pierced the heavens. Immediately, dark clouds began to gather, and thunder rumbled in the sky, the sound echoing through the desert. After the thunderclap, a torrential downpour began to fall. In the desert, a storm raged, but in Owen's perception, the rain felt unusual. The fluctuations it gave off were eerie, as if they were filled with spatial distortion. In fact, the raindrops didn't hit the ground at all. They hovered in midair, transforming into mist that spread throughout the desert. And then, with a burst of blinding light, the mist began to form the mirage of a treasure vault. It was as though an awe-inspiring illusion of the Chamber of Riches had materialized before them. Chapter 377, Too Big Fatty. With the mist of the mirage enveloping Owen and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, their bodies quickly disappeared from the scene. When they reappeared, they were already in a giant portal high above the sky. Though they had entered the mirage, it was filled with intense spatial fluctuations. They had been transported to a special extra-mundane space. At that moment, standing in front of the portal, waiting for them, was Flora, who had arrived ahead of time. That desert is just a transit station. The real Chamber of Riches is in this special extra-mundane space. It took me a great deal of effort to study it properly, Flora said seriously, upon seeing Owen and Leslie approach. Loki's treasure vault was incredibly hidden, and just reaching here was something other mages would never even dare to think about. If it weren't for my guidance, even if you knew there was an entrance to the treasure hall here, you'd just be left staring helplessly, Flora said, sounding quite proud of herself. Owen nodded. No one would have imagined Loki would be this cautious, setting up a special teleportation array here. Clearly, since their last visit to the treasure vault, Flora had spent a lot of effort researching it, and they were indeed benefiting from her hard work. Then Flora turned her attention to the tightly shut gate. This gate isn't so easy to open, but I've found some flaws. Owen gazed at the towering golden gate before them, the strange ceiling fluctuations radiating from it, seemingly immovable. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace, looking at her proud expression, shook his head slightly. No matter how impressive you claim to be, you're just a lucky thief, he said. Flora nonchalantly rolled her eyes. As mages are naturally thieves, stealing elements and resources from heaven and earth. That's our way. You're just jealous. If you have the guts, don't go in later. I'm Owen's man. Wherever Owen goes, I follow. You can't control me. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Owen quickly stepped in between them. All right, we're at the Chamber of Riches. Can't you two just calm down for a moment? With Owen's intervention, the two fell silent, each turning their face away with a hum, clearly disliking the other. Flora quickly formed hand signs, and the massive gate slowly creaked open. In fact, the flaw she spoke of was quite simple. Before leaving, the gate had not been fully locked but instead used an illusion, covering the real opening, waiting for the next chance to open. As Flora completed her hand signs, the gate before Owen and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace opened, revealing a direct path leading into the starry sky. At the end of the passage, countless dazzling lights sparkled, like a brilliant rainbow, illuminating the inside of the treasure hall, as though they had entered a sea of rainbows. After scanning for any abnormalities, Owen confirmed it was safe and led Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace into the passage. Truly worthy of Loki, who has looted treasures across countless eras. It's huge, Owen exclaimed as soon as they entered the treasure hall. As soon as they stepped inside, Owen felt as small as an ant. This treasure hall was a separate space, stretching endlessly in front of them. However, the growing intensity of the elemental fluctuations coming from the distance further confirmed that they were indeed in the right place. This place holds nearly all the treasures Loki has looted. Whatever you're looking for, it should be here, Flora said, looking at Owen. Owen nodded, ready to continue deeper into the hall, when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as though something was watching him. He turned around, but saw nothing, and that feeling quickly disappeared without a trace. Owen stopped, but after regaining his composure, he continued moving forward towards the deepest part of the space. As Owen calmed down and moved forward, Flora, following closely behind, sighed in relief. From the moment they entered, her plan had already begun. If Owen had sensed anything unusual, things would have gotten tricky. Fortunately, Owen's senses didn't seem sharp enough to detect anything out of the ordinary. As the three continued forward, they soon reached the outermost area of the treasure hall. These treasures were all incredibly precious, yet at that moment, they were discarded carelessly on the ground, like trash. Mountains of treasures lay before them, and Owen felt a rush of heat surge through his body, unable to suppress his excitement. Treasure, endless treasure. Even though Owen had seen many grand scenes before, he was still mesmerized by what lay before him, unable to stop. Blood Tear Stone, Destiny Gem, Chaotic Water, Owen's gaze swept over the treasures one by one, his pupils dilating. These were things that were incredibly rare, things even he had rarely seen before. Yet now, these treasures, which top-tier factions could only dream of obtaining, were piled up here like mountains. Loki's such a miser, with so many treasures hidden away, and he doesn't even enjoy them. Well, I'll take care of that for him, Owen wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. These items were so precious, they could be used to craft various wands and magical artifacts, or help break through levels extremely rare items. And this was just the outer area. It was hard to imagine what treasures lay in the innermost regions. This guy doesn't know how to appreciate such things. Just hoarding them is a waste, Owen muttered as he continued to store the treasures into his pocket dimension. Watching Owen's actions, Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace were both stunned. His actions were so practiced, it was as if all these treasures were his personal belongings. In the blink of an eye, everything around Owen was empty, with all the treasures sucked into his small world. At that moment, the void in front of Owen suddenly trembled, and a beam of light shot out. Serafina suddenly burst out of his small world. Master. As soon as she appeared, she rushed into Owen's arms, rubbing her head against his chest. Owen looked down at her. She was pouting, looking up at him with a grumpy expression. What's wrong, Serafina? Why are you alone? Where's Rachel? Owen asked, confused. For the past few days, Serafina had been inseparable from Rachel, so this was the first time Serafina had acted alone. Serafina looked even more aggrieved as she pouted. Rachel's in the small world, breaking through. She seems to have had some insights. I was resting with her, but then some hard stones fell from the sky and hit her on the head. It really hurt, Serafina said, rubbing the white mark on her forehead. Although Serafina had a special bloodline, those stones were precious and rare, containing immense power. Even her body had a hard time withstanding them. Seeing Serafina's pitiful look, Owen smiled and gently patted her head. He had been so engrossed in the treasures that he hadn't noticed Serafina and Rachel were still in the small world. Comforted by Owen's affection, Serafina smiled, her face warming with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace and Flora stared at Serafina, both shocked. It seemed like Serafina had come out of the small world. Did Owen have his own small world? Besides that, Serafina's sudden appearance quickly caught their attention, especially since they could feel the pressure from her bloodline. Even though they were at their current level, they could sense how powerful her bloodline was. Her bloodline was terrifying, and the way she interacted with Owen so cute, like a little child, was incredibly endearing. As they watched Serafina, she glared back at them. You two big fat pigs, why are you staring at me? Only Master and the others are allowed to. Look at me, she said, puffing her cheeks out, her body shrinking into Owen's arms, clearly not wanting them to look at her. Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace were both stunned, then looked at each other curiously. What's your name? You think I'm fat? Chapter 378, Hellgrinder, Flora's scheme. You guys don't think you're fat. You're so fat you can't even see your toes. Serafina looked down at herself and spoke. Flora smiled slightly and then looked at Serafina with deep meaning in her eyes. I'm not fat. Your brothers like bodies like ours. At this moment, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace also wanted to embrace this cute, innocent little one. However, as soon as he reached out, he was politely rejected. You two fatzos, stay away. Only my master can hug me, and I'm really strong. I could eat you both in one bite. Flora laughed. Oh really? If I let you eat a bite, can you let me eat your master in return? No way, Serafina shook her head vigorously. Nobody can eat my master. She glared at the two of them. Although they gave her a strong sense of danger, suddenly, a cold, imposing face flashed before her eyes. She took a deep breath, staring at Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace and said, my master is a bad woman. If you try to lay a hand on her, the bad woman will definitely peel off your skin and tear your muscles. Bad woman. Hearing this, Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace were puzzled about who Serafina was referring to, but judging by her serious tone, this bad woman seemed extraordinary. Just as they were about to ask, Owen didn't want them to continue arguing, so he spoke up. Serafina is talking about Leslie, my wife. Upon hearing this, Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, who had been about to press for more information, showed a flicker of unease. Leslie had a reputation as a genius. She had even wiped out 2 celestial gods in the Skyline Gorge, making her famous. And even they, with their strength, had no certainty that they could eliminate 2 celestial gods in combat. But the thought of fear was fleeting in Flora's mind. Soon, determination appeared in her eyes. Today, no matter who, no one would stop her from getting Owen. Owen would be hers. This moment, Owen's attention was fully on Serafina. He gently patted her back and said, I have some other things to handle now. Could you move everything here into the small world for me? The more the better. Okay, Master. Serafina obediently nodded and quickly jumped out of Owen's arms, moving the rare and precious items on the ground into the small world. Watching Serafina's diligent actions, Owen smiled, then turned to Flora and said, there's no trace of Hellgrinder's energy here. There should be several layers or areas, right? When they first entered, his mind power was on high alert, searching for the energy of Hellgrinder. But there was no result. Clearly, it wasn't here. And Owen wasn't surprised by that. While the things here were valuable, they couldn't compare to Hellgrinder. That was something that could truly destroy this dimension. It was a treasure that both the God of Deception and the Celestial feared. It wouldn't be casually stored here. Flora thought for a moment and then led the way, saying, follow me. I remember there's a core area here. The Hellgrinder you're looking for is probably in there. Owen nodded, feeling a bit of anticipation, and followed. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a tightly closed ancient palace. The palace was made up of 4 enormous towering stone pillars with an air of ancient decay. The surface was covered in pockmarked traces of time, and thick magical light patterns wound around it like green smoke, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Clearly, the thing stored inside was something dangerous. This is it. Flora looked at the palace, her expression serious. As Owen approached, he immediately felt 3 terrifying auras coming from within. Hurrying inside, Owen saw 3 spherical light orbs glowing brightly in the center of the palace, emitting a terrifying energy. These 3 light orbs immediately captured Owen's attention. The first light orb was a beating heart, glowing with a mist-like light, emitting a strange rhythm that seemed to affect the soul. Owen couldn't help but take a few extra glances before recovering. He didn't know what it was, but it seemed to have an effect on the soul. The fact that it was placed here meant it was definitely not simple. Next, Owen's gaze fell on the second light orb. This orb emitted an even more unfathomable aura. Its surface was covered with swirling black chaos, like black ink, making it impossible to see the orb's contents. The feeling of oppression it gave Owen was even more intense. But despite the strange power of this object, Owen didn't think it was Hellgrinder. His gaze shifted to the third light orb. At his focused gaze, the orb emitted a restless energy, twisting the light around it into a black vortex that kept collapsing inward. As he felt the aura coming from it, Owen's eyes lit up. The waves of energy made it clear that this was the Hellgrinder he had been looking for. Just then, Owen felt the previously open door slowly begin to close. He looked back at Flora, noticing that although her movements had been subtle, she was the one controlling the closing of the doors. But since she didn't exude any hostility, Owen didn't act to stop her. However, now that he was more alert, he noticed a change in the way she looked at him. Flora smiled at Owen, a smile full of ambiguous meaning. Owen, from now on, you're mine. Owen cleared his throat. That might not be appropriate. I'm a decent person. However, Flora ignored Owen's words and took a few steps forward, suddenly pinning Owen against the palace wall like a domineering CEO. Owen, do you think I'm beautiful? She parted her red lips and spoke in a voice that was seductive to the bone, like soft feathers brushing against his ears. We're partners, right? Act normal. Owen had never been the subject of such an active advance before and was a little scared. As he inhaled the fragrance she exuded, he found himself backed into a corner, unable to retreat. He could only stare at the alluring Flora, and his mouth watered slightly. Flora was indeed a beauty, but compared to Leslie, she still paled in comparison. Seeing Owen's calm demeanor made Flora's previous seductive expression stiffen slightly. She had never been so forward before, and she had assumed she could seduce any man, but in front of Owen, it seemed to lose its effect. At that moment, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace mocked, "Flora, I didn't know you had such an unknown side. You're so forward, and yet you were rejected." At the end of his words, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace couldn't help but burst out laughing. Upon hearing this, Flora's face darkened immediately. At once, the first light orb in the palace cracked open, sending out a strange, twisting force from the heart that had been pierced by the light arrow. Owen immediately felt as though his heartbeat was forcibly synchronized with it, and the surrounding scenery became dreamlike. Looking at Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, he felt an overwhelming sense of temptation emanating from them, making his skin flush and his breathing heavy. Under the rhythmic heartbeat, Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace also felt greatly affected. Their faces flushed, and their bodies became inexplicably hot. What did you do?" The Lord of the Celestial God Palace stared at Flora, a rare sense of panic rising in his heart. Flora took a deep breath and stared at Owen, her eyes slightly crazed. Under the heartbeat of Cupid's heart, no one can escape desire. "Owen, today, you will obediently be mine." Her voice grew higher as she spoke, at times sounding like a moan, at others like a cry of pain, with an indescribable flavor that made people fall into a trance. Chapter 379, The Heart of the Love God Cupid. The Heart of the Love God Cupid. The Lord of Celestial God Palace stared at Flora in shock. This was a divine artifact, said to control the most primal desires of all beings in the world. It was rumored that the heartbeat of the heart of Cupid could cause the desires of all living things to reach their peak. Whether it was a chaste and virtuous maiden, an abstinent domineering CEO, or even the gods themselves, all would be ruled by desire. It was like the arrival of spring, when all things enter the mating season. Irresistible. This legendary artifact was stored here, and Flora had even discovered its power to use it against Owen. But why did she have to involve herself in it as well? Just as the Lord of Celestial God Palace had this thought, his gaze became hazy. His blood flowed faster, and his skin grew hot. He felt his clothes were unbearably uncomfortable. His calm heart was now pounding like a wild deer. When he looked at Owen again, his gaze was no longer indifferent, but like a wolf eyeing a lamb, with flames dancing in his eyes. Not far away, Flora's gaze was similar, her eyes almost turning to liquid as she looked at Owen. Under the influence of the heart of Cupid, Owen saw that the two women, already stunningly beautiful, appeared even more enticing. The alluring fragrance they emitted was enough to intoxicate him. But this feeling was fleeting, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. In that brief moment, Owen seemed to see a blood-red rose bloom before him. Instantly, the emotions that had begun to pull him into love and desire faded away. Recovering from the effect, Owen quickly glanced at the heart of Cupid. This was indeed a legendary artifact. If not for his past experience with Leslie, where they fought for half a month under the influence of a blood-red rose, he too would have been completely entranced. After Owen regained his clarity, he noticed that both Flora and the Lord of Celestial God Palace were flushed, their faces resembling ripe peaches, eyes half-lidded, lips slightly parted, breathing heavily. Just one glance was enough to make anyone's blood run hot. Especially with Owen's gaze upon them, it was as if they couldn't bear the heat coursing through their bodies. They immediately began tearing at their long dresses. Owen, stunned, could hardly believe his eyes. This was too much to handle. Owen squinted, realizing that these two women, already breathtakingly beautiful, were now shamelessly displaying their charms right before him. Any man would be unable to resist. But Owen was no ordinary man. This is bad. The influence of the heart of Cupid cannot be stopped until the peak of desire has been reached. Owen frowned. Although he could resist its effects, he had no idea how to help these two. "Come on, big brother. Play with us." At that moment, the two stunning beauties, with their shoulders exposed, swayed their seductive waists and approached Owen, their voices dripping with temptation. Owen's body stiffened. He silently retreated. No, he couldn't fall further into this trap. Owen slapped his face lightly and quickly turned to leave the hall, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he would be consumed by the two temptresses. After Owen left, the influence on the two women grew stronger. They felt unbearably hot, their bodies on fire. Unable to endure it any longer, they could only embrace each other, like twin flowers, a sight to behold. In the midst of a swirling mist, the god of trickery, Loki, who had been sleeping, suddenly woke as he sensed a tremor from the stone tablets in front of him. There were many stone tablets, each one a key piece in his grand scheme. Now, 3 of his pieces placed in the emerald dreamscape had been destroyed. Damn it, Owen, Loki cursed under his breath. Though only 3 celestial god projections were destroyed, it had seriously disrupted his plan. Loki-sama. At this moment, 3 figures appeared before Loki. These were the 3 celestial gods whose projections had been destroyed by Owen. They lowered their heads, clearly embarrassed and furious, as Owen had dared to destroy their projections without hesitation. Creating a projection was no easy task. It required considerable resources, and now, all their effort had been wasted. Loki was about to speak when his senses picked up a strange movement from the Chamber of Riches. His eyes widened in shock. The Chamber of Riches? How the hell did that bastard get into my Chamber of Riches? Loki couldn't believe it, but the warning from the Chamber of Riches was clear. Recalling Owen's previous actions wherever he went, he would plunder everything Loki's. 8 spider legs trembled with fury. Owen had entered the Chamber of Riches. It was a disaster waiting to happen. What? The Chamber of Riches? The 3 celestial gods were taken aback. Although they knew of the Chamber of Riches' existence, they didn't know its location. Now that Owen had somehow infiltrated it, they were astounded. After a moment of stunned silence, the 3 celestial gods quickly spoke in unison. Loki-sama, please activate the god of deity's power. We'll take care of Owen ourselves and cut off his head. The other 2 agreed, their voices filled with murderous intent. That bastard is too arrogant. Moreover, his talent is extraordinary. Even the Lord of Stars, God of Light, and War Goddess, at his age, cannot compare to Owen. He is a massive threat. The 3 of them were all agitated. Although Owen was still at the celestial god tier, his combat power was already comparable to or even stronger than that of the god-marked celestial gods. Loki, however, calmed down, speaking with a cold smile. Not yet. Sargur's burning legion will show them what true fear is. Hearing this, the 3 celestial gods trembled. Sargur's burning legion was a destructive force under the celestial's command. Wherever it went, all things were burned to the ground. Especially Sargur's, whose power was unimaginable. Even the celestial gods like themselves were deeply afraid of him. It was rumored that Sargur's had already reached the legendary throne celestial god level. Loki then seemed to remember something and spoke again. Let's absorb the god of light's light body first. The 3 celestial gods' faces shifted slightly. The god of light was a terrifying being, akin to a sword hanging above their heads, keeping them in a state of constant unease. Now, however, the god of light had fallen. Chapter 380, The Lily Blossoms. After the 3 celestial gods snapped out of their stupor, they coldly spoke. The Lord of Stars and the War Goddess should still be alive. If they return, it will likely cause major trouble for us again. Loki sneered coldly. Right now, they're nothing more than stray dogs, insignificant for the time being. We only need to focus on Owen. They won't be able to stay idle. Furthermore, that extreme forbidden zone, which has always defied the Celestials' orders, should now be used. This time, let them take action. It is an order. They must hate Owen deeply themselves, so we'll have them as the vanguard. They'll severely injure Owen, Lord of Stars, and the War Goddess. As for the rest, I'll handle the cleanup. Loki-sama is brilliant. The 3 celestial gods nodded seriously, agreeing with Loki's words. They flattered him enthusiastically. If they were to activate the god of deities, it would consume vast amounts of energy, but refining the corpse of the god of light would allow them to grow even stronger. This seemed like the better option. Moreover, they understood the terrifying power of Sargeras' burning legion and knew how much hatred the extreme forbidden zone held for Owen. After all, the Celestials' orders were rarely followed, and they would show no mercy to Owen, who had once extorted them. Especially the burning legion. These beings were like a sickle harvesting the pure land. Meanwhile, the various forces in Pure Land, as well as the regional lords, all stared at the sky in horror. They quickly activated their emergency plans and within moments, every force went into a state of high alert. The reason was simple, the burning legion had descended. At first, countless hellfire meteors, dark green in hue, fell from the sky. They smashed into Pure Land, causing massive craters and stone fragments to fly everywhere. These hellfires lacked intelligence, and their only command was the constant whispers in their minds: destruction. Destroy everything they saw. Although these hellfires were mindless, their combat power was terrifying, showing no fear, no fatigue, like relentless machines of destruction. In every area where these hellfires fell, the people trembled in fear. After the hellfires landed, even more terrifying burning legion races began to descend upon Pure Land. Hellhounds, demon guardians, magic mechs. These races, far stronger than the hellfires, rained down like a meteor shower, landing in every corner of Pure Land. The air was filled with scorching waves of heat, as if they were set on turning the entire world into an inferno. All of Pure Land's forces trembled under the power of the burning legion. These terrifying races instilled in them an innate fear and dread. The only thing that gave them some relief was that the burning legion did not start destroying everything in sight. Instead, they headed toward the desert in the far east. Wherever the burning legion passed, the earth, sky, and void were marked by the eerie green flames, lingering in the air for an unnaturally long time. They moved with remarkable speed. The Pure Land races that had suffered multiple burning legion invasions were especially fearful of them. The millennial cataclysm was not only a great disaster for Middle-earth and the continent but also for Pure Land. Although it was not as catastrophic as the destruction Middle-earth suffered, it still left a heavy toll. Every time the burning legion descended, whether it was a top-tier force or a weaker faction, all suffered heavy losses and plundering. The burning legion was synonymous with destruction. It was so terrifying that even a newborn baby would stop crying in its presence. At the same time, the forces of Pure Land were curious. With such a terrifying burning legion appearing, why weren't they plundering and destroying everything as usual? Why were they heading straight for the desert? That place was barren, empty except for the endless yellow sand. What could they possibly be gathering for? This was completely different from their previous actions. In the Forbidden Zone, a hulking figure, covered in flames of anger, erupted from the ground with a mighty roar. Flames splashed and scorched earth flew everywhere. The heavens and earth trembled as though they were welcoming a king. When this figure landed, it revealed its true form. It had 2 horns on its head, was clad in heavy armor, and its massive body seemed like a mountain. Flames engulfed its surroundings. As soon as it appeared, the mighty generals of the Burning Legion, who had already gathered there, lowered their proud heads in reverence. Afterward, this terrifying existence walked out of the Forbidden Zone. Wherever it passed, the sky and earth were ignited, and all things lived in a sea of flames. Invisible heat waves distorted the void itself. Outside the Chamber of Riches, Owen leaned against the gates of the hall, appearing calm, though inwardly, his mind was in turmoil, his eyelids twitching slightly. Though he had the blessing of the Blood Rose and was unaffected by Cupid's heart, the moans emanating from the hall were like soft feathers tugging at his heartstrings. Any man full of vigor would find it difficult to bear. Owen endured this torment for half an hour before taking a deep breath and pushing open the massive gates of the hall. By the time he entered, the suggestive sounds from within had disappeared. He steadied himself and opened the door. With a creak, the massive door swung open, and the first thing that greeted him was a faint seafood scent indescribably odd. Once inside, Owen's pupils contracted slightly as he saw Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace dressed, though their clothing was somewhat disheveled. They were facing each other, with different emotions flickering across their faces. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace angrily gripped the thunderstrike staff, which crackled with lightning, pointing it toward Flora. Her eyes were filled with fury, almost spitting fire. Flora, on the other hand, had a flushed, slightly nostalgic look on her beautiful face. Flora, you went too far. How could you do such a thing? The Lord of the Celestial God Palace could barely contain her fury, wishing she could rip Flora apart. Just thinking about the intimate moments they'd shared earlier left her both embarrassed and furious. Flora, however, simply shrugged, her face showing a mock expression. It was clearly you who came onto me first. I saw you enjoying it earlier. Not even half an hour has passed, and you're already pretending nothing happened. Hearing Flora speak so shamelessly about their earlier actions, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace's anger intensified, almost sending sparks from her eyes. If it weren't for your schemes, none of this would have happened. How dare you act so innocent? Flora, seemingly unconcerned, responded coolly, we're both women. It's not like I lost a piece of flesh. I didn't even bring up the fact that you saw me naked. We didn't lose anything, so why are you so worked up? Despite her initial shock, Flora had come to terms with it. After all, they were both women. And nothing was lost. You shameless thing. The more the Lord of the Celestial God Palace spoke, the angrier she got. Lightning wrapped around her body like a suit of armor, and she charged at Flora with all her fury. Today, you'll pay the price. Her voice brimmed with murderous intent, and countless silver serpents of lightning danced around her as she lunged toward Flora. You think you're worthy to say that to me? Flora remained unafraid, holding her massive black sword. She moved with incredible speed, like a sword god descending from the heavens. Her long hair flew in the wind as she clashed with the oncoming lightning serpents. The two battled fiercely, and the shockwaves were so intense that the entire hall began to shake. Owen, watching their clash, couldn't help but shake his head. Flora had brought this upon herself by scheming against him. As for the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, she was just collateral damage. In Flora's mind, she didn't need to consider the Lord's feelings. This situation had been created by her, but even though Flora and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace were close in strength, it would be difficult for either of them to win decisively without resorting to their ultimate moves. For now, they seemed to be venting their emotions more than anything else. After a while, their fight began to calm. It was only then that Owen stepped forward to observe them both. Chapter 381, Burning Legion. The two argued for quite a while, but neither could prevail over the other, and they finally settled down. At this moment, Farola glared at Owen in frustration. She had meticulously planned everything with the hope of strengthening her relationship with him, but now it had turned into such a mess. In her eyes, much of the blame lay squarely on Owen. Why weren't you affected by Cupid's heart? She demanded. This was something she had never anticipated, and it was precisely this unforeseen turn of events that caused her nearly perfect plan to fail. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace also looked at Owen with a disgruntled expression. They were all celestial god mages. Why was Owen an exception? As women, they had been unable to resist the influence of Cupid's heart, and logically, a man like Owen should have been even more susceptible. After all, Cupid's heart wasn't something one could counter with sheer strength, it was a rule unto itself. Owen chuckled lightly and said, Cupid's heart is indeed powerful, but I've encountered something even more formidable, the blood rose. Blood rose. Hearing this, both Farola and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace were visibly shaken. The blood rose was incredibly rare. Even in the resource-abundant Pure Land, it was an anomaly. Neither of them had ever seen one. It was said that encountering this legendary flower was purely a matter of fate. To think Owen had seen one. No wonder he had been immune to Cupid's influence. Farola suddenly realized this and felt a sense of helplessness. This attempt to manipulate Owen had relied on catching him off guard, but it had ultimately failed, exposing one of her key assets in the process. The chances of pulling off something similar in the future were virtually non-existent. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace also looked at Owen, defeated. Although she was annoyed at being inadvertently dragged into Farola's scheme, she couldn't deny her grudging respect. Despite all of Farola's meticulous planning, it had amounted to nothing against Owen. How many hidden aces did this man have? How many secrets remained unknown? Deep and unfathomable, a boundless future. As the Lord of the Celestial God Palace gazed at Owen's figure, such thoughts involuntarily filled her mind. The more she learned about him, the more she realized she couldn't fully grasp his depths. She suddenly recalled her grandfather's unusual instructions to accompany Owen and make amends. Now, she was beginning to understand why. Noticing the Lord of the Celestial God Palace staring blankly at Owen, Farola sneered, if you want to keep gawking at him, go ahead and do it here. With that, she spun on her heel and left. Well, I may be many things, but at least I'm not desperate like some people, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace retorted. Seeing the two bicker again, Owen rubbed his temples in exasperation. What a pair of troublemakers, he muttered. Shaking his head, he began collecting the treasures in the hall, especially the hell grinder, filling his internal storage to capacity. Only then did he step out of the grand hall. The three of them finally left together. As they exited the Chamber of Riches and returned to the desert, their expressions froze simultaneously. What had been a barren wasteland was now teeming with hellfire demons, each wreathed in emerald green flames. These flames connected seamlessly to form an ocean of fire, transforming the area into a searing inferno. The heat waves sliced through their skin like blades, and each breath left their throats painfully dry. The air felt utterly devoid of moisture. Beyond the hellfire demons, countless winged demons darkened the skies. Hellfire demons burning legion. Seeing this, Farola's face grew grim, and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace instinctively tightened her grip on her thunder staff. They both recognized the massive army before them. The Burning Legion, infamous for wreaking havoc across the Pure Land countless times, was unmistakable, even in ashes. This isn't supposed to be the Burning Legion's time to strike, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. The Burning Legion's devastating presence was unmistakable and nearly impossible to disguise. They usually only acted in the chaos following the collapse of an epic. For them to mobilize now was far too soon. Owen also recognized the Burning Legion and said coldly, so, this is now a fight to the death. Owen remembered all too well the power of the Burning Legion, especially their leader, Sargriz, who was, in truth, a puppet of the Celestial and Loki. This sudden mobilization could only mean Loki had given the order. A cautious and vindictive figure, Loki had clearly decided to stop at nothing to eliminate Owen. The Burning Legion's strength was terrifying, and their deployment now made it clear that Loki's patience had run out. He was determined to kill. As if sensing an overwhelming presence, Owen abruptly looked toward the distant void. His piercing gaze cut through the endless expanse, locking onto a massive figure enveloped in flames. The being had twin horns and a hideous, demonic visage. His eyes, brimming with rage and destruction, emanated a chilling, murderous intent. Behind him stretched the full might of the Burning Legion, leaving nothing but scorched earth and ashes in their wake. At this moment, the fiery figure was also gazing directly at Owen, the greatest genius of all time. Burning Legion, Sargriz. The two locked eyes across an unfathomable distance, and the void between them exploded. Violently, shockwaves of space-rending energy rippled outward. In the Pure Land, those monitoring Sargriz's movements were stunned. The Burning Legion's target was Owen. Owen had arrived in the Pure Land. Their hearts surged with hope. Could Owen create a miracle and destroy the Burning Legion? After all, each invasion by the Burning Legion had only brought destruction and sorrow. In the desert, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace scanned the area, her expression slightly easing. At least the Dark Titan Sargriz hasn't arrived here yet. He's as ancient and powerful as the plains themselves. If he comes, who knows what chaos will ensue. Owen shook his head. He's on his way. When he arrives, his first targets will be in the Azure Kingdom. Farola squinted. She knew all too well the terror of Sargriz. Among the mages in the Pure Land, few, if any, could stand against him. The Burning Legion would bring all the Pure Land's forces to their knees. Once Sargriz arrived, many factions would meet their doom. Owen, what should we do next? The Lord of the Celestial God Palace asked anxiously. Follow me and fight our way out, Owen said decisively. Though the Burning Legion was fearsome, they weren't invincible. Owen, I'll join you. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace and Farola spoke almost simultaneously, then glared at each other. Why are you tagging along with him? My grandfather instructed me to stay by Owen's side. What about you, you scheming snake? Farola scoffed. Owen and I are partners. It's only natural for us to act together. What about you, deadweight? The Lord of the Celestial God Palace seethed. Who are you calling deadweight? As the two began to argue again, Owen rubbed his temples in frustration. If you say one more word, leave my side immediately. The two women huffed, glaring at each other before turning away in silence. The Burning Legion is growing. We can't linger here. Let's break through together. Without hesitation, Owen charged forward. With the Hell Grinder secured, his next move was to find Leslie in the Emerald Dreamscape. She should have already subdued Ysera by now. Watching Owen's retreating figure, Farola quickly followed. Owen was their best hope against the Burning Legion. The Lord of the Celestial God Palace, recalling her grandfather's instructions and Owen's profound talents, also surged forward. Chapter 382, Blood Elf Avril. In a desert where yellow sand danced in the air, Owen charged toward the Burning Legion as they advanced toward him at an astonishing speed, like a massive emerald green flame spreading across the land. Owen ignored the ordinary infernals and instead headed straight for their leader, a blood elf clad in armor. This elf had an eerie blood-red skin, and the mana fluctuations surrounding her were so dense they turned into mist that lingered around her. Additionally, flames visibly burned on her body, giving her already blood-colored skin an extra touch of strange green. Those observing the scene quickly recognized the blood elf, their expressions filled with shock. A high elf, Avril. She's a celestial god-level blood elf, and to think she's been enslaved by the Burning Legion. Many mages in the Pure Land shuddered. After all, Avril's strength was terrifying. She was considered a legend in the Pure Land. She had mysteriously disappeared during a battle with the Burning Legion, and they hadn't expected that she had been enslaved. Blood elves were already extremely powerful, and now, enhanced by the fell energy wielded by the Burning Legion, they couldn't even imagine how terrifying her power had become. At the same time, as Owen charged directly toward Avril, she noticed him as well. However, her eyes were clouded, as if she knew only killing and destruction. She rushed straight at Owen, with a tide of blood-colored mana surging toward him from all directions. Sensing the incoming magical storm, Owen tightly gripped the Godslayer staff and shook his head slightly. Peak celestial god strength, approaching the level of a god-marked celestial god. Unfortunately, still lacking. With that, Owen swung the Godslayer staff forward, pushing the order of fire to its extreme. Endless flame surged behind him, colliding with the blood-colored tide and emitting a harsh sizzling sound. Two completely different powers clashed in the void, eroding each other, causing a large area of space to collapse. At this moment, Owen was like the god of fire descending. The domineering flames that could incinerate everything instantly evaporated Avril's blood-colored mana tide, turning it into dazzling magical light that dispersed and vanished. Simultaneously, Owen flicked his finger, and lightning bolts like silver serpents pierced through the void, penetrating the dissipating blood-colored tide and striking Avril directly. Avril didn't even have time to react before being hit by the lightning. Her face suddenly turned pale, and her blood-colored skin instantly became charred black. Immediately afterward, the numbing sensation caused her to lose control of her body temporarily. In that instant, Owen flashed forward. The Godslayer staff had transformed into the Godslayer sword. The sword, like a shooting star, drew a dazzling trail of light, enlarging continuously in her clouded eyes. Slash! Her head flew high into the air, and the residual sword energy continued to ravage her flesh, causing her body to explode instantly. Avril had fallen. After Avril's aura dissipated, Owen suddenly felt the lingering energy coalesce. Her final remnant consciousness looked seriously at Owen, then bowed gratefully to him. She had been controlled like a puppet by Sargeras, always trying to break free. But once you joined the Burning Legion, you could never leave unless you died. Although Owen had obliterated her, he had also freed her. Otherwise, she would have been eternally controlled by Sargeras, becoming a part of the Burning Legion. After Avril's remnant consciousness dissipated into the void, many forces in the Pure Land who were observing couldn't help but gasp. Avril was a celestial god, and strengthened by the Burning Legion, how could she be wiped out so quickly? Is this Owen's current combat power? It seems our Pure Land truly has hope. For a moment, many Pure Land forces who had been merely curious about Owen's talent and strength now saw real hope in resisting the Burning Legion. At this moment, Owen suddenly looked toward a void on one side. A terrifying long arrow, moving at a speed that tore through space and annihilated everything, was rushing toward them. Even Owen felt a hint of danger from it. If this arrow had locked onto a celestial god, that celestial god probably wouldn't have had a chance to react and would have been instantly obliterated. However, with Owen's current strength surpassing that of an ordinary celestial god, when the arrow approached, an endless light emanated around him, making him appear as pure as glass. He reached out and grabbed the long arrow directly. Then, exerting force with his right hand, he crushed the arrow into powder. Senior from the Heaven of Desire, if you have something to say it openly. Sneak attacks like this are truly beneath you. You little brat, you're just as annoying as you were back then. An eerie voice with inexplicable echoes burst out from the distant void. A coward who hides in the shadows isn't worthy of speaking to me here. Owen shook his head slightly. If you have something to learn, come here in person, and we can settle this once and for all. As Owen's voice fell, countless mages in the Pure Land were shocked. This was a big shot from the Heaven of Desire, someone even the major forces in the Pure Land wouldn't dare to provoke. Yet Owen was blatantly challenging him. Owen, do you really think you're invincible now? Boom, the heavens and earth trembled as a gigantic octopus-like figure seemed to replace the sky, appearing above them. The moment this figure emerged, countless sounds of ecstasy echoed between heaven and earth. Innumerable desires sprouted and grew in people's hearts, eventually leading to uncontrollable madness. Many mages in the Pure Land who were observing nearly had to endure the aura of his arrival to find themselves on the brink of insanity. Owen looked solemnly at the current Lord of the Heaven of Desire. As the spokesperson for the slumbering ancient god in the Forbidden Zone, his strength had become increasingly terrifying with the ancient god's accelerated awakening. If he was previously only at the level of an ordinary celestial god, then now, with the ancient god's power augmenting him, he had reached the level of a god-marked celestial god. Compared to the earlier blood elf Avril, he was vastly more powerful. It seems the gradual awakening of the ancient god has brought you immense benefits, elevating you to such a tier, but it appears you've forgotten the fear of almost being obliterated back then. Owen spoke slowly, directly poking at the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's sore spot. Earlier, the Lord's expression had been arrogant. After all, he had broken through a tier, and his strength had undergone a transformative leap, reaching a new level. But recalling how he was beaten up by the phantom Owen had summoned became a shadow he couldn't shake off, fueling his killing intent to its peak. Only by obliterating Owen could he wash away his humiliation and completely forget this dark history. Owen, return the flame of desire I gave you before. Otherwise, I'll make you understand what pain and cruelty truly are. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone stared intently at Owen, his voice filled with killing intent. That shook eternity. Many mages in the Pure Land felt that after this voice filled with murderous intent reached them, their ears were echoing with it, causing their minds to nearly collapse. Almost everyone then recalled Owen's previous extortion of the Forbidden Zone. After all, that was an unprecedented event. Even the Supreme the Celestial held a certain awe and dread toward the slumbering ancient god in the Forbidden Zone. But Owen had not only extorted them but also sealed the Forbidden Zone. Now, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone had broken through the seal and was targeting Owen, which seemed only natural. However, considering how terrifying the four great Forbidden Zones were, if the slumbering ancient god fully awakened and acted against Owen, even with his current formidable strength, he would likely face near certain death. Beside Owen, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace and Farola looked at him with concern. Now that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone had come personally, returning the flame of desire to him was undoubtedly the best choice. They could see that deep down, the Lord was still haunted by the psychological shadow of being beaten up back then. If Owen returned it, today's matter might be settled. Otherwise, once a battle erupted, it would be extremely unfavorable for Owen. Chapter 383, Owen refuses the system's mission. However, Owen had no intention of giving in. With a cold smile, he retorted. Oh, you handed it over before, and now you want it back. Breaking promises like this is the way of the Forbidden Zone. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone, its countless eerie tentacles brimming with eyes, trembled with fury. The trembling emitted waves of horrifying energy that caused the void to contract and expand in response. The Forbidden Zone does as it pleases, without limits. If you don't hand over the flame of desire today, you will never leave this place alive. A cold, merciless voice descended from above. The entire area fell into a dead silence. No one dared speak. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone was a name of infamy, and its strength was unimaginably terrifying, having reached the level of a god-marked celestial god. Such a being was far more powerful than the ancestors of most factions present. If it were to truly erupt in anger, it would shake the heavens and the earth. The oppressive aura it exuded disturbed the spiritual balance of many present, causing the vast ground itself to sink slightly. Locked onto by this overwhelming presence, Owen's expression betrayed disdain. If you wanted to attack, you would have done so already. I don't have time to play games with you. If you're too afraid to act, then stop wasting words and get lost. The moment Owen spoke, the silent void became even quieter. It was as if a pin could be heard dropping. Owen was unbelievably arrogant. This was the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, a god-marked celestial god no less. Either identity alone commanded the highest respect wherever it went. Yet Owen, not only showing no reverence, treated it with outright contempt, as if it were unworthy of his attention. While some thought Owen reckless, most mages, recalling his extortion of the 4 forbidden zones and his meteoric rise to power, saw his words not as arrogance but as confidence. Owen had a history of defying all odds. Whenever pushed into dire straits, he always emerged stronger, defying death and achieving miracles. Owen, you are truly ignorant of fear. Do you even understand why my forbidden zone is called forbidden? The Lord of the Forbidden Zone, enraged, let its aura surge. The power of a god-marked celestial god, like a black mudslide, crushed the void, revealing the deep, pitch-black expanse of the abyss. Seeing the Lord's wrath, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace nervously glanced at Owen. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone was terrifyingly powerful. Behind it lay the slumbering ancient god, as old as the plains themselves. If the Forbidden Zone was truly provoked, not even Owen, with his immense potential and inscrutable power, could stand against it. She was about to advise Owen to tread carefully when he sneered. Big talk. Is the ancient god in the Forbidden Zone even awake yet? And you still dare act so arrogantly? The only thing Owen truly feared was the slumbering ancient god in the Forbidden Zone. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone let out a wild laugh. Owen, the ancient god has long since begun to awaken. Otherwise, how could I have achieved such a massive breakthrough in my tier? The ancient god has awakened. The hearts of countless observers trembled. The Forbidden Zone earned its name because of the ancient god slumbering within it. Once awakened, this being could seize anything in the world with absolute power. No one dared defy the will of an ancient god. Yet at this moment, Owen burst into laughter. Then let that ancient god come forth if it's truly awake. Hearing this, countless eyes turned to Owen. Did this mean the ancient god hadn't awakened yet? But why was he so confident? The Lord of the Forbidden Zone, its myriad eyes fixed on Owen, seemed intent on piercing through his soul. While the ancient god showed signs of awakening, it had indeed not yet fully awakened. But how could Owen be so certain? The Lord's expression shifted as it seemed to realize something. With a cold voice, it declared, Owen, even if the ancient god hasn't fully awakened, do you think you can summon that phantom again? During its time sealed away, the Lord had spent much effort investigating the origins of that mysterious phantom Owen had summoned. While it couldn't glean anything concrete, it noticed that the phantom had been restricted by chains of time and space, limiting its true power. Without those restrictions, it would have been far more terrifying. However, from what the Lord had learned, the phantom disappeared quickly after its appearance. This suggested it could only exist briefly and was incredibly difficult for Owen to summon again. As the Lord of the Forbidden Zone spoke, Owen's expression grew serious. That phantom had only been possible because he purchased a temporary experience card from the system store. Now, there were no more such cards available. To fully upgrade his supreme order to the perfect tier, allowing the phantom to manifest in its true form and descend freely, Owen needed 1 billion fate points. With a perfect level supreme order, Owen could potentially stand toe-to-toe with the celestial or even the forbidden zones themselves. But a billion fate points was an astronomical sum. His current fate points weren't even a fraction of what he needed. Thinking quickly, Owen asked the system, how many fate points can I get for rebuilding Hell's cycle of reincarnation? The system promptly responded, 50 million fate points. Owen muttered to himself, his frustration evident. 50 million fate points were substantial, but far short of the billion he urgently needed. After pondering, he asked again, what about orchestrating conflicts among the world's beings as a puppet master? How many fate points would that earn me? Previously, the system had offered high reward choices, such as rebuilding ancient factions like Heaven, the Alps, or Hell's cycle of reincarnation, or instigating global conflicts in the manner of the trickster god Loki. The system responded quickly. With the Burning Legion's arrival, the optimal time has passed. No fate points can be earned. Owen froze. He had been intrigued by that option but didn't expect it to have a time limit. Why hadn't the system warned him earlier? As Owen grappled with the gap in fate points, the system suddenly displayed a flashing message before him. Detected the arrival of the Burning Legion. Chaos has begun. Now entering Ultimate Mission. Owen's heart skipped a beat. Ultimate Mission. It sounded important, and the rewards had to be substantial. As he stared intently, the system's text continued. Ultimate Mission. Ultimate Villain. Master must, within 3 years, help Leslie awaken the dark heart and become the destined Ultimate Villain. Mission completion. Rewards 50 million fate points and a supreme artifact. Mission failure. Leslie's soul will scatter. Reading this, Owen was stunned. An ultimate mission already. It felt far too soon. In the mission itself to help Leslie become the ultimate villain from the original story. In the original timeline, Leslie had indeed become the final antagonist. That was why Owen had initially sought her out. But he had already changed this world's fate line. Why was the outcome still the same? I refuse this mission, Owen replied resolutely. After all they had been through together, Owen had come to see Leslie as his wife. He couldn't bear the thought of her succumbing to darkness as the ultimate villain. Moreover, failing to awaken the dark heart would doom her to eternal destruction. Owen refused to let her face such risks. However, his refusal was meaningless. The system chimed with a notification. Fate cannot be defied. The ultimate mission has already begun. Owen froze in disbelief. Once the system issued a mission, it began, whether he agreed or not. Chapter 384, The Ultimate Mission. The moment the system notification ended, Owen immediately noticed a crimson countdown appear before his eyes. When the countdown reached 0, Leslie would completely vanish, her soul obliterated. Owen's heart clenched tightly. An inescapable fate, is this what destiny truly means? For the first time, Owen felt lost and uncertain. The sensation of watching an inevitable tragic end while being powerless to change it was like a dull knife slicing through his body. He desperately wanted to shake off this feeling, to find a way out. But the path ahead felt like a fixed coordinate. No matter how he tried to steer the chariot of fate, it would inevitably arrive at the same destination. Forola and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, noticing Owen's unusual despondency, were stunned. From what they knew of him, Owen always remained calm and composed, even in life-threatening crises or seemingly hopeless situations. Why, then, did he appear so unsettled now? The confidence and serenity he usually exuded were completely absent. Something was wrong, they could sense it. While the Lord of the Forbidden Zone was undeniably fearsome, Owen's strength was in no way inferior to his. Forola, looking at the dispirited Owen, patted his shoulder and said, if you're not feeling up to it, I'll take care of him for you. Let me teach that thing a lesson. Her words were bold, something she wouldn't dare say to the Lord of the Forbidden Zone under normal circumstances. But Owen's unusual behavior worried her greatly. Owen, you've defeated 3 celestial god-level mages before. He may be a god-marked celestial god, but that shouldn't unsettle you like this, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace added, trying to comfort him. While she suspected that Owen's state wasn't caused solely by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's strength, she couldn't identify any other cause. She could only attempt to console him, hoping he would overcome this mental block soon. Sensing Owen's emotional turbulence, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone decided to seize the opportunity. A massive tentacle, like a wood tearing through the void, lashed out at Owen with terrifying speed and power. The sudden strike was so swift and forceful that even the two women, closely monitoring the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, failed to react in time. In an instant, the tentacle struck Owen, slamming him into the ground and creating a massive black crater dozens of meters deep. That's the power of a god-marked celestial god. Truly terrifying. No celestial god tier mage could compare. How could Owen not resist at all? This is unbelievable. Something must be wrong with Owen. What's happening to him? The mages observing from afar began whispering in disbelief. Still, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone is an ancient entity with deep reserves of power. This could be one of his trump cards, someone speculated. As countless pairs of eyes focused on the deep crater, Owen suddenly burst forth from the ground. Though he had been struck and forced underground, appearing somewhat disheveled, he bore no significant injuries. Only a thin layer of dust clung to his clothing. I knew it. Owen couldn't possibly be defeated in a single blow. He must have been caught off guard. That last attack from the Lord of the Forbidden Zone was indeed fearsome, but it didn't seem to harm Owen. Clearly, his strength rivals the Lord's. As Owen calmly ascended into the air, the crowd's murmurings turned into a storm of speculation. With all eyes on him, Owen slowly raised his head. He stared coldly at the black octopus-like form of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone above. His gaze was devoid of emotion, exuding an icy chill that sent shivers through everyone who beheld him. Even Farola and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, who had wanted to question him about his unusual behavior, swallowed their words. Owen was too cold now, and they found it unsettling. Even those closest to Owen, like Rachel, Madeline, and Serafina, had never seen him like this before. Ignoring the stares, Owen fixed his gaze on the Lord of the Forbidden Zone and said in a frigid tone. You've chosen death. Today, I will grant your wish. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone laughed maniacally. With your pathetic strength, you dare threaten me. Your end is near, Owen. Fueled by the thought of erasing his lingering psychological shadow, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone became ecstatic. Killing Owen would elevate his power and rid him of his humiliation once and for all. Without hesitation, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone summoned numerous longbows from his tentacles. These weapons radiated an aura of boundless desire, their energy drawn from the heavens and earth. Countless arrows, each infused with overwhelming power, were unleashed simultaneously, all aimed at Owen. At the same time, the Burning Legion army surged toward Owen in a frenzy. Owen's gaze turned colder as he glanced at the approaching enemies. A chain of lightning erupted from his body, snaking through the infernals and the demon army like a silver serpent. In mere moments, all who stood in its path, whether infernals or other Burning Legion entities, were reduced to smoldering husks. Thousands of Burning Legion forces perished in an instant, leaving a vacuum of scorched remains around Owen. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in shock. Just now, we thought Owen's power was average, but this. We underestimated him. While they were still reeling from his display of power, Owen vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared, Godslayer sword in hand, charging straight at the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. As Owen dashed forward, the stars themselves seemed to tremble. The vast expanse of space ahead of him appeared to crumble under his overwhelming force. Sensing Owen's suffocating killing intent, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone waved its massive limbs. Beams of light, filled with the essence of desire, descended from above. Everyone exposed to these beams saw their deepest desires and began to lose themselves in the illusions. But Owen was unfazed. With a single swing of his sword, the supreme sword burst forth. A torrent of sword energy surged into the heavens, splitting the void and severing the stars. The two apocalyptic forces collided. Shockwaves of unimaginable power rippled outward, covering hundreds of miles in chaos. Blinding lights in every color illuminated the battlefield like a radiant rainbow. Yet, the dazzling lights vanished as quickly as they had appeared. Every trace of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's attack was consumed by the brilliance of Owen's sword energy, but this was only the beginning. Owen activated the obsidified Dharma form, transforming into a massive figure that clashed directly with the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's black octopus-like form. The aftershocks of their battle rippled across the pure land, felt by every mage within its boundaries. Those closer to the epicenter found their minds on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand the sheer intensity. God-marked celestial god power is beyond your reach, Owen. Die. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone roared, wrapping its tentacles tightly around Owen's Dharma form, trying to crush him. But Owen's Godslayer sword flared brilliantly, severing the tentacles with relentless precision. Then, taking a deep breath, Owen activated the bloodline of his primordial chaos body, causing his aura to surge exponentially. Where he had once been evenly matched with the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, the release of his bloodline now tipped the scales in his favor. Drawing in mana from the heavens, Owen suppressed the Lord of the Forbidden Zone completely. Chapter 385, The Sensitive Lord of Celestial God Palace. Lord Forbidden Zone gazed at the surging aura of Owen, his expression growing increasingly grave. Earlier, while Owen's power was formidable, Lord Forbidden Zone was confident he could suppress him. However, with Owen's aura now skyrocketing, he felt a sense of insurmountable awe, as if facing an untouchable mountain. Even his spirit seemed to tremble under the weight of Owen's aura. In this tense moment, Owen stepped forward. This step caused the void itself to quake, as if subjected to an unimaginable pressure. A massive, spectral footprint formed and slammed down on Lord Forbidden Zone. Under the immense pressure, the towering figure of Lord Forbidden Zone plummeted from the heavens. His countless tentacles ruptured under the crushing force, spraying crimson ichor in all directions. How is this possible? How has your strength increased so drastically? Lord Forbidden Zone's face twisted in shock as he stared at Owen. The power Owen now displayed was several times greater than before. The sheer pressure made Lord Forbidden Zone feel disconnected from the plane, as though he were being sucked into an infinite black hole. He attempted to counterattack, but the overwhelming force left him no time to act. His body began to collapse inward, as if an invisible hand were compressing him into a sphere. Spectators watched in shock as Lord Forbidden Zone's vast form was forcibly crushed into a compact, spherical shape. Then, Owen's Godslayer staff transformed into a dazzling streak of light and struck the sphere with devastating force. The sphere, already at its limit, exploded in a brilliant burst of energy. It was like a radiant fireworks show, replacing the sky with seven-colored brilliance that captivated all who witnessed it. When the light faded, Lord Forbidden Zone's aura had vanished completely. It was only then that the crowd realized the terrifying truth: Lord Forbidden Zone was dead. The realization sent waves of disbelief through the onlookers. After all, moments earlier, Lord Forbidden Zone had seemed evenly matched with Owen. How had Owen managed to obliterate him in such a short time? Owen, now wielding his Godslayer staff, appeared at the spot where Lord Forbidden Zone had once stood. His demeanor, however, was not one of triumph or exhilaration. Instead, there was an air of melancholy about him, as if he had lost something important. Farola and the Lord of Celestial God Palace both noticed Owen's unusual mood. His expression didn't match the monumental achievement of vanquishing Lord Forbidden Zone, a mage of unmatched power in this plane. This left them confused. Most would have been thrilled simply to exchange a few blows with someone of Lord Forbidden Zone's caliber, let alone defeat him. Yet Owen appeared utterly unaffected by the magnitude of his accomplishment. Elsewhere, within the Emerald Dreamscape, Leslie felt a sharp pang in her heart. Owen, what's happening over there? She murmured. Bound to Owen through the blood rose, she could sense his emotional turbulence. Though she wasn't sure what had occurred, she knew that only a dire event could unsettle Owen to this degree. As Leslie deliberated on what to do, Madeline came rushing toward her with uncontainable excitement. Brother defeated Lord Forbidden Zone, she exclaimed, repeating the news as if she couldn't believe it herself. Brother defeated Lord Forbidden Zone. Her elation stemmed from the fact that Lord Forbidden Zone was a near mythical figure, someone considered untouchable by the masses. Yet now, Owen had slain him. It was a feat beyond comprehension and a rallying cry for those who admired Owen. However, Madeline noticed Leslie's cold, distracted demeanor. She dared not disturb her further and quietly retreated. Leslie, meanwhile, lifted her gaze toward the direction where Owen was. Something significant must have happened over there, she muttered. In a desolate wasteland, crimson flower petals rained from the sky, painting the landscape in mesmerizing colors. Despite the surreal beauty of the scene, it struck fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. This phenomenon was known to manifest only upon the death of a celestial god. The flower rain confirmed the undeniable truth: Lord Forbidden Zone had fallen. The shocking reversal had left many in disbelief. Most hadn't even registered what had transpired before witnessing the obliteration of Lord Forbidden Zone. They couldn't fathom what methods Owen had used to accomplish such an unfathomable feat. As the realization set in, murmurs broke out among the crowd. Unbelievable. To slay even someone like Lord Forbidden Zone, a celestial god with the god mark, without hesitation. This is the power of Owen. Anyone who dares to oppose him ends up obliterated. But his strength has grown at an alarming rate. Before Epic's end, he was nowhere near this level. Geniuses are often beyond our understanding. If Owen continues on this path, he might even topple the celestial. Not might he will. Love him or loathe him, there was no denying that Owen was a force to be reckoned with. His strength had surpassed even the most venerable elders, making him an unparalleled figure among both the young and old. Farola glanced at Owen, her confusion mounting. His earlier reaction to Lord Forbidden Zone's appearance had been one of quiet restraint, almost dread. Many had interpreted it as fear. But in light of his decisive victory, it was clear Owen held no reverence for Lord Forbidden Zone. So, what had caused his emotional upheaval? Standing beside Farola, the Lord of Celestial God Palace gazed at Owen with a mixture of admiration and awe. She, too, had been intimidated by Lord Forbidden Zone, an opponent who vastly outclassed her, yet Owen had vanquished him with ease. It was only now that she fully understood her grandfather's wisdom in assigning her to Owen sighed. Being near someone of Owen's caliber wasn't a punishment, it was an unparalleled opportunity to learn from the very best. As she reflected, she felt warm breath near her ear, followed by a light sensation that sent shivers through her body. She involuntarily let out a soft sound before quickly realizing what had happened. Turning abruptly, she found Farola leaning close, her breath brushing against her ear. The warmth had come from Farola's lips. The Lord of Celestial God Palace blushed furiously, glaring at Farola. Since their encounter in the Chamber of Riches, she had become unusually sensitive to physical proximity. Even the smallest gestures left her flustered and uncomfortable. I was only going to ask if you knew why Owen's mood shifted earlier, Farola explained innocently, though she now realized she had unintentionally crossed the line. Stay away from me from now on. And stop leaning in like that, the Lord of Celestial God Palace snapped, stepping back and crossing her arms defensively. Chapter 386, my former husband now. The Lord of Celestial God Palace couldn't understand why, after that incident, Farola seemed so unaffected. She, on the other hand, felt increasingly repelled by Farola's presence. After being scolded by the Lord of Celestial God Palace, Farola responded with a cold expression, don't flatter yourself. I simply had a question to ask you. Ha, you're just a shameless flirt. The Lord of Celestial God Palace dismissed her words, mentally branding her with the label. A flirt. If I may flirt, then everyone in your Celestial God Palace must be one too, Farola shot back with her usual icy demeanor. As the two women began to argue once more, Owen paid no attention to their bickering or to the countless murmurs of admiration and curiosity from those around him. Initially, Owen had not intended to activate the bloodline of the primordial chaos body against the Lord Forbidden Zone. After all, it was one of his trump cards, something he wanted to reserve for future battles against stronger foes. But the Lord Forbidden Zone had chosen the worst possible moment to provoke him when his mood was already at its lowest. Fueled by frustration, Owen used the foe as a punching bag to vent his emotions, obliterating him completely. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, many mages celebrated the defeat of the Lord Forbidden Zone, but their joy was short-lived. Their expressions soon grew grim, for they understood that this was only the beginning. Behind the Lord Forbidden Zone stood even more terrifying entities, including the four ancient gods. These gods were notoriously prideful. Upon learning of the Lord Forbidden Zone's death, they would undoubtedly retaliate, whether out of revenge or to restore the reputation of the Forbidden Zone. Not only Owen but also the Azure Kingdom and everyone associated with him would likely face unparalleled pressure. Yet, Owen wasn't focused on the threat of retaliation from the Forbidden Zone or the awakening of the ancient gods. His thoughts revolved entirely around Leslie. The system had already issued its mission, to help Leslie awaken her dark heart within 3 years to ensure her survival. This raised a series of pressing questions. How could he help Leslie awaken her dark heart? And how could he ensure her safety in the process? Frowning deeply, Owen paced back and forth between Farola and the Lord of Celestial God Palace. The two women stopped their argument and stared at him, puzzled by his restless demeanor. Owen, however, remained lost in thought. In the original storyline, Leslie was nominally the eldest daughter of Duke Charles's household. Her journey into darkness began with her quest for vengeance against her mother's killers. After achieving her revenge, she walked further down the path of the ultimate antagonist. Anyone who stood in her way was mercilessly eradicated. Eventually, she even destroyed the Forbidden Zone, which had been a terror to countless mages. Her ruthless dominance turned her into a nightmare for everyone. But in the original story, Leslie's descent into villainy felt abrupt, as though it was her inevitable destiny. Regardless of the catalyst, she would always become the ultimate villain. Is this the fate the system was hinting at? Owen sighed. In the original story, Leslie's transformation into a villain seemed predetermined. Yet his presence had altered her trajectory. She had fallen for him, and that affection had softened her, restraining her from becoming the cold, unfeeling force she was meant to be. Her emotional connection to him had caused her descent into darkness. Owen clenched his fists, his expression conflicted. He hadn't realized until now that he was the primary obstacle preventing Leslie from fulfilling her fate as the ultimate antagonist. Resolving to break her current fate and help her awaken her dark heart, Owen understood that drastic measures would be necessary. And the most significant catalyst for her transformation could only be himself. After a long pause, Owen's thoughts solidified. He couldn't allow Leslie to lose herself, even if it meant becoming the cold and ruthless villain of the original story. She was still his wife. That bond, forged across lifetimes, would never change. They were bound together for eternity. With a deep breath, Owen resolved to help Leslie awaken her dark heart within 3 years. A plan began to take shape in his mind. Not long after, under the watchful gazes of Farola and the Lord of Celestial God Palace, Owen's expression calmed. Let's go, he said, turning to leave. Where are we going? Asked the Lord of Celestial God Palace curiously. Emerald Dreamscape, Owen replied. The matters at Skyline Gorge had been resolved, and it was time to check on Ysera and Leslie. Before leaving, Owen glanced at the Lord of Celestial God Palace and added, you can leave if you want. I've already gotten what I needed. As for your grandfather's arrangements, I'll pretend they don't exist. The Lord of Celestial God Palace quickly shook her head. Owen, my grandfather instructed me to follow you. No matter where you go, I'll follow even if it means death. Owen raised an eyebrow at her sudden determination. Wasn't this the same person who had been reluctant to accompany him before? Suit yourself, he said, shrugging. If you're so eager to follow, then come along. He then turned to Farola, offering a polite smile. It's been a pleasure working with you. You're free to leave now. Perhaps we'll have the chance to collaborate again. To his surprise, Farola shook her head. Owen, since our collaboration went so well, I'd rather stick with you for a while. The outside world is far too dangerous. I feel much safer by your side. Owen inwardly sighed. She might feel safe, but her presence made him uneasy. Feigning indifference, he asked, why the sudden change of heart? Be honest, I want to know the real reason. Farola's eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned closer with a playful smile. Isn't it obvious? I've taken a liking to you. Marry me, and I'll offer you half the Howling Mountains. As a dowry, Owen stared at her, unamused. Farola's fondness for cutting deals was well known, and her proposal smelled like another of her schemes. Besides, Owen doubted anyone could genuinely fall for him so quickly. There had to be more to her intentions. Chapter 387, Ysera's frustration. After Farola's bold remark, the Lord of Celestial God Palace rolled her eyes. This Farola had no shame, speaking such provocative words in public. Owen shook his head slightly and said, let's not. Farola, perhaps we'll have opportunities to collaborate again in the future. Currently, Owen had no desire to get entangled with Farola. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Farola was too calculating, always scheming something, and he didn't have the time to waste on her. The Lord of Celestial God Palace silently followed behind Owen, like an unassuming accessory. Just then, Farola smiled mischievously and blocked the Lord of Celestial God Palace, wrapping an arm around her waist. The Lord of Celestial God Palace's body stiffened immediately. Farola, what are you doing? If you keep being this disrespectful, don't blame me for being impolite. Farola smirked faintly. Disrespectful? You seemed pretty happy back in the Chamber of Riches, didn't you? We were even more outrageous then. The Lord of Celestial God Palace couldn't tolerate Farola's provocation any longer. She slapped Farola hard across her beautiful face, leaving a bright red handprint in an instant. Farola didn't seem angry, but her eyes shimmered with a hint of melancholy, as if abandoned by a lover. Before, you called me sweetheart, and now it's just Farola. You're a heartless traitor. The Lord of Celestial God Palace turned crimson with fury, glaring daggers at Farola. Farola, looking pitifully at her, made the atmosphere between them grow strangely intimate. Owen, watching these two bickering women, rubbed his temples in exasperation. What, am I wrong? You weren't like this before, Farola taunted. You scheming witch, how dare you bring that up? The Lord of Celestial God Palace was livid. Her reputation was ruined, and it was all Farola's fault. Seeing her anger, Farola didn't back down. She slapped her back and snapped, say that again. Clutching her reddened cheek, the Lord of Celestial God Palace glared unwaveringly at Farola. Fine, you're a scheming witch. Oh, you want to go there again? Let's go there, witch. The two started grappling like common rabble, leaving Owen stunned. These two were supposed to be celebrated beauties of the Pure Land, revered saints and goddesses. Yet here they were, clawing at each other, their clothing disheveled, occasionally revealing fleeting glimpses of skin. Despite their teary-eyed expressions of grievance, neither of them showed any sign of stopping. When the Lord of Celestial God Palace made another grab for Farola's hair, Farola's eyes turned cold. If you keep this up, believe me, I'll propose marriage to your Celestial God Palace and take you as my wife. This declaration stunned the Lord of Celestial God Palace. What kind of move was this? Owen was equally baffled. These two were world-class beauties. The thought of Farola marrying the Lord of Celestial God Palace was a headline-worthy scandal. Coughing twice to shake off his wandering thoughts, Owen watched as the furious Lord of Celestial God Palace stormed off toward the Emerald Dreamscape. Owen had planned to follow her and distance himself from Farola, but Farola turned toward him with a slight grin. Owen, no, my former husband, I won't marry you anymore. I'll marry this Lord of Celestial God Palace instead. She's quite fond of you, but don't worry, I'm magnanimous. Owen was speechless. He had done nothing, yet suddenly became a former husband and got dragged into this bizarre situation. Truly, the world never ceased to surprise him. Ignoring her antics, Owen headed toward the Emerald Dreamscape. If Farola wanted to follow, so be it. He'd let things play out naturally. Meanwhile, within the Emerald Dreamscape, Leslie stood calmly, her presence exuding a sense of absolute dominion. Chains of runic light wove around her, like serpents radiating brilliance that dimmed even the stars. Before her, Ysera lay battered on the ground. Leslie's cold gaze bored into her. Do you wish to continue? Ysera, despite her disheveled appearance, refused to back down. Even with the emerald crown on her head radiating at full power, she was no match for Leslie. Every tactic she deployed, every strategy she executed was rendered useless against Leslie. Her numerous wounds, seeping blood, painted her as a defiant, battered figure. Yet, despite her condition, Ysera's determination didn't waver. Staring at Leslie, she resolutely declared, why wouldn't I? Charging forward once more, Ysera knew she was outclassed. But even in defeat, she found something inspiring in Leslie. Looking up at the seemingly untouchable Leslie, Ysera felt a mix of awe and admiration. Leslie had become her idol, a beacon of perfection, a monumental figure to aspire to. Watching the lopsided battle, Madeline shook her head. To her, this wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided beatdown. Leslie had always been a dominating force, and Ysera was just another victim in her wake. As Ysera prepared to launch yet another futile attack, a messenger arrived, breathless with urgency. Milady, Owen is nearly here. Ysera froze, her heart racing. Owen, the man whose recent exploits had become legendary, was arriving. Before Ysera could process the news, she noticed Leslie's cold expression soften. For a brief moment, excitement and longing flickered across her face. Jealousy flared within Ysera. Leslie, her idol, seemed to hold Owen in such high regard. What's so special about him? Ysera muttered, her voice tinged with envy and curiosity. Leslie's serene face briefly showed a faint trace of infatuation before returning to its usual icy demeanor. This is none of your concern, Leslie said curtly. Swallowing her curiosity, Ysera turned to the messenger. Where's Owen now? The messenger hesitated, glancing nervously at Ysera's injuries, before responding, he's already in the city and he's accompanied by two stunning women, the Lord of Celestial God Palace and Farola of the Howling Mountains. Hearing this, Leslie remained impassive, her confidence in Owen and herself unshaken. Madeline, however, seemed less composed. As death's calamity, she found it increasingly hard to banish thoughts of Owen. If not for Leslie's presence, she would have already sought him out at any cost. Chapter 388, Owen and Leslie's dynamic. Now, seeing other women around Owen sparked a faint sense of urgency within Leslie. Invite Owen over, Isara said, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in her eyes. The famed name of Leslie's husband resonates far and wide, yet I've never seen him in person. Let's witness his greatness today. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Leslie, filled with barely concealed envy and jealousy. The maid promptly left the hall to carry out her orders. Meanwhile, in the ancient and majestic city of Emerald Dreamscape, Owen, accompanied by Farola and the Lord of Celestial God Palace, entered through its gates. The mages within the city turned their gazes toward the trio, their discussions buzzing like a swarm of bees. So that's the legendary Owen. He's as handsome as they say. The city's noblewomen and young ladies couldn't take their eyes off Owen, captivated by his aura. With just one glance, they felt as though they were seeing their ideal prince charming, a perfect blend of unparalleled talent, unmatched strength, and striking looks. Those two women aren't they the Lord of Celestial God Palace and Farola? Yes, it's them. Rumor has it they fought fiercely over Owen, but looking at them now, they seem so composed. Could it be they've decided to share him? Lucky guy. Those two are already top-tier beauties, not to mention the renowned Leslie. If you add in the saints who've issued bounties for Owen, he could spend each day of the week with a different one. Imagine them all together, what a dream. As the three walked down the street toward the Lord's mansion, they overheard the crowd's chatter. Owen remained calm, pretending not to hear a word. The Lord of Celestial God Palace, however, turned beet red. After all, her grandfather had explicitly tasked her with staying by Owen's side, not just to learn from him, but clearly with the hope of producing an heir. What had already been an embarrassing arrangement now became public knowledge, and she wished the ground would swallow her whole. Farola, on the other hand, smirked as she leaned toward Owen and whispered, if you want to take both of us, I wouldn't mind at all. Owen shot her a glance, immediately recognizing her mischief. The best way to handle someone like her, ignore her entirely. So, he simply snorted and turned his attention elsewhere. Unfazed by his reaction, Farola pouted. What a boring man, such an incredible opportunity, and he doesn't even care. Not finding the amusement she sought, Farola shifted her attention to the Lord of Celestial God Palace, who immediately huffed and stormed into the mansion, leaving Farola no chance to tease her further. She's no fun at all, Farola muttered, shaking her head in disappointment. Soon, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Lord's mansion, where Candace, the general, greeted them with a respectful bow. Owen, a man of unparalleled might, it's an honor to see you again. Candace's reverent gaze reflected the awe many felt toward Owen. Whether it was his defeat of the three celestial god projections or his recent annihilation of Avril in the Lord Forbidden Zone, these feats were legendary, shaking the very foundations of the Pure Land. Owen nodded slightly. Candace had left a positive impression on him, and her confidence suggested she might become a valuable ally in the future. The Lord is waiting for you in the Grand Hall, Candace informed him, gesturing toward the mansion. Leslie and Madeline are also present. With a slight nod, Owen stepped inside. Both Farola and the Lord of Celestial God Palace hesitated as they followed him. For the Lord of Celestial God Palace, this was particularly awkward. She had once been a sworn enemy of the Emerald Dreamscape, and tensions had only recently escalated with the battle at Skyline Gorge against Isara. Now, she was here on enemy turf following Owen's lead. To make matters worse, Leslie, Owen's wife, awaited them inside. Farola, too, felt uneasy. She had interfered in the duel between Isara and the Lord of Celestial God Palace, manipulating both of them. Now, she had to face them again under entirely different circumstances. As for Leslie, Farola didn't care much. In her eyes, no other woman was worth her attention. Led by Candace through the mansion's halls, they finally reached the Grand Hall. Before Candace could announce their arrival, Madeline dashed forward and threw herself into Owen's arms, inhaling his scent as if drawing strength from it. Brother, you're finally here, she exclaimed, clinging to him like a child seeking comfort. Owen held her gently, his expression softening. He knew how much pressure she had been under, especially when standing beside Leslie. Both Farola and the Lord of Celestial God Palace watched in stunned silence. Death's calamity. Even from a distance, they could sense the overwhelming power radiating from Madeline's bloodline. It was a rare and formidable presence, even in the Pure Land, where prodigies were commonplace. Madeline, however, was less than thrilled to see them staring. Her sharp gaze, filled with hostility and vigilance, met theirs. You're just a little girl, Farola teased. Why such a big attitude? Madeline snorted, her voice defiant. I know who you are, Farola. You're the saint of the Howling Mountains, a bad woman who wants to steal my brother. A bad woman, Farola chuckled, covering her mouth. No, no. If anything, I'm your brother's ex. You can call me his ex-girlfriend. Hearing Farola's teasing, Madeline's eyes burned with icy fury. Let me give you one more chance, Madeline said coldly. What is your relationship with my brother? Farola smiled mischievously. Pay attention now, I'm your brother's for. Before she could finish, a bone-chilling aura enveloped the room. The air around Farola froze, her blood felt like it turned to ice, and her entire body shivered uncontrollably. The sheer terror of that presence left her trembling. Whoever it was, they could annihilate her in an instant. Leslie's calm voice broke the silence. Why don't you finish your sentence? Realizing her peril, Farola clamped her mouth shut, her previous bravado extinguished. Madeline smirked triumphantly. Careful who you mess with. Owen sighed, gently patting Madeline on the head. Enough of that, let's go. As they moved deeper into the hall, a figure stood with her hands behind her back, exuding a serene yet commanding presence. She seemed like a towering mountain, calming even the most restless hearts. When she turned to face Owen, her cold eyes softened, and a faint smile brightened her face, illuminating the hall. I'm back, Owen said, stepping closer. Leslie's smile deepened, her demeanor warm yet understated. Their interaction was simple, but it carried a profound sense of intimacy. Their relationship wasn't flashy or dramatic but felt like a gentle spring rain settle in. Nourishing. Did anything happen while you were away? Leslie asked, her voice tinged with concern. Owen smiled, shaking his head. Nothing. What could possibly happen to me? Chapter 389, Owen vs. Isara. It's good if nothing's wrong, Leslie nodded gently, not pressing the matter further. She couldn't shake the feeling that something significant had occurred, something Owen wasn't telling her. But since he chose not to speak of it, she trusted him. Owen always maintained an outward calm, and if he didn't share, there had to be a reason. She resolved to quietly observe and deduce the truth through his actions and expressions. Owen, after all, was always at ease around her. Taking his hand, Leslie gave him a warm, genuine smile. The more tender Leslie was, the more Owen felt an ache in his heart. The thought of her plunging into a state of darkness, a place where her vibrant, beating heart would cease to exist, pained him deeply. Sensing a fleeting shadow of sorrow in Owen's demeanor, Leslie grew even more puzzled. Owen had always exuded confidence, and unshakable poise even in dire situations. Yet now, hesitation and grief flickered across his face. What could possibly trouble him so deeply? Pondering for a moment, Leslie narrowed down the possibilities. Few things could preoccupy Owen so entirely, and even fewer could compel him to keep silent. Her heart whispered an unsettling answer. It must be about her. Quietly, Leslie murmured to herself, is it something about me? I'll find out. You and I are one, nothing can stand between us. Her gaze softened, brimming with resolve. As Owen and Leslie exchanged tender looks, the atmosphere around them grew sweet and almost cloying. Those present couldn't help but feel a tug of yearning, particularly for Ola and the Lord of Celestial God Palace. They had never seen Owen this gentle before. Even a fleeting glimpse of his affectionate gaze left their hearts fluttering, making them wish to bask in it forever. Ysera, however, stared at Leslie in disbelief. Although she hadn't spent much time with Leslie, Ysera had always seen her as a cold and commanding figure, someone regal and untouchable. Yet, here she was, transformed a far cry from the aloof woman Ysera once knew. In Owen's presence, Leslie seemed more like a love-struck young maiden than an empress. Still, what no one realized was that both Owen and Leslie carried heavy burdens in their hearts. While Owen wrestled with plans to ensure Leslie's awakening, Leslie pondered Owen's hidden turmoil, intent on uncovering the truth and resolving it herself. Jealousy brimming in her chest, Ysera finally broke the silence, addressing Owen directly. So, you're the legendary Owen. Owen turned toward her, his voice calm. If nothing unexpected has happened, then yes, I'm the Owen you've heard of. Though he was familiar with Ysera's reputation, this was Owen's first time meeting Leslie's ardent admirer in person. In the original anime, Ysera had been portrayed as both Leslie's fanatical follower and a formidable mage in her own right. She was the leader of Emerald Dreamscape, a god-tier mage, and the daughter of the cunning deity Loki. As Owen studied her, Ysera returned the scrutiny, evaluating him closely. This was also her first time seeing the man who had captivated Leslie, changing her so thoroughly. Ysera's curiosity about Owen ran deep. Though her time with Leslie had been brief, she had spent countless days piecing together fragments of Owen's story. He was now a celestial god-tier mage, wielding the legendary Godslayer staff, and widely acknowledged as a once-in-a millennium prodigy. Yet, despite her extensive research, Ysera found no easy way to approach him. The idea that someone as brilliant as Leslie would fall so completely for Owen filled Ysera with jealousy. Well, the stories don't do you justice. Now that I've met you, shall we test your strength? She fixed Owen with a challenging glare. Owen glanced at her, shrugging indifferently. Sure, if that's what you want. He had anticipated this moment long before arriving. Ysera's admiration for Leslie ran deep, and even as the story diverged from its original path, her devotion to Leslie's soul remained unchanged. As Leslie's husband, Owen knew Ysera would eventually seek to measure his worth. Leslie, however, warned her softly. You can't win against Owen. If you're ready to face defeat, go ahead and try. Ysera, defiant as ever, shot Leslie a sharp look. If we're going to fight, then let's not waste time with words. Owen chuckled lightly. If you're so eager, then come at me. As Ysera began gathering mana, Madeline smirked and quipped, you've already lost to my sister nearly 100 times. If I were you, I'd dig a hole and hide in it. Ignoring the taunts, Ysera said coolly, it's always worth trying. She knew Owen was formidable, but without first-hand experience, she couldn't accept it. Before the fight began, Leslie sent a telepathic message to Owen. Ysera has already agreed to open the forbidden time-space array after her defeat. Just knock some sense into her. Owen nodded subtly, already planning to do just that. Ysera was stubborn, someone who only respected strength. To earn her cooperation, he had to beat her decisively. As Owen locked onto her aura, Ysera immediately activated her jade crown, fully aware of the gap between their abilities. To win, she needed to strike first and maintain the upper hand. Hesitation would only widen the gulf between them. As her aura surged, Owen raised a single finger and said calmly, go ahead. One move is all I need. Ysera's eyes narrowed at the provocation, her tone icy. You think you're the only genius in this world, Owen? Emerald mana swirled around her, coalescing into the form of a majestic dragon. With her jade crown amplifying her abilities, Ysera's jade dragon bloodline reached its peak, unleashing power capable of shaking the heavens. The enormous dragon loomed over the hall, its presence suffocating. The colossal beast charged at Owen with devastating force, as if it could crush stars. Underfoot. Yet, Owen remained unfazed. Compared to previous foes, including the three celestial projections in Blood Elf Avril, Ysera was undoubtedly powerful. But to Owen, she was still far too weak. Clenching his fist, Owen hurled a straightforward punch toward the dragon's head. Despite its simplicity, the punch carried earth-shaking power. A torrent of energy roared forward, colliding with the dragon's form. Boom! The instant they clashed, the dragon's massive body froze. Cracked spider webbed across its surface, starting from its forehead until it shattered into countless emerald fragments. With a single punch, Owen had obliterated Ysera's full-force attack. Staring at the fading light, Ysera was left in stunned disbelief. Her power, amplified by her bloodline and the jade crown, was nearly on par with a god. Marked celestial god. Yet, in front of Owen, it was utterly insignificant. And Owen's fist wasn't done. The remaining force surged toward Ysera, unwavering and unstoppable. Chapter 390. This is the power of the strong. In the Grand Hall, Owen's punch streaked through the air like a meteor, swift as lightning. Although Ysera could discern its trajectory, the sheer speed was overwhelming. At the same time, the oppressive aura radiating from the punch immobilized her, pinning her in place as though an invisible weight bore down on her entire being. Unable to move, she could only watch helplessly as the punch struck her and sent her flying. Thud. The force of the impact crushed her defenses, leaving her coughing up blood. Her body felt like it was falling apart. If not for Owen pulling back at the last moment, she might have been annihilated on the spot. The punch carried enough power to obliterate an entire plane of existence. Surviving such an attack was nothing short of a miracle. Shaken, Ysera looked at Owen with a mix of curiosity and reverence. What kind of technique is this? In her memory, no martial skill possessed such terrifying destructive force. Owen smiled faintly. Just a minor trick. You can call it the Heaven Emperor Fist. The Heaven Emperor Fist, a system-generated technique, was vast in scope and unrivaled in power. Even back when Owen was only a god-tier mage, this technique had allowed him to decimate countless enemies. Now, as a celestial god, its full potential was finally beginning to show. You win. Ysera's voice carried a tone of resignation as she acknowledged her defeat. Her admission wasn't just about her loss in this battle, it was also a recognition that Owen's strength was far beyond hers. In her eyes, they weren't even on the same level. No wonder you're hailed as the greatest prodigy. Your strength and combat skills are truly awe-inspiring, Ysera praised. But then her expression dimmed. Still, even though you're strong, I don't think you're worthy of Leslie. Owen wasn't bothered by her words. Instead, he exchanged a knowing smile with Leslie. To others, they might seem an ill-matched pair, but only Owen and Leslie knew how perfectly they complemented each other. Their mutual support and understanding were the cornerstones of their bond of connection forged in both triumph and adversity. Even during cycles of reincarnation, driven by the fires of desire, they had found each other time and again. Ysera's face darkened further as she watched them, clearly unimpressed by their public display of affection. Lowering her gaze, she asked, "You're serious about opening that time array, aren't you? Bringing the gods of the past back into the present?" Leslie met her gaze evenly. "Is there a problem with that?" Ysera hesitated before speaking. "Owen, you're now the de facto leader of the resistance against the Celestial, aren't you? Owen nodded. Before the god of light and the lord of stars departed, they had entrusted him and the goddess of beauty with leadership of the resistance. Now, it was a mantle only he could bear. You realize those gods, those who can manipulate time and defy the flow of history, are impossibly proud, don't you? They won't obey your commands. They'll likely challenge your authority and even compete for leadership, Ysera warned. Her tone was serious as she looked at Owen. Owen chuckled softly. He had already anticipated this. The most talented and powerful individuals were rarely willing to bow to others. The god of light, the lord of stars, and the war goddess had managed to unify the resistance only because of their overwhelming strength and charisma. But now, with those three leaders gone and their fates unknown, Owen had inherited a fragmented resistance. Many of the gods he sought to awaken would undoubtedly resist his authority. Still, this role wasn't without its benefits. His position as leader deterred many from acting openly against him. For all intents and purposes, Owen now stood as the head of a major faction provided he could tame the pack of ferocious wolves he was about to unleash. There was also another reason Owen had accepted this role, the god of light's parting words and the system's mission rewards. Unlocking the Pandora's box, which held the ultimate secrets of the celestial and pure land, was critical. These secrets would be the key to Owen's growth and the resistance's victory. Seeing Owen's resolute expression, Ysera didn't press further. If you can maintain control, that's for the best. Chaos and Emerald Dreamscape benefits no one, but I must warn you, Loki's seal on the array is still in place. The moment it's open, you'll notice. Though I don't care for my father, his strength is nothing short of terrifying. He won't stand by idly. You'll face attacks from both Loki and the Burning Legion. Can you handle that? Her eyes flickered briefly to Leslie as she delivered her warning. Had it not been for Leslie, she wouldn't have bothered to share so much. The names Loki and Burning Legion hung heavy in the air. Owen took a deep breath and said, the day I became the leader of the resistance, I knew this moment would come. Then follow me, Ysera said, turning to lead the way. Wait, Owen stopped her. I need to make some preparations first. We'll open the array tomorrow. Ysera gave him a curious look. What could he possibly prepare in just one day? Owen, she said firmly, let me remind you. While Emerald Dreamscape may dislike Loki and the Burning Legion, I won't tolerate you using its people as cannon fodder. Her face was impassive, but her tone carried a warning. Emerald Dreamscape's warriors were strong, but they were no match for Loki or the Burning Legion. To send them against such foes would be nothing short of a death sentence. Owen turned to Madeline. Madeline, contact Charlotte and have Azure Kingdom's forces prepare for battle. Also, instruct Academy City to establish large-scale teleportation arrays connecting Emerald Dreamscape to the territories of the Night Elves and Borman. Hearing this, Ysera raised an eyebrow. She had noticed Azure Kingdom's growing presence in Pure Land but hadn't realized how extensive their preparations were. Was he planning a full-scale war? Ysera mulled it over before shaking her head. Even with Azure Kingdom, the Night Elves, and the Borman, it won't be enough. The Burning Legion is far too powerful. Ignoring her, Owen continued issuing orders to Madeline. Tell Edward to mobilize Academy City's forces and spread the word. Let every corner of Pure Land and the Forbidden Zone know about the gods' awakening. Ysera's eyes widened as realization dawned. By spreading this news, Owen would ensure the descendants and followers of these gods couldn't sit idly by. They would act, rallying under his banner. The collective power of these factions, driven by loyalty to their ancestors, could form a force strong enough to rival the Burning Legion. If these groups gained momentum, other factions in Pure Land might also rise against the Burning Legion. No one in Pure Land wanted to live under the shadow of the Burning Legion any longer. Well, no wonder you're so confident, Ysera said, her eyes gleaming with newfound respect as she looked at Owen. Chapter 391, Serafina begins to transform. Since you've made your decision, I'll make preparations. Tomorrow morning, I'll open the time array, Ysera said before swiftly leaving. After Ysera departed, Madeline also left to carry out Owen's orders. Soon, the Grand Hall was left with only Lord of Celestial God Palace and Farola, two outsiders. At this moment, Leslie turned her gaze toward them, her expression carrying a subtle air of scrutiny. She had heard of both women, particularly Farola, on whom her eyes lingered a little longer. Sensing Leslie's discerning look, Farola immediately realized that the powerful, oppressive presence she had felt earlier had emanated from Leslie. Leslie's strength was profound, far more terrifying than rumors had suggested. Farola's mind raced, and she quickly plastered on a smile. Oh, I was just joking earlier, she said, her tone lighthearted. There's nothing between Owen and me. I'm not his ex-girlfriend. As she spoke, Farola shifted her focus to Lord of Celestial God Palace, playfully wrapping her arms around her. This is the one I've been pursuing. She's my future spouse. Hearing this, Lord of Celestial God Palace immediately pulled her arm away, her expression annoyed. She turned to Leslie and introduced herself with humility. Leslie, I'm Jenny. I was formerly with the Celestial God Palace, but now I serve as Owen's attendant. Her posture was deliberately low, knowing full well Leslie's immense power and influence. Having agreed to her grandfather's wishes, Jenny had resolved to stay loyal to Owen. Naturally, she dared not cross Leslie, his wife. Leslie blinked in mild surprise, then smiled knowingly at Owen. Although she was aware of Jenny accompanying Owen, she hadn't known that the woman served as his attendant. Owen already had enough admirers, and many women across Pure Land were infatuated with him. Now, another one had appeared as an attendant. What exactly was he up to? Under Leslie's piercing gaze, Jenny felt a wave of tension as though she were being evaluated by a supreme being who controlled her fate. Owen noticed her discomfort and felt a bit awkward. It wasn't as if he had sought out these women, their presence had simply become a reality of his life. While Leslie trusted him unconditionally, she disliked how rumors about him seemed to spread like wildfire. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Leslie finally spoke, her tone calm but firm. Since you've chosen to serve Owen, then do so honestly. Neither Owen nor I will treat you unfairly. Do you understand? Jenny nodded quickly, eager to show her compliance. Dear husband, Leslie added, her voice soft but laced with meaning, I trust you completely, so there's no need to explain anything. Owen felt the subtle double entendre in her words, but he chose not to comment. Your guest here, Leslie continued, her demeanor shifting to one of hospitality. Feel free to rest well. Jenny and Farola both breathed sighs of relief. Staying in Leslie's presence had been overwhelmingly stressful. Before leaving, they each assured Leslie that their respective factions, the Howling Mountains and Celestial God Palace, would send reinforcements to assist Owen after the time array was activated. Both women had been sent with another purpose, to assist Owen as part of their faction's strategy of hedging bets. By supporting both sides of the conflict between Owen and the Celestial, their factions hoped to avoid full-scale enmity with either side, preserving future flexibility. Though this approach risked being labeled as opportunistic, it was the most pragmatic for preserving their power. With Jenny and Farola gone, only Owen and Leslie remained in the Grand Hall. Finally, a moment of peace. Owen took Leslie's delicate hand in his. With the battles against the Celestial looming ever closer, chaos and pressure would only intensify. Quiet moments like this would become increasingly rare. Leslie gazed at Owen, and they embraced tightly, savoring the calm intimacy. But the tranquility didn't last long. Owen soon noticed Leslie's gaze on him, her expression slightly off. Had she figured something out? A flicker of unease passed through Owen's mind. Leslie had never looked at him like this before. Could she have sensed something? But no, his plans hadn't even begun. How could she know? While Owen's thoughts raced, Leslie seemed to reach a decision. There's still some time before tomorrow, she said lightly. Let's check on Rachel and Serafina. Owen nodded quickly, grateful for the change in topic. Yes, it's been a while since we've seen Rachel. Together, they entered a small inner world. Warm, vibrant life energy filled the air, enveloping them like a comforting embrace. At the heart of this world stood a massive tree that reached toward the heavens, its sprawling branches forming a green canopy over the entire domain. The world tree, once a sapling, had matured into a towering giant. Its presence was undeniable, its energy palpable. From its branches hung an array of world fruits, each glowing with unique hues, like miniature stars being nurtured into existence. Owen was momentarily awestruck. These fruits held miraculous properties, capable of cleansing and enhancing one's physique. They could purify bloodlines and rejuvenate the body with an almost otherworldly vitality. Just one of these fruits would cause an uproar if sold outside, as both individuals and factions would desperately covet such a treasure. And yet, Rachel had cultivated the world tree to such a stage. Owen's heart swelled with gratitude as he gazed at the tree's base. There, Rachel sat in deep meditation, immersed in a profound state of enlightenment. Beside her lay Serafina, the young girl lost in a sweet dream. Her lips moved as though savoring some exquisite delicacy, while the remnants of several world fruits lay scattered around her. Serafina's small frame seemed almost comically bloated from overeating, and she held a collection of rare mana crystals in her arms as if they were toys. While such crystals would drive most people to envy, Serafina treated them with nonchalance, much to Owen's amusement. Leslie, however, observed the young girl with a mix of surprise and concern. Her aura is changing. Her bloodline is evolving again, Leslie remarked, astonished. Serafina's bloodline, already extraordinary, had devoured countless mana stones and high-level bloodlines. Now, with the world fruits enhancing her further, her power was approaching that of the mythical extinction-class spellbeasts of legend. Once her transformation was complete, her strength and abilities would undergo a dramatic leap forward. Owen felt a surge of pride and hope. Serafina had been with him for so long, and his greatest wish for her was to see her bloodline ascend to the pinnacle of this world. As he silently cheered for her, Leslie turned her gaze toward Rachel. A flicker of complex emotion crossed her face. Chapter 392, The Pure Rachel begins the preparations. Rachel has such a pure personality, Leslie said softly. She's not motivated by selfish ambition or hidden agendas. She's a wonderful friend, and I think highly of her. Initially, Leslie harbored hostility toward Rachel, given that Rachel resided in Owen's personal domain. For Leslie, who struggled with jealousy, this felt like a metaphorical, golden house to keep one's mistress, utterly unacceptable. However, as Leslie got to know Rachel, her perspective shifted. Rachel, as Owen had said, was simply tending to this secluded world, with no ulterior motives or grand ambitions. She was pure. In fact, Rachel was the most untainted person Leslie had ever met. After all, among the women around Owen, which one didn't have designs on him? But Rachel was different. She genuinely nurtured this small world, turning it into the picturesque paradise it was today, an expanse of floral fields and lush forests. Without Rachel, this world would never have become the stunning haven it was now. Both Owen and Leslie stood in quiet admiration of the surroundings. With the time array opening tomorrow, they knew they would soon face Loki and the Burning Legion. This was their brief and rare moment of tranquility. Standing silently together amidst the beauty of the small world, they felt an inexplicable warmth. Owen, Leslie suddenly said, her voice tinged with tenderness as she gazed at him lovingly. Her expression reminded Owen of their time in the cycle of reincarnation of the little girl they had called their love's ultimate creation. Are you thinking about her? Owen asked softly. Leslie nodded, her eyes welling up with unshed tears. During their training and trials within the cycle of reincarnation, what Leslie couldn't bear to leave behind was their child, the porcelain doll of a girl they had called Little Leslie. Though it had only been an illusory experience within the reincarnation cycle, the emotions it evoked felt all too real. Especially when the cycle ended, and little Leslie's tearful, longing gaze stayed imprinted on their hearts. Seeing the turmoil on Leslie's face, Owen too couldn't help but recall the image of little Leslie. To him, she was unforgettable. From the moment of her birth, her every milestone had been etched into his soul. Owen sighed deeply. For Leslie, aside from himself, little Leslie was the only one who could stir such emotions. Mentioning her left them both melancholic. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Leslie's eyes gleamed with hope as she looked at Owen. Owen, can we make little Leslie a reality sooner rather than later? Her cheeks flushed with a gentle blush as she spoke. Seeing her earnest expression, Owen gently tucked a lock of her hair behind her ear and gazed at her tenderly. Of course, he replied. As the words left his lips, the air around them shimmered, creating a private realm. Surrounded by vibrant blossoms and illuminated by a cascade of prismatic light, Owen and Leslie locked eyes, their emotions palpable. In this secluded sanctuary, their bond deepened. Meanwhile, outside the small world, Madeline worked tirelessly to carry out Owen's orders, her demeanor serious and focused. Make sure the arrays are completed as quickly as possible. Our opponents this time are unlike any we've faced before. We can't afford any mistakes. How's the dissemination of the message? I want the news of the time array spread across every corner of Pure Land and the Forbidden Zone within the day. Madeline's urgent command spurred Academy City and other allied forces into action. Madeline, the array has been completed. Both the Night Elves and Borman are cooperating, and some key members have already moved into Emerald Dreamscape. Madeline, we've deployed Academy City personnel and spent a significant amount of mana stones to spread the message. Other factions, curious about our intentions, are even helping to distribute the news. Leaders of various factions gathered before Madeline, providing updates on their progress. Though they had done well, Madeline, acutely aware of the coming storm, remained cautious. Their adversary this time was none other than Loki, the god of trickery, a cunning and ancient figure who had lived through countless epics. No amount of preparation felt sufficient. While Madeline worked tirelessly, Ysera took a more leisurely approach, issuing orders for evacuation and relocation. She knew that Emerald Dreamscape would inevitably become a battlefield tomorrow. Her priority was to ensure the safety of its inhabitants, leaving the battle to Owen and Leslie. Regardless of the outcome, it had little bearing on her. Elsewhere, Jenny and Varolo were also busy. As Owen's supposed allies, they had promised to send reinforcements. They now worked on establishing void tunnels to transport their forces to Emerald Dreamscape. The night passed in a flurry of activity. By morning, everyone had gathered atop a towering mountain deep within Emerald Dreamscape. The peak stood tall and solitary, incongruously placed in the otherwise flat landscape, as if deliberately set there. As the assembled crowd exchanged anxious glances, Owen arrived with Leslie. Owen, Ysera said, giving the pair a quick nod. Since everyone's here, follow me. The time array is located within the cave ahead. Ysera led the way, her steps brisk yet tinged with curiosity. She had known about the array for a long time but had never visited it herself. The group followed her into the cave. Though it began as a narrow tunnel, the space soon opened up into a grand chamber, where 3 ancient monoliths stood imposingly. Owen stepped slowed as he approached the monoliths, his gaze sharp and discerning. The first monolith resembled a cracked egg, with countless shadowy figures writhing within. The shadows seemed alive, surging toward Owen's brow as if to consume him. He snapped back to reality and turned his gaze to the second monolith. This one depicted a menacing spider, its pale web stretching outward as if entangling the entire cosmos. All existence seemed caught in its intricate trap. Finally, Owen's eyes rested on the third monolith, shrouded in a mist that obscured its details. Faint impressions of disjointed spider legs peeked through the fog. These must be the legendary heaven-sealing monoliths, Owen murmured in awe. These ancient artifacts, capable of anchoring past, present, and future, had been claimed by Loki and imbued with his essence. Together, they formed the time array. Ysera, surprised by Owen's recognition, paused. You know about these monoliths? She asked, astonished. Owen nodded, his tone certain. To activate the array, the monoliths need to be repositioned, correct? Ysera nodded, stepping forward to adjust them, but Owen held up a hand. Allow me, he said. Summoning his order domain, Owen enveloped the three monoliths. Lightning order, order of fire, and order of life surged toward the respective stones. The monoliths trembled, their engraved imagery fading as they were purified by Owen's power. Faint, anguished cries echoed from within before the monoliths turned blank. An ancient array began to weave itself into existence, its intricate patterns spiraling outward from the now silent monoliths. Chapter 393, The Summoning Begins. As the heaven-sealing monoliths reversed, the time array was reassembled, releasing chaotic ripples akin to the shockwave of an exploding bomb. These ripples spread swiftly across the heavens and earth. The first to be affected by this disturbance was Loki, deep within the god of deities. He had been wholly immersed in refining the remains of the god of light when the disturbance caused severe backlash, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood that splattered across the void before him. Seeing their master injured, three celestial gods attending Loki rushed to his side, their faces filled with concern. Master Loki, what happened? The magical aura surrounding them flared as they warily scanned the area for threats. Detecting nothing unusual, they turned their worried gazes back to Loki. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Loki growled, I'm fine. That damn Owen is at it again. A flash of ferocity crossed his 8 eyes. He had thought Owen would remain quiet for some time, digesting his gains after plundering the Chamber of Riches. He never imagined that Owen would so quickly set his sights on the time array, even going so far as to break its seal. Hearing that Owen was the culprit yet again, the three celestial gods, whose manifestations had previously been obliterated, were filled with murderous intent. As God-marked celestial gods, they had never suffered such indignity before. Although his actions are faster than anticipated, everything will proceed as planned. This time, Owen will have no escape, Loki said coldly. The three celestial gods nodded. Though they were currently in the god of deities, Owen's every move had been under their surveillance. They had only underestimated him previously. This time, there would be no such mistakes. Owen would not be given the chance to recover. Meanwhile, as the ripples from the time array continued to expand, the intricate web of runes within the array began to glow brilliantly, forming a massive beam of light that shot into the sky. The beam was as thick as the mountain itself, piercing the heavens until it reached the star realm, where the Lord of Stars, War Goddess, and God of Light had once summoned the ancient gods. The star realm trembled slightly, appearing like a radiant star in the outer domains. As it connected with the beam of light, an even greater and more profound ripple spread, resonating across time and space, touching countless dimensions and realms. The time array, the summoning had begun. The ripples from the array's activation spread across Pure Land, Forbidden Zone, Middle-earth, and the wider continent. Everywhere, people looked up in shock at the massive pillar of light piercing the sky. No matter where they stood or from what angle they viewed it, the pillar was dazzling and exuded a terrifyingly oppressive aura. Is the summoning starting? I heard rumors that Owen planned to summon the ancient gods today. I didn't think it was true and with such a massive spectacle. Owen's actions always cause a stir. This seems like just the beginning. That's true. Neither the Celestial nor Loki will take this lying down. The Burning Legion is already mobilized. Who knows what other tricks they'll pull. The array's activation sent shockwaves through factions across the land. Many believed Owen's boldness bordered on recklessness. He's challenging the Celestial directly, leaving no room for compromise. This is far too rash. The Burning Legion is advancing rapidly. Owen's situation doesn't look good. Maybe not for him, but this is great news for us. Our ancestors can also return through this array. That's true. Being used as a pawn isn't ideal, but in this case, it's worth it. Owen really knows how to play his cards. Even as we're being manipulated, we can't help but cooperate with him. Elders from top-tier factions gathered, their opinions on Owen divided, but they unanimously agreed to assist in opposing the Burning Legion and aiding the return of the ancient gods. This was their chance to settle old scores with the Burning Legion. As the time array solidified, Sargeras, the horned and ferocious leader of the Burning Legion, emerged from the Forbidden Zone with his unending army in tow. Behind his towering figure lay a trail of devastation, the corpses of countless mages and forces littered the ground, forming a blood-soaked path. Treading this crimson road, Sargeras roared skyward, his voice shaking the heavens. Only through ultimate destruction can true rebirth arise. This plane is already too decayed, it must be obliterated completely. His voice, devoid of emotion, exploded across the void. Then, the eerie green flames enveloping his body spread outward, igniting flesh and air alike. Within this inferno, the Burning Legion surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Any factions or mages that dared stand in their way were reduced to ashes in the fiery deluge. In the Alchemy Guild, within a luxurious castle, the guild's heiress, Vanessa, was poring over reports on Owen compiled by various factions. The more she learned about Owen, the more pleased she became. Not bad, not bad. There's no one in this world more suited for me than Owen. Vanessa's golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her alabaster skin, while her gleaming eyes radiated passion. She clutched the reports to her chest, her movements causing the gentle sway of her figure, which could captivate even the most restrained observer. Miss, the Burning Legion is approaching our headquarters. Should we allow them passage? A maid hurried in, her expression grave. Vanessa didn't immediately answer but countered with a question of her own. What do you think? Should we let the Burning Legion pass to launch an assault on Emerald Dreamscape, or should we obstruct them? The maid hesitated before replying. Allowing them through would mean fewer problems for us, especially since they're targeting Owen. However, aiding him aligns with his plan to resist the Burning Legion, which could entangle us in significant trouble. Vanessa tapped her chin thoughtfully before breaking into a sly smile. Do I look like someone who avoids trouble? Besides, wouldn't standing out in this battle earn Owen's admiration? Her cheeks flushed as she pondered the prospect, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The maid sighed inwardly. Vanessa, who once made calculated, pragmatic decisions, had become uncharacteristically reckless ever since developing feelings for Owen. Elsewhere, factions across Pure Land from the Holy Magic Academy to the Houston Kingdom rallied their forces, launching fierce counterattacks against the Burning Legion. What was most surprising was the sheer number of ancient factions stepping forward to join the battle. For centuries, many had feared the Burning Legion, cowed by its power and its ties to Loki and the Celestial. But now, galvanized by the ripple effects of Owen's bold actions, these factions were uniting like never before. Chapter 394, The Actions of All Sides. In the wind shadows, Kawazang stared in amazement at the flood of reports pouring in from all directions. Initially, only the top factions had taken action against the Burning Legion, but the momentum had grown into a wildfire. Even smaller forces were now joining the fray. Discussions centered on which forces had resisted the Burning Legion the longest or annihilated the largest numbers of their armies. To many, this resistance had become a badge of honor. Kawazang knew there was only one figure behind this phenomenon, Owen. Clearly, this was part of Owen's strategy. On one hand, he had widely disseminated the news about the impending activation of the Time Array. On the other, he had deliberately created heroic archetypes. Those who opposed the Burning Legion were praised and glorified, with their deeds magnified by Owen's propaganda machine. He had even introduced a merit ranking board. The more members of the Burning Legion someone killed, the higher their rank in the top 10,000 would receive lavish rewards. For fame, for profit, and to emulate the actions of the top-tier factions, countless groups had thrown themselves into this grand conflict. This spectacle, orchestrated from behind the scenes by Owen, had begun. Kawazang couldn't help but marvel. The landscape of Pure Land was undergoing a seismic shift, thanks to Owen's masterful maneuvering. Owen wasn't just a powerful mage with unparalleled talent, his strategic acumen was terrifyingly mature. And to think, he had only recently set foot in Pure Land, yet he was already stirring up storms. Kawazang lifted his gaze to the heavens. While Loki and the Celestial were formidable, at this moment, Owen felt even more fearsome. They had undoubtedly underestimated him. On the mountain peak. As the pillar of light from the Time Array grew ever more radiant, Leslie's expression turned slightly more serious. In the beam, she seemed to glimpse the flow of time, the shifting of galaxies, a vision of the very fabric of spacetime made manifest. The others present also gazed intently at the sight within the pillar, holding their breaths as if beholding something extraordinary. Within the light, order of time and space runes began to emerge, shimmering faintly between the real and the illusory. These runes, ancient and renowned, were said to have been forged by a long-forgotten god who had mastered spacetime, pushing the power of order to its zenith. It was through this order of time and space that temporal anchors had been established across different timelines, preserving them from collapse. Without this god's intervention, the repeated campaigns against the Celestial would have been impossible. Now, these same runes were vital to summoning the ancient gods scattered across the dimensions. Under the watchful eyes of those gathered, the spacetime runes solidified, and blurry silhouettes began to materialize within the array. So these are the remnants of that ancient god's mastery of spacetime. The results speak for themselves, said Jenny, the former lord of the Celestial God Palace, with admiration. Spacetime, the oldest and most mysterious of all orders, was something almost no one could fully comprehend. While the anchors are taking shape, there's no guarantee these beings will fully descend, Ysera remarked, shaking her head. As Loki's daughter, she had long been familiar with these matters. Why is that? Jenny asked, puzzled. Owen is summoning a vast number of ancient gods. For them to respond to the call and fully manifest here requires immense energy and time, Ysera explained. And if they do descend, how long will it take? Owen inquired. He had anticipated complications with the summoning process but hadn't realized the magnitude of the challenges. Ysera studied the flickering silhouettes and said seriously, about 1 week. 1 week. Both Jenny and Verola looked grim. With the Burning Legion continuing to converge, a week's delay would subject them to relentless and brutal assaults. Though Owen had rallied the factions of Pure Land to resist, the sheer numbers of the Burning Legion, combined with the arrival of the Dark Titan Cerberus, spelled dire challenges ahead. Cerberus' strength was cataclysmic, capable of devastating entire realms. Madeline's expression hardened. Even as the Death's calamity, she had no confidence in facing Cerberus directly. Seeing her concern, Owen gently patted her shoulder. What's the status of the surrounding regions? He asked. Madeline collected herself and replied, Brother, the situation currently favors us. Most factions in Pure Land have mobilized to intercept the Burning Legion. The majority of their forces have been held at bay. However, some elite units of the Burning Legion have breached the defenses and entered Emerald Dreamscape. These elite forces are exceptionally dangerous. While we've managed to hold them off for now, it's only a matter of time before our lines falter. Brother, shall we proceed with the second phase of the plan? She looked at Owen expectantly. Owen nodded. Do it. It's time to show Pure Land the might of the Azure Kingdom. While targeting the Burning Legion, Owen aimed to bolster the influence of his kingdom. The destruction of these mindless monsters would significantly enhance the Azure Kingdom's reputation. Madeline clenched her fists with determination. Don't worry, brother. This time, the forces of the Azure Kingdom will not disappoint you. She quickly began issuing orders. With time running out, immediate action was imperative. As Madeline worked methodically, Ysera glanced at Owen with a faint smile. Do you truly believe your Azure Kingdom can withstand the Burning Legion? I must warn you, this is exceedingly dangerous. Though most of the Burning Legion are mindless beasts driven by instinct, those that have breached the lines are intelligent and terrifyingly powerful, she added. Owen acknowledged the truth in her words but remained unwavering in his faith in the Azure Kingdom. Just wait. Time will provide the answer, he replied with a calm demeanor, sharing a knowing look with Leslie. Ysera shrugged lightly. I hope you can surprise me. In Pure Land, the conflict with the Burning Legion reached a fever pitch. The land was littered with battlefields, and while many suffered heavy losses, the Burning Legion faced significant resistance. The once invincible legion was now bogged down in countless skirmishes. As the battle raged on, rumors about Emerald Dreamscape and Owen spread like wildfire. What is Owen thinking, relying on the Azure Kingdom to hold back the Burning Legion? The Azure Kingdom is nothing but a joke. How could they possibly compare to the Burning Legion? Owen's fame notwithstanding, skepticism about the Azure Kingdom's strength abounded. Yet within the Azure Kingdom, Owen's command had ignited a fervor. For years, many factions had lacked opportunities to prove themselves. Now, with their Emperor placing such importance on this moment, they were determined to seize it. The Shadow Clan moved like phantoms in the dark, striking fear into their foes. The Moss Giants roared in unison, forming an impenetrable wall of steel. All across the kingdom, forces mobilized with fiery resolve, ready to face the oncoming storm. Chapter 395, Technological Weapons, the Electromagnetic Cannon. The Dark Elf Queen surveyed the mobilized forces of the Azure Kingdom, her expression growing increasingly serious. Across the battlefield, various factions moved into action. The dragons were the first to strike, their massive forms blotting out the sky. The sheer weight of their overwhelming presence caused the very void to tremble. These majestic creatures, with their colossal wings stirring fierce gales, closed the distance in mere moments, appearing above the Burning Legion. Glaring coldly at the seemingly endless army below, the dragons exuded an aura of merciless slaughter. The Emperor has decreed, no mercy. Their thunderous proclamation echoed through the heavens. Jets of scorching dragon breath erupted from their gaping maws, igniting the battlefield into a hellish inferno. Even the elite forces of the Burning Legion could not withstand this onslaught, disintegrating into ash under the intense heat. Hot on the dragon's heels, the Black Iron Dwarves advanced with their war machines. These humanoid mechs, crafted from rare alloys and adorned with embedded gemstones and intricate magical runes, exuded an unyielding aura of fortitude. As the black iron dwarfs charged forward, the ground beneath them trembled, elemental energies rippling outward. The mechs smashed through the burning legion, leaving devastation in their wake. The dark elf queen and her kin stood in stunned silence, their gazes locked on the spectacle before them. The dragon's immense power was within their understanding, given the ancient and noble lineage of the dragon race. Their magical might, while awe-inspiring, was comprehensible. But the black iron dwarves' alloy-crafted mechs were an enigma, seemingly products of an entirely different civilization. Their operation and principles baffled the elves, yet their raw combat power rivaled that of the dragons. How is this even possible? Meanwhile, the black iron dwarves, piloting their formidable mechs, were intoxicated with excitement, their faces alight with exhilaration. The Emperor was right. These things are devastating real meat grinders on the battlefield. At first, I thought these creatures might pose a challenge, but they can't even scratch the mech's armor. That's all they've got. Crank it up, full throttle, smash them to pieces. Mechs, now this is a man's romance. The Emperor never lies. This is what real men should be playing with, their fervor was palpable. The mechs, inspired by Owen's guidance to develop exoskeleton combat suits, had become the pride of the black iron dwarves. Initially skeptical, the dwarves poured their efforts into the design and eventually fell in love with the concept. Now, on the battlefield, the mechs proved their worth, capable of countering and even suppressing the fearsome burning legion. The spectacle drew the attention of onlookers across pure land. The mechs' unique approach to utilizing magical artifacts was unlike anything they had ever seen, leaving them awestruck. Their amazement only grew as a colossal war machine slowly rolled onto the battlefield. The ground quaked under its massive wheels, the deafening roar of its engines reverberating through the air. Perched atop the immense war machine were the members of the White Tower Tech Guild, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they busily calibrated its systems. At the heart of the machine was a massive railgun-like weapon, its barrel glowing ominously, a weapon clearly designed for destruction. The sheer size and power radiating from the war machine left observers in awe. If the black iron dwarves' mechs had been surprising, the White Tower Tech Guild's contraption promised an even greater spectacle. The Dark Elf Queen, along with Charlotte and others, fixed their attention on the guild's members, curiosity mingling with anticipation. Despite their limited understanding of the weapon's mechanics, they recognized the increasing influence of White Tower Tech Guild on the Azure Kingdom's growth. Amidst the growing anticipation, the guild's president tenderly caressed the barrel of the electromagnetic laser cannon, his expression one of reverent affection. This masterpiece had cost us endless blood, sweat, and mana stones. But today, it will finally reveal its true potential. In the burning legion's ranks, the thousand-eyed demon hovered ominously, its grotesque, bloodshot eyes fixed on the electromagnetic cannon. The writhing tentacles surrounding its eyes twitched, exuding crackling arcs of electricity that formed a dense web of energy, urging the legion forward. Something's wrong. The thousand-eyed demon has locked onto the White Tower Tech Guild. Cries of alarm rippled through the onlookers. The White Tower Tech Guild members were known for their intellect, not their combat prowess. Against the burning legion's hellish troops, their survival seemed impossible. With a deafening roar, the burning legion surged toward the White Tower Tech Guild, their sheer numbers creating an apocalyptic tide of destruction. The ground blackened, flames roared skyward, and a suffocating aura of annihilation enveloped the battlefield. Against this tide of destruction, the guild members remained remarkably calm. Cannon alignment complete. Charging sequence initiated. Target locked. Reports of readiness flowed to the president, whose face flushed with excitement. This is it, our moment of glory. Electromagnetic cannon, let the world know your name. Fire. With a dramatic push of the lever, the cannon erupted into action. The earth trembled violently as arcs of electricity danced across the cannon's barrel, absorbing vast amounts of mana and the pure light elements in the air. In an instant, the cannon's barrel transformed, emitting a blinding white light that expanded rapidly from a pinpoint to the size of a mountain. The resulting beam, impossibly brilliant and fast, tore through the advancing burning legion, annihilating everything in its path. The once unyielding forces of the burning legion disintegrated into green dust, scattered too. The wind. The scene left every spectator dumbfounded. They had anticipated the cannon's power, but this exceeded all expectations. Tens of thousands of burning legion soldiers had been obliterated in a single strike. Unimaginable feat. Even after destroying the legion, the beam surged onward, hurtling directly toward the thousand-eyed demon. The celestial god-tier entity, the stuff of nightmares, was now the target. The battlefield fell silent as all eyes turned to the thousand-eyed demon, its grotesque visage darkened with a mix of disbelief and fury. Its swollen, blood-filled eyes twitched violently, and countless inky black tentacles shot forward like spears, corroding the air itself with their acidic touch. The tentacles collided with the beam, hissing and popping as they disintegrated into viscous sludge. For the first time, the thousand-eyed demon was wounded. Chapter 396, The Two Celestial God Commanders. As the pain of his dissolving tendrils coursed through him, the thousand-eyed demon narrowed his pupils, releasing invisible ripples that finally extinguished the weakening energy beam. Lightning surged across his body as he urged the relentless waves of burning legion soldiers behind him to charge forward with renewed ferocity. These soldiers, the elite of the burning legion, had already suffered massive losses in the earlier skirmishes. Yet, their seemingly infinite numbers meant reinforcements surged forward without pause. Nearby, a hulking red-furred gorilla loomed like a skyscraper. Its colossal fists, resembling enormous hammers, radiated an aura of devastating power. This was the Iron Fist Tyrant, another burning legion commander at the celestial god tier. Behind him, even more burning legion soldiers poured in, each exuding a violent, unrelenting presence. Under the joint leadership of these two celestial god tier commanders, the burning legion unleashed its most elite forces, determined to lay waste to Emerald Dreamscape. The battle raged on, growing ever fiercer. The factions of the Azure Kingdom, working in close cooperation, took turns engaging the burning legion. The fighting was intense, with neither side yielding. Though the Azure Kingdom forces possessed overwhelming power and held a clear advantage, the burning legion seemed inexhaustible, their soldiers charging to their deaths without hesitation. As one wave of legionnaires was obliterated, another surged forward, relentless and unyielding. The blood-soaked conflict continued for 3 grueling days. Despite the prolonged battle, the situation remained a stalemate. During this time, the Azure Kingdom unveiled numerous innovative and formidable techniques, leaving onlookers astounded. Each time the electromagnetic cannon was fired, the sheer destructive force left even seasoned warriors dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Owen's research and emphasis on these non-magical methods could yield such devastating results? At this rate, he could pose a serious threat to high-level mages. Truly remarkable. I initially thought the Azure Kingdom forces were marching to their deaths, but it's clear they were thoroughly prepared. I still think the dragons are more terrifying. Their breath reduces everything to ash's absolute equality under its power. You're all wrong. The Black Iron Dwarves mechs represent the future. The gathered onlookers debated fiercely, each convinced of the superiority of a particular strategy or faction. More importantly, many influential factions across Pure Land became increasingly intrigued by Owen. While others devoted themselves entirely to magic, Owen had been nurturing scientific talent and supporting the White Tower Tech Guild, seemingly anticipating the current situation. If Owen could be brought into their fold perhaps as a son-in-law, their forces would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Thousand-Eyed Demon and the Iron Fist Tyrant, frustrated by their army's inability to break through, shifted their attention directly to the Azure Kingdom's forces. With both commanders enraged, they prepared to unleash their wrath upon the Azure Kingdom's army personally. As they moved to strike, the Dark Elf Queen suddenly appeared in front of the Thousand-Eyed Demon, her tone cold and mocking. Resorting to attacking soldiers directly, how disgraceful for Celestial God tier beings. While many of the Burning Legion soldiers were mindless, the Celestial God tier commander possessed notable intelligence. The Thousand-Eyed Demon, however, remained unmoved, offering no response. His mission was clear: destroy the formation and eliminate Owen at all costs. Any mage who stood in his way would be slaughtered without hesitation. Blades of sharp, cutting energy surged toward the Dark Elf Queen, intent on slicing her to pieces. Just as she prepared to counter, a familiar aura appeared before her, intercepting the deadly assault. Madeline, the Dark Elf Queen, was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Madeline, who was supposed to be with Owen and Leslie, to show up here. Madeline smiled at the Dark Elf Queen. Let me assist you. A Celestial God tier commander of the Burning Legion won't be easy to handle. The Dark Elf Queen shook her head. You should focus on the Iron Fist Tyrant. We can't let them penetrate Emerald Dreamscape and disrupt Owen and Leslie. Madeline replied earnestly, no need. Rachel is there. She's already returned. One day earlier, inside the mountain stronghold, reports flowed in rapidly. Emperor, the Burning Legion's forces have been held outside Emerald Dreamscape. The electromagnetic cannon has been fired again, obliterating 300,000 Burning Legion troops. Emperor, self-destructing elemental constructs have joined the fray. Emperor, the Dragons and Shadow Clan have eliminated 10 Burning Legion captains. The steady stream of good news left Ysera in disbelief. The Azure Kingdom forces were not only holding the line but were actively pushing back the Burning Legion's vanguard. This was something she had previously deemed impossible, given the vast disparity in power between the two sides. Furthermore, many of the techniques and tactics being reported were unlike anything she had ever seen or heard of, clearly innovations by Owen. Taking a deep breath, Ysera turned to Owen, who remained calm and composed. While you've gained a significant advantage, the Thousand-Eyed Demon and Iron Fist Tyrant are still at large. They're the most dangerous and formidable foes in this invasion. If they aren't neutralized, the Burning Legion will continue to pour into this battlefield. Endlessly, these two commanders were not ordinary celestial gods. Their combat prowess bordered on god-marked celestial god levels. With Owen and Leslie required to oversee the formation, they couldn't intervene, leaving the battlefield vulnerable to these two monsters. Brother, let me handle it. Madeline stepped forward, volunteering. Since awakening as Death's Calamity, she had yet to truly demonstrate her full power. Ysera shook her head slightly. Though Madeline possessed great potential, her growth as Death's Calamity was incomplete. Her current strength was only equivalent to that of a celestial god, far from sufficient to take on these two commanders. To her surprise, however, Owen nodded and said, very well. But you'll work with the Dark Elf Queen. Madeline beamed with excitement at the first part of his response but pouted at the second. Brother, I'm strong enough to handle this on my own. I'll prove it to you. Owen gently ruffled her hair. If you and the Dark Elf Queen manage to defeat the Thousand-Eyed Demon, I'll consider this your coming-of-age task. How about that? Madeline's eyes lit up. Deal. And if I succeed, you and Leslie can't treat me like a child anymore. Leslie chuckled softly. All right. Madeline cheered. I won't let you down. Just watch, I'm amazing. Her enthusiasm momentarily paused as she asked, but if the Dark Elf Queen and I deal with the Thousand-Eyed Demon, who will handle the Iron Fist Tyrant? Suddenly, a sultry voice echoed through the air. Leave him to me. The seductive tone sent ripples through the hearts of everyone present, their emotions briefly swayed. All eyes turned toward the source, where the space before Owen shimmered, revealing a mesmerizing figure. Her flowing hair undulated like gentle waves, and her gaze, as soft as a clear spring, seemed to melt the hearts of those who met it. Her flawless beauty and enchanting presence captivated everyone. Rachel, she had returned. Chapter 397, Bloodline of the Succubus Progenitor. All eyes turned to Rachel as she appeared. Her aura of innate allure and bewitching charm radiated from deep within, like the most potent aphrodisiac, causing those present to flush with desire and lose themselves in her presence. Even individuals like Leslie, Ysera, and Madeline, themselves striking women, couldn't help but gaze at Rachel in astonishment. Despite being women, their senses were momentarily distorted by the intoxicating aura of her charm. The aura of the Succubus Progenitor. Leslie exclaimed in mild shock. You've broken through to the celestial god tier. Rachel's starlight, radiant eyes twinkled as she nodded, replying. By a stroke of fortune, yes. I owe it to the path you and Owen showed me. Under normal circumstances, even in the flourishing times of a new era, it would have been nearly impossible for her to break through to celestial god tier. Such a breakthrough demanded not just dense mana but also an understanding of the infinite order of the universe. This step was achieved through the dual support of the flame of desire and the tree of world. Following Owen and Leslie, Rachel silently cultivated and comprehended the mysteries of existence across countless cycles of reincarnation. Now, she had finally broken through. Owen's expression betrayed a flash of disbelief. While others couldn't grasp the depth of Rachel's words, he understood. During his and Leslie's secluded cultivation through reincarnation, Rachel had quietly followed, as if silently witnessing their bond. Yet Rachel bore the bloodline of the Succubus Progenitor. Now, upon breaking through to celestial god tier, she had become the new Succubus Progenitor. Individuals with such a bloodline were naturally passionate and alluring. Her very physique exerted an irresistible pull on any man. Being with her brought unparalleled benefits, souls would be refined and elevated, and even the physical body and innate talents would undergo qualitative transformations. Such effects were beyond the reach of any natural treasure. Previously, the headmaster of Melodic Academy had spared no effort in nurturing her with precisely this in mind. Now, as the Succubus Progenitor, Rachel had reached full maturity. At the same time, her power had surged dramatically. Though she had only recently ascended to celestial god tier, her combat capabilities far surpassed the tier. Rachel, you look absolutely stunning. Madeline excitedly dashed into Rachel's arms, gazing up at her in admiration. During Owen and Leslie's periods of seclusion and action, it was Rachel who had accompanied her. Madeline felt deeply attached to her. Rachel gently patted Madeline's back and playfully rolled her enchanting eyes. What's this? You're still acting like a child even after your bloodline transformation. Madeline stuck out her tongue playfully. Rachel shook her head slightly before shifting her gaze to Owen and smiling. After so much time in seclusion, it's time to stretch my legs. Leave that celestial god tier Iron Fist Tyrant to me. Ysera glanced at Rachel skeptically and asked, the Iron Fist Tyrant's strength is near that of a god-marked celestial god. Are you sure you can handle him? Rachel chuckled, a strange gleam flashing in her mesmerizing eyes. Ysera, do you think I'm beautiful? Ysera's mind wavered, as if she saw Leslie gazing at her with deep affection. Subconsciously, she murmured. Beautiful. The moment the words left her mouth, Ysera snapped back to reality, cold sweat beating on her flawless forehead. Had Rachel struck at that moment, Ysera wouldn't have had time to react. And she, a celestial god, a woman no less, had been utterly unable to resist Rachel's seductive aura. For a moment, she had even imagined Rachel as Leslie. So this is the terror of the Succubus Progenitor. Truly irresistible, regardless of gender. Ysera exclaimed, acknowledging the overwhelming dominance of Rachel's presence, which surpassed most other special bloodlines and physiques. Without paying Ysera further attention, Rachel turned and left. Yet, even after her departure, many in the room continued to stare in the direction she had gone, unable to recover from the lingering spell of her presence. A succubus progenitor, if she were to establish a cult, she'd have every member utterly devoted, willing to die for her, Owen murmured, marveling at the power of her bloodline to twist minds and spirits alike. Leslie smiled at Owen, her gaze playful. You seem very intrigued by the succubus progenitor. Why not let her help you control the Azure Kingdom? Owen chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head vigorously. Not at all, you're overthinking it. Though he indeed found the succubus progenitor's bloodline fascinating, it was mere curiosity, nothing more. You're saying Rachel has emerged from seclusion, broken through to celestial god tier, and fully awakened the bloodline of the succubus progenitor. The Dark Elf Queen's pupils contracted as she quickly sought confirmation of the news from Madeline. Madeline nodded. Rachel always had traces of the succubus progenitor's bloodline. Staying in my brother's pocket dimension allowed her to finally break through to celestial god tier. Now, we're under much less pressure. The time array was intricate, and according to Ysera, it would take 7 days to summon the gods from across time and space. Only 3 days had passed. The Dark Elf Queen suddenly asked, Rachel is quite fond of Owen, isn't she? Madeline blinked in confusion. How do you know that? The Dark Elf Queen had never interacted with Rachel. How could she possibly know? The Queen smirked knowingly. Awakening the true aura of the succubus progenitor, Owen has gained quite the treasure. As an ancient being, the Dark Elf Queen understood the uniqueness of such a bloodline. Meanwhile, the battlefield was in chaos as the Iron Fist Tyrant, Thousand-Eyed Demon, and others clashed, shaking the heavens. Rachel's newfound strength would soon tip the scales in a conflict that would decide the fate of the realm. As the deadly assault descended, the dragon breaths unleashed by the Dragon Princess and Audrey were instantly obliterated by the sheer force of the Iron Fist Tyrant's punches, reduced to nothing like eggs shattering against an unyielding stone. Seeing their attacks effortlessly neutralized, the Iron Fist Tyrant smirked cruelly. The terrifying energy emanating from his fists intensified, its mere shockwaves causing countless onlookers to shudder as they sensed the stench of death. Chapter 398, Warriors, Fight for Me. As the deadly assault descended, the dragon breaths unleashed by the Dragon Princess and Audrey were instantly obliterated by the sheer force of the Iron Fist Tyrant's punches, reduced to nothing like eggs shattering against an unyielding stone. Seeing their attacks effortlessly neutralized, the Iron Fist Tyrant smirked cruelly. The terrifying energy emanating from his fists intensified, its mere shockwaves causing countless onlookers to shudder as they sensed the stench of death. The Iron Fist Tyrant's attack left no room for mercy. Even an average celestial god mage would be unable to withstand such a terrifying blow, destined to be shredded instantly. At that moment, the Dragon Princess and Audrey also felt the overwhelming threat of death emanating from the punch. Both drew deep breaths, activating their bloodline magic. Ancient light arrays materialized before them, glowing brilliantly as mana surged in response to their incantations in the ancient dragon tongue. Under the tide of mana, the arrays grew brighter and sturdier, reinforced by every ounce of power they could muster. Yet, when these formidable defenses met the incoming fist, they quickly shattered. Cracks spread across their surfaces, and the arrays disintegrated. Both women were thrown back, coughing blood, their faces pale as death. Despite the fierce resistance, the punch surged forward, unhindered, barreling toward them with lethal force. With their defenses shattered and facing the prospect of taking the blow head-on, they closed their eyes, bracing for death. Yet, just as the attack was about to land, a ghostly figure appeared before them, intercepting the fatal strike. Opening their eyes in disbelief, the Dragon Princess and Audrey found Rachel standing before them, shielding them from the deadly attack. Both were stunned, particularly the Dragon Princess, who had once been friends with Rachel. The Iron Fist Tyrant was a true celestial god mage, approaching the power of a god-marked celestial god. His full-strength attack was terrifying. How could Rachel possibly block it? And yet, she did, seemingly without much effort. The devastating fist, capable of obliterating everything in its path, had been stopped by a single, slender finger from Rachel. Both the Dragon Princess and Audrey, sensing something extraordinary, stared at Rachel's back in shock. Celestial God, you reached celestial god tier. For them, it was a dreamlike, almost fantastical event. The Dragon Princess vividly remembered how Rachel's tier was similar to hers when Rachel had been defeated and threatened by Owen upon entering the Covenant. Yet now, Rachel had surpassed her by an incredible margin, even achieving the celestial god tier she had long coveted. It was inconceivable. Audrey, recalling Rachel's time spent by Owen's side, could only conclude that Rachel's breakthrough to celestial god tier must have something to do with him. Rachel, the Dragon Princess and Audrey both cried out in astonishment. Rachel glanced back at them and smiled. It's been a while. Her radiant smile stunned them into silence. It pierced their hearts, leaving them momentarily mesmerized. The other mages observing the battlefield were similarly captivated by Rachel's appearance. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her aura was intoxicating, drawing them into her presence like moths to a flame. To them, she was the epitome of perfection, the white moonlight of their hearts. Yet this overwhelming sensation soon triggered alarm, snapping them back to their senses. What's going on with Rachel? Why is the aura emanating from her so strange? Many mages began whispering among themselves. The Dragon Princess and Audrey also regained their composure. Recalling the peculiar sensation that had gripped their hearts earlier, the Dragon Princess couldn't help but ask, your bloodline has awakened. Rachel nodded. I have Owen and Lady Leslie to thank for it. But enough talk for now. Let's deal with this fellow first. With that, Rachel shifted her gaze to the Iron Fist Tyrant. The Iron Fist Tyrant stared back at her intently. Despite sensing that Rachel's tier was far below his, the unique aura emanating from her made him feel an unshakable sense of danger deep within. This woman was no ordinary foe. Sensing the threat, the Iron Fist Tyrant showed no hesitation, leaping into the air. The sheer force of his movement shattered the ground beneath him as he surged toward Rachel. Meanwhile, the Burning Legion's forces roared forward like an unstoppable tide. Rachel, be careful. The Dragon Princess and Audrey cried out in warning. Rachel, however, remained calm. Don't worry, leave this to me. She spread a wave of unique energy that instantly engulfed the surrounding Burning Legion. Come, my warriors, fight for me. Her low, sultry voice carried a bewitching charm, reverberating across the battlefield. The Burning Legion, moments ago charging at Rachel, suddenly turned, their movements frenzied. Without hesitation, they launched themselves at the Iron Fist Tyrant. The Iron Fist Tyrant, poised to unleash a lethal strike, was stunned to see his army turning against him in a wild frenzy of attacks. The sight left the onlookers, many of whom had assumed Rachel's imminent defeat, utterly dumbfounded. The Burning Legion, known for their unwavering obedience, had been completely manipulated by Rachel. How is this possible? The Burning Legion obey her commands. What kind of power does she possess? Amidst the chaos, several ancient mages finally recognized the unique bloodline she bore. The succubus progenitor. Only the bloodline of the succubus progenitor could achieve this level of control. The realization spread like wildfire. The succubus progenitor bloodline was legendary, known for its unparalleled allure and manipulation. For years, no one bearing this bloodline had appeared, let alone someone who could wield its full power. This explains why I was mesmerized at first glance. It wasn't my weakle, it was her overwhelming charm. She's commanding the Burning Legion itself. Is there anything she can't do? As Rachel's bloodline became widely known, the astonishment around her only grew. Few had known of her existence before, as she rarely appeared alongside Owen. Amidst the turmoil, the Iron Fist tyrant launched a barrage of meteoric punches, each strike obliterating the countless burning Legion warriors who now shielded Rachel with their lives. Yet no matter how devastating the attacks, Rachel's controlled forces surged forward, unyielding, sacrificing themselves to protect her. The Iron Fist tyrant's lips twitched in frustration. It wasn't the loss of his forces that enraged him, it was the realization that he'd been outplayed, coupled with his inability to muster anger toward Rachel's enchanting face. Realizing the futility of recovering his forces, the Iron Fist tyrant's strikes grew even more ferocious. Meteors of energy rained down on Rachel, their speed and density leaving no room for evasion. Rachel, however, did not retreat. Instead, she activated her mana, black wings unfurling from her back. With a single powerful flap, she soared directly into the storm of punches, moving with astonishing speed. Her awakening as the succubus progenitor had enhanced not only her mental prowess and irresistible charm but also her combat abilities. Underestimating her would come at a steep price. Seeing Rachel charge headlong into his attack, the Iron Fist tyrant intensified his barrage, leaving no openings for counterattacks. Yet Rachel did not flinch. She met the onslaught head-on, her will unwavering. Chapter 399, Gods, Descend Upon Us. Under a sky as clear as a polished sapphire, Rachel, now embodying the dark succubus, moved her thoughts, and countless shadowy clones surged from the black shadows behind her. These shadows collided with the incoming fist strikes, annihilating them one by one, creating a terrifying asteroid belt between her and the Iron Fist tyrant. The chaos reached its zenith as violent energies clashed and erupted, creating ripples of destruction that spread in all directions. The void itself was reduced to swirling chaotic energy. With each relentless impact, the fist strikes disintegrated into nothingness, leaving onlookers in stunned silence as they witnessed the collapsing and imploding void. Although Rachel and the Iron Fist tyrant were both celestial god tier mages, their battle released energy waves nearing the level of god-marked celestial gods. Simply spectating made many feel the chill of death encroaching upon them. As their energies clashed and extinguished one another, the Iron Fist tyrant prepared to strike again. But suddenly, Rachel's pupils contracted. A peculiar wave of seductive energy shot from her eyes, piercing directly into the Iron Fist tyrant's gaze. For a moment, his vision blurred, and he seemed to see his destined one and awe-inspiring and towering Cerberus. Cerberus. In the Iron Fist tyrant's eyes, the image of Cerberus was overwhelming, radiating a magnetism that rendered him utterly captivated. At that moment, the only thought in his mind was to kneel before Cerberus and accept his favor. To the astonishment of the onlookers, this hulking, muscular Iron Fist tyrant suddenly knelt before Rachel. His eyes were filled with longing, as if he would willingly do anything she commanded. What's happening? The Iron Fist tyrant has been bewitched. But he's a celestial god with the added power of Cerberus' fell energy. How could this happen? Many could hardly believe what they were seeing. Rachel, however, could clearly sense the strange fluctuations within the Iron Fist tyrant's mind. Is he mistaking me for Cerberus? Rachel's lips twitched slightly. She understood her physique could evoke the deepest desires within a being's heart. This giant has a thing for his leader. The thought of such a scenario, even with Rachel's composure, was almost too absurd to entertain. Shaking off the mental image, Rachel condensed her spiritual energy into a massive blade that slashed through the void, striking the Iron Fist tyrant squarely on the forehead. The blade cleaved directly into his soul. Caught off guard, his soul was split in two, sizzling and dissolving into black smoke before vanishing entirely. Reeling from the unprecedented soul injury, the Iron Fist tyrant's expression twisted in agony. His face and body contorted grotesquely, his aura spiraling into chaos. Taking advantage of his instability, Rachel launched a relentless series of attacks, leaving him no room to counter. With a final, resounding wail of pain, rage, and despair, the Iron Fist tyrant's body exploded into countless fragments. The Iron Fist tyrant had fallen. The spectators were stunned. No one had anticipated such a swift end to the battle. The Iron Fist tyrant, a celestial god mage in the vanguard of the Burning Legion, had been a nightmare for the Pure Land, slaughtering countless mages during their invasions. Many had devised countless plans to eliminate him, but in the end, he had perished at Rachel's hands. On another battlefield, the fight between Madeline, the Dark Elf Queen, and the Thousand-Eyed Demon had reached a fever pitch. Unlike Rachel's overwhelming prowess, their battle was grueling. Both women bore injuries, their gowns stained with blood. The Thousand-Eyed Demon wasn't faring much better, his massive eye riddled with crimson cracks as though it might shatter at any moment. Neither Madeline nor the Dark Elf Queen were ordinary mages. Madeline's deadly aura inflicted wounds on the demon that left permanent scars, defying his impressive regenerative abilities. Exchanging a glance, the two women shared a resolute determination to finish the fight. While the Dark Elf Queen unleashed ancient dark magic, turning the battlefield into an inky abyss that stripped the Thousand-Eyed Demon of his senses, Madeline seized the opportunity. Clutching a staff radiating grey destructive energy, she intoned. Whirlpool of death. Her eyes glowed with a dark, fog-like light as a black vortex formed in her palm and shot toward the Thousand-Eyed Demon like a bullet. The vortex struck its target, and the demon's flesh and blood began to rot and twist, merging with the vortex as though being consumed by it. The pain from his decaying body drove the Thousand-Eyed Demon into a frenzied rage, his blood vessels bulging grotesquely before bursting in a grotesque spray of blood. The stench filled the battlefield, causing the observing mages to recoil in discomfort there. Skin crawling, the demon's cries of agony echoed, growing weaker with each passing moment. Finally, his aura dissipated entirely, leaving both Madeline and the Dark Elf Queen sighing in relief. The Thousand-Eyed Demon had fallen. With the deaths of two celestial god-tier leaders of the Burning Legion, shockwaves rippled through the hearts of all who witnessed the event. These two mages had been pillars of the Burning Legion's power, unrivaled forces in any faction, yet here they were, annihilated by the Azure Kingdom. No one had anticipated such an outcome. The Burning Legion, which should have overwhelmed the Azure Kingdom, had instead suffered a devastating defeat. Who would have thought the Azure Kingdom's strength had grown to such terrifying levels? And Owen and Leslie didn't even intervene. The Azure Kingdom alone managed to counter the Burning Legion. We completely underestimated them. If Owen and Leslie joined the fight, the Azure Kingdom's strength might surpass all other factions. Indeed, the Azure Kingdom may already be on its way to becoming the most powerful force in the Pure Land. As the Burning Legion's remnants were eradicated, whispers of the Azure Kingdom's unprecedented display of power spread. The performance of the Azure Kingdom was nothing short of extraordinary, earning the respect and awe of all who witnessed it. Yet, as everyone knew, this was only the beginning. At that moment, the pillar of light rising from the emerald dreamscape grew even more brilliant. Colorful beams of light cascaded down from the heavens. Seeing this, everyone's hearts trembled. The summoned gods are returning. Eyes turned toward the light pillar as figures descended from the heavens. Ancestor, that's the figure of our ancestor. They're returning. The god of alchemy, he's coming back. The god of forge is returning as well. The Lord of Mo is on his way. One by one, they recognized familiar figures in the descending light. These were their ancestors and predecessors, legendary figures who had once dominated entire eras. Their return would undoubtedly elevate the factions of the Pure Land to unimaginable heights. Chapter 400, Cerberus' advice. The gods are descending. News of this spread like wildfire across the Pure Land, affecting every faction. For the more powerful and established factions, this was a moment of triumph. The returning gods were their champions, powerful beyond measure, and their arrival would only amplify the influence of these factions. Meanwhile, the struggling and fading factions saw this as a beacon of hope. Their current circumstances were dire, with threats such as the Celestial, the trickster god Loki, and Sargers of the Burning Legion looming over them. However, the return of their mighty ancestors could reverse their fortunes, even restoring them to their former glory. As factions across the Pure Land rejoiced, the tension at the Emerald Dreamscape reached a peak. On one of its peaks, Owen suddenly vanished from sight. Before anyone could register what had happened, Leslie's expression turned grave. Her usually calm and radiant eyes now carried a rare trace of worry as she gazed out into the void beyond the Emerald Dreamscape. The previously tranquil void began to seethe with restless energy, like an approaching tide of death. As the aura surged closer, figures of the Burning Legion appeared. These towering beings exuded a far more terrifying presence than the earlier hell flames. Behind them, a twisted portal materialized, warping the space around it with its malevolent energy. Owen reappeared, staring at the 100-meter portal with a solemn expression. The Burning Legion Sargeras, he murmured softly, if you've come, then show yourself. As his words faded, a pair of fearsome demon horns emerged from the portal, followed by a massive body radiating overwhelming pressure. The very sight of Sargeras made many feel as though they were trapped in a nightmare. Even their mana wavered in his presence. Sargeras, the leader of the Burning Legion, has truly arrived. It's said he's a throned celestial, standing at the pinnacle of celestial god tier. With the addition of fell energy, he's among the strongest of his rank. Can Owen really stand against him? Who knows? Both of them are extraordinary. Until they truly clash, it's impossible to predict the outcome. Owen is undoubtedly a peerless genius, unmatched in talent and combat ability. But against such overwhelming power, even he might not stand a chance. I hope Owen can win, but it's not going to be easy. After all, his opponent is Sargeras. Across the Pure Land, countless mages speculated and debated. From the most powerful celestial god tier mages to the weakest apprentices, all eyes were fixed on this unfolding confrontation. Owen's victory would ensure the safety of the Time Array, allowing the return of their ancestors and predecessors. But failure would mean its destruction and the permanent loss of their hopes. As Sargeras emerged fully from the portal, his gaze locked on Owen. The greatest genius of the age is Owen. A faint smile played on his lips, as though he knew Owen intimately. Owen, in turn, studied the towering ruler of the Burning Legion. As a throned celestial, Sargeras had reached the apex of celestial god tier, standing just shy of the ultimate threshold. Even the trickster god Loki couldn't fully control someone of Sargeras' caliber. His strength was simply too overwhelming. Their eyes met, and sparks seemed to fly. The auras surrounding them surged violently, colliding like roaring tides. After a moment of silent tension, Sargeras spoke, his tone serious. You are as powerful and unfathomable as the rumors claim, perhaps even more so. It seems you've been underestimated. Owen remained composed. If you retreat now, perhaps we could even become allies. Allies, Sargeras chuckled, a lofty and ancient notion. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his face before his gaze sharpened. It would be a shame for someone like you to die here. Abandon the Time Array and join me. Together, we can reshape this world. What do you say? Sargeras extended an olive branch. Owen's thoughts briefly turned to Leslie, Madeline, Rachel, and the others. His eyes firmed as he shook his head resolutely. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. If you refuse, you will die by my hand, Sargeras said gravely. Unfazed, Owen replied, I won't deny that you're among the strongest I've encountered. But if Loki couldn't kill me, neither can you. At this, fell energy swirled in Sargeras' hand, forming a massive green flaming sword that he pointed at Owen. By defending the Time Array, do you realize you're only paving the way for others? The gods returning from the eras past are powerful beyond measure. Even the Lord of Stars couldn't truly command them. They won't obey you. Owen merely smiled faintly. He had already considered this possibility. He wasn't maintaining the Time Array for their allegiance. His goal was to complete the system's mission, summon the goddess of beauty and obtain the system's reward, the flame sword, the weapon of Surtur the fire giant. It would allow him to open Pandora's box, the source of Owen's hope. Seeing Owen's calm demeanor, Sargeras frowned slightly. This gains you nothing. Why persist? Even if you don't die by my hand, the Celestial in the Forbidden Zone won't let you live. Sargeras' eyes gleamed with killing intent. Owen squinted, a hint of amusement in his gaze. With both the Celestial and the Forbidden Zone targeting me, it seems I'm destined to die. No faction strong enough to oppose them both exists. Sargeras nodded slightly. To be targeted by both is a testament to your brilliance as the greatest genius of all time. Not even the God of Light, the Lord of Stars, or the War Goddess legends of countless eras could achieve that. Sargeras' tone grew icy. My attack is merely the beginning. To the Celestial in the Forbidden Zone, the returning gods are nothing but a rabble. You, however, are the real threat. Dying by my hand should be your honor. As he spoke, his aura surged explosively, spreading waves of oppressive fell energy across the void. The Emerald Dreamscape trembled, cracked spider webbing through its once pristine surface. Owen, calm as ever, raised his hand and beckoned mockingly. If you want to kill me, go ahead and try. Sargeras burst into laughter, his fell flaming sword blazing brighter than ever. Meanwhile, Owen gripped the Godslayer's sword, his aura surging skyward to meet Sargeras'. The two forces collided, splitting the heavens in two, dark clouds swirling as lightning flashed and thunder roared. Spectators held their breath, unable to tear their eyes away from the battle about to erupt, knowing this clash would go down in history. If it weren't for the hostile energy, you'd think they were friends having a heated debate. Ysera commented in surprise. After all, in her memory, Sargeras was a destroyer, one who spoke only of annihilation. For him to exchange so many words was utterly out of character. There's something unusual about this, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Chapter 401, The Return of the Goddess of Beauty. While others marveled at Sargeras' unusually talkative behavior, only Leslie kept her focus entirely on Owen. Something about him felt different, subtle, yet undeniable. Owen, what are you really up to? Leslie's unease grew as she watched him. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the tension between Owen and Sargeras reached its zenith. Almost simultaneously, they struck. Sargeras wielded his fell blade, its cold, ruthless light slicing through the air. With a single step forward, he unleashed a blade light so vast it tore the heavens asunder. Within this river of destruction radiated an aura of annihilation, reducing everything in its path to ashes. One swing, and the stars shattered. The heavens darkened as the terrifying attack loomed. The onlookers felt the chill of death creeping closer, knowing that even a glancing blow from this attack meant obliteration. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming power, Owen stood firm, gripping the Godslayer's sword. With a single swing, he unleashed the supreme sword, a strike of absolute dominance. Unstoppable, inevitable. With Owen's growing power and the gradual unsealing of the Godslayer's sword, this ancient celestial weapon had reached new heights of potency in his hands. The supreme sword's power now eclipsed anything it had achieved before. As its blade carved through the void, it left behind a blinding trail of light, illuminating the darkened sky tainted by Sargeras' fell energy. The sheer brilliance of the sword eclipsed all else, forcing everyone to squint as their vision filled with a radiant white glow, obscuring the battle. Boom! The world trembled as Owen's sword light clashed with Cerberus's fell energy. The resulting collision annihilated the surrounding void, leaving behind a chaotic black hole that devoured everything within reach: void fragments, chaotic energy, and even the residual battle energy. Seeing his attack nullified, Cerberus's face betrayed a hint of surprise. The fell energy in his hand transformed into a massive demonic hand, which he hurled at Owen with the black hole in its grip. The black hole streaked through the void, tearing it apart and leaving a trail of darkness in its wake. Witnessing this harrowing spectacle, the onlookers gasped in horror. Cerberus truly lived up to his reputation as the Burning Legion's leader. His strength was despair-inducing. Owen, however, remained composed. Facing the incoming black hole, he quickly formed a terrifying hand seal. Light dark seals. In an instant, intertwined beams of black and white light surged forth, resembling two massive serpents coiling together as they shot toward the black hole. Boom! The two forces collided again, and the shockwave momentarily robbed everyone of their senses. It wasn't until the obliterating ripples dissipated that the spectators regained clarity. Both Owen and Cerberus bore minor injuries, but their regenerative abilities quickly restored them as they resumed their relentless clash. Each collision generated waves of destruction so powerful they seemed capable of ending the world. As their battle reached a fever pitch, the time array, which had been steadily accumulating power, suddenly emitted a gentle glow. A rippling wave spread outward like water, enveloping the battlefield. Amid the interweaving light and shadows, ancient figures began to descend. Attention quickly shifted from the battle to the light pillar of the time array. Figures emerging from across time and space captured everyone's focus. Cheers erupted as factions recognized their ancestors returning. The Alchemy Guild welcomes the return of the God of Alchemy. The Secret Order welcomes the return of the God of Mysteries. The Triad Alliance welcomes the return of the Dark Emperor. The scene was one of jubilation. Among the returning ancient powerhouses, nearly all were celestial god-tier mages, with many bearing the god mark, their foreheads adorned with runes that warped the surrounding void. Over a dozen were throned celestials, their every move resonating deeply with the fabric of time and space. They're finally back. The returning celestial gods opened their eyes, gazing upon the mortal world with smiles. Their long exile in the void of time had left them restless. Now, they felt as though they had returned to a safe haven. Among the celestial gods, a woman's figure emerged at the forefront like a blossoming flower. Her golden hair flowed like shimmering waves, her porcelain skin radiated with a rosy glow, and her features were so perfect they seemed sculpted by the gods themselves. As she stepped out of the time array, flowers bloomed in the void with each of her steps, releasing a fragrance that soothed the soul. All who laid eyes on her felt a refreshing warmth, their mind power significantly enhanced. The breathtaking woman, surrounded by countless flowers, surveyed the world with a soft smile. Oh, what a beautiful new world. I, Venus, goddess of beauty, have returned. The declaration left the Pure Land's inhabitants stunned. The goddess of beauty, Venus. Wasn't she the daughter of the god of light? The god of light was a name known across the Pure Land, a legendary figure who had once stood against the celestial. Now, his daughter, a throned celestial, had returned, radiating an aura that left everyone trembling. Boom. At that moment, Venus and the other returning gods were drawn to the battle's explosive energy. The destructive waves of Owen and Cerberus's fight were impossible to ignore. Turning their gazes to the battlefield, their expressions grew solemn. Cerberus, the Burning Legion's leader, a throned celestial known for his unparalleled destructive power, was locked in a seemingly even battle with a mere celestial god-tier individual. How is this possible? Even the newly returned throne celestials doubted their ability to face Cerberus. His strength was unparalleled among throne celestials, the pinnacle of power. Venus herself was stunned. She prided herself on her extraordinary talent, surpassing many. Yet even she couldn't imagine challenging Cerberus while still at celestial god tier, let alone fighting him to a standstill. Who is this man? Her gaze locked onto Owen, and her heart trembled. The techniques Owen used were unmistakable: infinite light, the signature magic of her father, the god of light. And not just that, he was also wielding the eternal seal, a signature technique of the Lord of Stars. These techniques, though slightly evolved, bore an undeniable connection to the originals. When did the Pure Land produce someone like him? As she pondered, Owen and Cerberus clashed once more, their blows ripping through time and space. Both were sent flying by the resulting shockwave. Venus, watching Owen stabilize himself midair, asked seriously, "Do you know my father?" Owen glanced at her, instantly recognizing the goddess of beauty, Venus. She was indeed a matchless beauty, living up to her name. But focusing on her appearance would be a grave mistake. What truly defined Venus wasn't her beauty but her unmatched talent. She had once been the fastest woman to ascend to celestial god tier, a record possibly broken by Leslie. Yet now, as a throned celestial, she stood peerless among women, a true legend in her own right. Chapter 402, the system reward for the goddess of beauty's return. Taking a deep breath, Owen collected his thoughts about the goddess of beauty in her background. Meeting her gaze, he nodded. The god of light is my predecessor. He has been a tremendous help to me. As Owen spoke of Venus, the various factions resisting the celestial watched eagerly. Owen had long been recognized by the god of light, Lord of Stars, and War Goddess, and many factions already viewed him and Venus as the leaders of their resistance against the celestial. In their eyes, the union of Venus and Owen would be a boon not only to their cause but also to the future. As rare prodigies, their offspring would undoubtedly combine their unparalleled strengths and talents. Now, their long-awaited meeting had finally taken place. Watching the two stand side by side, they seemed like a match made in heaven. Venus, however, ignored the unusual gazes directed at them and focused entirely on Owen. She asked with curiosity, "Where is my father now?" Previously, she had been lost in the void of time and space, attempting to return but ambushed along the way. As a result, she had missed the last gathering of the resistance. Now that she was back, her foremost concern was her father's whereabouts. Though she was well aware of her father's immense power, she also understood his temperament, easily swayed by emotion, especially his hatred for the celestial. Owen looked at her, his expression growing solemn. The god of light and the Lord of Stars went to confront the god of deities to challenge the celestial. Where they are now, I cannot say. From the fragments of information Owen had pieced together, it seemed that the god of light and the Lord of Stars had failed in their mission after all. The millennial cataclysm had occurred. However, failure didn't necessarily mean death. Hearing this, Venus's elegant brows furrowed deeply. She knew her father's strength well. He was a towering mountain, an indomitable force. Even throned celestials couldn't stand against him. His power was almost otherworldly. But had he really failed? The joy of returning to the present world vanished in an instant. A cold, killing intent surged from Venus, spreading like a tide and chilling the very air. Her anxiety and agitation showed as her hands clenched into fists, her lips trembling and pale. Seeing Venus's turbulent emotions, Owen quickly spoke. "There's no need to worry too much. They had prepared for this moment. As for their current status and location, you could ask him. Cerberus must know." Venus immediately turned her icy gaze to Cerberus. As one of the Celestial's enforcers, it was almost certain that Cerberus knew the whereabouts of the God of Light. Where is my father now? Her cold, sword-like gaze twisted the very fabric of space. Even those merely touched by the residual force felt a bone-chilling cold seep into their bones. Cerberus, however, remained indifferent under her glare. He is dead. His tone was devoid of emotion, a statement of fact. The words sent shockwaves through the pure land. The God of Light has fallen. The sheer magnitude of this revelation was staggering. The God of Light, once a peerless genius and unmatched combatant, was now declared dead. Impossible. My father could never fall, Cerberus calmly explained. He wouldn't have, under normal circumstances, but to protect the retreat of the Lord of Stars and the War Goddess, he stood alone against the Celestials' armies. Even with his near-immortal power, do you think he could have survived? The hearts of those listening sank. Cerberus had no reason to lie, and with the millennial cataclysm underway, they dared not think further. If the God of Light has fallen, then Cerberus, you will perish here as well. Hundreds of celestial god-tier mages, freshly summoned through the time array, turned their wrathful gazes to Cerberus. Among them, a throned celestial wearing an ornate golden robe stepped forward, his aura exuding power and nobility. It was the god of alchemy, a throned celestial of the Alchemy Guild. The Alchemy Guild erupted into cheers at his appearance, while others regarded him with solemn respect. Known for his terrifying strength and close friendship with the God of Light, his presence made the air crackle with tension. Cerberus met the God of Alchemy's fierce gaze with calm indifference. You alone lack the power to kill me. Though they were both throned celestials, Cerberus' strength was augmented by the fell energy of the celestial, making him nearly invincible in this realm. Indeed, killing Cerberus is no simple task, a serene voice suddenly interrupted. A dreamlike figure, as ethereal as the night sky, appeared. At the sight of this figure, Cerberus' expression turned grave, a stark contrast to his earlier indifference toward the God of Alchemy. Owen's eyes also narrowed as he observed this unusual figure. Unlike the others, it had no physical body and existed entirely as a soul. The Soul Reaper, or rather, a victim cursed into this non-human state by the Celestial. Born with an unparalleled talent for soul magic, he had been cursed by the Celestial until his body decayed, leaving only his ever-strengthening soul. He was the only celestial god known to have ascended the throne celestial purely through his soul. His exact power was a mystery. More concerning was his organization, the White Tower Tech Guild, known for its clandestine research and influence. Even Middle-earth's branch was merely one of many. Cerberus addressed him cautiously. Soul Reaper, your soul has grown stronger. But even so, your combined strength is not enough to kill me. You are still growing, while I have reached my limits. His tone carried a trace of sorrow. His dream of destroying this broken, corrupt, and depraved realm to create a perfect world remained unrealized, and his strength had stagnated. If you think you're invincible, you're mistaken. The Soul Reaper chuckled, his tone cold. Compared to the God of Light's eternal light form, your fell energy is lacking. If you can approach immortality, so can he. Hearing this, Venus's eyes lit up with hope. Yes, her father was stronger than Cerberus. Though he may have failed, killing him wouldn't be easy. Her father must still be alive. Cerberus scowled, his gaze sweeping across the hundreds of celestial gods before settling on Owen. Owen, let's end this for now. Our final battle will come, and I hope you won't shy away when the time comes. With those words, all attention turned once more to Owen. Chapter 403, Venus, marrying Owen. The crowd was stunned by Cerberus' actions. No one had expected him to show Owen such respect or courtesy he hadn't even extended to Caesar, the Soul Reaper. However, Owen paid little attention to Cerberus' challenge. His focus had shifted entirely to a sudden system notification ringing in his ears. Congratulations, Master. You have completed the system mission and obtained the flame sword. As the system's voice faded, Owen saw a black, flame-engulfed greatsword appear in his system interface. The flame sword was massive, its blade broad and adorned with eerie, flickering runes. Just staring at them sent shivers down his spine, as if an ancient, primal voice whispered from the depths of time. For a fleeting moment, Owen felt as though he were transported back to the primordial age, witnessing the fire giant Surtur wielding this sword as he roared in the wilderness before burning an entire realm to ash. Although this vision was an illusion, the sword's destructive aura left Owen shaken to his core. Once Owen steadied himself, he couldn't help but anticipate the sword's potential. Its power seemed on par with the Godslayer staff, even though the staff hadn't been fully unsealed yet. Cerberus, noticing Owen's silence, furrowed his brows and asked, Owen, are you afraid to answer my challenge? Snapping out of his thoughts, Owen chuckled coldly. Cerberus, such petty provocations won't work on me. If you want to fight to the death, I welcome it any time. Cerberus nodded. Good, then it's settled. Our battle is inevitable, as is our destiny. He studied Owen, convinced this duel could not be avoided. With that, Cerberus turned and left, leading the burning legion away. The celestial god-tier mages present exhaled in relief. Though their numbers were formidable, only throned celestials posed any real threat to Cerberus. And even among them, few could contend with him, especially with the added power of the celestial and Loki's enhancements. As Cerberus departed, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, allowing radiant sunlight to bathe the battlefield. The golden rays illuminated Owen, casting him in a majestic glow, like an indomitable mountain of light. From a distance, Leslie watched Owen, her unease growing. Cerberus seemed to know something she didn't, showing unwavering confidence in the inevitability of their duel. The more assured he appeared, the greater the danger Leslie felt Owen might face. Meanwhile, Owen gazed into the sunlight, almost as if seeing Loki and the other puppet masters lurking behind the scenes. To him, they were like predators dressed in finery, feigning civility but revealing their primal savagery underneath. Cerberus' arrival with the burning legion was only a probe. Owen knew that his challenges would only intensify from here. Shaking off these thoughts, Owen turned to Venus and said, Before the God of Light left, he entrusted me with his greatest magic to pass on to you. With a thought, Owen summoned a glowing orb of spiritual energy, which floated toward Venus. The orb radiated the unmistakable presence of the God of Light, enveloping Venus in a warm, gentle glow. She instinctively opened her mind to receive the gift, sensing its immense importance. It wasn't just an advanced spell, it carried a deeper, profound significance. The onlookers, too, were captivated. The God of Light's legacy was something many coveted, and they watched Venus intently. As Venus absorbed the knowledge, she not only inherited the infinite light spell but also heard her father's lingering words. Though the audience sensed the overwhelming presence of the God of Light, it quickly faded, leaving them puzzled. Owen, too, was unsure of what had transpired, but one thing was clear: the God of Light had left something special for his daughter. As the aura dissipated, Owen noticed Venus's emotional state shift. Her spiritual waves fluctuated, and her eyes reddened as if she were on the verge of tears. Venus, known for her resilience, rarely displayed such vulnerability. The sight left everyone silent. They knew the God of Light had given everything to oppose the Celestial, and both he and Venus deserved immense respect. After a moment, Venus seemed to collect herself, her expression returning to calm. But when her gaze fell on Owen, an unexplainable emotion lingered in her eyes. Owen couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. What exactly had the god of light told her? Why was her gaze filled with such melancholy, almost like a widow mourning a lost love? The atmosphere between Owen and Venus grew increasingly ambiguous, drawing the attention of the surrounding celestial gods. Some began to suspect that Venus and Owen might have had a prior connection. Breaking the tension, the god of alchemy turned to Venus. Miss Venus, what exactly did the god of light leave you? As a close friend of the god of light, he was genuinely curious. Venus hesitated, her expression conflicted. After a moment, she blushed slightly and said, "My father foresaw the dangers ahead and told me that if he didn't return, I should join forces with Owen to lead the resistance." Her voice grew softer as she added, "He also wished for me to marry Owen." Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The god of light not only entrusted the resistance to Owen but also his own daughter. The god of alchemy, knowing the god of light's character, was stunned. Such trust and endorsement were exceedingly rare from someone of his caliber. Even the celestial gods present, who had long speculated about a potential match, were caught off guard by the god of light's explicit directive. Meanwhile, the celestial gods allied with Caesar frowned, believing Venus should marry their leader instead. Caesar's unparalleled talent and close collaboration with Venus made him the ideal partner. But as tensions rose, Caesar himself smiled faintly, diffusing their dissatisfaction. Owen, for his part, was completely taken aback. He had never expected the god of light to make such a bold proposal. Wasn't he supposed to be a venerable elder? Why was he meddling in matchmaking like this? To Owen, this was absurd. After all, he was already married to Leslie, and their union had been celebrated in a grand ceremony. Some of Caesar's supporters stepped forward, addressing Venus. "Miss Venus, you are our future leader and the cornerstone of the resistance against the Celestial." I believe the god of light's words were merely a suggestion. Indeed, another added, "Miss Venus, you have always been decisive. Follow your heart." Hearing their words, the other mages nodded instinctively. Chapter 404, The confrontation between Venus and Leslie. The crowd hoped Venus would follow her heart. Many were more familiar with Caesar, the Soul Reaper, whose abilities in combat prowess were well known. They believed he and Venus would make a better match, and many silently rooted for them to end up together. But before they could finish speaking, Venus's reddened eyes suddenly sharpened with determination. "I appreciate everyone's concern," she said firmly, "but I, Venus, am willing to marry Owen." The atmosphere froze. Everyone stared at Venus in shock. No one expected her to decide so quickly, let alone choose to marry Owen. Though they all knew Venus had a deep bond with her father, she wasn't a submissive daughter. She had often argued and defied the god of light's wishes in the past. She was not one to blindly follow orders. Yet now, she had made this decision. The faint smile on Caesar's face vanished entirely. Even his ethereal, flickering soul form seemed to still, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Venus. Caesar's supporters also turned to her, their faces full of confusion and frustration. They knew Caesar's feelings for Venus's every action and effort had been to support her. His devotion was no secret, and many had assumed the two would naturally end up together, as they were both extraordinary individuals. If Venus truly married Owen, wouldn't Caesar's silent dedication make him look like a fool? Though Venus had always treated Caesar as a close friend, her decision now felt like a betrayal. Under the weight of the crowd's gaze, Venus remained steadfast. "This is my father's wish, and I choose to honor it," she said with unwavering resolve. A figurative crack resounded through the air as many hearts broke in unison. Owen, unable to watch the awkward scene any longer, coughed and interjected. "This concerns both of us. Shouldn't my opinion matter too?" Venus turned her bright eyes toward him and asked, "Do you not want to marry me?" To Venus, the idea of rejection was almost inconceivable. Her beauty, status, and talents had drawn countless admirers, and her father's endorsement meant Owen had to be someone exceptional. She simply couldn't imagine him refusing. But before she could finish her thought, Owen nodded decisively. "Of course I don't want to." The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. Venus, the epitome of excellence, was rejected by Owen, something entirely beyond their expectations. Even Venus, whose radiant eyes rarely showed surprise, blinked in shock. This was the first time someone had turned her down. "Why?" she asked instinctively. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Owen. Why indeed? Even under the harshest scrutiny, Venus seemed flawless. But before Owen could answer, a cold, clear voice interrupted. "Owen is already married." All heads turned toward the source of the voice. Walking toward the group was Leslie, dressed in an elegant gown that radiated majesty. She moved with the grace of an angel descended from icy heavens, her every step commanding the attention of celestial god-tier mages and beyond. Even under the watchful eyes of so many powerful beings, Leslie's presence dominated. She exuded an aura of authority, as if she were a proud swan amidst a flock of lesser creatures. Not only did her beauty outshine all others, but her overwhelming presence caused even the god of alchemy and other celestial gods to feel a subtle sense of oppression. It was as though they were standing before an empress, unworthy to meet her gaze. Some of the female celestial gods looked at Leslie with a mixture of awe and unease. Even Venus, known for her beauty, seemed dim in comparison to Leslie's commanding elegance. Owen naturally moved to Leslie's side and took her hand, knowing Venus's earlier actions had greatly offended her. Who is she? Could she really be Owen's wife? The crowd was stunned. Even without knowing her name, Leslie's aura alone made it clear she was no ordinary woman. Her presence was so captivating that it seemed even Venus paled slightly in her shadow. "Let's go home," Leslie said simply, her tone leaving no room for argument. She grabbed Owen's hand, ready to leave. Her words were straightforward, yet they spoke volumes. As the two turned to leave, Venus stepped forward, her voice cutting through the air. "Owen, I didn't know you were married, but the two of us are destined to lead the resistance together. You can't escape this." Venus's declaration sent a chilling, almost tangible wave of frost radiating from Leslie. It felt as if the temperature had dropped to freezing, and even the souls of those present seemed to shiver. In the oppressive silence, Leslie's icy voice echoed. "Venus, speak one more word out of line, and I will kill you." The words carried the chill of an eternal glacier, piercing straight to the soul. The previously murmuring crowd fell into stunned silence, their eyes locked on Leslie. The celestial gods who had recently returned knew Venus's strength well. As a throned celestial, she was nearly unmatched. With the god of light's legacy, she was even more formidable, a figure they themselves could not guarantee victory against. Yet Leslie, a woman they didn't recognize, dared to threaten Venus with such confidence. Among the factions of the Pure Land, those familiar with Leslie were unsurprised. They knew her as a deep, unfathomable powerhouse whose strength had no discernible limits. Anyone who challenged Leslie rarely lived to see another day. Still, many doubted Leslie could contend with Venus, the undefeated prodigy of the previous era. As the tension mounted, Venus looked at Leslie with growing interest rather than fear. From the moment Leslie arrived, Venus sensed an unfamiliar, terrifying aura, one that rivaled her own. This confrontation felt inevitable, as if fated. "You may be strong," Venus said seriously, "but not strong enough to face me." Her throned celestial aura erupted, bearing down on Leslie like the weight of the heavens. But as the oppressive force neared Leslie, it dissolved into nothingness, as if it had never existed. "Throned celestial might be impressive," Leslie said coolly, "but that's all it is." Chapter 405, Owen's rival. Leslie and the goddess of beauty, Venus, faced off in the void. Leslie radiated the majesty of an empress, exuding an aura of unyielding dominance. In contrast, Venus lacked Leslie's imperial presence but compensated with the ethereal grace of a throne celestial. As her power peaked, an enormous throne formed of intricate runes materialized behind her, projecting her as a peerless, untamed champion. The two women, standing as symbols of perfection, seemed to clash in both beauty and power. The growing tension didn't deter the onlookers. Quite the opposite, they silently hoped the confrontation would continue. After all, powerful female mages were rare, let alone two such breathtakingly extraordinary women. For many, simply witnessing this moment was the highlight of their lives. However, Owen couldn't bear to let things escalate. He stepped forward to break the standoff. Enough. Venus, Leslie and I have other matters to attend to. We'll take our leave now. For Owen, their animosity was nothing but trouble. He couldn't allow their relationship to worsen. The best solution, for now, was to separate them and defuse the conflict. Taking Leslie's hand, Owen led her away, hoping to avoid further trouble. But before they could leave, Venus called out, her voice filled with emotion. Why? Why won't you be with me? Am I not worthy? Wouldn't we be better off leading the resistance together? Her words echoed in Owen's mind, making him pause. Venus's insistence raised his guard. As one of the most illustrious figures of the previous era and the daughter of the god of light, Venus had surely encountered countless exceptional people. Yet, after meeting Owen just once, she seemed adamant about being with him. It didn't add up. Venus wasn't someone driven by emotion, on the contrary, she was known for her calm and rational nature. Her determination made Owen wonder if the god of light's supposed instructions for her to marry him were genuine or if Venus was acting on her own agenda. Perhaps it was a mix of both. Though wary, Owen masked his thoughts, responding with a calm tone. Miss Venus, you will undoubtedly find someone better suited for you. Venus's celestial eyes shimmered with an intense light as she replied. Owen, the god of light, the lord of stars, and the war goddess are all missing. With the resistance in our hands, we should unite. Together, we're the best choice to lead it. Owen shook his head. We don't need to be together to lead the resistance successfully. By now, Owen had discerned the dynamics within the resistance. A portion of the returned celestial gods followed Venus's commands without question, while another faction respected and obeyed Caesar, the Soul Reaper. Owen realized that gaining their approval required strength and influence, not marrying. Venus, Owen, why are you so against the idea of being with me? Venus pressed, her luminous eyes tinged with frustration. Owen replied resolutely, I already have Leslie, and I'm very happy with her. Hearing this, Leslie's pale cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Despite being accustomed to Owen's affectionate gestures, his public declaration of love before so many celestial gods sent ripples of warmth through her heart. Without another word, Owen took Leslie's hand and led her away. As the two departed, the remaining celestial gods exchanged complex glances before gradually dispersing to their respective domains. After all, their return marked the end of a long absence, and they were eager to assess the state of their descendants and factions. Meanwhile, Venus didn't intend to let the matter rest. She followed in the direction Owen and Leslie had taken, determined to resolve things. Before she could catch up, Caesar appeared in her path. His translucent, ethereal form flickered as he smiled warmly. Miss Venus, where are you headed in such a hurry? Why not accompany me to the White Tower Tech Guild? It's thriving like never before. Venus shook her head. Thank you, Caesar, but I must find Owen and fulfill my father's wishes. Caesar's brow furrowed imperceptibly, but he quickly composed himself, his tone earnest. Miss Venus, you've only just returned to the present. The resistance needs your leadership now more than ever. Why not focus on that and speak to Owen later? His words carried a sincere hope that Venus would reconsider. But Venus ignored him, stepping past him with determination. Owen is destined to be mine. As he watched her resolute figure fade into the distance, Caesar's fists clenched tightly. Though he lacked a physical body, his soul flickered with fiery agitation, betraying the depth of his anger. In his heart, Caesar had already claimed Venus as his own. To the members of the White Tower Tech Guild, the two were destined to be together. Owen, Caesar whispered, his voice laced with cold determination, Venus is my destined partner, not yours. The celestial gods who had followed Caesar closely for years exchanged uneasy glances. His usual composure was nowhere to be found, replaced by a seething intensity they had never seen before, but Caesar quickly dismissed them. Go, reunite with your families. Soon, there will be tasks requiring your attention. The celestial gods obediently bowed and left. Though Venus was officially the leader of the resistance, Caesar's control over many of its factions ran deeper, yet Venus's apparent disregard for his strength stoked Caesar's frustration. This time, he vowed to prove that he was superior to Owen. Meanwhile, the god of alchemy watched Venus leave, his gaze thoughtful. He understood both Venus's extraordinary talents and Caesar's growing influence. The White Tower Tech Guild, founded by Caesar, had become a colossal power in its own right. If not for Owen's sudden emergence, Caesar and Venus would undoubtedly have been recognized as the leaders of the resistance, but fate had taken an unexpected turn. He could only hope Venus resolved her feelings soon. Otherwise, the growing tensions between these key figures might destabilize the resistance, a risk they couldn't afford. Meanwhile, the return of the celestial gods had caused upheaval across the Pure Land. Long dormant families and factions now surged with newfound strength, seeking vengeance for past wrongs. Blood feuds ignited, plunging the land into chaos. In just a few months, many once powerful groups had been reduced to ash. As this turmoil unfolded, the Burning Legion, under Sargeras' command, began a sweeping purge across the Pure Land. Chapter 406, The Calm Before the Storm. No force targeted by the Burning Legion could escape their relentless assault, as their demonic armies brought ruin fueled by unyielding fell energy. The pace of their invasion intensified. From all corners of the Pure Land, the Legion's forces pressed toward the central regions, leaving countless factions unable to hold their ground. Many either fled or desperately sought help from others. But pleas for aid proved fruitless, as the factions they turned to were also under immense pressure. At their current rate, the Burning Legion seemed poised to reduce the Pure Land to a desolate wasteland. Even the most powerful factions, those with throned celestials at their helm, dared not take the threat lightly. They implemented strict defensive measures and worked tirelessly to bolster their strength. For if the Burning Legion came for them, annihilation would be inevitable. While fear gripped the Pure Land, Owen and Leslie remained surprisingly calm. After Sargeras' last attack, it became clear that Azure Kingdom was not an easy target. The Burning Legion refrained from harassing them further, but both Owen and Leslie knew this was only the calm before the storm. In the serene atmosphere of the small world, Leslie sat at her desk in her grand palace, meticulously handling affairs and issuing commands to generals and allied factions. Focused and efficient, she reviewed and resolved the various documents on her desk, handing them off to Charlotte for delivery. As she worked, the sight captivated Owen. The slight softening of her commanding presence as she concentrated was enchanting. He wished time could freeze at this moment. Yet, Owen knew the looming war demanded preparation. While the Burning Legion hadn't yet targeted the Azure Kingdom, their resources and forces needed to be ready. Unlike Leslie, Owen struggled with the detailed, meticulous nature of such tasks. Leslie soon cleared her desk, her swift and decisive handling of matters ensuring everything ran smoothly. Owen admired her even more. Without Leslie's prior planning, the Azure Kingdom wouldn't have grown so strong, becoming a force even the Burning Legion hesitated to attack. The kingdom's newfound prestige owed much to her efforts. Feeling Owen's gaze lingering on her, Leslie finally looked up and asked, "Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that?" Owen chuckled. "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to look at you. If I'm disturbing you, I'll leave." Leslie glanced at him, recognizing his teasing tone. "No need. Stay if you want." Her voice softened as she added, "It's your charm that's the real trouble. Even the goddess of light's daughter seems unusually focused on finding you." Owen gave a bitter smile, recalling Venus. She's relentless, but for now, ignoring her is all I can do. Since Venus had followed them to the small world, she'd been persistently trying to speak with him. Owen, however, gave her no chance, avoiding her entirely by staying close to Leslie. Still, he doubted Venus would give up so easily. Leslie sighed. Normally, she wouldn't care who tried to compete with her for Owen. Anyone who dared would face her wrath without exception. But Venus was different. Her status made things more complicated, and Leslie, for Owen's sake, chose to tolerate the situation for now. What Leslie didn't realize was that, for Owen, her willingness to compromise for him spoke volumes. Leslie was meant to live freely, without restraint, but she had started to hold back her true nature for his sake. This realization filled Owen with a mix of guilt and admiration. Leslie noticed his expression and reassured him. "Don't worry about Venus too much. We'll figure it out." Owen smiled, nodding. "I'm not worried about her. I was just thinking about what the future holds for us." Leslie smiled back. "I prefer to focus on the present. Whatever happens in the future, let it be." Then, her tone shifted as she added with a touch of curiosity, "But I am looking forward to our future together." Her imagination wandered briefly, her and Owen living a peaceful life, raising their children together. A gentle glow of maternal warmth appeared on her face as she asked, "By the way, have you thought about what to name our child?" Owen froze, staring at her. "What did you say? Are we having a child?" Leslie gently placed a hand on her abdomen and nodded, smiling. "Congratulations. In a few months, you'll be a father." Owen's mind reeled, his thoughts spinning. He was going to have a child. Overwhelmed with emotion, he stepped forward and embraced Leslie tightly. Leslie leaned against him, her voice soft. "It's a girl. You should start thinking about names for her." "How about little Leslie?" Owen suggested with a laugh, recalling fond memories of their time in the cycle of reincarnation. Just then, a familiar, playful voice chimed in. "Master, what's this hugging game you're playing?" Owen turned to see Serafina, now awake and looking as petite as ever. Despite her youthful appearance, the bloodline aura she exuded was even more formidable, with faint dragon scales shimmering beneath her skin. Owen realized she was undergoing another transformation, drawn closer to becoming a being as terrifying as the mythical serpent Jormungandr. Serafina darted toward Owen, wrapping her small arms around him. "Master, I thought of you even while I was asleep." Owen chuckled, setting Leslie aside momentarily to pick up Serafina. He patted her back. Gently, "I missed you too, Serafina. You've grown so much. Remember to behave, okay?" Serafina's expression turned serious as she nodded. "Don't worry, Master. I'll take care of the little one." Owen blinked in surprise, realizing she must have overheard. "Then you'll be little Leslie's big sister. Be a good role model for her, all right?" Serafina beamed, her enthusiasm palpable. "I'll be the best big sister ever." Leslie reached out to stroke Serafina's hair gently. Then it settled. The three of them smiled warmly, sharing a moment of familial harmony. Unbeknownst to them, a faint, childlike voice echoed softly around them. "Papa, Mama, I'll see you soon. I can't wait." Serafina's ears twitched as if sensing something, her gaze sweeping the room in search of the voice's source. Chapter 407 Negotiations. An unavoidable duel. Noticing that Serafina seemed to sense something unusual, Owen and Leslie exchanged curious glances, their eyes settling on her. Owen followed her gaze but saw nothing, prompting him to ask. "What is it, Serafina? Did you find something?" Serafina closed her eyes, listening intently to the voice that had just whispered in her ears. Her lips moved as she softly murmured, "Papa, Mama." Though her voice was faint, Owen and Leslie heard it clearly. They looked at Serafina in astonishment, unsure of why she suddenly said that. Serafina soon opened her eyes again, her gaze fixed on Leslie's stomach, her jewel-like eyes brimming with curiosity. "Master, when will little Master come out?" Owen glanced at Leslie, resting a hand on her abdomen. "About 2 more months." Serafina clapped her hands excitedly. "Yay, in just 2 more months, I'll be a big sister." Thanks to her awakened bloodline, Serafina could perceive things beyond ordinary senses. Her heightened awareness was even sharper than that of most celestial gods. She was convinced the voice had come from Leslie's belly. Though the notion was extraordinary, Serafina's carefree nature made her accept it without hesitation. Watching Serafina's jubilant reaction, Owen and Leslie shared a smile. They too were eagerly anticipating the arrival of little Leslie, a child who would bring closure to the lingering memories of the girl they had met in their reincarnation cycle. Their tranquil moment was interrupted by a sudden arrival. Charlotte appeared, her ethereal beauty marred by a deep, unresolved concern. Bowing respectfully, she addressed them in an urgent tone. "Imperial Sovereign, Empress, an envoy from the Burning Legion has just arrived." Owen and Leslie exchanged serious looks, their instincts telling them this was no trivial matter. Charlotte rarely intruded on their sanctuary, which meant the situation had to be both critical and urgent. Under their expectant gazes, Charlotte quickly explained. "The envoy has come bearing a message from Sargers himself. He has requested a negotiation with you." Owen frowned, pondering this. Negotiation? Why does he want to negotiate with me? What's the Burning Legion's current state? Charlotte swiftly compiled the information in her mind before replying. The Burning Legion has ceased its advances after capturing parts of the Pure Land and other regions. They've fortified their hold on those territories. Leslie's delicate brows furrowed. The Burning Legion represented pure destruction. They never stopped unless their devastation was absolute. For them to halt and seek negotiations was highly unusual. Moreover, Owen was merely a representative of the Rebellion Alliance. He couldn't speak for the entire Pure Land. For Sargers to seek Owen specifically made little sense. "What if I refuse to attend the negotiations?" Owen asked, his tone calm yet sharp as he looked at Charlotte. Charlotte hesitated, glancing briefly at Leslie before continuing. "The envoy said that the demon realm is surrounded. Both the demon emperor and Ymir are trapped there. If you refuse to negotiate, Sargers will order the complete destruction of the demon realm." Hearing this, Leslie's mind immediately conjured images of the demon emperor and Ymir, two of Owen's close confidants. Clearly, Sargers had identified this weakness and was confident that Owen would agree to the negotiations. Leslie's sharp gaze shifted to Owen. Owen's expression remained stoic, devoid of joy or sorrow, but his voice carried a chilling edge. "What's their true objective?" The icy tone startled Charlotte. She knew Owen well, and it was rare to see him this cold and resolute. The very air seemed to freeze under the weight of his killing intent. Charlotte quickly added, Cerberus has publicly declared a duel with you in 2 months. If you win, he will release the Demon Emperor and Ymir, withdraw the Burning Legion entirely, and end the chaos. But if you lose, the Demon Realm will be obliterated. The Demon Emperor and Ymir will be executed, and the Azure Kingdom along with the Pure Land will be reduced to nothingness. Charlotte's voice was heavy with gravity. Reports confirmed that the Demon Realm was indeed surrounded, and Cerberus' announcement of the duel was spreading rapidly. Cerberus had elevated Owen's role to that of a savior, casting him as the key to countless lives across the Pure Land. It was a brilliant move, a moral bind that left Owen with no escape. Whether Owen wanted it or not, the public pressure alone would force him to act. Owen handed Serafina to Charlotte, signaling her to leave. Understanding the weight of the decision before him, Charlotte departed with Serafina, leaving Owen and Leslie alone in the sanctuary. A heavy silence filled the space. Leslie knew Owen had already made up his mind. This was a calculated trap, and Owen intended to walk straight into it. Cerberus really chose his timing, Leslie said, her tone bitter. 2 months from now, your daughter will be born, and you'll be fighting for your life against Cerberus. How do you plan to face her? Owen knew the timing couldn't be worse. For months, he had been waiting for the right opportunity, meeting Cerberus' initial moves with patience. But now, as the Celestial finally acted, Owen intended to turn their plan against them. Though he couldn't share his strategy with Leslie, he stepped closer, wrapping her in a gentle embrace. Leslie initially tried to pull away but ultimately relented, letting herself be held. As she listened to the steady rhythm of Owen's heartbeat, she felt a sense of foreboding solidify within her. Back when Cerberus had taunted Owen, Leslie hadn't fully understood why he was so confident. Now, she realized he had found Owen's weakness. Owen, you know Cerberus is working with the Celestial and Loki. They've orchestrated all of this to eliminate you. If you agree to this duel, you'll be playing into their hands. Her words were firm, but Owen remained calm, nodding. He was well aware of the risks. Yet he also knew something Cerberus didn't. While they plotted against him, Owen was also plotting against them. Still, he replied with practiced humility. The Demon Emperor and Ymir have helped me greatly. I can't stand by and watch them die. And if I win, the Pure Land will stabilize, which benefits us in the long run. Besides, with Cerberus' provocations, how can we expect others to respect us if we don't respond? Leslie fell silent for a moment before sighing. If that's your decision, then go. Your reasons always seem to outweigh mine and our daughters. Her voice trailed off as she turned away, unwilling to look at him. Owen reached out, his heart heavy with guilt. For him, Leslie had always been his anchor, his only true treasure in a chaotic world. But for Leslie, she now had two loves, Owen and their unborn daughter. And she couldn't help but feel that Owen was slipping further from her grasp. 408 Chapter 404 Cerberus' Challenge. Inside the secluded realm, Leslie stood still, staring at Owen's departing figure. After a long silence, she murmured to herself. Owen, what exactly are you planning in that mind of yours? Though Owen hid his thoughts well, Leslie could still sense something unusual about him. She knew he was carrying a heavy burden, yet she couldn't fathom what he was truly contemplating. Imperial Sovereign. As Owen exited the secluded realm, Charlotte was already waiting for him outside the Grand Hall of the Emerald Dreamscape, holding Serafina in her arms. Upon seeing Owen, Serafina wriggled free from Charlotte's grasp and leapt into Owen's embrace, her face lighting up with excitement. Owen ruffled her hair gently, holding her close before turning to Charlotte and giving her a slight nod. Charlotte understood immediately Owen had chosen to accept the challenge. She was about to speak when she felt a commanding presence approaching from behind. A slightly indignant voice echoed from a distance. Owen, are you planning to keep me waiting here forever? I've been waiting for months, and the few times we've met have been rushed. Are you really that afraid of me? Venus stepped forward, her strides graceful and confident. She was dressed in an elegant, pure white gown, reminiscent of a bridal dress, making her look like a noble swan. Beside her, Ysera followed with a complicated expression. Venus's accusatory tone prompted Owen to respond coolly. Why would you say that, Venus? The situation has been worsening. After my battle with Cerberus, I've been in seclusion to strengthen myself. Besides, you should know how clingy Leslie can be at times. At first, Venus thought Owen was making excuses, but his last remark made her lower her gaze slightly. Well then, not only was he brushing her off, but he was openly flaunting his relationship with Leslie. Meanwhile, Ysera's expression soured with frustration. To her, Leslie was an icon of admiration and respect. For Owen to test her patience like this was outrageous. Both women harbored some resentment toward Owen but soon noticed the presence of the child in his arms. At first, neither paid Serafina much mind, but after a closer examination, their expressions shifted dramatically. Despite her innocent appearance, Serafina emanated a terrifyingly powerful bloodline aura. Even these two figures, from prestigious lineages themselves, felt an oppressive pressure emanating from her. Intrigued, Venus smiled warmly and beckoned to Serafina. Come here, little one. Serafina glanced at her disinterestedly and snuggled deeper into Owen's embrace. Auntie, do we even know each other? The words left Venus visibly stunned. Though she had lived for centuries, especially after traversing through the time era, she had never been called Auntie. As the goddess of beauty, her ageless looks and unparalleled charm had always captivated those around her. This child's casual remark disrupted her composure, leaving ripples across her usually serene demeanor. Her eyes narrowed at Serafina. Who on earth is this cheeky brat? Owen intervened, his expression serious. She's just a child, Venus. Venus. Suppressing her frustration, Venus huffed and turned back to Owen. You're here now because of Cerberus' challenge, aren't you? Cerberus' announcement had already spread far and wide. Countless mages were now eagerly awaiting Owen's appearance, hoping he would showcase his power and rescue them from their dire plight. After all, if Owen emerged victorious, the chaos would finally subside. With the Burning Legion seemingly infinite in number, no place felt safe. Owen met Venus's gaze with his usual calm. Venus scrutinized him, speaking thoughtfully. I hadn't realized before how much influence you wield. Even Cerberus has taken the initiative to challenge you. This duel is critical. If you win, your reputation in the Pure Land will solidify, and it will greatly benefit our future endeavors. My father, the god of light, rose to prominence through his battles with the Burning Legion. If you can completely defeat them, your achievements may surpass even his. Venus's tone was earnest. In her heart, the god of light was one of the most exceptional figures to stand against the Celestial. Yet even he had failed. To stand a chance of victory, Owen needed to surpass him. She was already striving toward that goal herself, but in Owen, she saw hope. Owen, however, remained silent, choosing instead to focus on playing with Serafina, whose laughter rang out joyfully. Ysera observed Venus's high regard for Owen with a complicated expression. Upon reflection, Owen's past deeds justified her admiration, as he truly possessed immense potential. Yet as Loki's daughter and the leader of the Emerald Dreamscape, Ysera saw Venus's perspective as overly simplistic. This duel was no ordinary battle. Cerberus' so-called negotiations were nothing but a facade. Despite his terrifying strength, Cerberus was merely a pawn, a figurehead with no true authority in the Celestial. This duel, Ysera realized, wasn't just a clash between Owen and Cerberus. It was a confrontation between Owen and the Celestial itself. Owen's acceptance of the duel meant walking into a trap laid by powers far greater than Sargre's. Yet Ysera knew Owen would have no choice but to participate. The masterminds behind this scheme had ensured he couldn't refuse. As Ysera studied Owen with a conflicted gaze, he suddenly noticed her scrutiny. "Are you worried about me?" he asked. Ysera shook her head emphatically. "I'm worried about Leslie, not you. I want to see her." After a moment of thought, Owen nodded. "Go ahead." With a casual wave of his hand, he tore open the void, revealing a portal shimmering with light. Ysera froze in surprise. The secluded realm was a private sanctuary for Owen and Leslie, one that only a select few were allowed to enter. Yet now, Owen had granted her access so easily. "What's the matter? Changed your mind?" Owen teased when Ysera hesitated. Snapping out of her daze, Ysera shook her head and hurried through the portal. Serafina watched her leave with a pout. "Master, why did you let an outsider in?" Owen stroked her head reassuringly. "Leslie isn't in the best mood right now. Letting Ysera keep her company might help." Serafina didn't fully understand but trusted Owen's decisions. Turning to Venus, she furrowed her brows and asked suspiciously. "Why are you staring at me like that? Are you like Ysera and into women? I'm just a kid, you pervert." Owen nearly choked at her words, while Venus's face turned visibly irritated for the first time. What nonsense. She had only been curious about Serafina's powerful bloodline, yet this cheeky brat had twisted her intentions entirely. Suppressing her annoyance, Venus turned her gaze back to Owen. "You've decided to accept the duel, haven't you? Sargre's is already waiting outside the Emerald Dreamscape, along with countless mages eager to witness your resolve." Venus still hoped Owen would seize this opportunity. A victory would greatly advance their cause. With a swift movement, Owen vanished, reappearing on the outskirts of the Emerald Dreamscape. There, he felt countless powerful auras converging. Among them, Sargre's presence stood out terrifying, overwhelming, and unmistakably brazen. Chapter 409, The Former Hell. Outside the Emerald Dreamscape, factions from across the realms had gathered. Members of Windshadow and Academy City were among the first to arrive, eager to document this historic moment. Sargre's has openly challenged Owen. How will Owen respond? If Owen accepts, he'll fall into the trap laid by Sargre's and the Celestial. If he refuses, they'll exploit the situation to tarnish his reputation. This is clearly orchestrated by forces behind the scenes who won't give Owen a chance to escape. Regardless of his decision, the situation is highly unfavorable for him. The crowd buzzed with discussion, a heavy tension weighing on everyone. Even those who weren't particularly fond of Owen now placed their hopes on him. With the Burning Legion threatening to annihilate Pure Land and its inhabitants, many saw Owen as the last beacon of salvation. Yet, they remained uncertain. While Owen was powerful and had the potential to turn the tide, he wasn't known as a self-sacrificing hero. Amidst the cacophony of voices, a streak of light suddenly shot through the sky, arriving at the center of attention. Owen had arrived. Many instantly recognized him, their breaths quickening. Dressed in his usual refined mage robes, his demeanor exuded calm authority. His starry eyes gleamed, leaving an unforgettable impression. The previously noisy crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into an even louder uproar. "Owen, please fight for Pure Land, for its people. Owen, this time, we have no one else to rely on but you. Owen, we beg you, save us." Voices of desperation and hope filled the air. Of course, there were skeptics who doubted Owen's willingness to risk his life. However, their murmurs were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming pleas of the majority. Owen stood amidst the clamor, his expression unreadable. He gazed upward at the increasingly ominous sky, where a towering, shadowy figure materialized, growing solid before their eyes. The figure exuded a suffocating pressure, as though an immense mountain had been placed on everyone's shoulders. Sargre's. The crowd's faces turned grim as they beheld the towering form of the Burning Legion's commander. Sargre's piercing gaze locked on Owen, his interest and focus clearly fixated on him. As their eyes met, the very air between them seemed to erupt. Violent waves of mana surged outward like the creation of galaxies, shaking the heavens. The brief yet intense standoff was broken as Sargre's spoke in a cold, mocking tone. "Owen, so you've come after all. I was starting to think you'd hide like a coward." Ignoring the provocation, Owen asked calmly, "The terms you spread earlier, are they true? If I win, you'll release the demon realm and retreat entirely." Sargre's grinned, his sharp teeth glinting. "That's right. Does that mean you've accepted?" "If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get," Owen replied firmly, his eyes resolute. A wave of cheers erupted from the Pure Land mages. Owen was their last hope, and they had feared he might refuse. Owen wasn't known for altruism, he rarely acted unless it directly benefited those close to him. This had left many uneasy about whether he would agree to such an inherently unfair duel. But now, he had agreed. Hope surged anew among the crowd, their chance of survival rekindled. Sargre's, slightly taken aback by Owen's decisiveness, waved his hand. A sphere of grey light formed, gradually revealing an image of the demon realm. "The duel will take place 2 months from now, in the demon realm," Sargre's declared. Owen nodded. 2 months, then, I'll see you there." Sargre's studied Owen's composed demeanor with curiosity. His confidence seemed too unshakable, almost unsettling. Nevertheless, Sargre's let out a booming laugh. 2 months from now, in the demon realm. I'll be waiting, Owen." With that, his form dissolved into mist and vanished, the oppressive storm clouds dissipating along with him. Golden sunlight pierced through, illuminating the crowd and warming their hearts. The weight that had been crushing them eased, replaced by a glimmer of hope. Venus, who had accompanied Owen, watched him bathed in sunlight. He seemed even more majestic, his refined features tinged with a soft radiance. Yet, she could sense a faint sadness and oppression in Owen's aura, as though he carried a burden he couldn't share. During the past months, Venus had taken the time to understand Owen better. She knew his melancholy wasn't solely about the impending duel with Sargre's it stemmed from something else entirely. Though unsure of the specifics, she was certain it was something of immense importance. Owen's voice broke her reverie as he suddenly appeared by her side. "Come with me, I want to show you something," he said. Venus narrowed her eyes warily. "Where? You'll see when we get there," Owen replied, vanishing from sight. After a brief hesitation, Venus followed, trailing him into an unfamiliar void. Roughly half an hour later, Owen came to a stop. Venus surveyed the surroundings and realized they were in the shattered remnants of Middle-earth. The void was fragmented and desolate, untouched despite the cycles of renewal and rebirth. The area felt abandoned, forgotten by the universe itself, a stark contrast to other restored realms. As Venus's gaze followed Owen's line of sight, she noticed clusters of dilapidated gravestones scattered across the horizon. The weathered stones bore ancient inscriptions, their meanings obscured by the passage of time. Yet the aura emanating from the graves suggested that the individuals buried here had once been celestial god-tier mages. These graves served as their final resting places, sealing their names and legacies. The oppressive aura hinted that their power had been locked away, forever silenced beneath the earth. "What is this place?" Venus asked, frowning as unease crept into her voice. Owen's gaze remained fixed on the gravestones as he explained. This is an ancient battlefield, much like the Star Realm, but unlike the Star Realm, where spatio-temporal anchors preserve the fallen, this place became their tomb. Venus's eyes widened in shock. Could this be the hell that was destroyed by the Celestial? Once a terrifying and unique realm, hell had served as the final destination for the souls of the dead. Through the Hell Grinder, some souls were reincarnated, while others were obliterated to nourish the realm itself. But the Celestial, seeking absolute dominance, had annihilated hell. Its greatest warriors suffered a devastating fate, leaving their stronghold in ruins. Though hell's natural structure should have allowed for rebirth, the countless gravestones scattered here seemed tailored to imprison its denizens, sealing them eternally. Chapter 410, Hell Grinder, the Rebirth of Hell. The Celestial's power had obliterated the spatio-temporal anchors of these souls, annihilating their essence completely. Venus took a deep breath, her expression turning grave. So this is the terror of the Celestial. Even the proud spatio-temporal anchors, thought to be eternal, could be worn down and destroyed by them. But why had Owen brought her here? Though this was the once great hell, filled with formidable beings, they were long dead, their lingering wars the only remnants. Owen, seeming to sense her confusion, broke the silence. Though hell was destroyed by the Celestial, I've obtained the Hell Grinder. With it, we can restore hell. Venus's eyes widened, lighting up with hope. If hell could be restored, then even if God of Light had truly fallen, his soul could be drawn back into hell. From there, they might have a chance to retrieve and restore him, something she had never dared to imagine. Restoring hell with the Hell Grinder alone, it won't be easy, Venus cautioned. There are too many intricate and challenging components involved. She furrowed her brows. Hell was an immense and complex entity, and re-establishing it would require the creation of the 6 realms of reincarnation. These encompassed 6 distinct and terrifying forces. The 3 virtuous realms, Celestial God Realm, Human Realm, Realm of the Asura, the 3 suffering realms, Hell Realm, Realm of Hunger, Realm of Beasts. Mastering even one of these powers was the mark of a top-tier mage, capable of forging their own throne and ascending the throne celestial. But before Venus could voice further doubts, she noticed Owen had already begun his work. In his hand, the Godslayer staff glimmered ominously as a unique wave of mana spread out, enveloping the desolate void scattered with gravestones. A glowing sphere formed in front of him, expanding rapidly into the shape of a colossal, rotating Hell Grinder. At this stage, however, the Hell Grinder appeared faint and incomplete. The emanations of the 6 realms of reincarnation were fragmented, chaotic, and far from cohesive. Owen had anticipated this. He made a swift hand seal, channeling a burst of dark god's aura from the Godslayer staff. A viscous black mist surged out and merged with the Hell Grinder, casting it into a deep abyssal blackness. In an instant, hellish runes lit up across its surface, unleashing the savage power of the Hell Realm. Shadows of monsters and ferocious creatures appeared within the Hell Grinder, battling each other in a chaotic, apocalyptic frenzy. The sheer force of their conflict threatened to shatter the grinder itself. Owen knew this instability stemmed from the lack of balance in the 6 realms of reincarnation. Without hesitation, he pointed at the surrounding gravestones, releasing a fiery wave of mental energy that melted the gravestones into liquid. These gravestones, etched with the celestial sealing power, contained fragments of celestial god realm energy, precisely what the Hell Grinder needed to activate. As the flames consumed the gravestones, a radiant white liquid flowed toward the grinder, emanating a sacred yet awe-inspiring power. When the liquid merged with the Hell Grinder, the clash between the celestial god realm and Hell realm energies became ferocious. The conflicting forces tore through the void, producing mournful wails from the fabric of space itself. Venus's heart sank. If the balance between these 2 realms failed, it could unleash a catastrophic wave of destruction. Being this close, she and Owen would likely face severe consequences if not outright death. Just as she was about to intervene, she noticed the serene light of pure elemental energy radiating from Owen's body. The light began harmonizing the violent energies of the Hell Realm and the Celestial God Realm. Stabilize these 2 realms, Owen transmitted to Venus telepathically. Though the Hell Realm and Celestial God Realm were crucial to the 6 realms of reincarnation, Owen still needed to create the remaining 4 realms. This task required him to rely on Venus, who had inherited the complete legacy of the God of Light, including mastery over light elements, the ideal medium to mediate the clash of opposing energies. After a moment of hesitation, Venus nodded, stepping in to stabilize the 2 conflicting realms. Meanwhile, Owen concentrated on forming the Human Realm and the Realm of Hunger. Souls tied to the Realm of Hunger, extracted from the remnants of Hell, surged into the Hell Grinder, further accelerating its activation. As the energies of the 3 realms converged, the Hell Grinder began to rotate. Its form swelled from the size of a house to something far more immense. However, the grinder's motions were erratic and unstable, as if an uncontrollable force within was on the brink of breaking free. Venus paled, her focus strained to its limit as she maintained the balance between the Hell Realm and Celestial God Realm. Adding the energy of a 3rd realm had made her task nearly impossible. But Owen wasn't done yet. With a wave of his hand, a golden projection of order manifested and entered the Hell Grinder, embodying the essence of the Human Realm. As the Human Realm stabilized within the grinder, the immense pressure shifted from Venus to Owen. The surge of energy sought to crush him completely. Yet Owen pressed on. The urgency of his mission allowed no room for hesitation. His Dharma form, a manifestation of his true self, emerged to absorb the brunt of the energy. In the brief respite, Owen activated the Realm of Beasts using scales shed by Seraphina, whose bloodline now bordered on divine. For the Realm of the Asura, Owen drew upon Leslie's dominion power. While her power didn't align strictly with any single force, its nature allowed it to command and unify other energies, a perfect match for the Realm of unrelenting warriors. Venus watched in awe. Owen had found the means to activate all 6 realms. As the 6 disparate forces coalesced, the Hell Grinder began spinning with greater cohesion. Its chaotic grinding motion gave way to a synchronized rhythm, and its size expanded further, unleashing a powerful vortex that swept up the dense remnants of souls lingering in the void. At the same time, Owen carved intricate blood-red runes into the grinder using his own blood, following guidance provided by the system. The runes pulsed with power, creating harmony among the 6 realms and stabilizing the grinder. Soon, the Hell Grinder began to spin faster, its grinding mechanism roaring to life. The surrounding soul energy was drawn into its vortex, forming a massive soul storm that engulfed the area. Hell had begun to awaken once more. Chapter 411, Rewards for Rebuilding Hell's Reincarnation. Venus, who had initially harbored doubts about reconstructing Hell, gazed at the stabilized 6 realms of reincarnation, her flawless face betraying a mix of emotions. The Hell Grinder was not something easily controlled. She had studied it extensively, even learning that neither her father, the God of Light, nor the Lord of Stars had been able to achieve such a feat. While the difficulty of obtaining the Hell Grinder itself was a factor, the greater challenge lay in activating the 6 realms of reincarnation within it. And now, Owen had accomplished it with his own strength. Venus had thought she already appreciated Owen's abilities and believed she understood him well. Yet, witnessing this, she realized her understanding of him was far too shallow. Focus. This is the critical moment for stabilizing the 6 realms of reincarnation. Don't get distracted. Owen's stern voice cut through her thoughts. Venus immediately reined in her wandering mind, focusing entirely on assisting Owen in steadying the Hell Grinder. Moments later, as the grinding sounds of the millstone grew more profound and rhythmic, the Hell Grinder floated up from Owen's hands. It expanded dramatically, becoming an immense, dark entity resembling a black cloud that hung over the central area of the Hell Cemetery. Chaotic, malevolent energies emanated from the grinder, spreading like turbulent winds that swept across the now exposed graves. Any lingering celestial god tier ores were immediately drawn into its vortex. Creak creak. The grinding sound, reminiscent of bone scraping against bone, reverberated through the space, a haunting testament to the rebirth of the hell grinder. From the grinder emerged faint, glowing orbs that drifted before Owen and Venus, coalescing into translucent celestial god tier figures. These spectral figures radiated an overwhelming presence, carrying a mysterious weight of authority. Owen glanced at them, and the figures respectfully bowed to him. They were the very celestial gods who had once been sealed here by the celestial. Those celestial gods were theoretically immortal, their souls bound to reincarnation, the celestial's power had shattered their cycle. Sealed like living corpses, they would have remained imprisoned in torment without Owen's intervention. By breaking the seals and reactivating the 6 realms of reincarnation, Owen had granted them the opportunity to reincarnate a chance at new life. As these figures bowed, Venus felt a surge of awe and reverence. She recognized some of these celestial gods as former leaders of the resistance against the celestial, now filled with gratitude toward Owen. Owen returned their gesture with a respectful bow of his own. Even in failure, these brave predecessors deserve admiration. As Owen straightened, the glowing orbs representing the celestial gods slowly dissipated, vanishing into the grinder. Though their current forms were gone, they could now re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. If fortune favored them, they might regain fragments of their past lives and rise again reborn. Farewell, venerable ones, Owen said with a solemn voice. Venus watched him intently, her thoughts clouded by an increasing inability to fathom the depths of his character. Just then, a system notification broke through Owen's consciousness, drawing his focus. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of reconstructing hell. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Owen's lips. Congratulations, host, on receiving the blessing of the hell grinder. Immediately, the hell grinder quivered, releasing beams of light infused with the essence of the 6 realms of reincarnation, enveloping Owen completely. Bathed in this light, Owen's body and soul seemed to transform, glowing with a translucent purity. Impurities within his being were eradicated, evaporating as if burned away. When the radiance subsided, Owen's form returned to normal. However, his tier had skyrocketed, ascending from celestial god tier to god-marked celestial god tier in one fell. Swoop. Venus stared in disbelief at the rapidly intensifying energy emanating from Owen. It hadn't been long since he reached celestial god tier, and now, so soon after, he had already achieved the next level. This rate of advancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, she could sense that Owen's transformation was not superficial. His body, soul, and mana had all grown sharper and more refined. Facing Owen now was like standing before an endless, unfathomable ocean. Even Venus, a throned celestial, felt a hint of pressure emanating from him. Owen, who had previously been able to battle Sargeras to a standstill, had now advanced even further. What heights would his power reach now? As the light of the hell grinder faded, Owen clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power. Within him, the system's voice continued. Congratulations, host, on receiving 50 million fate points. Owen's eyes widened in astonishment. 50 million fate points. It was several dozen times more than anything he had earned. Previously, the sheer magnitude left him feeling like he had struck gold. But the exhilaration faded as he reminded himself of the cost to perfect Supreme Order, which required a full 100 million fate points. While 50 million was a tremendous amount, it was still only half of what he needed. The system had made it clear, Supreme Order, perfected, was a power of unimaginable magnitude. It would grant him the strength to face even the Forbidden Zone in the Celestial head-on. Only 50 million to go. Owen's resolve hardened as he clenched his fists, anticipation and urgency swelling within him. Suddenly, he noticed Venus's gaze fixed upon him. Her eyes burned with curiosity and a desire to unravel the enigma he had become. Feeling slightly unnerved by her unwavering stare, Owen broke the silence. Let's go. The cycle of hell has been restored. It's time to leave. Without waiting for her response, Owen turned and began walking away. Venus watched him leave, murmuring to herself, Owen, you're becoming more fascinating with each passing moment. Smiling faintly, she followed him as they departed. After they left, the hell grinder began spinning faster. Invisible waves of energy radiated outward, drawing wandering souls from across the void. Hell was once again in motion. As news of Owen and Sargeras' duel spread, the Burning Legion halted their attacks across various regions. Pure Land, Azure Kingdom, and neighboring territories entered an unprecedented state of calm. Meanwhile, Rachel, Madeline, and others who had been away returned to Emerald Dreamscape to support Owen. Entering the pocket dimension where Leslie now resided, they sighed in relief. Finally back. Fighting on the front lines is exhausting. It's only here I feel I can truly relax. Madeline sprawled onto the lush grass, her fatigue evident, despite her elevation to deaths. Calamity, which greatly enhanced her strength and perception, managing armies against the Burning Legion had been an overwhelming burden. Rachel, similarly weary, glanced around the serene and slightly transformed landscape of the pocket world, feeling tension leave her body. No matter how grueling the outside world had been, returning here was a respite for them. Both. Chapter 412, The Gathering. The Burning Legion's relentless advance left Rachel dealing with numerous crises and opponents. Her unique bloodline proved especially effective against the Burning Legion, making her indispensable in the fight. These two lovebirds relax here while we're out there fighting battles. They really treat us like workhorses, Rachel quipped, stretching her body, inadvertently drawing attention to her exaggerated proportions. Even Madeline, a fellow woman, found herself momentarily stunned, her throat dry as she gazed at Rachel. The combination of Rachel's seductive figure and her restrained, enigmatic demeanor made her an irresistible sight. Rachel, you're getting more gorgeous by the day, Madeline said admiringly. Rachel glanced at her and rolled her eyes. I appreciate the compliment, but the way you're ogling me like a lovesick puppy is not exactly flattering. Undeterred, Madeline leaned closer to Rachel and whispered conspiratorially, Rachel, you're the progenitor of succubi. Who could possibly resist your allure? Surely there's no harm in admiring you a bit. And besides, she added with a sly grin, someone with such a rare constitution shouldn't let just anyone benefit from it. Rachel blinked, momentarily puzzled. What are you getting at? Madeline scanned the surroundings to ensure privacy, then whispered in Rachel's ear, I know all about her unique nature. You've been careful to protect yourself, but has Owen made his move yet? What? Rachel's expression froze, her flawless face quickly turning a deep shade of red. As a progenitor of succubi, Rachel's bloodline was exceptionally pure. Through her breakthroughs in the Tree of World and the Flame of Desire, she had refined her bloodline to its utmost potential, surpassing her limits. Her body contained potent mana and the purest soul essence. Anyone who engaged with her intimately would experience unparalleled benefits. Particularly the first to share such a connection. That individual's bloodline, soul, and power would undergo an unimaginable transformation. The transformation would elevate their body, soul, and magic to near immortality, to the point where even the Celestial would struggle to destroy them. This was precisely why Rachel had trained so diligently in the pocket dimension, striving to reach Celestial God tier to help Owen. But this was a deeply personal aspiration, one she had never voiced aloud. Now, confronted by Madeline's teasing, Rachel was flustered. Don't say nonsense like that. Owen and I are just friends, Rachel protested weakly. Madeline chuckled. There's no one else here, Rachel. Why keep hiding it? Rachel playfully flicked Madeline on the forehead. And what about you? Your feelings for Owen are hardly a secret. Has he ever mentioned wanting to, except, you? Madeline feigned innocence, batting her lashes. Rachel, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm his sister. Anything beyond that would be unthinkable. Rachel snorted. Funny, I recall a certain someone saying she wanted to stay by Owen's side forever. Is that something a sister should say? Madeline's cheeks flushed bright red. You're twisting my words. That's not what I meant. Their banter escalated into playful wrestling, laughter echoing across the pocket dimension. Hearing the commotion, Serafina rushed over, her curiosity piqued. Seeing the two tumbling on the ground, she asked, what's going on? Isn't it good that you're back? Why are you fighting? Both Rachel and Madeline immediately stopped their tussle, turning to Serafina. In unison, they said, grown-up matters, kiddo. Stay out of it. Ah, Serafina huffed, pouting. I'm not a kid anymore. Once little Leslie is born, I'll be her big sister. Little Leslie. Rachel and Madeline's eyes widened at the revelation. We didn't know about this. Before they could ask more, a spatial fluctuation rippled through the air. Moments later, the Dragon Princess, the Bone Dragon Princess Audrey, and Diana, who shared a close bond with Leslie, arrived in the pocket dimension. With their arrival, the once quiet space came alive, filled with chatter and laughter. Anticipating this gathering, Charlotte promptly led a group of attendants to prepare a warm welcome. In the grand hall of the pocket dimension, Leslie sat observing the lively group with a faint smile. However, as the conversation inevitably shifted to Owen, her expression cooled. Slightly. They're all talking about Owen. Could it be they all like him? Isara, seated nearby, chuckled. Oh, I'd say it's more than likely. You've got a lot of competition, Leslie. But don't worry, Isara added with a playful grin. You can rest assured I don't like Owen. Leslie raised an eyebrow. If not Owen, then who? Isara's face softened with a sweet smile. Feeling the weight of Leslie's penetrating gaze, she hesitated briefly before speaking. There aren't many people I admire. But, Leslie, you're the only one. Leslie, though somewhat prepared for this answer, was still surprised by Isara's boldness. Narrowing her eyes, she murmured, interesting. Isara glanced nervously at Leslie, relieved to see no overt hostility in her response. She thought back to their earlier interactions when Leslie's approach had left her conflicted. At the time, Isara found Leslie's actions impulsive and even insane. Now, she realized the insanity might have been her own. Being around Leslie brought Isara an inexplicable sense of joy and peace. For the first time, she felt safe enough to let down her guard and simply be herself. Yet, Isara also knew that in Leslie's heart, there was room for only one person, Owen. The thought brought a faint bitterness to her smile. Leslie, noticing Isara's momentary vulnerability, smiled softly. You're remarkable, Isara. Thank you for your kind words. Isara stared at Leslie, stunned. It was the first time Leslie had ever complimented her. Her heart swelled with an unfamiliar warmth, and a radiant smile spread across her face. For a moment, she felt like a child basking in the approval of someone she deeply admired. She had earned Leslie's acknowledgement. As Isara processed her emotions, the others done with their playful scuffle entered the hall. Rachel and Madeline approached Leslie, their gazes drawn to her slightly rounded belly. Leslie, is it true? You're having a girl. How far along are you? When's she due? Seeing their genuine excitement, Leslie's icy demeanor softened. 2 months. Owens. Already calling her Little Leslie. The group lit up with joy. Little Leslie, she's sure to be as incredible as you. Chapter 413, Leslie's anger. The others, upon learning that little Leslie was a girl, offered heartfelt congratulations to Leslie. Compared to mischievous boys, they, as women, found the idea of a gentle and obedient daughter much more appealing. Little Leslie is the child of Owen and Leslie. Her talents must be extraordinary, Madeline said with an eager smile. Maybe she'll even surpass her parents. Rachel thought for a moment before replying softly, it's possible. In Rachel's mind, both Owen and Leslie's talents were unparalleled, far surpassing the greatest prodigies of the past and present. It was hard to imagine anyone exceeding them, but she remained open to the possibility. Does little Leslie's talent even matter? Serafina interjected, baring her little sharp teeth in a grin. With parents like hers, who would dare bully her, she'll be treated like a treasure wherever she goes. That's right, she added confidently, and if anyone dares bully little Leslie, I'll be the first to bite them. And we, the Dragon Clan, will be your strongest shield. The group continued discussing little Leslie, their faces glowing with excitement and anticipation for the new life soon to join them. Watching the infectious warmth and joy spread among the group, Leslie's usually icy heart softened slightly. For someone who had rarely experienced such a scene growing up, it struck a deeply emotional chord within her. A faint smile, rare and genuine, appeared on her lips. At that moment, a ripple of energy distorted the space in the pocket dimension. The air cracked open, forming a shimmering portal of shifting light. Through it stepped Owen, his gaze sweeping across the group. Seeing everyone so engaged in their lively discussion, and especially catching sight of the faint smile on Leslie's face, Owen felt a flicker of surprise. All eyes turned to him as he entered the space. Serafina, the most excitable, leapt into his arms with a delighted squeal. She nuzzled against him affectionately, like a kitten seeking warmth, then cast a triumphant glance at Audrey, the Bone Dragon Princess. Audrey huffed indignantly but couldn't hide the yearning in her gaze. Since Owen and Leslie's retreat into seclusion, Audrey hadn't seen Owen in what felt like ages. The passage of time had only deepened her feelings for him. No matter how many prodigious individuals she met in the Dragon Clan or beyond, none could compare to Owen. Her growing admiration and affection for him had become an open secret among the Dragon Clan. Many were aware of the vow she had made to become the woman standing behind Owen one day. Her devotion was understandable. After all, Owen's excellence was unparalleled. However, most doubted he would entertain such notions, given Leslie's presence. Your Majesty, Audrey said softly, walking to Owen's side, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Looking at the slightly more mature Audrey, Owen smiled warmly. It's been a while. You've grown so much I almost didn't recognize you. As he spoke, he gently ruffled her hair. Audrey leaned into his touch, savoring the moment like a contented cat. She wanted nothing more than to be held in his arms like Serafina, but with the little dragoness firmly occupying that space, Audrey settled for hugging Owen's leg, clinging to him like a persistent shadow. Watching the antics of Serafina and Audrey, Owen shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. They're still such children. Following closely behind Owen was Venus, who couldn't help but marvel at his magnetism. Even in Pure Land, where countless saintesses and goddesses vied for his attention, Owen seemed equally beloved by these spirited young women. For a moment, Venus's flawless face turned slightly pink. Her mind drifted to the time, not long ago, when she had declared before a gathering of celestial gods that Owen would marry her. She realized she wasn't much different from these girls, openly vying for his affection. However, she quickly composed herself, recalling the message left by her father, the god of light. I'm not like them, she murmured to herself, drawing strength from the thought. Owen, noticing the subtle changes in Venus's expression, found her behavior puzzling. When his gaze lingered on her for a moment too long, Venus turned her eyes away, only to glance back at him with a glare of mock irritation, as if warning him to stop staring. Amused and bemused, Owen decided not to dwell on it, chalking it up to her eccentric personality. Instead, he turned his attention to Leslie, who was lounging on a chair with her eyes half closed. She seemed to be observing him or perhaps ignoring him entirely, her cool demeanor unyielding. Setting down the two clingy youngsters, Owen approached Leslie. Without hesitation, he scooped her up in a princess carry, pressing a gentle kiss to her smooth forehead. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said, his voice warm and earnest. Leslie's long lashes fluttered as her bright, moonlit eyes opened to meet his. She placed her hands against his chest, as if to push him away, but Owen's arms were unyielding. Feeling the firmness of his grip, she stopped resisting, fixing him with a frosty stare. So, I still hold a place in your heart, she asked coldly. Owen held her tighter, his voice soft yet firm. You're not just in my heart, Leslie, you're my heart. You're the wind, and I'm the sand. You're the water, and I'm the fish. Even if we part briefly, we'll always find our way back to each other forever. His words, spoken with quiet conviction, seeped into Leslie's heart like a gentle spring rain. The cold reproach in her eyes melted, replaced by ripples of emotion. The grievances she had been harboring dissipated. She had wanted to rebuke him, but the words died on her lips. Though she remained silent, Owen could see that her mood had lightened, the stars once again sparkling in her gaze. Relaxing slightly, Leslie finally spoke. Take care of yourself. Sargers won't be an easy opponent. In these 2 months, his strength is bound to grow. You don't have much time left. Owen, however, dismissed the matter with a smile, his focus entirely on her. Are you angry with me? He asked playfully. Leslie gave him a pointed look but ultimately nodded. Though she knew him well enough to understand he wasn't truly negligent, she couldn't help wishing he'd spend more time with her and their unborn child. Her icy demeanor had been less about anger and more a quiet plea for his presence. With a sigh, she turned her gaze to Venus, redirecting her lingering frustrations. Chapter 414 Owen and his admirers. When Leslie shifted her focus to Venus, the atmosphere among the gathered crowd became tense. No one dared speak, each one watching the two women with wary eyes. Venus, however, refused to back down, meeting Leslie's gaze head-on. The intensity of their standoff was palpable, mono-rippling in turbulent waves as their gazes locked. The very fabric of the pocket dimension trembled, the air thick with the potential for an explosive confrontation. Everyone else instinctively retreated, their hearts pounding with apprehension. Since Venus had declared publicly her intention to marry Owen, tensions between the goddess and Leslie had been mounting. The two were like opposing titans, and any clash between them promised catastrophic consequences. Yet, before things could escalate further, Venus suddenly withdrew her aura, breaking the tense standoff. She glanced at Owen and said calmly, focus on your training. When you face Sargers, I'll be there with you. Her voice lingered in the air as she vanished from the pocket dimension. Though Venus had departed, the oppressive atmosphere remained. Her parting words are intent to accompany Owen in his duel with Sargers hung heavily over the group. The upcoming battle had already drawn widespread attention across Pure Land, with countless individuals speculating about its outcome. This wasn't just a personal grudge match, the duel would determine the future of Pure Land. Sargers was infamous, a nightmare-inducing name whose strength and malice were legendary. On top of that, with the Celestial and Loki working in the shadows, there was little doubt Sargers' power would be elevated to unimaginable heights in the 2 months leading up to the duel. For Owen, the stakes were growing exponentially higher. Brother, let me go with you when the time comes, Madeline stepped forward, her expression resolute. Though her power couldn't compare to Owen's, she had grown significantly stronger and was confident in her ability to face celestial god-tier mages. But Owen shook his head. You need to stay here and look after your sister, he said firmly. The situation is far too dangerous for you to come along. Madeline blinked, momentarily stunned by his outright refusal. But why? She protested, her voice rising. I'm not a child anymore. I can handle myself. Her words were filled with sincerity. She had worked tirelessly to grow stronger, not just for herself but to shoulder some of Owen's burdens. Owen, however, remained unyielding. Placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, he said, there will be other opportunities. But not this time. Tears welled in Madeline's eyes. No, I want to go. The more dangerous it is, the more I want to stand by your side. Her determination was clear, but Owen's voice hardened. Not this time. It's too risky. Please, listen to me. His uncharacteristic sternness caused Madeline to falter, her lips trembling as tears spilled from her eyes. Leslie watched the exchange with growing curiosity. Owen, usually so gentle with Madeline, was now resolute in his refusal. His willingness to allow Venus to accompany him, however, raised questions in her mind. The explanation was clear. Whatever Owen was planning, it was more perilous than he was letting on. While the group settled back into an uneasy calm, the looming shadow of the death duel persisted. As word of the battle spread throughout Pure Land, discussions among mages grew louder and more fervent. The duel is only 6 days away now, one mage remarked anxiously. Time flew by too fast. If Owen loses, we'll be plunged back into an era of terror and cleansing. Owen has to win. Sargers is terrifying, but Owen isn't ordinary. He's the greatest prodigy in history, and his strength only grows when challenged. He'll triumph this time too. That's right. All we can do now is believe in him. As the days dwindled, the impending duel consumed the thoughts of mages and leaders alike. Even top-tier strategists couldn't predict the outcome, their foresight clouded by uncertainty. For many, the duel represented the thin line between salvation and ruin. Meanwhile, Owen seemed remarkably calm, spending his time in the pocket dimension with Leslie and the others. The usually tense and reserved Leslie appeared to have softened, treating everyone with an uncharacteristic warmth. At one point, Owen accompanied Leslie on a stroll through the pocket dimension, where others busied themselves with various activities. Serafina and Audrey splashed playfully in the spring of life beneath the Tree of World. Madeline and Diana meditated under the tree, absorbing its order energy. Rachel led the Dragon Princess on a leisurely exploration of the dimension. Isara and Charlotte delivered fresh fruits and delicacies to share with everyone. Even rivals like the Lord of Celestial God Palace and Flora had set aside their differences, their attention focused squarely on Owen and the implications of his duel. After their walk, Owen and Leslie returned to the palace. Only 6 days left, Leslie said, her tone unusually solemn. Owen gave a quiet nod but avoided delving into the matter further. He didn't want Leslie to worry any more than she already did. Her sharp intuition might also lead her to uncover things he wasn't ready to share. Noticing his stoic demeanor, Leslie's expression softened. A rare, sweet smile graced her lips as she said, let me accompany you to Demon Realm when the time comes. Owen shook his head, leaning down to kiss her forehead. Little Leslie will arrive soon. Focus on her and stay here to rest. I'll handle everything. Trust me. Leslie nodded but hesitated. A thought crossed her mind, and she looked at Owen intently. If that's what you're worried about, she said, then know this, little Leslie can arrive sooner than expected. Owen blinked, momentarily confused. Leslie raised one hand, forming a series of intricate seals. Mana and life energy from the pocket dimension converged toward her, swirling into a massive inverted pyramid above her head. The immense surge of energy drew everyone's attention, leaving them stunned and wondering what was happening. What an incredible phenomenon. What is Leslie doing? Inside the pocket dimension, everyone was drawn to the powerful energy radiating from the central palace. Chapter 415, Little Leslie is born. What an incredible phenomenon. What is Leslie doing? Inside the pocket dimension, everyone was drawn to the powerful energy radiating from the central palace. Above the palace, a massive vortex expanded, resembling an insatiable black hole. Nearly all the mana and life energy within the dimension was sucked into it, forming a deafening storm of unparalleled intensity. Madeline and the others quickly rushed toward the palace, their hearts racing with anticipation and concern. Inside the palace, Owen stood in stunned silence, watching the unfolding spectacle. When Leslie had mentioned that the child could be born early, Owen had thought she was joking. After all, childbirth usually required 10 months of pregnancy, and given the extraordinary nature of both parents, even 12 months would be considered normal. But now, under Leslie's mysterious technique, the very fabric of time and space around her seemed to warp under the overwhelming vitality surging from within. Leslie became the epicenter of a cold, intense energy wave that froze the palace floor and filled the air with biting winds, sharp as blades. Madeline and the others, having just arrived, immediately felt the bone-chilling cold envelop them, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Leslie now looked like an untouchable ice queen, surrounded by a blizzard of snowflakes that spiraled around her. The concentrated life energy gathered at her abdomen, causing her slightly rounded belly to shift subtly. Moments later, a brilliant light burst forth, so radiant that it blinded everyone. This light pierced through the pocket dimension and into the real world. Across Pure Land, mages gazed upward in shock, witnessing the emergence of what appeared to be a second sun, this one shining with an eerie white glow. What is happening in the Emerald Dreamscape? That energy, it's purer than any natural treasure I've ever encountered. Countless discussions broke out across Pure Land, as the unprecedented event captured everyone's attention. Back inside the pocket dimension, as the radiant light began to fade, Owen's pupils constricted sharply. In Leslie's arms lay a delicate baby girl, as perfect and pristine as a porcelain doll. The child didn't cry but gazed around with large, gem-like eyes, her flawless skin glowing with a healthy, rosy hue. Owen, utterly mesmerized, stood rooted to the spot. Leslie, her face pale but tender, looked down at the infant with boundless affection. Little Leslie had arrived. Mommy, the baby's soft, sweet voice called out, her tiny lips parting like delicate petals. Leslie smiled warmly, nodding at her daughter. She had always known that their child would be extraordinary, and this confirmed her belief. Born precociously wise, little Leslie seemed aware of her surroundings. Even as she spoke, the mana around her surged into her tiny body, accelerating her growth at an astonishing rate. Within moments, she had grown to resemble a slightly younger version of Serafina, giggling as she looked up at her mother. Suddenly, little Leslie turned her gaze toward Owen. Owen, still in awe, felt a powerful resonance within him, a deep connection to the child he had helped create. Daddy, the baby's soft, angelic voice called out to him. She clumsily stepped away from Leslie, her tiny feet wobbling as she tried to walk toward him. But after a few steps, she lost her balance and fell into the snowy ground. Yet, instead of crying, little Leslie stood up, brushing the snow off her chubby cheeks with her tiny hands. Owen's heart melted at the sight. He couldn't resist her charm and appeared beside her in an instant, gently scooping her into his arms. Her small, silky soft body smelled faintly of milk, and as she rested in his embrace, she beamed up at him, patting his cheeks with her tiny hands. Daddy, Daddy, she called, her voice overflowing with joy. Owen could only laugh, his heart brimming with pride and love. Madeline approached with a teasing smirk. Brother, it's just a baby. Do you have to drool over her? But her playful tone vanished the moment she laid eyes on little Leslie. The baby turned her curious gaze to Madeline and, with a sweet, lilting voice, said, Auntie Madeline, Daddy is amazing. Madeline's heart swelled with affection as she practically squealed, Little Leslie, what do you want? Tell Auntie, and I'll bring you the stars if you ask. Rachel and the others joined them, drawn to the baby's enchanting charm. Rachel Auntie, Serafina's sister, Audrey's sister. One by one, little Leslie greeted each person, her innocent voice melting every heart. Everyone couldn't help but adore her, showering her with affection and promises. After a while, Owen brought little Leslie back to Leslie's side. Holding both his daughter and his wife in his arms, his gratitude overflowed. Thank you, Leslie, he said, his voice thick with emotion. For everything. Leslie smiled softly. I just wanted to meet our little girl sooner. Now, does this mean I can go to Demon Realm with you? No, Owen shook his head, his expression serious. It's far too dangerous, even I can't guarantee safety there. Leslie fell silent for a moment. Then, with a piercing gaze, she asked, will you come back? Safe. Owen squeezed her hand tightly. I promise you I will return unharmed. For now, Leslie let the matter rest, turning her attention to their sleepy daughter. The 6 remaining days passed quickly. During that time, Owen stayed close to Leslie and little Leslie, cherishing every moment with them. Little Leslie grew rapidly, learning to walk with confidence and sleeping less and less, her development far from ordinary. Their peaceful days were interrupted on the morning of the duel by an unexpected visitor. Owen, it's time. Venus entered the pocket dimension, her gaze complex as she looked at Owen. She had already heard of little Leslie's birth. Asking Owen to face a life or death duel now seemed unbearably cruel. Owen, however, had been preparing for this day. He nodded calmly in acknowledgement. Before he could leave, little Leslie appeared, gazing up at him with wide, curious eyes. Daddy, are you going somewhere? Owen bent down to stroke her soft hair. Daddy will be back soon. Stay here with Mommy and wait for me, okay? But Daddy, little Leslie's big eyes glistened with hope. I want to go with you. Chapter 416, The Day of the Duel. Little Leslie is the best, the most obedient, Owen said with a warm smile, crouching to meet his daughter's gaze. But little Leslie shook her head, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Daddy, please let me go with you. I promise I'll be good and won't disturb you. Her large eyes began to brim with tears, glistening like pearls ready to fall. Owen's heart ached as if it were being torn apart. He wanted nothing more than to take her along, but this journey was far too dangerous. It was a risk he couldn't take. At that moment, Leslie walked over, crouching beside little Leslie. Her tone was calm but firm as she said, be a good girl and wait here with Mommy. Daddy will come back soon, I promise. Leslie's reassurance calmed little Leslie a little, though she still sniffled and whimpered. Daddy, you have to come back quickly, okay? Promise me. Owen extended his pinky finger, hooking it gently with hers. Daddy, you must keep your promise, little Leslie said with determination, her tear-streaked face looking up at him. Then, turning her curious gaze to Venus, she asked, Big sister, are you going with Daddy? Venus, meeting little Leslie's sweet and innocent demeanor for the first time, felt her heart soften. Yes, I'll be accompanying your daddy, Venus replied, her usual aloofness melting slightly under little Leslie's gaze. Then, can you bring Daddy back with you? Little Leslie asked, her earnest eyes locking onto Venus. Venus's heart skipped a beat. Under the weight of little Leslie's hopeful gaze, she couldn't find it within herself to refuse. She nodded gently and smiled. Yes, I promise to bring him back. With that, Venus turned to leave with Owen. Owen, his heart heavy, took a deep breath as he followed her. Just before stepping out of the pocket dimension, he turned to take one last look at little Leslie. Tears glistened on her cheeks like pearls, silently falling as she stood there watching him go. Across Pure Land. As the day of Owen and Cerberus' duel arrived, tension gripped Pure Land and beyond. From Forbidden Zone to Azure Kingdom, countless people held their breath. Today would decide the fate of Pure Land. Do you think Owen is ready? I believe in him. His talent is unparalleled. Even against Cerberus, he has a real chance. I'm not so optimistic. This duel was clearly premeditated by Cerberus and those behind him. Owen's already at a disadvantage. Either way, we have no choice but to put our faith in Owen now. Yes, let's pray for his victory. All eyes turned toward Demon Realm, where the stage was set. In Demon Realm, the once vibrant Demon Realm lay in ruins, reduced to a wasteland by the millennial cataclysm. Only the battered Demon Sky Citadel remained, its walls scorched and crumbling, the air heavy with the acrid smoke of green flames. On the Citadel's battlements, the Archdemon stood, clad in worn armor. Her sharp gaze swept over the encircling legions of the Burning Legion, who had the Citadel surrounded in an unbreakable siege. Flames roared from the Burning Legion's ranks, creating a sea of fire that threatened to consume everything. For 2 long months, the Citadel had been trapped in this suffocating siege. The Archdemon furrowed her brows. She knew full well that she and the others were merely pawns in Cerberus' scheme to lure Owen into this deadly confrontation. Thinking about Owen again, sister. Beside her, Elysia, the Demon Empress, teased with a knowing smirk. The Archdemon shot her a glare. I'm strategizing a way to break this siege. Unlike you, I don't want to sit here waiting to die. Elysia chuckled, unfazed by her sister's sharp tone. We just need to wait. If Owen defeats Cerberus, we'll be fine. The Archdemon's expression turned complex. She couldn't forget her intimate moments with Owen, the nights they spent together, and the way he had freed her from her inner demons. Every part of her body, heart, and soul belonged to him. But the thought of him walking into this perilous duel filled her with dread. Cerberus was no ordinary foe. The ancient records of Demon Realm described him as an unstoppable force of terror, a being so dangerous that even the bravest avoided him at all costs. And now, with the Celestial and Loki backing him, his strength was likely unimaginable. If Owen came, he would be stepping directly into a meticulously laid trap. The Archdemon clenched her fists, her mind swirling with worry, until a voice broke through her thoughts. He's here, said Ymir, her tone calm but her eyes betraying her own complicated feelings. The Archdemon and Elysia followed Ymir's gaze to the horizon, where a lone figure approached with unwavering determination. It was Owen. He had come. The Archdemon's heart ached at the sight of him, emotions she couldn't suppress churning. Within her, he looked just as she remembered, composed, confident, and utterly magnetic. This man, who had captivated her so completely, was now walking directly into the lion's den. The duel begins. As Owen approached the Demon Sky Citadel, the previously calm sky began to ripple and distort. A thunder's voice boomed like a clap of thunder. Owen, I've been waiting for you. Cerberus' arrival sent a wave of tension rippling through the Burning Legion. Their commanders roared in unison, a chorus of rage and bloodlust that shook the heavens. In the heart of the chaos, Cerberus stood tall. His crimson armor glowed ominously, his 2 horns radiating an eerie, corrupting energy. His enormous frame was wreathed in unholy flames, distorting the air around him with its heat. His malevolent gaze locked onto Owen's, the clash of their wills freezing time itself. Owen narrowed his eyes, studying his foe. Cerberus wasn't just a formidable adversary, he was the pinnacle of throne's celestial power, bolstered by the Celestial and Loki. This duel wouldn't just be against Cerberus, it would be against all those who sought to end Owen's life, including the Forbidden Zone's hidden powers. The Archdemon, Elysia, and Ymir watched from the Citadel walls, their hearts heavy with concern. Even from this distance, they could feel the oppressive aura emanating from Cerberus. And yet, Owen stood undaunted, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Chapter 417, Facing Cerberus once more. The overwhelming might and terror of Cerberus were deeply etched into the memories of those who had witnessed the Burning Legion's assault on Demon Sky Citadel. To stand before him felt like an ant gazing up at the heavens utterly insignificant, drowned in despair. The gap in strength was simply insurmountable. A shadowed view. Not far from Demon Realm, a black enchanted carpet hovered in the void. The carpet was grand and expansive, with a table set upon it. On the table rested an unopened bottle of champagne and 2 glasses of red wine, glinting in the eerie light. Caesar, his soul condensed into a tangible form, held a glass of red wine between his fingers, swirling it lightly. The crimson liquid gleamed like blood. Even without a physical body to savor the wine's aroma, watching the standoff between Owen and Cerberus gave him the same thrill as enjoying a fine vintage. A celestial god attending Caesar lifted the other glass, inhaling the wine's rich fragrance before chuckling. Master Caesar, your foresight is unparalleled. Today's duel between Owen and Cerberus will undoubtedly unfold just as you predicted. Caesar smiled faintly, shaking his head slightly. The world is unpredictable. It's best not to speak in absolutes. Still, Owen faces not only Cerberus but also the machinations of the Forbidden Zone, the Celestial, and others. His chances of survival are slim. The celestial god beside him smirked, responding, indeed, master. People hail Owen as the greatest prodigy of the age, but only because you've remained out of sight. With you here, how could this upstart ever shine? In your presence, Master Caesar, Owen is nothing more than a plaything. Outside the Citadel, Owen and Venus strode through the air. Against the endless expanse of the Burning Legion, they were but 2 faint specks of light, seemingly insignificant. Yet the energy radiating from them was imposing, calm and unyielding, standing firm against the encroaching tide of destructive, malevolent flames. Venus's gaze didn't linger on the legions. Instead, it quickly found its way to the Citadel's battlements, where the Archdemon and her companion stood. A sly smile spread across her lips. No wonder you agreed to a duel to the death with Cerberus, she teased. With 3 such beauties waiting for you, who wouldn't be tempted? Owen's expression darkened. He hadn't realized until now how much Venus relished making outrageous remarks. But with Cerberus so close, Owen had no patience for distractions. Shooting Venus a sharp glance, he chose not to reply. However, his silence only emboldened Venus, who sighed dramatically. I see now why you turned me down so decisively before, no hesitation at all. With so many loves spread across the land, why would you need me? Leslie must be utterly blinded by love to put up with you, you scoundrel. Owen's lips twitched in irritation. Venus, despite her noble lineage and celestial status, was still a woman. And like many, she bore a grudge when spurned, expressing it with relentless jabs. Were it any other day, Owen might have humored her antics. But today, he needed his focus sharp, his energy undivided. His icy glare silenced Venus mid-sentence. Enough, he said coldly. Venus huffed but refrained from further remarks. The duel begins. The already dim sky grew darker, oppressive and heavy. Cerberus descended step by step from the heavens, each stride reverberating like a thunderclap, shaking the very fabric of the void. Moments ago, he had stood high above, a figure in the distant sky. Now, he was less than 100 meters away. As he approached, the heavens seemed to sag under his weight, and the atmosphere pressed heavily upon all who bore witness. Owen, Cerberus's voice rumbled, as if torn from the depths of an abyss. I told you, our paths would inevitably cross in a battle to the death. He halted, his piercing gaze locking on Owen. His eyes, devoid of emotion, radiated pure destruction. From the annihilating aura emanating from Cerberus, Owen glimpsed countless shattered worlds, the cries of the dying echoing in his mind. These were Cerberus's deeds, the remnants of the realms he had obliterated, the unending massacre of mages under his hand. As the weight of Cerberus's presence bore down, the burning legion erupted into a deafening roar. Their synchronized cries rang like the clash of blades, piercing the air and assaulting the senses of all who heard them. The sound wasn't merely noise, it invaded the mind, shaking resolve and sapping morale. From this very moment, Cerberus was laying the groundwork for victory, using his sheer presence to dominate both Owen and the countless mages watching from afar. Hope and despair. Owen, you have to win. The cacophony of the burning legion stirred memories of fear among the elder mages watching. It reminded them of the days when the legion's campaigns had spread across pure land like wildfire, leaving only death and ruin in their wake. But now, there was a glimmer of hope. Owen, the man who had dazzled the world with his unmatched talent, now stood as their last bastion of salvation. Countless eyes watched as Owen faced Cerberus. Come on, Owen, you can do this. Cerberus is a monster. If he wins, none of us will be spared. Still, Owen is no ordinary prodigy. He transcends this age itself. We must trust in his strength and weight. From Pure Land to Academy City, projections of the duel broadcast the unfolding drama to all corners of the realm. Even the weakest practitioners could now witness this legendary confrontation. Within Owen's pocket dimension, Madeline and the others huddled together, their eyes glued to the projection. Though they knew Owen well and had faith in him, the gravity of the duel left them tense and anxious. Behind them, Serafina, Audrey, and the Dragon Princess clutched each other nervously, their hearts pounding audibly. In contrast, Ysera and Farola watched with calm composure, their focus unwavering. Only the Dark Elf Queen had her gaze elsewhere on Leslie, seated serenely in the palace. The Queen found Leslie's demeanor odd. Despite her deep bond with Owen, Leslie appeared unusually calm, her expression almost detached. It was starkly different from her past reactions. Did Leslie have unshakable confidence in Owen's abilities, or was there something else at play? The Queen's eyes narrowed as she noticed the slumbering little Leslie in Leslie's arms. With each breath, little Leslie absorbed an immense flow of life energy, and order runes shimmered faintly around her like protective chains. The Queen's heart raced, born with an infinite connection to order. It was beyond extraordinary. Little Leslie might well be a child of creation, embodying the mythical traits of the fabled supreme physique. After all, for a mage to master even a single aspect of order was to be hailed as a true prodigy. Yet here was little Leslie, basking in its unbounded radiance from birth. Chapter 418, Little Leslie's Extraordinary Gift. Unlike ordinary prodigies, little Leslie stood surrounded by an endless flow of order, akin to loyal subjects awaiting the commands of their monarch. It seemed that every aspect of order lay within her grasp, effortlessly accessible and under her control. This was leagues beyond the mere mastery of a single order, a capability that made even legends pale in comparison. Indeed, such a supreme physique, as theorized in countless arcane calculations, was said to represent the epitome of perfection. Yet, until now, it had remained a speculative ideal, with no evidence of its existence. The Dark Elf Queen, who had once dismissed these notions as mere conjecture, now stood awestruck as the impossible unfolded before her very eyes. The sheer magnitude of order surrounding little Leslie was beyond comprehension. Her talent transcended the boundaries of reality, ascending into the realms of myth and legend. This was the child of Owen and Leslie, a progeny of unparalleled terror and wonder. The duel commences. While the Dark Elf Queen marveled at little Leslie's inconceivable abilities, the tension between Owen and Cerberus reached its breaking point. In a flash, both moved simultaneously, and the long-anticipated duel began. Countless eyes locked onto the combatants, hearts pounding with suspense and exhilaration. Outside Demon Sky Citadel, Cerberus, gripping his blade breathed in fell energy, stepped forward. The earth beneath him quaked, and the very fabric of space seemed to compress before him, forming ripples of destructive energy. Owen, to die by my hand today, consider it a worthy conclusion to your fleeting existence, Cerberus intoned, his voice carrying a strange finality. With that, he unleashed the full might of his throne's celestial tear. The skies groaned and the earth trembled as his overwhelming aura cascaded outward, shattering the heavens with a deafening roar. Owen unleashes his power. Owen, fully aware of the stakes, wasted no time. Though Cerberus was his senior in both rank and experience, he activated his primordial chaos body, pushing his bloodline to its zenith. In his hand, the Godslayer sword shone like a newborn sun, emanating rays of blinding brilliance that expanded outward, banishing Cerberus's oppressive aura. Without hesitation, Owen lunged forward, his sword carving a path through time and space. The strike, supreme sword, erupted into a beam of light that seemed to bisect the entire demon realm, bearing the destructive force of a world-ending calamity. The energy of the supreme sword was overwhelming, inescapable, and unstoppable. Under its influence, order dissolved, the heavens roared, and the world teetered on the brink of chaos. For a moment, Owen appeared as a god of destruction, ushering the realm into eternal darkness. Cerberus fights back. Facing the devastating attack, Cerberus's expression turned grim. With a swing of his fell-forged blade, a torrent of infernal fire cascaded from the fiery clouds above, streaking down like meteors to meet Owen's sword. Boom! The collision of blade and sword sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Streams of infernal fire clashed with the sword's radiant energy, surging and disintegrating in violent explosions that left the void fractured. A clash of equals. When the dust settled, both combatants had been forced backward. Owen's body bore the scars of the encounter, fell flames lingering on his wounds and forcing a spurt of blood from his lips. Cerberus, on the other hand, had suffered a deep gash to his chest. The blow had cut through his armor, leaving a wound that reached down to the bone. Their opening exchange had left both warriors injured, proof of the devastating intensity of their battle. Observers react. Countless spectators gasped in awe and terror. This was no mere sparring match. Both combatants had fought with every ounce of their strength, and the result had been mutual devastation. Cerberus recognizes Owen's growth. Cerberus's gaze fixed on Owen, his voice betraying a rare note of astonishment. A god-marked celestial god, he muttered. You've advanced to such a level in mere months. Though aware of Owen's unmatched potential, Cerberus couldn't help but marvel. The leap from celestial god to god-marked celestial god was akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm, one that even the most talented mages spent lifetimes trying to bridge. Yet Owen had done it in an impossibly short span. Hope rises. God-marked celestial god. No wonder Owen has been so confident. He's already surpassed what anyone thought possible. If Owen could contend with Cerberus before, his newfound strength makes victory more than just a dream. Cerberus refuses to yield. Though his surprise lingered, Cerberus's expression soon darkened, and his voice grew cold. Your breakthrough may have shortened the gap between us, but it isn't enough to change your fate. Today, Owen, you die. As if to underscore his words, the gaping wound on his chest rapidly healed, leaving no trace of injury behind. Owen's calm, confident gaze met Cerberus's. His voice was steady, carrying a quiet conviction. Is that so? Many before you have claimed the same. Every one of them fell at my hands. The battle escalates. Cerberus's composure wavered for a moment, his brow furrowing. He let out a deafening roar, his massive form expanding further, casting a shadow so vast it seemed to consume the sky. Beneath its weight, Demon Sky Citadel trembled. Owen, show me the limits of your arrogance, Sargeras bellowed. With terrifying speed, his blade, now enveloped in emerald flames, transformed into a streak of light barreling toward Owen. The sheer force of the attack ignited the air, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. But just as the attack seemed unstoppable, the supreme sword in Owen's hand erupted with radiant energy, forming a pillar of light that pierced the heavens. Under its glow, the fell blade dimmed, its momentum slowing. A collision of titans. Owen surged forward, his blade slicing through the oncoming attack. Behind him, numerous projections of himself materialized, each one leaping into the fray to strike at Sargeras. Boom! Their clash sent waves of chaos rippling through the realm. The skies of the demon realm shattered, revealing endless constellations hidden behind the veil of destruction. A battle beyond comprehension. The ferocity of their fight obliterated everything in its path. Explosions of light and shadow tore through space, swallowing stars and erasing the boundaries of the battlefield. The combatants moved at such blinding speeds that even the most powerful mages struggled to keep track of their movements. This was not a battle of mortals, it was the collision of gods. Even those watching through projections trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity. If a single stray shockwave reached them, they would be annihilated. Among the onlookers, even throned celestials found themselves shaken. The scale of this battle I can barely withstand the aftermath, whispered one, and fear mingling in their voice. Chapter 419, Sargeras' Limits. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the battle between the two fighters reached a fever pitch. Surging demonic energy whirled around Sargeras, an endless torrent of eerie, searing flames rising and burning, emanating waves that seemed to herald the end of the world. Within these pulsations, the battlefield between him and Owen dissolved into chaos. Their figures were imperceptible, only the terrifying ripples of their clashes could be seen, exploding like high-energy blasts in the void, scattering shockwaves in every direction. These shockwaves didn't leave the two combatants unscathed. Even Owen's battle-hardened, seemingly indestructible body was scorched black by the demonic flames, thick black smoke rising from his seared skin. Meanwhile, Sargeras was faring no better. Under the relentless sword energy of Owen's Godslayer sword, his armor was riddled with deep cuts, and blood gushed from his wounds, filling the air with an even heavier scent of iron and gore. The two exchanged dozens more blows, and the heavens above Demon Sky Citadel became a churning mass of chaotic energy. The vast starry sky above twisted, collapsed, and shattered into endless stardust, blotting out the sun and moon. As their battle escalated to even more terrifying heights, another violent clash forced Owen and Sargeras to simultaneously take a step back. In the next instant, Owen's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, sword intent flowing like rivers of water, before he slashed at Sargeras' arm with a lightning-fast strike. The attack was too swift. Even with all his focus trained on Owen, Sargeras couldn't evade it. The blade pierced through his arm. Blood spurted out in torrents. The excruciating pain wrung a scream from Sargeras, a cry that echoed across the heavens and earth. Sargeras was wounded. The sight of Sargeras injured filled the onlookers with elation. After all, Owen was only a god-marked celestial, far below Sargeras' rank as a mage. Yet, despite the disparity, Owen had managed to wound him, gaining the upper hand. Clenching his teeth through the pain, Sargeras glared at Owen, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. The sheer terror of Owen's combat prowess had far exceeded his expectations. The speed and power of his strikes were beyond anything Sargeras had anticipated. Sargeras, Owen said, his tone calm yet commanding. At this stage, there's no point in holding back. Let me see the full extent of your power. Do you really think you can defeat me with your current strength? You're dreaming. Owen's words sent shockwaves through the spectators. Could it be that Sargeras had been holding back this entire time? I'll admit, Sargeras said, his tone grave, I underestimated you earlier. Your talent and strength are unlike anything I've encountered. But if I get serious, you won't stand a chance. Sargeras fixed his gaze on Owen, his expression growing colder and more menacing. Tightening his grip on his demonic blade, he seemed to seize control of the very fabric of reality. Around Owen, the void began to collapse inward, vibrating violently. Waves of oppressive demonic energy surged toward him with crushing force. In that moment, Sargeras seemed to transform into the supreme creator, the sovereign of this world. Anyone who witnessed this scene felt themselves shrink in insignificance, like fireflies daring to compete with the blazing sun. Even from across the endless void, the oppressive majesty of Sargeras' aura grew stronger, compelling all who felt it to bow down. It was their first time encountering such a phenomenon. Try as they might to resist, the weight of his presence was inescapable. Meanwhile, the Burning Legion troops stationed at Demon Sky Citadel, emboldened by the surge of their commander's power, erupted in deafening cheers. Venus, however, watched with a heavy heart. From Sargeras, she sensed an even more terrifying aura. This is bad, Venus murmured, her face pale. Sargeras is trying to break the seal. Already immensely powerful, Sargeras' aura was now surging beyond comprehension, on the verge of breaking through the limits of Throne Celestial. Venus understood all too well that anyone who reached the rank of Throne Celestial would inevitably face suppression by the Celestial. After all, this rank represented the extreme limit of power. To go beyond it was to pose a direct threat to the Celestial itself. Thus, the Celestial had established this threshold as a warning. Any mage who attempted to surpass Throne Celestial would face not only the Celestial's attacks but also a curse that would drastically shorten their lifespan, making survival nearly impossible. For this reason, most Throne Celestial mages chose not to pursue greater power. The path forward was treacherous, and the oppressive weight of the Celestial's warning hung over them like a sword poised to fall. The closer they approached the limit, the more likely that sword was to descend. But now, to achieve a swift victory over Owen, Sargeras had chosen to break this limit and unleash his peak combat strength. Even stepping half a step beyond Throne Celestial would grant him an unfathomable surge in power. No matter how formidable Owen's abilities seemed, he would pale in comparison to Sargeras in this state. As Venus grew increasingly uneasy, her gaze instinctively shifted to a distant corner of the void. There, where nothing should have been, a magic carpet floated silently. On it sat Caesar's soul, watching the battle unfold with casual interest. Venus's heart sank at the sight. Caesar, who usually kept to herself, had come here. This uncharacteristic behavior filled Venus with a growing sense of dread. Caesar noticed Venus's gaze and offered her a faint smile, a subtle greeting. Venus furrowed her brows even more deeply. Caesar's soul was immensely powerful. If she didn't want to be seen, even Venus despite her own formidable strength might not have been able to sense her presence. Caesar had revealed herself on purpose. Next to Caesar, a celestial god, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Sargeras, chuckled lightly. Lord Caesar, Sargeras' power is truly terrifying. He's far more formidable now than ever before. There's no way Owen can match him. Caesar, however, shook her head slightly. Sargeras has indeed brought out all his trump cards, but if Owen were so easily defeated, he would have perished in the trials long ago. He is far more resourceful and resilient than he appears. Otherwise, he would not have earned my respect. Hearing Caesar's rare tone of gravity, the celestial god beside her felt a shiver run down his spine. Having served Caesar for many years, he understood how rare it was for her to take any mage seriously. To see Caesar treat Owen with such solemnity was shocking. My lord, do you believe Owen will win this fight? Caesar cast him a glance and shook her head. This time, his opponent isn't just Cerberus. Ultimately, he will lose. As Cerberus began breaking through the limits of Throne Celestial, the spectators in the miniature world all watched with grim expressions. The power emanating from Cerberus now was on an entirely different level. Even the residual shockwaves of his aura, carried across the vast void, reeked of death. Breaking the Throne Celestial limit, it was something they had only heard of in legend. What kind of power would Cerberus wield once he crossed that boundary? They could not even begin to imagine. Chapter 420, Cerberus gravely wounded. Cerberus has his trump cards, but so does my brother. He'll win this fight for sure. Madeline's expression had grown grave, but her confidence in Owen's strength was unshaken. How many crises and tribulations had Owen already weathered? This time would be no different. Serafina, the dragon princess, and the others clenched their fists tightly. Their faces bore traces of worry, but an even greater determination shone through. Compared to the others, Ysera was more focused on Leslie's reaction. She glanced toward Leslie, who was standing in the great hall. Leslie, her expression calm and composed, gazed at the scene before her as if Cerberus's eruption of power could not stir her heart. Meanwhile, young Leslie, who had been napping in the hall, seemed to sense something. Her small brows furrowed slightly, and she murmured Owen's name in her sleep. At the same time, the terrifying ripples of power emanating from Cerberus sent shockwaves across the Pure Land and beyond. Mages everywhere turned pale, trembling under the sheer weight of his overwhelming aura. For most of them, even celestial gods were untouchable pinnacles of strength. Throne Celestials were beings beyond comprehension. As for what lay beyond Throne Celestial, no one knew. It was a tier of unimaginable might, a realm so vast it could only be whispered about as possessing the power to obliterate the Pure Land itself. For any mage beneath that tier, the suppression would be absolute and complete annihilation. The gap was simply too vast. As countless onlookers watched Owen with anxious eyes, Cerberus, now enveloped in a surging aura, abruptly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed within them, and an overwhelming wave of mana spread outward, turning the surrounding void into a suffocating mire and pressing down upon Owen inch by inch. In this moment, Cerberus seemed like an unassailable sovereign, trampling all magic beneath his feet. Such power intoxicating. Cerberus relished the waves of mana coursing through him. The intricate patterns of magical order swirling between his brows filled him with an unprecedented sense of invincibility. At his whim, it felt as if the stars themselves could shatter. He was gripped by an intoxicating sense of omnipotence. Raising his hand toward Owen, Cerberus brought it down with a crushing force. The heavens roared as a torrent of order cascaded from the shattered sky, falling light. Countless celestial waterfalls, obliterating the void below. The already fragile demon realm quaked violently under the force, as though an unparalleled cataclysm had been unleashed. Even celestial god-level mages caught a whiff of death set in the air. Were they to approach, annihilation would be certain without so much as a chance to react. This strike from Cerberus was simply too fearsome. Amidst the raging torrent of order, Owen stood firm, sword lowered at his side, his gaze fixed upon the skies above. His expression was grave. Even he could sense the immense danger emanating from Cerberus's attack. It was clear that ordinary means would not suffice to block this blow. Taking a deep breath, Owen activated his supreme order. Instantly, a towering, majestic figure appeared behind him, so vast it seemed to bridge the heavens and the earth. Though the figure was indistinct, it exuded an aura that felt as if it had traversed the endless rivers of time to descend upon this battlefield. Owen glanced upward at the apparition, and the figure gazed back down at him. Their eyes locked, and a strange resonance rippled outward. The phantom merged with Owen, and his aura surged dramatically. In mere moments, Owen, who had been at the level of a god-marked celestial, broke through to the realm of Throne Celestial. A boundless energy surged from within him, radiating outward. Under the influence of this newfound power, the descent of the order torrent slowed, and the trembling of the demon realm subsided somewhat. Every mage watching Owen was struck dumb with astonishment. Is this the legendary supreme order magic? I can't believe he could elevate himself from god-marked celestial to Throne Celestial with a secret technique. Is this Owen's trump card? His combat strength at Throne Celestial is far beyond that of god-marked celestial. Venus, too, was stunned, her face a picture of disbelief. Even Caesar, who had been observing from the shadows, could scarcely believe the magnitude of Owen's sudden leap in strength. After all, the difference between Throne Celestial and god-marked celestial was not merely a step, it was an unbridgeable chasm. No one had ever witnessed such a technique that could achieve this kind of transformation. The mages in the Pure Land rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to accept the scene before them. The sheer scope of Owen's growth defied all logic. In the small world, Madeline and the others were equally stunned. Though they had known Owen possessed incredible trump cards, they had not expected anything like this. Owen's already formidable combat power soared exponentially as he ascended to a higher tier. Amid the collective shock, Leslie remained the calmest. With serene elegance, she continued to watch the unfolding events. Cerberus, it's time to end this. Feeling the overwhelming mana coursing through him, Owen let out a long roar and locked his gaze onto Cerberus. He began weaving intricate hand seals before him. The light dark seals were unleashed. Brilliant light erupted in front of Owen, exploding like a supernova. The dazzling radiance turned the world into a sea of blinding white. Every attack that surged toward Owen was neutralized upon contact with the rippling waves of white light, dissolving into nothingness. Even the torrent of order was reduced to melting snow as it touched the radiant ripples. The light expanded, forming a domain that enveloped Cerberus. Within this domain, massive, mountain-like spheres of dark energy descended upon Cerberus, crushing toward him. These black orbs carried a sealing power so absolute that anything they touched would have its mana entirely suppressed. For the first time, Cerberus felt a flicker of fear. Owen's sudden counterattack far exceeded his expectations. As he prepared to retaliate, the black orbs ignored space and time, slamming into him. Directly, the mana light coursing over his resilient body dimmed instantly. Even the magical order flowing within him was sealed, unable to emit the faintest ripple. Then, the black orbs detonated, merging with the radiant white light to create an even more terrifying explosion. Cerberus's body was unable to withstand the devastating shockwaves. He was torn into countless bloody fragments that scattered across the battlefield. Owen narrowed his eyes, his expression remaining tense. Cerberus's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Even with the supreme order and the devastating light dark seals, he had only managed to destroy Cerberus's physical form, he had not annihilated him entirely. It was clear that after breaking through to a level beyond Throne Celestial, Cerberus's combat prowess had reached an unimaginable height. Even such an overwhelming attack had failed to completely obliterate him. Yet, while Cerberus had not been killed, he had been grievously wounded. The scattered remnants of his blood and flesh began converging toward the center, attempting to reform his body for another round. At his level, even total physical destruction could not end him. His immense vitality allowed him to regenerate endlessly, making him nearly immortal. Of course, this required a sufficient reserve of essence blood. Owen, unwilling to give him the chance to recover, acted decisively. As Cerberus's fragmented body began to reassemble, Owen swept his hand forward. Within the radiant white domain, countless black orbs detonated like collapsing stars. The resulting shockwave shredded Cerberus's fragments into even finer pieces, extinguishing the vitality of his scattered flesh with relentless force. Chapter 421, The Vanishing Projection. Amidst the pure white radiance, Cerberus's flesh continued to rupture and dissipate, his body disintegrating inch by inch. The scent of death gathered heavily in his heart. He knew all too well if this continued, Owen's strike would indeed annihilate him. Without hesitation, he directed his formidable mind power, weaving it like countless threads to pull his scattered blood and flesh back toward his original position. Slowly, they coalesced into a blood-red phantom of his form. The agony of reconstructing his body was unbearable, drawing an anguished wail from Cerberus that sent visible shockwaves rippling through the void. But Owen had already locked onto his aura. As Cerberus's flesh began to gather, black orbs of condensed energy surged toward him. Boom! Brilliant light erupted from Cerberus, colliding with the terrifying, all-consuming black orbs. The clash unleashed a monotide that swept across the battlefield. As the monotide subsided, Owen narrowed his eyes, watching Cerberus retreat swiftly. His voice was cold, trying to flee now, a bit too late for that. The moment his words fell, Owen's body transformed into a streak of light that transcended space and time, closing in on Cerberus. Cerberus, still a blood-red silhouette, had yet to fully restore his body. Faced with Owen's devastating attack, he felt an unfamiliar fear flicker across his face. Gone was the composure and arrogance he had exuded before. Knowing he couldn't withstand Owen in his current state, Cerberus raised his blood-forged hands and tore open the void before him, attempting to escape Owen's relentless pursuit. But Owen was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Allowing Cerberus to recover would make striking him down infinitely harder. Without hesitation, Owen gave chase. The two figures, one white and one black, streaked through the void like twin beams of light locked in an unrelenting pursuit. Those watching through the projection were left stunned by the scene before them. Owen's combat prowess had reached such terrifying heights that even a top-tier powerhouse like Cerberus was being hunted down in disgrace. Cerberus is actually losing so miserably. He's running like a dog with its tail between its legs. It looks like the battle is nearing its end. Once Cerberus falls, the burning legion will crumble. All hail Lord Owen, eternal and invincible. As they witnessed Owen's unparalleled display of power, countless onlookers erupted in cheers. The sight of Cerberus suffering defeat, something they had never imagined, ignited an unparalleled excitement within them. Clenching their fists and flushed with exhilaration, they felt as though they were Owen himself, delivering crushing blows to Cerberus. The sheer thrill surged through their veins, a heady rush that made them almost groan in satisfaction. Within the small world, Serafina and the others couldn't contain their excitement, cheering loudly. Master, Master is the best, Serafina exclaimed, jumping and dancing in delight. The dragon princess smiled radiantly, her expression bright with admiration. Lord Owen truly is the greatest prodigy of all time, she said. Though she was a naturally gifted member of the dragon race with immense innate strength, her talents paled in comparison to Owen's brilliance. Yet, in stark contrast to the jubilant crowd, Ysera's strikingly beautiful face bore a rare seriousness. If it were this simple to end things, Cerberus wouldn't be Cerberus, she said gravely. Her words startled the dark elf queen, who turned to look at Ysera. As the daughter of a celestial god, Ysera undoubtedly knew far more than Owen did. Her cautious attitude hinted that there was more to Cerberus than they realized. Madeline, sensing the tension, asked, is there a problem? Under everyone's expectant gazes, Ysera remained silent. She couldn't shake the feeling that Cerberus's retreat was too abrupt. Neither the celestial nor her father had shown any reaction, which was highly unusual. At that moment, the projection in front of them began to tremble violently, cracking and then shattering into nothingness. The projection was gone. Ysera and the others were stunned. In the small world, as well as across the Pure Land, mages quickly realized that the projections they had been watching had abruptly vanished. What's happening? Why did the projection disappear? What just happened? Why'd I have a bad feeling about this? The sudden disappearance caused a wave of panic. The projections had been created by the combined efforts of Academy City and Wind Shadow, utilizing their finest instruments. If one faction's projection device had failed, it might have been understandable. But for both to falter simultaneously reeked of foul play. All at once, the people of the Pure Land glanced around uneasily, their hearts heavy with the sense that something had gone terribly wrong in the Demon Realm. Go, head to the Demon Realm immediately and bring back any updates. This must be tied to Owen and Cerberus. Their duel is too critical. The leaders of Academy City and Wind Shadow were particularly frantic, pacing and shouting orders. This battle could shape the next centuries, if not an entire epic, yet it had been abruptly interrupted. Some high-ranking officials, desperate for answers, rushed straight to the Demon Realm to witness the outcome for themselves. Meanwhile, within the small world, tension hung thick in the air. Those present were visibly anxious, their eyes clouded with worry. To them, the projection's failure could only mean one thing: the hand of a scheming manipulator was at work, and Owen was in grave danger. Madeline, the most agitated of all, attempted to leave the small world to head for the Demon Realm. But to her shock, she found herself trapped. What's going on? Her pupils shrank as realization dawned. She had been able to enter and leave the small world freely before. When had this restriction been put in place? After multiple failed attempts to break the seal, Madeline began searching for Rachel. The small world was under Rachel's care. If anyone could provide answers, it was her. But as she looked around, she realized, to her dismay, that Rachel was nowhere to be found. Rachel had seemingly left long before. She must have sensed something after her breakthrough to Celestial God and slipped away, Madeline muttered angrily. Leaving without even telling me, how selfish. Seething with frustration, Madeline's eyes glowed red with fury. A deadly aura erupted from her body as she struck the small world's barrier with all her might, but the barrier held firm, far stronger than her current power could overcome. A sudden realization struck her as she sensed the aura binding the small world. Leslie. The barrier had been created by Leslie. With her current strength, breaking it was impossible. Madeline immediately turned toward where Leslie had last been, but the grand hall was empty. She's already gone, Ysera said softly, shaking her head. With her intuition, she must have foreseen something and left early. Madeline's anger flared. Leaving without saying a word is one thing, but why seal the small world and trap is here? As Madeline raged, the dragon princess and others tried to calm her down. But Madeline remained relentless, hammering at the small world's barrier. The entire realm trembled under her blows, as though she would stop at nothing until it was broken. At that moment, a small figure appeared before them. It was young Leslie. Auntie, the child said softly, her voice steady despite her small stature. Mother, what do? Find father. She said she would bring him back. I trust mother, and I trust father too. Her quiet yet resolute words silenced the room. Chapter 422, The Schemes of the Mastermind. Hearing young Leslie speak, the once agitated Madeline gradually calmed down. After all, Leslie was like an angel, evoking nothing but tenderness in others. Madeline stepped forward, scooping Leslie into her arms and planting a kiss on her cheek. But I miss your father. I'm worried about him. What should I do? She asked, her voice trembling. Leslie smiled brightly. Andy, just wait here. Trust mother. Trust father. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Cerberus finally stopped in front of the demon abyss, ceasing his escape. During his retreat, Owen's relentless assaults had left him gravely injured, his vitality nearly extinguished. Now, his skin was ashen, his expression heavy with defeat. His once vigorous soul wavered like a flickering candle in the rain. When he saw Owen closing in, he let out a long sigh. Owen, I admit I underestimated you. In this duel of life and death, you are the victor. Yet, despite Cerberus's words, Owen didn't let his guard down. Cerberus's sudden shift in demeanor was far too suspicious. Your strength is impressive, far surpassing the rumors, Cerberus continued, his tone even. Such recognition from Cerberus would have been a monumental honor for most mages. But Owen merely stared at him coldly. Cerberus was not one to concede so easily, and his pride would never allow him to admit defeat outright. Under Owen's watchful gaze, Cerberus's tone suddenly changed, his voice laced with icy menace. Though you have won today, make no mistake you will not leave here alive. Owen had anticipated such a reversal and was unfazed. He simply waited to see what Cerberus had planned next. Cerberus raised his head to the heavens. The brighter the star, the more the wind howls to snuff it out. Owen, the more extraordinary you are, the more the celestial will never allow you to live. With that, Cerberus cast his gaze upward. Above the demon realm, the once still and silent sky was now dominated by a towering white spire. It radiated an otherworldly aura of terror, bathing the heavens in pale light and casting down dense beams of silver. Under this light, the void seemed to grow pure, more sanctified, yet it evoked a disquieting compulsion to submit, to worship, to become its devout follower. Within the spire, a grotesque monstrosity of blood and flesh began to ride like waves of the sea. From its depths came a hoarse, chilling voice. Owen, we meet again. Accompanying this voice was an overwhelming pressure emanating from the infinite spire. Throne Celestial, an ancient entity from the Forbidden Zone, had awakened. Owen glanced briefly at the creature before fixing his gaze back on Cerberus. So, you've allied yourself with the Forbidden Zone, Owen said flatly. Surely the infinite spire isn't the only one here. Where are the other 3 Throne Celestials from the Forbidden Zones? Let them show themselves. The moment Owen spoke, faint whispers filled the air, followed by ancient voices echoing through the void. It's been so long, and your strength has grown to such heights. If you're allowed to continue, there may truly come a day when you destroy his Forbidden Zones again. A pity that no matter how unparalleled your talent may be, without bowing to us, you've sealed your fate. From the Bone Abyss, the Forbidden Sea, and the Heaven of Desire, 3 more ancient Throne Celestials emerged, encircling Owen. Standing directly before Owen was a colossal skeletal figure, its blackened bones radiating a corrosive aura that seemed to erode everything around it. Within its hollow eye sockets, countless wailing spirits writhed in torment. Its power, too, had reached the level of Throne Celestial. Behind Owen stood an entity from the Forbidden Sea. Its body was covered in mysterious runes and bound with white bandages that exuded an eerie, inexplicable energy. The third appeared beside the infinite spire, a humanoid form wreathed in prismatic light. Though it had a human shape, it radiated the feral, predatory presence of a soul-devouring spellbeast. 4 Forbidden Zones, 4 ancient Throne Celestials. For any mage, facing such a lineup, let alone a single Throne Celestial, would be enough to drive them to despair. The power of the celestial gods from the Forbidden Zones was already fearsome. Those who ascended to Throne Celestial were the elites among elites, capable of facing 2 opponents single-handedly. Yet neither Cerberus nor the 4 ancient beings saw any fear or despair in Owen's expression. Instead, Owen remained utterly calm. They had expected to see terror, hopelessness, and pleas for mercy. Instead, they saw none of it. Owen, one of them sneered. Why the act? If you beg for mercy, we might grant you a swift death. The blood and soul of such a prodigy must taste divine. I wonder how exquisite someone of your unparalleled caliber must be. Eating him would be such a waste. I propose we forge his soul and body into puppets. Imagine turning our most dangerous enemy into a slave under our command. That would be far more satisfying. The ancient beings debated amongst themselves, their voices filled with malice. But before they could finish, Owen interrupted, his voice calm and unyielding. You're speaking too soon. He swept his gaze over them, his expression unchanged. At that moment, another voice, cold and familiar, echoed through the air. You think you can hold out against 5 Throne Celestials? Then how about adding 3 more to the mix? As the voice rang out, 3 figures emerged, their presence sealing off Owen's escape routes on either side. Owen's lips curled into a cold smile. So it's you, killed once, yet you still dare to show yourselves. The 3 figures were the celestial gods under Loki, whom Owen had previously defeated. This time, however, they had arrived in their true forms and they, too, had broken through to Throne Celestial. Though their auras were faintly unstable, they were unmistakably Throne Celestials. With their arrival, there were now 8 Throne Celestials encircling Owen. Such a lineup was an assured death sentence for any mage. No one in history had ever survived a battle against 8 Throne Celestials. Owen's expression grew solemn as he spoke, his tone steady. So this is your plan. It seems your desire to kill me runs deep. Cerberus let out a low chuckle. As much as I hate to admit it, you are the most troublesome prodigy we've ever encountered. The effort we've gone to for you far surpasses what we did for the God of Light or the Lord of Stars in their day. Under Cerberus's direction, the collective aura of 8 Throne Celestials bore down on Owen like towering mountains. The surrounding void was crushed into nothingness by their overwhelming power. As they prepared to strike, Venus arrived on the scene. Her icy gaze swept over the gathered foes. 8 against 1. How despicable, she spat. Turning to Owen, she said urgently, Lord Owen, leave now. I'll contact Caesar and the others immediately. Though the presence of 8 Throne Celestials was terrifying, the resistance against the Celestial also boasted powerful allies. With enough time, Venus could rally reinforcements. Cerberus shook his head. Venus, I suggest you stay out of this. Our target is Owen, not you or your so-called resistance. Your safety has already been assured. Venus froze, her heart sinking at his words. What did he mean? Then, as if on cue, she turned toward the approaching magic carpet. Caesar stood upon it, his posture calm as he faced the scene before him. Leader Venus, Caesar said coolly. Given the current circumstances, Owen's death is inevitable. For the greater good, it's best you step aside. Venus's eyes widened in fury. Caesar, you struck a deal with Cerberus. Caesar shrugged nonchalantly. I take no pleasure in this, but it's for your own good, he replied, joining the circle around. Owen, chapter 423, the terrifying figure. For my sake. Venus's expression was icy as she stared at Caesar, her disbelief written all over her face. Seeing her reaction, Caesar's heart trembled. His feelings for Venus were etched into his very soul. This was a well-known fact. Yet, her current coldness only deepened his hatred for Owen. Before Venus met Owen, her attitude toward Caesar had never been so frosty. Even if she disagreed with him, she had always spoken with warmth and trust. But now, because of Owen, everything had changed. Even when Caesar acted for her benefit, her eyes saw only Owen. Beside Caesar stood a throne celestial, who also directed his disdainful gaze toward Owen. He understood Caesar's feelings all too well. Anyone who threatened to take Venus away was Caesar's enemy. This Owen, he thought, was walking a path toward inevitable destruction. Venus, calm down and listen to me. Caesar took a deep breath to steady himself, then turned to Venus. The reason I cooperated with them wasn't just to protect you, it's also because of your father, the god of light. At his words, Venus's flawless eyes widened, her pupils contracting. She could ignore Caesar, she could ignore anyone, but her father, the god of light, held an irreplaceable place in her heart. What does this have to do with my father? She asked sharply. I've told you before, Caesar replied, his voice filled with gravity. According to my investigation, the god of light is not dead. He was captured and is now being tortured. If we don't act soon, he will be refined and obliterated, his soul scattered to the winds. His words struck Venus like a lightning bolt. Her delicate frame trembled. Her father, the god of light, was still alive. This revelation was monumental. But to fall into the hands of Loki and the Celestial, was that not a fate worse than death? She had heard countless tales of enemies refined alive, their very essence destroyed. She had never imagined her father would suffer such a fate. Venus, Sargers interjected, his tone measured yet menacing. If you want your father to survive, you would do well to cooperate with us. As the new leader of the resistance, your value is undeniable. Prove your loyalty by helping us kill Owen, and they will spare your father. The ancient throne celestials of the Forbidden Zone and the three who served Loki all turned their eyes toward Venus with amused interest. Venus had been the most renowned prodigy before Owen's rise, her talent and strength unmatched. To pit her against Owen and manipulate them like puppets on strings, this was a spectacle they relished. Venus, Caesar added, his voice insistent, Owen is just an outsider. His death is inconsequential. Would you truly abandon your father for him? Venus's forehead glistened with cold sweat as she wrestled with her thoughts. What should I do? She didn't want Owen to die. She didn't want to harm him, but she couldn't bear to see her father, the god of light, perish. While Venus was trapped in inner turmoil, Caesar shifted his focus back to Owen, his eyes gleaming with malice. Owen, today will be your last. If you have any final words, speak them now. Out of respect for your role in the resistance, I'll grant you this one courtesy. His words carried a veneer of civility, but in truth, he had already locked on Owen's aura. At the slightest sign of movement, he would strike without hesitation. Yet none of them noticed the figure silently watching from above. It was Leslie, draped in an elegant gown of royal blue and white, her figure exuded an ethereal grace. Snowflakes seemed to drift around her as if she were an iceborne goddess. Her flawless beauty and alabaster skin radiated an otherworldly glow, and as she descended upon the scene, the world seemed to dim in her presence. Surveying the chaos below, Leslie sighed softly. Owen, you've underestimated them too much, she murmured. Meanwhile, at Demon Sky Citadel, Archdemon's dark, gem-like eyes turned toward the direction of the demon abyss. She was intimately familiar with that place, having once ventured there with Owen. Now, it seemed that Owen and Sargers had converged there as if drawn by fate. Sensing the presence of the ancient throne celestials from the four forbidden zones, Loki's three allies, and Caesar, Archdemon's heart clenched. Such a gathering was beyond terrifying. Even if all the other throne celestials combined their strength, they would still be no match. The beings surrounding Owen represented the pinnacle of power a mage could reach. Their presence left no room for retreat. Owen's death was the only outcome they sought. Faced with such insurmountable odds, Archdemon couldn't fathom how Owen could possibly resist. Standing nearby, Ymir, her expression heavy, stared intently toward the demon abyss. This cannot go on, Ymir said firmly. If we don't do something to help Owen, he's as good as dead. She had never before felt so unwilling to leave Owen's side. But sensing his peril now, she realized how deeply she cared. She wouldn't stand by and watch him die. She was willing to risk anything, even her life, to aid him, just as she had during the fallen angel's assault on the imperial capital. Elysia, observing the scene, raised a hand to calm the others. Archdemon, Ymir, stay calm, she said, her tone measured. The Demon Sky Citadel is surrounded by the burning legion. Breaking their blockade will be nearly impossible. If we act recklessly, we might not save Owen. Worse, we could distract him at a critical moment. Elysia's words were cold but rational, her mind focused on the larger picture. Archdemon shook her head. No matter the risk, Owen's safety takes precedence. Ymir echoed her determination. We've already decided. Don't try to stop us. Elysia sighed. She had seen her sister act this way before, softening only toward those she deemed valuable. But after meeting Owen, Archdemon had changed completely. Years had passed, yet seeing Owen in danger again brought out the same unshakable resolve. What is it about him that's worth all this fuss? Elysia muttered under her breath. Before Owen came into their lives, her sisters had cared for her deeply. She had lived in comfort and joy, but now, everything had changed. Still, she knew how deeply her sisters cared for Owen. For his sake, they would go to any lengths. Think carefully before you act, Elysia advised. Owen is no ordinary mage. He once forced the forbidden zones to bow. He may still have a way to escape. If even Owen cannot break free, then nothing we do will matter. Her words gave Archdemon and Ymir pause. Elysia's logic was sound, even if their hearts rebelled against it. Chapter 424, Owen surrounded, the decisive strife. They had all lived alongside Owen, shared trials and tribulations with him. If there was one thing Owen excelled at, it was turning the impossible into reality. This time might be no different. Owen might still have a trump card yet to be revealed. Though they couldn't fathom how Owen could possibly contend against so many throne celestials, a sliver of hope glimmered within them. Miss Ymir, this time, Lord Owen will emerge unscathed, won't he? Archdemon, calming her earlier agitation, looked toward Ymir. Ymir's voice was resolute. Knowing Owen as I do, he will undoubtedly perform yet another miracle that will shake the world. Her expression grew increasingly serious as she scanned the surroundings. Noticing Leslie's absence, her brows furrowed slightly. Leslie's love for Owen was almost obsessive. For Owen to be engaged in such a life-and-death battle without Leslie anywhere in sight was highly suspicious. If Leslie cares for Owen as much as we think, she would never leave his side, not even in the face of danger, Ymir observed. If she's not here, it must mean everything is still under control. That makes sense. Otherwise, with Leslie's domineering personality, she would have already intervened recklessly. As they deliberated, Kawazang and several others from Wind Shadow arrived, carrying numerous recording stones. When they saw the towering Demon Sky Citadel, especially the countless Burning Legion soldiers stationed at its gates, their faces turned pale. Never before had they seen the Burning Legion display such ferocity. They seemed like machines of pure war, merciless, unyielding. The oppressive, searing aura radiating from the burning legion struck them head-on, filling their hearts with dread and an overwhelming sense of impending death. Their attention quickly shifted to the demon abyss, where they could sense Owen's presence. Looking toward the abyss, both Kawazang and the other Wind Shadow members were stunned. Above the gaping maw of the abyss, like the jaws of a giant beast, stood 10 throned celestials. The sheer power emanating from these figures was enough to make even those accustomed to encountering throned celestials tremble. My god, am I seeing this right? Sargriz, the Forbidden Zone, the Celestial, and Loki's forces have all sent throned celestials. This was a trap all along. Sargriz used the guise of a duel to lure Owen here for an ambush. With so many throned celestials gathered, Lord Owen's chances look grim. But why are Caesar and Venus among those surrounding Lord Owen? Aren't they supposed to be part of the resistance? Exactly. They're supposed to be core members, one a leader, the other a crucial figure. Kawazang and the Wind Shadow members were filled with outrage. They vividly remembered that Caesar and Venus owed their return from the void to Owen's activation of the time array. Without Owen, they might still be lost in some void fissure, unable to return. And now, these two had joined forces with the Celestial in the Forbidden Zone to attack Owen. Such betrayal was utterly intolerable. If the God of Light, Lord of Stars, and War Goddess learned of this treachery, they would undoubtedly eradicate these traitors to the resistance. As their anger surged, a deafening roar erupted from within the demon abyss. The sound shook the entire demon realm as though an unprecedented earthquake had struck. Cracks of darkness radiated outward from the abyss, spreading like jagged veins across the realm. Feeling the shockwaves, Kawazang and the others turned toward the source. Amid the chaos, Sargriz struck at Owen again. This time, his attack seemed to harness the full power of the demon abyss itself, aimed to deliver a fatal blow. The sheer scale of the assault was even more terrifying than before. Kawazang swallowed hard. Even the residual waves of Sargriz's strike seemed capable of shattering the demon realm. The intensity of their killing intent was beyond comprehension. Lord Owen, surely this time you will create another miracle, won't you? Kawazang could do nothing but cling to hope. His current strength would be annihilated instantly if he ventured too close, so all he could do was silently root for his idol. As Sargriz's attack surged toward him, Owen's expression betrayed a hint of surprise. Despite his weakened state, Sargriz had unleashed combat power that seemed fueled by his very life force, ferociously terrifying. But Sargriz was still a defeated foe. No matter how fearsome the attack, Owen remained calm. Raising the Godslayer sword, he unleashed a slash that tore a white fissure hundreds of meters long through the air, neutralizing Sargriz's onslaught. This was only the beginning. Seeing Sargriz act, the others joined the fray, attacking Owen in unison. The three throned celestials under Loki stomped the ground simultaneously, each conjuring a golden magical array beneath their feet. The radiant arrays expanded rapidly, merging into one and amplifying their mana and spiritual perception significantly. This was their combined assault technique. Despite their shaky foundations, the formation united their power, enabling them to compress their mana into a devastating golden sphere. The sphere hurtled toward Owen, its destructive force obliterating everything in its path. Even Owen dared not take it lightly. He immediately activated the Guardian Shield. A luminous shield formed before him, absorbing the golden sphere's mana entirely. Although the Godslayer staff hadn't been further refined, Owen's elevated level allowed the Guardian Shield to withstand even more intense magical impacts and return them. Threefold. The three black-robed mages stared in disbelief as their combined attack failed to make a dent. This was an assault they had relied upon to face even top-tier throned celestials like Sargriz without flinching. Yet Owen had deflected it effortlessly, as if it were nothing. While they reeled in shock, the shield rippled, and a radiant orb appeared, a miniature sun. Radiating overwhelming energy. What terrifying energy. Even Sargriz and the other throned celestials felt uneasy. The power within the orb was something they wouldn't dare take lightly, even as a group. The orb, now locked onto the three black-robed mages, streaked toward them. They tried to retreat, but it was too late. Their formation flared with dazzling light in a desperate attempt to intercept the orb. Boom! The explosive impact reverberated across the heavens, shaking the earth itself. Everyone watched in shock as the three black-robed mages were sent flying, their robes torn to shreds and their oars weakened. They looked utterly battered and defeated. In a single exchange, Owen had injured all three. The ancient entities of the Forbidden Zone erupted in fury, charging at Owen with a cacophony of roars. They didn't know what methods Owen had employed, but his strange abilities had truly alarmed them. They couldn't afford to underestimate him any longer. With so many powerful beings gathered, they couldn't allow this battle to take an unexpected turn. Chapter 425, 1 against 5. Attack together. This time, we leave Owen no chance. As the three celestial gods under Loki reeled from their injuries, the ancient entities of the Forbidden Zone fixed their eyes on Owen. Their killing intent coalesced, becoming so palpable it seemed to slice the air like a blade. The massive, writhing body of the ancient entity from the Infinity Tower began to transform. From its grotesque flesh emerged a hand of alabaster perfection, carved like marble. Atop this hand, a towering nine-tiered white spire radiated endless brilliance. The intricate runes inscribed on the tower lit up, summoning phantom holy angels, which, under the infusion of its fleshly power, solidified and came to life. These spectral beings, with razor-sharp feathered wings, launched themselves toward Owen, their flight creating hurricane-like gusts that blotted out the sky. Feeling the deadly waves emanating from the holy angels, Owen gripped the Godslayer sword tightly and unleashed a sweeping slash. A river of sword energy, spanning tens of thousands of meters, roared through the heavens, slicing through the phantoms. The holy angel shattered into nothingness upon contact with the surging blade, disintegrating into scattered fragments of light. But before Owen could catch his breath, the Bone Colossus, an ancient entity composed entirely of blackened skeletal remains, raised a massive hand and struck toward the river of sword energy. The impact sent shockwaves through the void as sharp, horn-like bone spikes erupted from its palm, shooting forth like a sea urchin's spines toward the cascading sword energy. The collision obliterated the surrounding void, creating ripples that spread outward like waves on water. Those witnessing the scene felt their hearts clench in terror. These two Forbidden Zone entities were unimaginably powerful. Yet, even their combined strikes had been crushed under Owen's blade. Owen's strength was staggering. Just when it seemed he had reached his limits, Owen unleashed an even greater display of power, defying expectations once again. But before the crowd could recover from their shock, the ancient entities from the Forbidden Sea and the Heaven of Desire launched their attacks. The entity from the Forbidden Sea, its form an ever-shifting tide of black water, surged forward with deafening roars. The black tide battered the void, eroding the lingering sword energy and swallowing it completely. Meanwhile, the entity from the Heaven of Desire fixed its gaze on Owen. From its eyes radiated thick, clinging waves of black light, imbued with an otherworldly allure. The oppressive energy rippled through the demon realm, manifesting hallucinations and disorienting all who came into contact with it. In an instant, everyone's minds were plunged into terrifying illusions. Those watching saw their deepest fears come to life, pulling them into a waking nightmare. As they struggled against the illusions, a chilling bell tolled a sound that seemed to transcend space and time. It echoed in their ears, distorting their thoughts and twisting their consciousness. Even the throned celestials observing the battle paled at the sound. The ancient entity of the Heaven of Desire has gone mad. It's using the Bell of Perdition. Many recognize the tolling of the bell. Legends told that the Bell of Perdition heralded the obliteration of souls, capable of annihilating entire realms in an instant. Rarely wielded, it was one of the Heaven of Desire's most feared artifacts. And now, faced with Owen, they had deployed this apocalyptic weapon, leaving no room for escape. The bell's toll warped the void itself, sending ripples of energy that disrupted the souls and minds of all living beings. Weaker mages collapsed, vomiting blood as their souls fragmented under the bells. Resonance. At Academy City, where mages gathered to record the battle, many stood frozen in horror. They had thought the Forbidden Zone entities would rely on their own immense power to confront Owen. But now, even their most dreadful artifacts were in play. These forbidden tools, forged from rare and indestructible mana stones, could only be wielded by throned celestials. Their appearance signified nothing less than an absolute desire to erase Owen from existence. Within the bell's malevolent soundscape, Owen found himself surrounded by illusions. Phantasms of his past adversaries materialized before him, circling like vengeful spirits. Owen, you took my life, now I'll take yours. Owen, even in the depths of hell, I didn't think I'd see you again. Owen, the suffering you've caused us, you'll taste it all now. The voices blended together, forming an oppressive chorus that pressed down on Owen. But Owen, unable to pierce through the layers of illusions, closed his eyes. You are all nothing but defeated foes, he said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. And now, even in death, you dare to challenge me. Be gone. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The Godslayer sword in Owen's hand erupted with radiant light. With one sweeping slash, Owen shattered the endless illusions. The phantoms that had surrounded him, his most formidable past enemies, were obliterated, reduced to nothingness. The sword's energy continued forward, slicing through the void and striking the ancient entity of the Heaven of Desire. Though vast cosmic rivers lay between them, the sword's brilliance bridged the distance in an instant, leaving no room for escape. The Heaven of Desire entity attempted to retreat, but as it moved, its massive form began to crack and shatter under the relentless assault of the sword. Slash! The blade tore through flesh, splattering iridescent blood across the heavens. The Heaven of Desire entity recoiled in pain, grievously wounded by Owen's strike. Even the Bell of Perdition, a seemingly indestructible artifact, quivered and cracked under the attack, a deep scar marring its surface. The crowd of onlookers was left speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. The Bell of Perdition had been regarded as an unstoppable weapon, capable of reducing any foe to dust. Yet Owen not only withstood its power but also managed to wound its wielder and damage. The artifact itself a feat unprecedented in history. Sargeras' expression grew darker, his tone grim. This man, he still hasn't reached his limits, but no matter how he struggles, he cannot change his fate. With those words, Sargeras charged at Owen, his entire form radiating killing intent. Though Owen's strength was overwhelming, the toll of his attacks was evident. The aura around him was beginning to wane, the price of his power taking its toll. The ancient entity from the Infinity Tower took its turn, forming its flesh into a towering white spire. The spire descended upon Owen, radiating an oppressive aura that sought to reduce everything in its path to the same pale, pulsating mass of flesh. Owen, stop your futile resistance. Today, you will die, it declared coldly. As the Throne Celestial stopped holding back and unleashed their full strength, Owen's eyes narrowed. Come, then, he said with a chilling smile. All of you, show me the limits of your power. With that, the murderous aura surrounding Owen surged outward, condensing into a blood-red formation. The Godslayer array. The moment the array appeared, the sky itself seemed to shatter. Waves of destructive energy rippled outward, fracturing the void. The Forbidden Zone entities, along with Sargeras, felt a rare flicker of unease. Even the recording mages of the Pure Land trembled as they observed 5 Throne Celestials attacking Owen at once. This is beyond despicable. Owen is in grave danger now, but that array, it seems extraordinary. Could it possibly turn the tide? In all their years of documenting history, none of them had ever witnessed a single mage stand alone against 5 Throne Celestials. Chapter Slaying the Ancient of the Heaven of Desire. Today, Owen created yet another miracle. Before the astonished eyes of all present, Owen activated the Godslayer array, ensnaring Sargeras and the 4 Throne Celestials within its confines. An icy chill swept over them, sending shivers through their seemingly invincible forms. This moment was captured in vivid detail by Kawazang and the others through their recording crystals. Yet their awe was unmistakable. 5 Throne Celestials, the pinnacle of power, had been shaken by Owen's array. The significance of this feat was staggering, a testament to the incomprehensible might of Owen's creation. As they attempted to document the intricacies of the Godslayer array, their recording crystals began to crack, spiderweb fractures spreading across the surface. The sheer energy emanating from the array exceeded the crystal's capacity to contain it. Meanwhile, within the Demon Sky Citadel, Ymir and the others were similarly stunned by the scene. None of them had anticipated that Owen would possess the strength to stand against 5 Throne Celestials. Through the void projections, countless spectators held their breath. To face even 1 Throne Celestial was a legendary feat, the stuff of myths. But to stand alone against 5, such a thing was beyond comprehension. Under the gaze of the awestruck onlookers, golden threads of light wove themselves into an intricate formation around Owen. Blood-red patterns coalesced into a miniature world, sealing the 5 Throne Celestials within. Kill. The single word fell cold and sharp from Owen's lips. In an instant, his form flickered and multiplied. 5 identical figures, each embodying pure, lethal sword energy, appeared before the 5 Throne Celestials. Each figure radiated an oppressive killing intent, sharp enough to pierce flesh and spirit alike. The Throne Celestials felt as though their very bodies were being stabbed by countless needles, sending waves of pain through them. Without hesitation, they retreated at top speed, trying to gain distance from the encroaching sword entities. But no sooner had they moved than they realized the futility of their actions. The sword entities moved even faster, tearing through the void and warping the mana that flowed within their bodies. With nowhere left to run, the 5 Throne Celestials prepared to unleash their most powerful techniques. Within the Godslayer array, they could feel death's shadow looming ever closer. A single mistake could mean their end. Boom! The colossal white tower of the Infinity Tower entity swelled and hurtled toward Owen with hurricane-like force, its presence creating a tempest of psychic turbulence. Sargeras' blade of fell flame slashed through the air, releasing waves of fire so intense they scorched the very fabric of the void. The other 3 Forbidden Zone entities poured every ounce of their power into their attacks. The crimson-tinged demon realm, already transformed by the Godslayer array, began to warp and expand as though it would burst. Owen, unmoved by the chaos, focused his attention on the Heaven of Desire entity. Of the 5 Throne Celestials, this one was the weakest. Without the amplification provided by the Bell of Perdition, Owen's earlier strike would have already ended him. The entity was the weak link. If Owen could eliminate him quickly, he would be free to concentrate on the others. Narrowing his eyes, Owen allowed his sword entities to engage the remaining foes while he lunged at the Heaven of Desire entity with blinding speed. Like a shadowy octopus, the entity's many eyes flickered with cold light. As Owen approached, one of the eyes emitted a soul-piercing ray, aimed directly at Owen's brow. The ancient entity knew Owen had singled him out as the weak point, and he couldn't allow himself to be taken so easily. Yet just as the soul attack reached Owen, his form dissolved into mist. The Heaven of Desire entity's expression darkened. A terrible premonition clawed at his mind. He had been outmaneuvered. Before he could react, Owen reappeared, the Godslayer sword raised high. Descending with the force of an erupting volcano, Owen struck tore through the air with a deafening crack, the void shattering like brittle fabric. The sheer brilliance of the sword drew the eyes of all present, its presence compelling and inescapable. For the Heaven of Desire entity, it felt as though fate itself had decided his end. The bell of perdition trembled in his hands, its once terrifying aura scattering like smoke before the overwhelming force of Owen's blade. No power, no artifact, no law of space or time could withstand this strike. Crash! The bell, the prized treasure of the Heaven of Desire, split in two. The ancient entity stared in disbelief, his expression frozen in shock. This bell, a relic passed down through the ages, a symbol of power and fear, had been destroyed in a single blow. The onlookers were equally dumbstruck. Owen had accomplished what had been deemed impossible. But the strike didn't end there. Continuing its unstoppable arc, Owen's sword cleaved through the Heaven of Desire entity's body, slicing him apart. His form exploded in a shower of blood and flesh, painting the sky with crimson fireworks. The sight was both beautiful and horrifying. A throne celestial of Forbidden Zone throne celestial had been slain. Even with the aid of their most fearsome forbidden artifacts, they could not withstand Owen's wrath. 5 throne celestials couldn't bring him down. Instead, he killed one of them. Owen's strength is growing more terrifying by the moment. For those who understood the power of the Forbidden Zone entities, Owen's feet bordered on the unbelievable. The throne celestial standing beside Caesar could no longer hold back. The Forbidden Zone, a name synonymous with power and terror, had been reduced to humiliation. Despite their might, despite their overwhelming numbers, Owen had turned them into stepping stones for his glory. It was an intolerable disgrace. The throne celestial's fury burned, but Caesar remained calm, his gaze fixed on Owen. Owen, you never fail to surprise me, Caesar murmured, a cold gleam in his eye. At this rate, I'll have no choice but to use my final trump card to end this. His voice was calm, but his intent grew colder with each word. Meanwhile, Sarvers and the remaining Forbidden Zone entities were visibly enraged, their expressions dark with shame and fury. Owen's victory over the Heaven of Desire entity was a blatant humiliation, a slap in the face to their combined power. They had shattered the rules of the duel to ensure Owen's destruction, yet it was their own plans that now lay in tatters. And Owen's unrelenting strength made their desperation all the more laughable. Chapter 427, Chapter 423 1 against 8. The ancient entities of the Forbidden Zone were left in shock, a faint trace of dread rising within their hearts. Owen's previous strike had been so devastating that none of them were certain they could have withstood it had it been directed at them instead of the ancient entity of the Heaven of Desire. Owen now shifted his gaze to Caesar, his eyes brimming with a potent killing intent. He understood Caesar all too well, an opportunist, a schemer willing to use any means necessary to achieve his goals. Among the throne celestials present, it was Caesar who posed the greatest threat to Owen. Despite his youth, Caesar's hidden strength made him a danger that could not be underestimated. A moment of carelessness could lead to a devastating reversal. As Owen scrutinized him, Caesar returned the gaze with a calm, calculating look. Your fate is sealed, Owen, Caesar said, a faint smile on his lips. Don't blame me for it. He then turned his attention to Venus. Lady Venus, it's time for us to act together. Venus's pupils constricted at his words. To strike against Owen was a line she had never imagined crossing. Yet thoughts of her father, trapped and tormented, knotted her resolve. Her lips trembled, her hands clenched into fists, and her body quivered with indecision. Seeing Venus wavering, Caesar decided to push her further. Lady Venus, he said with a soft sigh, if we don't act now, the god of light will continue to suffer in agony. You are a dutiful daughter, are you not? Surely you cannot bear to see your father endure this torment. At this, Venus's hands clenched tighter, her knuckles turning white. After a long silence, she looked at Caesar and finally relented. Caesar, you had better keep your word, she said coldly. If you don't, we will be enemies for life. Caesar dismissed her threat with a faint smirk. Her compliance was all that mattered. To him, this was another step in taming the untamed beast that was Venus. Forced submission now would make future control far easier. Venus, you will be mine, he thought to himself. No matter how much you struggle, you'll never escape my grasp. He turned back to Owen, his expression still relaxed. Why not surrender, Owen? We're only doing this to save the god of light. A small sacrifice from you is a reasonable price, wouldn't you agree? Owen let out a cold laugh. Caesar's hypocrisy was revolting. It was clear to Owen that Caesar's supposed noble intentions were merely a pretense to further his own ambitions. Everyone, Caesar called out, his tone sharpening, let's strike together. We cannot give Owen another chance. With that, a tempest of soul energy erupted from Caesar, spreading in all directions. The 3 black-robed celestial gods under Loki, who had previously been forced to retreat by Owen, now regrouped. Their expressions were cold and filled with renewed determination. Earlier, they had underestimated Owen and paid the price. Now, with Caesar, Venus, Sarvers, and the remaining Forbidden Zone entities joining the fray, they sought to seal off every avenue of escape. Each figure surrounding Owen carried immense power and an extraordinary lineage. Owen's gaze swept across the assembly, pausing momentarily on Venus. Once his closest ally, she now stood against him. Venus met Owen's gaze with a complex expression but quickly steeled herself. Owen, I'm doing this for my father. I hope you can understand, she said, her voice tinged with sorrow. With that, her aura flared, her resolve hardening. Owen sighed softly. It seems your desire to kill me has reached its peak, he said, gripping the Godslayer sword tightly. Come, he declared, his voice brimming with defiance. Show me the limits of your strength. Caesar sneered at Owen's audacity. Such arrogance, he thought, was nothing short of suicidal. A wave of oppressive soul energy radiated from Caesar, transforming the atmosphere. The world around them grew hazy and surreal, as though everyone had been drawn into a dreamscape where Caesar reigned supreme. Even Sarvers and the other Forbidden Zone entities were taken aback. They had known Caesar was formidable, but this display far exceeded their expectations. Caesar's purely spiritual form seemed to amplify his power to terrifying levels. Being targeted by him was an experience unlike any other, an oppressive force that felt inescapable. Owen immediately turned his focus to Caesar. Slaying God, activate, he intoned. A deadly energy burst forth from Owen's sword, designed to deal devastating damage to mage-tier entities and above. Caesar, unfazed, sneered as his form shifted slightly, his ethereal body rippling like liquid. Kill, Caesar commanded. The dreamscape trembled under the weight of his will. A decayed, ruinous aura filled the air, transforming the battlefield into an ancient war zone of death and despair. Owen found himself surrounded by spectral armies, mages clad in ghostly armor, their faces twisted with malevolence. Though illusions, they exuded an air of palpable danger. This phantasmal army surged toward Owen, their mana flaring with explosive intensity. Owen swung the Godslayer sword, unleashing radiant arcs of sword energy, but his attacks dissipated upon contact with the spectral figures as though they existed on separate planes of reality. The phantasms, however, locked onto Owen and hurled themselves at him, their mana coalescing into dense order runes before detonating. Boom, the explosions rocked the battlefield, sending Owen hurtling backward. Even with his immense power, the relentless magical assaults left him momentarily stunned. But Caesar was far from finished. Thunder, earth, fire. Tempest, with each word Caesar uttered, the world responded. Lightning forked across the skies, 1,000 silver serpents riding in a dazzling storm. Flames erupted from the ground, transforming the earth into a searing wasteland. Winds howled like an unstoppable gale, tearing through the void itself. Caesar's every word reshaped the battlefield as though he were a god of creation. Owen bore the brunt of these attacks, his body battered and bloody. With each successive strike, new wounds appeared, his breath growing ragged. At last, a deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield, sending Owen flying. Blood streamed from his eyes, ears, and mouth. Caesar, too, showed signs of exhaustion. His rapid and overwhelming attacks had drained him significantly, yet his excitement was palpable. Owen's aura was visibly weakening, and victory seemed within Caesar's grasp. The other Forbidden Zone entities and Loki's celestial gods, emboldened by Caesar's performance, felt their confidence swell. Owen's Godslayer array, which had once struck fear into their hearts, now began to crack and falter under the relentless onslaught. And Caesar, sensing the tide turning in their favor, pressed forward with renewed ferocity, determined to end Owen once and for all. Chapter 428, Reversal Mastery. Their earlier attacks on Owen had failed to yield results, leaving many of them in despair. But now, through Caesar, they glimpsed hope. Owen could be hurt. Spurred by Caesar's success, the Throne Celestials who had once dominated the Pure Land now focused their full might on Owen. Together, they surged toward him in a unified onslaught, their combined aura like an unstoppable tidal wave. The sight of 7 Throne Celestials attacking as one left the onlookers utterly speechless. This was a spectacle of unimaginable proportions, an unparalleled display of power and malice. The roars of the Throne Celestials reverberated like thunder across the battlefield. Owen, why continue this futile struggle? Surrender now, and they will grant you a swift end. Resisting any longer only wastes everyone's time. Amid their cries, Owen exhaled deeply. With a steadying breath, he unleashed the full power of the light dark seals. Waves of energy, charged with a unique force capable of reversing the heavens and sealing all creation, rippled outward from him. Those familiar with Owen's abilities immediately recognized the light dark seals as one of his deadliest techniques, a legacy passed down from the god of light and the lord of stars, imbued with unimaginable power. The 3 black-robed celestial gods under Caesar's command froze in alarm. They had witnessed this skill before, during the battle at the Sanctuary of Deities. Even Caesar himself had been caught off guard, allowing Owen and his allies to escape. The memory of that escape remained vivid and haunting. Stay calm, one of the black-robed celestial gods barked. If we attack together, Owen will stand no chance. Exactly. As powerful as the light dark seals may be, they are nothing compared to our combined might. Despite their shared unease, the Throne Celestials exuded confidence. They roared defiantly as they summoned their ultimate techniques. Endless flesh, ethereal glyph waters, crimson meteor. Fell nova, a kaleidoscope of terrifying spells streaked toward Owen, each radiating overwhelming energy. The battlefield seemed to explode into a dazzling spectacle of light and death. But Owen, surrounded by this apocalyptic assault, remained unnervingly calm. Closing his eyes, he relied on his heightened spiritual perception to lock onto each devastating attack. The light dark seals pulsed with energy, their chaotic, primal waves emanating from Owen like a storm that defied order itself. These techniques, crafted to devastate Throne Celestials with a single blow, were now arrayed against Owen en masse. Yet, even as this realization settled in, a flicker of understanding crossed his face. What if, he murmured, I reverse it? The thought took root, quickening his pulse. Without hesitation, Owen began to reverse the flow of the light dark seals. As he initiated the reversal, the stable energy within him erupted violently, like oil meeting water in a boiling cauldron. The reversed light dark seals transformed into an unparalleled force of chaos, as if the very essence of creation was unraveling into entropy. From Owen's body, this reversed power surged outward, transcending all order, eclipsing every magical presence on the battlefield. The Throne Celestials froze, their eyes wide with dread. Cerberus and Caesar, their expressions filled with disbelief, could only stare as Owen's power overwhelmed the arena. What kind of terrifying power has Owen mastered? This force surpasses the limits of Throne Celestial. It's beyond comprehension. Is this a hidden strength he's always possessed, or has he just now achieved this? Breakthrough. How could it be so horrifying? This is no longer defiance, it's an affront to heaven itself. The aura emanating from Owen carried an unmistakable promise of death, silencing the battlefield with its sheer oppressive weight. Caesar's face darkened, his confidence eroding. Moments earlier, he had held the upper hand, suppressing Owen with ease. Now, that advantage had evaporated. Worse, Owen's reverse power was the very force Caesar had long coveted. Envy flared within him, burning alongside frustration. Among the onlookers, Venus was the only one with some understanding of what was happening. Her expression tightened in shock. He reversed it, she whispered, her pupils contracting. The light dark seals were derived from the god of light's infinite radiance and the lord of stars' eternal seal. Though she wasn't an expert in this technique, she understood its principles well. The idea of reversing such a powerful skill was unfathomable. Yet Owen had not only conceived of it but achieved it. From the distant demon sky citadel, Archdemon and others watched the dazzling light above the demon abyss. Their faces softened with hints of nostalgic awe. Ymir and Elysia, meanwhile, exhaled in relief. Lord Owen's strength is unparalleled. Even with all the Throne Celestials combined, it seems today will mark their defeat, Elysia remarked. Ymir nodded, her eyes shimmering with pride. They underestimated him his potential and resilience. Meanwhile, the remaining Throne Celestials, led by Cerberus, stared at Owen with growing unease. If they failed today, they couldn't imagine another opportunity to kill him. This battle had been meticulously planned, their strategies honed for months. Yet, once again, Owen defied every expectation, turning their careful preparations into nothing more than empty dreams. This man, one whispered, is beyond comprehension. In the Pure Land, Kawazang and others watched with bated breath. Owen truly lives up to his reputation as an idol to so many, one said. With strength like this, who wouldn't look up to him? His combat prowess is unmatched, another agreed. He's achieved the impossible time and time again. As the light dark seals reached their zenith, Owen turned his icy gaze toward the retreating Throne Celestials. His killing intent radiated like frost across a barren wasteland. If this skill was one of his ultimate trump cards, he would ensure it wasn't wasted. Someone will die here today, he murmured, his voice like a tiger preparing to strike. Scanning his adversaries, his eyes settled on his next targets. He had already eliminated the weaker Heaven of Desire entity. Now, with his strength elevated, he would select stronger prey. The Throne Celestials, understanding his intent, felt an involuntary shiver pass through their bodies. Though they were at the pinnacle of mage kind, each Throne Celestial knew that when Owen decided to kill, he rarely failed. As they instinctively began to retreat, Owen locked his sights on several figures, his resolve Unyielding. Chapter 429, Killing Frenzy. Infinity Tower. Ultimately, Owen locked onto the Throne Celestial from the Infinity Tower. This Throne Celestial, among the Throne Celestials from the Forbidden Zone, was one of the top-tier beings. When Owen's gaze locked onto him, the Infinity Tower's Throne Celestial's expression immediately darkened. He realized he was being targeted. With a sense of foreboding, he immediately felt the cold wind howling toward him. Owen, how dare you? The Infinity Tower's Throne Celestial roared, his voice filled with anger, as the cold, merciless aura emanating from Owen became exceptionally terrifying and domineering. If he tried to resist Owen's attack head-on, he had no chance of survival. However, despite his warning, Owen paid no heed, and the terrifying mana fluctuations surrounding him suppressed the very order of the world, creating dazzling light swords that flew toward him. Each of these flying swords, in the perception of this ancient being from the Infinity Tower, seemed like a terrifying existence that could seize his soul and life. Not daring to resist, the first thought that crossed his mind was to escape. This attack had already surpassed his ability to withstand. As he prepared to flee, however, he was immediately bound by the light swords activated by Owen. Seeing that he could not dodge, the ancient being from the Infinity Tower felt a surge of killing intent within him. Owen, you're going too far. Today, I will fight you to the death. As he spoke, the flesh of this ancient being began to writhe, and a white tower appeared beneath him, constantly swelling in the wind, exuding an extreme pale assimilation aura. The very fabric of time and space seemed to turn into white blood and flesh. At this moment, Owen's expression remained cold. With you, do you think you can perish alongside me? Ridiculous. At this time, Owen wielded the power of the reverse light and shadow 9 banishments, a force that this ancient being from the Infinity Tower could not withstand. Owen's provocative words reached the ancient being's ears, and his face immediately darkened. Then endless blood and flesh surged from all directions, launching a sudden assault toward Owen. The white flesh, as it neared Owen, immediately transformed into rotating sharp spikes, spinning and howling with the force of wind and thunder, their momentum formidable. But Owen's attacks were even more terrifying. The light swords ripped through the void, and with each sword that cleaved through space, bizarre phenomena continuously emerged. One sword shattered the starry river. One sword sent the starry river to its grave. One sword killed countless celestial gods, their bodies raining down like raindrops. In an instant, these phenomena caused the void affected by the Infinity Tower's forces to return from its flesh-like state. Then, the attacks of both combatants rapidly collided, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The sword chi and endless blood and flesh flew in all directions, generating an earth-shattering explosion. All those observing this battle felt their vision instantly swallowed by this powerful force, only able to sense the turmoil in the world, with chaotic energy waves rampaging throughout the heavens and earth. However, the shockwave didn't last long, and everyone suddenly saw a figure flying out from the very core of the battle. Everyone immediately focused, and the ancient being from the Infinity Tower, after this collision, had completely fallen into a disadvantage. He was sent flying, his snow-white flesh torn apart by sword chi, leaving countless sword marks. A flood of dense mana poured out uncontrollably from the cracks. His aura was steadily diminishing. At the same time, the sword marks all over his body continued to deepen. In the next moment, his body, like a towering building whose key support pillars had been pulled away, collapsed into pieces, scattering through the air and falling into the demon abyss below. From a distance, the vast demon abyss appeared as though it were raining white blood. The ancient being from the Infinity Tower, a Throne Celestial, had been wiped out by Owen. At this moment, Owen, who had just wiped out the ancient being, stood proudly in the wind, surrounded by a vortex of light swords, creating an immense sword-like whirlpool around him. Countless onlookers gazed at the awe-inspiring phenomenon around Owen, none able to hide their astonishment. Especially Sarvers and other Throne Celestials who had faced Owen directly were filled with even greater dread. This ancient being from the Infinity Tower was one of the more powerful figures among them. Yet, even with all their might, he had been mercilessly annihilated by Owen. This inevitably stirred the hearts of the onlookers, causing them to shrink back in fear. What should we do now? The ancient being from the Forbidden Sea looked around and was the first to speak. Owen's power is no longer something we can contend with. Upon hearing this, Sarver's expression became cold, and he spoke with firm determination. Today, we have no way out. He had previously threatened Owen to a life or death duel, but now, his vow was broken, and he was at a disadvantage. He had also conspired with the Forbidden Zone, Caesar, and others to launch a fatal assault on Owen. If they failed now, the damage to their reputation among the Celestials, Loki, and the Burning Legion would be catastrophic. Upon hearing this, the other Throne Celestials fell silent. They all understood Sarver's meaning today, they had no retreat. At this moment, Caesar looked at Venus and said, Miss Venus, it's time for you to act. The situation has reached a critical point. Venus, who had been named by Caesar, felt a twitch in her eyelids. Her palm, which had previously relaxed, immediately clenched into a fist. At this point, all the others turned their attention toward Venus, their expressions unfriendly. Previously, they had all taken action against Owen, except for Venus, who had yet to make her move. Her strength was among the top in their group, and if she joined the battle, their pressure would be significantly lessened. Miss Venus, don't you want your father, the god of light, to be in danger? Other Throne Celestials spoke with questioning tones. Venus, though reluctant, sighed deeply. It seemed that her battle with Owen had now become unavoidable. Seeing Venus finally prepared to confront Owen, Caesar let out a breath of relief. After all, if Venus hadn't acted, he would have had no chance. To be cautious, he turned to the other Throne Celestials and said, Everyone, Owen has disrupted the original order. This person cannot be left alive. I hope you all will join forces and annihilate him. This time, if we hold back, we may never get another chance like this. After Caesar spoke, the other Throne Celestials nodded solemnly. They knew well that Owen's power was terrifying, and in a one-on-one battle, none of them could defeat him. If they didn't eliminate Owen today, they might never have another chance to do so. Additionally, the two ancient beings from Heaven of Desire and Infinity Tower who had previously attacked Owen had already been wiped out by him. If this continued, they would be picked off one by one, and they would become a laughingstock. As all their energies locked onto Owen, a glimmer of light flashed in Owen's eyes. He knew that his plan had now officially begun. As this thought crossed Owen's mind, the ancient beings from the Forbidden Sea and Bone Abyss were the first to attack. Fully aware of Owen's terrifying strength and unwilling to delay any longer, they held nothing back, unleashing their most powerful techniques. A vast ocean of gray and black, formed by the Forbidden Sea's ancient being, was summoned. Though this was only a phantom Forbidden Sea, it still radiated an eerie energy, as though everything submerged in it would face the most evil curse. Chapter 430, Owen's heavy injury. At this moment, all of his bones were melted into the palm of his hand, forming a massive bone claw the size of a mountain. Once the bone claw was formed, it directly descended on Owen's head. Though it only locked onto Owen's aura, the ground beneath had already trembled and caved in, forming the shape of the bone claw's impression. Then, the two ancient beings from the Forbidden Zone attacked with all their might, and the three black-robed celestial gods present here also activated their strongest fusion skills once again. The three of them seemed to merge into one, and their auras rapidly ascended. At this moment, Cerberus also directly launched an attack on Owen. The blade of fell energy was engulfed in emerald green flames, forming a gigantic fire serpent that shot toward Owen. After others had attacked, Caesar took a deep breath and, as if he were the final trump card, made his move. His mind dove deep into the void, and then, with a word, an ancient scene appeared before Owen, quickly pushing the mana away and creating a magical vacuum. A magic vacuum. At this point, he didn't just want to secure victory, he also wanted to cripple Owen. Throughout history, the most famous prodigy could only be himself. After everyone had used their ultimate techniques, Owen felt an intense pressure. However, he had already changed from what he once was. Immediately, Owen locked his gaze onto Caesar, who was most active, and slapped him across the face. Smack! A crisp slap echoed, and although Caesar had long since lost his physical body and only had a soul form, his soul was no different from his body. Getting slapped by Owen in front of everyone not only proved that his methods were ineffective against Owen, but it also was a blatant slap in the face, further trampling on his pride. For Caesar, whose heart was already filled with pride, this was more painful than being killed. The others were stunned, their eyes wide in shock as they saw Caesar being hit first by Owen. After all, Caesar had previously caused Owen considerable harm using this method. But now, Owen effortlessly countered and even dealt Caesar both a serious injury and humiliation. If this situation wasn't handled well, it might leave Caesar with a lifelong psychological scar. At this moment, Caesar, utterly enraged, stared furiously at Venus, who hadn't acted, and scolded her. Miss Venus, if you don't act now, the god of light will collect the corpse. Hearing this, Venus felt helpless. The light sphere she had accumulated could only be sent toward Owen. However, to Owen's perception, it was clear that she had secretly diminished its power, seemingly just a show for the sake of it. Owen easily raised his hand to block the light sphere, gazing at Venus with curiosity as he asked, why not use endless light? If Venus had used endless light now, it could have truly affected Owen. Venus froze for a moment. Just then, the others suddenly noticed that Owen's aura was unstable, even falling. Cerberus had an epiphany. As expected, the reversal skill was risky, it couldn't last too long. Caesar, overjoyed, shouted in excitement, Venus, kill him. Kill him. With Caesar's urging, Venus's conflicted gaze grew even more intense. Owen, who had become the enemy of the world, was now facing so many throned celestial beings, causing her heart to hurt sharply. After all, she was supposed to be a partner fighting alongside Owen. Now, not only had she failed to help him, but she had also attacked him, a decision that seemed inevitable but tore at her heart. Striking Owen at this time, taking advantage of his misfortune, was not only a betrayal of him, but it would also forever leave her heart restless. Seeing that Venus hesitated to make a move, the ancient beings of the Forbidden Sea gathered their energy once more and swung a staff toward Owen's head. Boom! The void trembled and shattered with the force of the strike. Owen let out a cold smile and threw a punch toward the attacker. Heaven Emperor Fist. The punch shakes mountains and rivers. Boom! The ancient being of the Forbidden Sea was struck in the chest as though it had received a heavy blow, and its massive body was sent flying, severely injured. Meanwhile, Owen's condition had already worsened, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The countless strange phenomena that had been surrounding Owen quickly vanished. The reversal light dark seals had ended. In an instant, Cerberus, Caesar, and the others were fully energized. If Owen had maintained his previous state, they would have already retreated, for in that condition, even together, they were no match for him. The sheer power he had displayed had completely surpassed their expectations. But now, Owen's state was deteriorating, and this was their golden opportunity to wipe him out. Owen, your time of death has come, Cerberus shouted, leading the three black-robed celestial gods in a charge toward him. The subjugating pressure Owen had once exuded had mostly faded, and he no longer had access to the reversal powers that had terrified them. Owen no longer had the strength to fight back. Whoosh! Their attacks came at lightning speed, their momentum soaring. Owen, weakened by the loss of energy and the backlash of his reversal, stood no chance against their combined assault. Soon, various injuries began to appear on his body. Though Owen's physique was incredibly strong, under their constant attacks, his wounds had not fully healed before he was injured again. But Owen didn't care, he continued to fight with bloodlust. Left hand Heaven Emperor Fist, right hand Godslayer Sword. He was like a fierce general surrounded by enemies, fearless in the face of death. Venus, watching from the sidelines, was dumbfounded, genuinely admiring Owen. If she had once admired Owen for his strength and talent, now it was his unyielding spirit that truly moved her heart. Now, facing the siege of so many throned celestial beings, he fought fearlessly, as if there was nothing impossible for him, no room for surrender. Owen's ferocity, in the eyes of Cerberus and the others, had an entirely different meaning. It's just his final madness. Let's all attack. While he's down, let's finish him off. Indeed, after all this time, he refuses to surrender and still dares to fight back, he's simply courting death. As they spoke, they eagerly launched their attacks on Owen, sensing that his time was almost up. Just then, the god of deity suddenly opened a rift, and a blood-red light that shook the pure land shot through, heading straight for Owen. The speed of this terrifying attack was incredibly fast. Even though many mages sensed the terrifying aura left behind by the blood-red light, they didn't have time to react. They only felt that the sudden attack was clearly aimed at Owen. Many people's minds raced, their faces showing a flash of terror. Loki, finally, couldn't hold back and made a move. When they realized this, those struggling to resist Owen's siege by the throne celestial beings saw the blood-red light descending, but Owen couldn't dodge it. He could only watch as the blood-red light pierced his chest, sending his body flying. Blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, Owen was grievously injured by the blood-red light. All eyes were on Owen. They saw that Owen's chest had been impaled by a blood-red spear, his body skewered like a sugar-coated hawse. Caesar, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim and cheer. This was exactly the scene he had longed for. Owen had finally suffered an unprecedented blow. At this moment, upon seeing that Owen's chest was pierced by the blood-red spear and blood was flowing uncontrollably, his aura fading. In the Demon Sky Citadel, Archdemon and Ymir were both deeply agitated and crazily rushing toward Owen above the Mo-Yuan. The Burning Legion. Chapter 431, Owen's Plan. At this moment, as Cerberus and the others watched Owen, who was pierced by Loki's spear, a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Caesar, looking at the bloodied Owen, clicked his tongue and sighed, isn't this the undefeated Owen? How come he's so badly injured? Andrew, can't you see how badly Owen's suffering? Go help him remove the spear from his back. Andrew, who had been following Caesar closely, suddenly grinned savagely and replied, yes, my lord. The psychological pressure Owen had put on him before was enormous, and now the perfect opportunity to strike Owen had arrived. Andrew quickly stepped forward and seized the spear that was pierced through Owen's chest. After the spear pierced Owen's body, he became as stiff as a wooden board, motionless, and blood poured endlessly from the wound. At this moment, Andrew grabbed the spear and violently pulled it out. The flesh that had just begun to heal around the wound was torn apart, and more blood gushed out, forming a trail in the air. Owen's body shook, and the pain of his flesh being torn apart made him emit a muffled groan. Seeing Owen's face grow pale, his breath growing weaker, Caesar's smile became even more pronounced as he clapped his hands and praised. Good, good, good. Encouraged by Caesar's praise, Andrew took a deep breath and immediately aimed the bloodstained spear at Owen's throat. This time, he intended to eliminate Owen entirely. Tisk tisk, Owen, the greatest prodigy of all time, what a reputation. What a pity that you're about to die at my hands, becoming the stepping stone for my fame. He said as he raised the spear to lift Owen's chin. Owen, remember this, the one who killed you was Andrew, under Caesar's command. Just as Andrew was about to strike, Venus, who had previously attacked Owen out of necessity, frowned deeply. She had never intended to actually kill Owen. Seeing Andrew about to do so, she prepared to take action. However, just as she was about to move, a woman's figure suddenly appeared at the scene. The woman had a tall and slender figure, wearing a luxurious palace gown. Her icy eyes showed no emotion. After appearing, her cold gaze immediately landed on Owen. The chilling aura that emanated from her eyes seemed capable of freezing the entire world. Anyone who made eye contact with her was immediately filled with a sense of coldness, and frost spread across their bodies. Leslie, seeing this figure, everyone's expression grew serious, recognizing her immediately. This was the Empress of the Azure Kingdom, Leslie, second only to Owen in talent. Most importantly, the aura emanating from Leslie was extremely cold. Her eyes contained an intense, chilling cold. Simply sensing the cold aura radiating from her made everyone feel as if they were frozen to the bone. At this moment, Leslie exuded even more terrifying coldness than anyone remembered. It was as though she were a frozen sculpture. Andrew, who had just intended to kill Owen, also sensed Leslie's arrival. The chilling aura was so intense that his body froze slightly. He had seen Leslie before, but he never expected that after she appeared, the unique mana fluctuations from her would be so terrifying, filled with a suffocating pressure. Yet, Leslie's level was only celestial god. It was a huge difference compared to himself, a throne celestial. At this moment, he was still thinking of piercing Owen's forehead with a spear, but no matter how hard he tried to advance, his hand could not move forward even a single inch, as if it were welded in place. Andrew's expression immediately turned ugly. He struggled but found himself utterly powerless, as though he had met his natural nemesis. Even his mana could not be mobilized. At once, Andrew, terrified, swallowed and spoke in a trembling voice. Just because of you, do you think you can protect Owen? However, before he could finish speaking, Leslie, with a cold expression, looked at him and said, did you ask for my opinion before making a move against my husband? Leslie's voice lacked any emotion, like the harsh winter wind. Andrew involuntarily shivered, horrified, and began to retreat. It was as if a fierce beast had its eyes fixed on him. He had only retreated a few steps when he suddenly saw Leslie's pale white finger point at him, instantly heading toward his forehead. Andrew's forehead immediately felt a sharp pain, but before he could react, the finger had already reached his brow. PFF. Although Andrew's mana hastily formed a protective barrier around him, it was easily pierced through as if it were tofu, leaving a bloody hole. Through the hole, Andrew's soul and mana uncontrollably began to disperse, and his level dropped rapidly as his aura quickly faded. God marked celestial god, archgod. His tear dropped at an alarming rate. Within just a few breaths, his level was completely erased, and he was reduced to a defenseless ordinary person. Even though he was extremely reluctant, he could not help but close his eyes. Another throne celestial had fallen. At this moment, all the mages present were stunned, frozen in place. Andrew was a throne celestial, and Leslie was just a celestial god. In theory, they were not comparable at all. But now, Leslie had easily eradicated him in an instant. Many throne celestial beings were drenched in cold sweat, their faces filled with disbelief. Leslie's displayed strength far exceeded their expectations, and the speed at which she wiped out a throne celestial was just too fast. Leslie, looking at Andrew, who had suddenly died, Caesar's soul was in turmoil. Andrew, who had been by his side, was one of his most core subordinates and held great importance. Now, he had been easily eradicated by Leslie. This not only greatly impacted Caesar's future plans but also showed that Leslie had left him no face. You've gone too far today, Caesar roared, his eyes showing images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as if he wanted to annihilate Leslie. But just as he was about to speak, three black-robed celestial gods suddenly turned grim and couldn't help but remind Caesar. Young Master Caesar, Leslie is not simple, don't be careless. Leslie's talent and strength already made them wary, and now, they sensed something was wrong with her aura. While others' anger and killing intent grew stronger, Leslie's aura seemed increasingly elusive, as though it were dissipating. This abnormality felt very off. Just as Caesar was about to speak again, he suddenly noticed something and frowned. Although Leslie's aura was fading, he could still vaguely sense a dangerous energy coming from her. It seemed that Leslie's strength had undergone some kind of tremendous improvement. However, the source of this power surge was unclear to him. Sarbers and the two ancient beings from the Forbidden Zone also had their pupils shrink. They sensed a dangerous aura from Leslie. Venus glanced at Leslie, feeling a sense of unease, realizing that Leslie had likely seen her attempt to harm Owen. As everyone noticed something strange in Leslie's condition, the sky above began to stir. The mana from all directions seemed to be drawn toward Leslie, making the commanding aura she emitted grow more intense. Owen, who was still pierced through the chest, lifted his head to look at Leslie, his expression somewhat surprised. Leslie's arrival was a bit beyond his expectations. After all, his original plan was for him to die in this encirclement, and the news would reach Leslie's ears, causing her to completely fall into darkness and become the ultimate antagonist, as depicted in the original story and anime. However, he never expected that Leslie would arrive here, and just before his death, she would intervene. Chapter 432, The Corruption of Leslie. Although things didn't go entirely according to plan, Leslie's descent into corruption continued. The aura of dominance around her kept growing stronger. However, just as this aura was about to reach its peak, it suddenly stopped. Owen was stunned for a moment, then saw Leslie step by step walk toward him. Her steps were slow, her beautiful eyes fixed on Owen, with a faint questioning expression on her face. Why, Owen, do you really want to leave me this much? Since appearing here, Leslie had been paying close attention to Owen's every move. If she hadn't intervened just now, Owen might have really died at Andrew's hands. Though she didn't understand why, she had a strong premonition Owen must have sensed this moment in advance. He did it on purpose. Owen had intended to leave her deliberately. Under Leslie's slightly questioning gaze, Owen remained silent. This was indeed his plan, and it was one he couldn't share with Leslie. Owen's silence caused a suppressing emotion to appear on Leslie's delicate face. Have you forgotten the vow we made when we were together? Leslie stared at Owen, speaking each word clearly. You said we would never be apart. You said that, no matter what the future held, no matter whether we lived or died, we would always be together. As she spoke the last part, Leslie's voice trembled slightly. She had etched Owen's promises into her heart. Sensing a shift in Leslie's cold emotions, Owen sighed deeply and said slowly. I remember the promises we made. I will always remember them, but... He paused. But I don't want to keep being so outstanding that you dim your own brilliance because of me. It's unfair to you. You should have been like the sun, high up in the sky, forever remembered in the long history. Leslie, you should live the way you were meant to, not always compromising or hiding your light just for me. The more Owen spoke, the more emotionally charged his voice became. Venus and several others who were listening to this felt a slight tremor in their hearts. They knew that Owen and Leslie's relationship was deep, but they didn't realize it was to such an extent. And hearing these words from Owen, Leslie's heart gave a slight twinge. Owen, maybe you're right, but I've always been your wife, your daughter's mother. I can proudly say I'm living a good life. Leslie gently reached out, as if holding fragile porcelain, and softly cupped Owen's face, rare tenderness in her voice. I'm happy that you're thinking of me, but I'm fine as I am now. You don't need to push me into darkness. Hearing this, Owen gave a pale smile. Sure enough, his plan had been seen through by Leslie. Owen reached out and gently grasped Leslie's wrist. Her wrist was soft and warm. Then, Owen saw her hand slowly move to his forehead, and he spoke softly. Will you see me off? As soon as he spoke, Owen's body seemed to lose its weight, uncontrollably falling from midair. Both the previous bloody battle and the lethal attack from Loki had left severe damage on his body. He was now at the end of his strength. As Owen's body continued to fall toward the demon abyss, Caesar and the others felt a flicker of joy in their hearts. After all, the demon abyss, due to the millennial cataclysm, had undergone significant changes. The dangers within were so great that they dared not approach. With Owen in such a half-dead state, once he fell into the demon abyss, it would be certain death. Thus, seeing Owen fall into the abyss, they all let out a sigh of relief. The formidable enemy Owen was finally coming to an end. However, they soon noticed that Leslie was standing there like a statue, frozen in place, as if her soul had left her body. Owen's severe injuries had caused a significant emotional impact on her. Leslie and Owen together are a disaster. Why not eliminate both now? The two ancient beings from the Forbidden Zone, knowing Leslie's extraordinary talents, understood that leaving her alive after Owen's fall could be problematic. This was not their usual style. But before they could finish their words, they suddenly noticed that Caesar, who had been present, had disappeared without a trace, leaving only his lingering soul here. What was happening? The two ancient beings from the Forbidden Zone immediately sensed something was wrong. After all, Caesar's battle prowess might not have been the best among the throned celestials, but his sensitivity to danger was unmatched by anyone. Why had he suddenly vanished? While confused, they suddenly felt a surge of energy. Leslie, who had remained silent up until now, unleashed an aura of dominance so overwhelming that it engulfed everyone in the vicinity. The terrifying aura shook the very heavens and earth. All the throned celestials present felt as if they were being enslaved. Whether it was their spirits or mana, everything seemed to be out of control. What's happening? Their attention quickly shifted to Leslie. Leslie's original aura had already been formidable, causing them to be wary, but now, it felt as if her power had increased tenfold. What should we do now? The two ancient beings from the Forbidden Zone immediately looked to Sargeras. At this moment, Sargeras had no idea what had happened to Leslie. He could only turn to the three black-robed celestial gods, who were Loki's confidants. As Leslie's power grew significantly, the three celestial gods realized that they were no match for her. They needed to know Loki's thoughts. The three black-robed celestial gods were aware of their thoughts, but they had already sent a message to Loki. However, they hadn't received any reply. This left them uncertain about how to handle Leslie. Boom! Suddenly, as Leslie's aura reached its peak, a cold, emotionless energy began to radiate from her. In the midst of this overwhelming aura, Sargeras and the others shuddered, their souls freezing in place. This is bad. The two ancient beings from the Forbidden Zone immediately recognized the danger and quickly activated their magical skills to launch an attack on Leslie, hoping to strike a fatal blow while her aura was unstable. The two throned celestials attacked once again, unleashing numerous destructive magical waves, shaking the void and spreading a devastating energy. However, just as the destructive energy reached Leslie, her icy gaze locked onto them. Although the two ancient beings had weathered many storms, being locked in Leslie's gaze felt like their bodies were being pierced. A sense of death, unlike anything they had ever experienced, filled their hearts. Then, they witnessed something that shook them to their core. The waves of energy they had unleashed turned into lifelike ice sculptures. As Leslie looked at them, the ice sculptures shattered as if struck by a powerful force, rolling toward them with terrifying speed. Facing Leslie's eyes, the two ancient beings had only one thought in mind: escape. This was their instinctive reaction to danger. Whoosh, whoosh. They quickly transformed into streaks of light, fleeing toward their respective forbidden zones. Although they weren't strong enough to stand up to Leslie, they had ancient gods backing them up. The power of the ancient gods should have been able to protect them. However, what surprised them was that as they reached the outer boundary of the forbidden zone, the space around them showed no reaction whatsoever. It didn't work as they had expected. The ancient gods didn't stop Leslie's fatal attack. Sizzle. In the next moment, a moonlight-like, cold arrow shot from behind them. It seemed to traverse endless space and pierce the forehead of the Forbidden Zone's ancient being. Blood splattered everywhere. This throned celestial, who had once ruled the Pure Land, was now part of history. Chapter 433, Rampant Slaughter. After erasing Leslie from the Forbidden Sea, her body grew even colder, like a messenger from the heart of ice and snow. Although she knew that Owen had not completely left her and fallen into the demon abyss, it should have been part of his plan. But watching her most beloved person being severely injured, surrounded, and attacked by them, Leslie could not bear it. This parting, she didn't know when they would meet again. She had no intention of letting any of the culprits go. At this moment, Leslie's heart was as cold as a solid block of ice. Anyone who provoked her would be executed without mercy. Anyone who attacked Owen would be executed without mercy. In her bright eyes, there was no longer any trace of emotion, as if she were a living corpse. At the same time, Leslie, whose heart had fully turned dark, had completely returned to her former aloofness. Before her, even the heavens seemed to have become insignificant, as if they could be destroyed and replaced. Leslie's charm and demeanor had always been extraordinary. Now, fully returning to herself, regaining her absolute arrogance. She was like a ruthless and cold tyrant. Anything that didn't meet her expectations would be eradicated. It could be said that Leslie had undergone a complete transformation, a rebirth, and a major enhancement compared to before. As Leslie's aura grew increasingly terrifying, Sargeras coldly said, "Leslie, the ancient being from the Forbidden Sea has been erased to vent your anger, and Owen's fall into the abyss of ink has sealed his fate. There's nothing left to change. Let's end this today, shall we?" Facing Sargeras' offer of a ceasefire, Leslie made no response. Her expression didn't shift in the slightest, and she simply continued to step forward. As Leslie kept approaching, it seemed that even the center of the world was shifting with her. This was an overwhelming force that was hard to describe. It seemed that defying Leslie would result in unimaginable punishment. Sargeras, who was under her gaze, felt the pressure mounting, his spirit nearly collapsing as he looked at the approaching Leslie in fear. "Leslie, are you really going to make enemies of us? Do you want to repeat Owen's fate?" However, Leslie didn't react much. The moment Sarvers mentioned Owen again, it only further ignited her murderous intent. Realizing that Leslie would not relent on this matter, Sarvers decisively unleashed the full power of his fell energy blade, glowing like a green crescent moon, tearing apart the void before him and drawing the dazzling starlight from the universe. The endless fell fire also blazed fiercely, becoming the only light in the suddenly darkened void. With Sarvers' full force strike, it seemed like he had the world under control, pressing toward Leslie. This attack, like the crushing force of the heavens, hadn't even reached Leslie yet, but her gaze had already flashed with killing intent. Then, Leslie tightly gripped her snow-white longbow once again. The string was drawn taut, vibrating slightly, and immediately, a soft, ethereal light arrow shot out like a shooting star. The arrow, almost as if it contained a universe, released a chilling aura so extreme that, upon coming into contact with the incoming waves of fell energy, they instantly dissolved and scattered. Sarvers looked at the scene in horror. His full force attack had been so easily blocked, and he felt a strong sensation that, in front of Leslie, his attack was like a minister facing his king always suppressed. He had only felt this way before when facing the Celestial. But how could this be? Leslie's current display of power was indeed frightening, but compared to the Celestial, it should have been far weaker. This is impossible. After Sarvers' exclamation, Leslie didn't care in the least. She flashed and appeared before him. The outer area of her longbow, sharp like a sword, descended rapidly, severing Sarvers' arm with a single strike. The crimson blood mixed with the pungent smell of blood spread out. The pain of his severed arm made Sarvers cry out in agony. He tried to control the broken arm and fight Leslie again. But Leslie didn't give him a chance. As soon as his soul waves began to spread, she immediately delivered a punch. Bang, bang, bang. With every punch, the void froze into ice, trapping Sarvers in place, immobile, like a target fixed in the midst of ice and snow. With every punch Leslie struck, ice shards flew in all directions, and the cracking sound spread. Sarvers' chest plate was completely shattered, and his flesh and bones disappeared along with the flying ice fragments. Looking at him, it seemed as though Sarvers' chest had been hollowed out, which was somewhat horrifying. The key was that the ice crystals, infused with Leslie's commanding power, remained in his wound, preventing him from healing the injury. As a member of the Burning Legion, Sarvers could not endure such humiliation. After a furious roar at Leslie, he immediately activated all the fell energy in his body. Sizzling. The emerald green fell energy flowed through the void, making a highly corrosive sound. But Leslie delivered another punch. When it landed on Sarvers' chest, the ice crystals remaining in his wound exploded like a bomb. The terrifying shockwaves, centered on his body, spread out, and his flesh and soul were gradually turned to dust by the impact. The three black-robed celestial gods, and an ancient being from the Forbidden Zone who were watching this scene, immediately fled at the fastest speed. Sarvers was the most powerful among them. In a one-on-one situation, none of them could defeat him. But now, Sarvers was completely crushed and erased in front of Leslie. If they faced Leslie, they would die even faster. At this moment, Leslie's power felt more terrifying to them than Owen's had. Owen's talent and strength were already beyond this world, but Leslie's strength is also so. Beyond. This couple, Owen and Leslie, were both monstrous existences. While fleeing, the three black-robed celestial gods spoke in terror. As they spoke, they sped toward the god of deities. Leslie's current power was not something they could resist. The best option was to leave. Retreat to the god of deities, and be protected by Loki. Only then could they breathe easy. Meanwhile, the ancient being from the bone abyss was rushing back toward the abyss. Thinking the same thing, Leslie was now unbeatable, and the priority was to preserve their own lives. As they fled at the fastest speed, Leslie's gaze sharpened, her killing intent even more intense. Did I say you could leave? Leslie said, lifting her longbow once again and firing 4 arrows in rapid succession. Leslie's strength now far surpassed theirs, and as she released the light arrows, they had already transcended time and space, appearing behind them. The three black-robed celestials, already feeling a shiver down their spines, were terrified they had not forgotten how the ancient being from the Forbidden Sea had perished. These arrows could easily erase them from existence. In the face of life and death, the survival instincts of the three black-robed celestial gods surged, and they sped up their retreat. They thought they were safe because they had already reached the god of deities' territory, where Loki's presence would protect them. But, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, as they thought they had escaped, 3 light arrows pierced through the air, striking them in the back. Even though they had armor and mana barriers on their backs, as soon as the arrows touched them, the barriers instantly shattered, and the arrows pierced through their bodies. Chapter 434, Erasing Elysia. This was the only thought in the minds of the three black-robed celestial gods before their deaths. As close associates of the god of trickery, they were very familiar with Loki's character. Although Loki was extremely powerful, he also had a tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong. The fact that Loki had not intervened was undoubtedly because Leslie's power had made him feel a sense of threat. The ancient existence that was rushing toward the bone abyss had originally been about to enter the Forbidden Zone. However, very quickly, under the horrified gazes of everyone, they saw a scene that sent shivers down their spines. A light arrow pierced through the universe, sharply passing through the ancient being's back and then exploding violently. Even though the physical body and soul of this ancient being were immensely strong, it could not escape the fate of being erased. As this ancient existence from the Forbidden Zone was erased, an eerie silence fell over the Forbidden Zone. There was no anger, no reproach, as if the ancient being had not died at all. This was an abnormal occurrence because the Forbidden Zone was notorious for being tyrannical. They were the ones who usually oppressed others. To even speak out against the Forbidden Zone was enough to bring about the destruction of one's entire lineage. In truth, it wasn't that they didn't want to intervene, but that they simply didn't dare to. At this moment, Leslie's power was so great and terrifying that even they were filled with dread. Not only the beings within the Forbidden Zone, but even the slumbering ancient god sensed an unprecedented danger. Leslie was simply not someone they could provoke. No matter where one was, power ruled supreme. Leslie's strength made them dare not act recklessly. As these throned celestials retreated and fled, they were all erased by Leslie. Anyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but tremble in fear. After all, the power that Leslie displayed was simply too terrifying. It had even silenced Loki in the Forbidden Zone. At this time, with Sarver's death, the previously undefeated, invincible Burning Legion was utterly routed. The archdemons, Ymir, and Elysia cut through their forces, killing them with ease. They then rushed to the demon abyss, looking at Leslie with solemn expressions. At this point, Leslie, dressed in her imperial gown, seemed even more majestic. Her eyes, like those of an emperor looking down on the world, revealed no trace of emotion. The three of them had just witnessed Leslie displaying her immense power, and they were hesitant to look her in the eye. By Leslie's side, Rachel stood beside her. After Leslie dealt with the other throned celestials, her gaze shifted to Rachel, her tone both serious and somewhat pleading. Rachel, please bring Owen back. Rachel nodded repeatedly. I won't let you down. She had watched the previous interactions between Owen and Leslie and knew how much pain Leslie was in. She also knew that Leslie still had many things to do. The task of bringing Owen back was now entrusted to her. After speaking, Rachel glanced at Ymir and the others who had arrived and nodded to her sister before rushing into the demon abyss below. Although the demon abyss was dangerous, her special bloodline and remarkable sensing ability made her the best choice for finding Owen. After Rachel left, Leslie's cold gaze immediately shifted to Venus, her eyes glinting with a frosty light. But she only glanced at her before turning her attention to the approaching Archdemon trio. Leslie, the leader of the Archdemons, spoke, but suddenly felt the chilling killing intent emanating from Leslie. A streak of ice-cold light, capable of freezing the universe, suddenly locked onto Elysia. Elysia's face turned pale in an instant. Before she could react, the icy light had already pierced through her body, freezing her into a statue of ice before exploding violently. Before her death, the expression in her eyes was one of shock and disbelief. She had not expected Leslie to act so decisively against her, and with a single strike, she was completely powerless to resist. The Archdemon beside Elysia froze in horror. Elysia, his own sister, had just been erased by Leslie. Why, Leslie, have you gone mad? The Archdemon's emotions flared as he stared at Leslie, clearly ready to strike at any moment. Leslie, what are you doing? Ymir was also stunned, staring at Leslie in disbelief. Although Elysia had no personal relationship with her, through their experiences during the Cataclysm, Ymir had developed some feelings for Elysia, seeing her as a close friend. But now, Leslie had mercilessly erased her. In the midst of the furious questioning gazes from both of them, Leslie calmly met their eyes. She conspired with Caesar to plot against you, to plot against Owen. She deserved to die. Upon hearing this, both Ymir and the Archdemon froze, their bodies shuddering in unison. Their first thought was disbelief. How could Elysia have done such a thing? But they also understood Leslie's character. She was a person of great pride, never one to fabricate lies. If she said this, it meant she had evidence. But how could Elysia have conspired with Caesar? Immediately, both Archdemon and Ymir turned their gazes to Leslie, their eyes full of intense questioning. Leslie, what exactly is going on? The two of them were desperate to know the truth. Leslie did not answer them. Instead, she walked over to Venus and cast an icy glare that made the onlookers shudder. However, Venus let out a breath of relief. Kill me and avenge your husband. Although it wasn't her intention to strike at Owen before, she had indeed attacked him, and now that Leslie was avenging Owen, she accepted her fate calmly. She closed her eyes without any sign of resistance. But Leslie did not hurry to strike. Instead, she carefully examined Venus's stunningly beautiful face. Then, amid the shock of countless onlookers, Leslie slowly raised her right hand and slapped Venus across the face. Slap. The slap made Venus's face flush red, with 5 bloody handprints standing out, and a burning pain like a knife cutting through her skin. Venus's heart trembled. Was Leslie intending to torture her? Although she had made a mistake before, she was still a significant figure, one of the Throne Celestials, the leader of the Rebellion Alliance. She could be killed, but not humiliated. Leslie. Venus held her swollen face and was about to question Leslie when a familiar sound of air being sliced through her ear. Slap. Another slap landed on her face, sending her staggering back. Her face turned ghostly pale, and her mind buzzed as everything went blank. Now, how are you feeling? Should I help you? Wake up, some more. Leslie's cold and merciless voice rang out. Venus shuddered, then raised her head to glare at Leslie. The corner of her mouth bled slightly, looking pitiable. But her words were sharp as she retorted. Although I was wrong before, don't you think it's beneath you to humiliate me like this? As she spoke, the anger in Venus's heart surged. After all, based on the power Leslie had shown earlier, killing her should be as easy as crushing an ant. Yet Leslie was treating her like this after she had already offered to die to atone. I have no reason to kill you. Leslie coldly shook her head. While Venus had done wrong, Leslie knew that she wasn't a person deserving of death. What mattered more was that Venus still held some value to her. You're not going to kill me, Venus said, her disbelief evident. Considering Leslie's current icy aura, she would have expected Leslie to kill everyone here without a second thought, but leaving her alive made her uneasy, and she became wary. Leslie appraised her for a moment, then gently lifted Venus's chin and said slowly, I know you were forced into it. You may have been wrong, but your crime does not warrant death. Chapter 435, 3-day deadline. Refusal to submit will result in immediate death. With Leslie's cold words falling, Venus suddenly had a bad premonition, and then saw Leslie's jade-like hand, which had been lifting her chin, suddenly tighten, grabbing her swan-like neck. Venus's body was lifted high, and the discomfort in her throat made her feel like she was about to vomit. At the same time, the overwhelming aura of dominion emanating from Leslie sealed her mind completely. Even if Venus wanted to resist, she could not do so. In front of Leslie, Venus felt as if she were no longer a Throne Celestial, but a helpless and weak woman with no ability to resist. She could only obey Leslie's commands. Today, I did not kill you, not because of my mercy, but because you still have value to me. From now on, you will work for me and make up for your sins. Leslie's voice, full of oppression, surged into Venus's mind like a roaring flood, forcibly twisting her spirit. Venus was horrified to realize that these words seemed to carry some kind of special magical power, which was forcefully altering her mental state. How terrifying has Leslie become? Feeling Leslie's increasingly domineering presence, Venus painfully spoke up. What do you want to do? Leslie looked up at the sky. What I want to do is very simple. At this point, a sharp cold light flashed in her eyes. From now on, anything I desire will be granted by the heavens, and anything I do not want will be denied by the heavens. After today, the world will be remade according to my will. Destroy the Celestials, crush the Forbidden Zones. As for your rebellion, considering your father, the god of light, and the lord of stars, war goddess, I will spare it for now, but from now on, you must obey my will. Especially Caesar. That person must be killed. Leslie's words were firm, with an undeniable tone. As soon as these words fell, everyone who heard them felt somewhat dazed, for Leslie's statement was truly astonishing. For countless epochs, heroes and figures had fought against the Celestials, and all ultimately failed. No matter how brilliant one was, in the face of such overwhelming forces, they were nothing more than lambs to be slaughtered. Yet Leslie, at this moment, arrogantly declared she would destroy them. In addition to that, there were the 4 Forbidden Zones. These ancient powers, which had existed since the birth of this plane, contained ancient gods whose power was not something that could be easily shaken. However, Leslie was now saying she would crush them. Even many of Wind Shadow, who knew Leslie somewhat well, felt that Leslie was too arrogant, disregarding both the Celestials and the Forbidden Zones. If the Celestials and Forbidden Zones were that easy to destroy, it wouldn't have been so simple. Leslie's forces have certainly grown immensely, but compared to the Celestials and the ancient gods, they are still far from a match. The mocking voices fell, but suddenly, Kawazang, the leader of Wind Shadow, harshly reprimanded. Shut up. Lady Leslie is not someone you can speak ill of. As soon as these words left his mouth, his expression changed drastically. The mages who had spoken out earlier had their blood coagulated into sharp spikes. Like sea urchins, the blood-red ice spikes exploded from their bodies, piercing through their souls. In the blink of an eye, they fell in agony. Seeing this scene, Wind Shadow's expressions became even more serious, and they immediately bowed to Leslie, hastily turning to leave. Kawa Zhang knew that Leslie was completely different from before. Ever since Owen had fallen into the demon abyss, she had transformed into a ruthless, bloodthirsty queen of slaughter. Anyone who defied her will would be killed without mercy. If anyone dared to provoke Leslie now, she would annihilate everyone from Wind Shadow in the demon realm. As Kawa Zhang hurriedly led the Wind Shadow mages away from the demon realm, he glanced back at the demon sky citadel, which seemed to be covered in ice and snow, his heart full of awe. Truly deserving of the title of the most gifted couple. Back when they were on the continent, they were already ruthless and unmatched, and now they have only grown stronger. If this continues, Leslie's future is limitless. Even the god of light, the lord of stars, and the war goddess will probably be surpassed by her, becoming the tyrant who dominates all the forces in Pure Land. Kawa Zhang took a deep breath. Leslie could have anything she wanted. If she continued to grow, what he feared would indeed come true. At this moment, after effortlessly slaughtering the few Wind Shadow mages who had spoken disrespectfully, Leslie calmly withdrew her gaze, and turned her attention back to Venus, saying coldly, "Whatever your previous identity was, it no longer matters. From now on, you will serve me as a maid, just like the Dark Elfine. You will obey me and serve me well." Venus furrowed her brows, and a hint of defiance appeared on her otherwise perfect face. She was the daughter of the god of light, the throne celestial, and the leader of the Resistance Alliance. Every one of these identities was enough to shake the Pure Land and earn the respect of others. Moreover, she possessed all these identities at once. Yet now, Leslie actually wanted her to be a maid. This was something Venus could not tolerate. However, just as the thought of resisting rose in her heart, Leslie's special dominion power had already penetrated every part of her body. It completely suppressed her spirit. She stared fiercely at Leslie but eventually did not continue her defiance. After all, if Leslie really destroyed the Celestials and crushed the Forbidden Zones, what did it matter if she became a maid? Weren't these the very things that both she and her predecessors had tried and failed to overthrow? Venus's attitude shift did not escape Leslie's eyes. She slowly spoke. "From this moment on, you will return and tell the mages of the rebellion that I give them 3 days to submit to me, otherwise they will be killed without mercy." Leslie's voice was cold. Even though Venus had already guessed Leslie's intentions, she still felt a jolt in her heart. The mages of the rebellion were numerous and powerful, many of them rebellious and headstrong, especially those who had once sided with Caesar. This news would surely stir up a storm in the rebellion. But after some thought, Venus realized that while Leslie's approach was harsh, it might actually be beneficial for both her and the rebellion. After a bloody purge, those who remained would likely be united in purpose, and there would be no fear of betrayal when confronting the Celestials in Forbidden Zones. So, Venus nodded seriously. Before leaving, she glanced at the demon abyss. The one who had once amazed her and countless others, Owen, had fallen into it. She wondered how he was now. She had once pursued him, but now, they were enemies. Her emotions were complex. "Owen, should we meet again?" Venus murmured to herself. She wanted to personally apologize to Owen and heal the wounds she had caused him. After Venus quickly turned and left, Leslie's gaze fell back onto Archdemon and Ymir. "Leslie, is it true that Elysia really colluded with Caesar?" Ymir couldn't help but ask again, her eyes filled with disbelief. Archdemon also stared intently at Leslie, as if trying to catch every detail of her movements. Leslie knew they still held doubts about Elysia's death, so she spoke. If no one had leaked information, how would Sargers have known that the seal on the demon realm had been broken? Besides, Elysia should have known about the siege on Owen long ago, but she kept it hidden. Anyone who plotted against Owen must die. Upon hearing this, Archdemon and Ymir recalled some strange behaviors of Elysia. Immediately, Archdemon trembled, and a trace of guilt appeared on her face. Chapter 436, Leslie's Plan. If Leslie had not acted today, not only would all the creatures in the demon realm have perished, but also. The Archdemon fell silent for a moment, then turned to Leslie and slowly said, "This time, we have wronged Owen, and my sister has paid the price for it. I hope, Miss Leslie, that this will be the end of it and that you will not harm the beings of the demon realm." Leslie shook her head and said, "I will not harm them. From now on, they can join Azure Kingdom, and so can you." The Archdemon and Ymir exchanged a glance, then the Archdemon slowly said, "Miss Leslie's kindness, we accept. We still prefer to stay here, but if Miss Leslie has any orders, we will fully support you." Although Elysia had her reasons for being killed, the thought of continuing to cooperate with Leslie instinctively repelled her. Leslie saw this and didn't force the matter. With the Archdemon and Ymir here to guard the demon realm, at least it could stabilize the fractured situation of the realm, which would be beneficial to Owen. "Ymir, take care of the Archdemon here. If Owen comes back and says I took advantage of the situation to bully him, I'll deny it." Ymir raised her brows slightly at this, but Leslie ignored it and instead looked toward the demon abyss. The demon abyss was unfathomable and pitch black, its bottom unseen, with only the sound of a faint, wailing wind echoing, as if everything pulled into it would be devoured, becoming a void. "Owen, although I don't know what other plans you have, come back soon, I'm waiting for you." With that, Leslie turned and left. Although Owen had temporarily fallen into the demon abyss, there were still many things she needed to take care of. Ymir and the Archdemon watched Leslie leave, and their gazes also fell on the demon abyss. Owen, the person they longed for, was within it. With Sargers and the other throne celestials being erased by Leslie, news of the battle quickly spread to every corner of Pure Land. Especially under the propaganda of Academy City and Wind Shadow, it ignited the passions of countless mages. Owen fought alone against Sargers and nearly 10 other throne celestials, even slaying 2 throne celestials from the Forbidden Zone, which left an immense shock in the hearts of many. At the same time, people gradually realized that behind this battle, Sargers, Caesar, and Elysia had conspired to set Owen up for certain death. The situation Owen faced made them fall into deep despair, just hearing about it. But Owen survived. However, now that he had fallen into the demon abyss, his fate was uncertain. What shocked them even more was that Owen's wife, Leslie, had killed Sargers and several other throne celestials as if slaughtering chickens and dogs. Neither the Forbidden Zone nor Loki made a sound in response. And because Leslie erased Sargers, the Burning Legion lost its most powerful figure, leading to its total collapse. The Burning Legion, which had once made many forces in Pure Land tremble, was no more. Countless mages in Pure Land cheered, seeing a brighter future ahead. Sargers was really shameless this time. He said he would have a life and death duel with young Master Owen, but when he couldn't win, he used dirty tricks, no martial ethics, and ganged up on Owen. Exactly, if not for young Master Owen's deep foundation, any other throne celestial might have been annihilated in one encounter. Young Master Owen's combat power is really terrifying now. If their numbers were smaller, young Master Owen might have wiped them all out. Too bad, even though Miss Leslie killed Sargers and the others, it was still a step too late. Young Master Owen fell into the demon abyss, and with the current situation of the demon abyss, even celestial gods dare not enter. Owen is severely injured, and once he enters, he might perish there. Impossible. Young Master Owen's talent is so brilliant. He overcame so many hardships before, so he will surely survive this dangerous situation. For others, falling into the demon abyss would be certain death, but Owen is different. He is a living legend. Young Master Owen will definitely come back. Countless people mourn for Owen. After all, in his duel with Sarvers, Owen displayed his terrifying strength that shocked pure land. From now on, no major force would dare act arrogantly before young Master Owen. After discussing Owen, the attention of more mages shifted to Leslie. Although many of them knew Leslie was Owen's wife, they hadn't known much about her before. Now, after this battle, they realized just how wrong they were in their previous assessment of Leslie. I used to think no one could compare to young Master Owen, but it turns out the one who could match him is his very wife. Miss Leslie's combat power is truly terrifying. Whether it's the Forbidden Zone, Loki, or even the Celestials, all the top-tier strong ones fell at her hands. She's a born female killing. God, these two spouses are so terrifying, they're almost invincible. I heard Miss Leslie holds grudges. That Elysia who plotted against Owen was directly killed by her, and Caesar ran away early to escape. But knowing Leslie's nature, she will definitely not let them off. That Caesar is really inhuman. He was clearly part of the Resistance Alliance but cooperated with Sarvers and Loki to plot against young Master Owen. He's worse than a beast. I misjudged him before. Exactly, I used to think he was a perfect match for Miss Venus, but now I've seen his true colors. Caesar deserves to be tortured. Caesar deserves to die, but more importantly, when will young Master Owen return? At this time, within the small world, Madeline and the others saw Leslie return but didn't see Owen. They all had a bad premonition in their hearts. And after hearing the latest news from Charlotte and the others, their worst fears were confirmed. Owen had fallen into the demon abyss. They all felt a sharp pang in their hearts. Madeline was struck like a bolt of lightning, standing frozen in place. Serafina was somewhat lost and regretful. She wished she had gone with Owen, she could have helped him. Dragon Princess and the others fell silent. They hadn't expected so many unbelievable events to occur in such a short time. Owen had faced so many plots, and if not for his extraordinary combat power, he would have been dead by now. Ysera, looking at the unconscious little Leslie, had a complex expression. She knew that Sarvers had likely set up many traps in the life and death duel. But she never imagined that the traps set by Sarvers and his group would be so ruthless, leaving Owen no chance to survive. At this moment, as Leslie entered the small world, the little Leslie, who had been asleep just now, slowly opened her bright eyes. When she saw Leslie, she smiled sweetly. However, not seeing her father beside her made her furrow her brows and tilt her head, asking curiously, "Mom, where's Dad? Didn't Dad say he would come back soon?" At little Leslie's questioning, even the cold and emotionless Leslie's heart was moved. She gently kissed little Leslie's forehead, sat beside her, and lightly patted her back, saying, "Dad will come back soon. He has some things to take care of. When he comes back, you can let him apologize to you and bring you some delicious food and fun things, okay?" Hearing this, little Leslie subconsciously nodded but quickly shook her head. "No, I want Dad. I miss him so much." Leslie smiled and said, "Dad has some things to do. When he returns, we'll never be apart." Again, okay. Little Leslie seemed to think of something and said seriously, "Will Dad always think of me?" "Like how I always think of him." Leslie gently stroked her head and said, "Dad definitely misses you even more." With Leslie's affirmation, little Leslie finally smiled. "Okay, I'll wait here for Dad to come back." Chapter 437, The Destruction of Forbidden Zone. Under Leslie's repeated assurances, little Leslie finally fell asleep. Leslie, holding her daughter, placed her in the deepest part of the small world, in a grand hall. Then, she slowly walked out of the hall and saw Serafina, who had fainted from grief. Leslie patted her round belly. Serafina rubbed her eyes and slowly woke up, looking at Leslie with a dazed expression. "Since you're awake, come with me," Leslie said. The Dragon Princess and the others here looked at Leslie in confusion. Leslie scanned them and said indifferently, "The ones who should be sad are them. Come on, there are still too many forbidden zones. Let's start with eliminating one for now." Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils contracted sharply. By Leslie's tone, was she planning to destroy the forbidden zone? But how terrifying the forbidden zone was. There were even ancient gods slumbering there. How could it be so easily destroyed? "Leslie, are you serious?" The Dragon Princess and the others looked at Leslie in shock. Although they now knew Leslie's power, the forbidden zone was not something to be taken lightly. No force had ever dared to attack it directly. Would anyone really start such an operation without detailed planning? It would be a bit too reckless and arrogant to act without preparation, wouldn't it? The forbidden zone harbored ancient gods, beings of such terrifying strength that they could obliterate entire realms. These ancient gods were far above anything else within the forbidden zone. Leslie, making a move against the forbidden zone is no small matter. You need to be extremely cautious, Ysera couldn't help but advise. Though she couldn't see through Leslie's power, the ancient gods were not to be underestimated. Leslie might have destroyed many ancient beings, but these gods were a completely different league. Moreover, the forbidden zone was connected to many factions. If Leslie attacked, it would shake the Pure Land and stir all factions. However, Ysera knew that once Leslie made a decision, it would be nearly impossible to change her mind. And indeed, this time, the forbidden zone had gone too far. If Leslie didn't do something, it would give the impression that they were afraid of the forbidden zone. Anyway, Ysera was now Leslie's follower. Whatever decision Leslie made, she would follow without question. Besides, Ysera's father, Lord Loki, had participated in the siege against Owen earlier, piercing through Owen's chest. Leslie didn't blame her for this, but Ysera did feel some guilt about the whole affair. This time, fighting alongside Leslie would be a way to atone for it. Also, Leslie must have a plan and confidence in her ability to deal with the forbidden zone. Otherwise, with Leslie's prudent and cautious nature, she would never act so hastily. Understanding this, Ysera remained silent. Leslie scanned the Dragon Princess and the others, showing no change in her expression. "It's just a forbidden zone. You all are simply too intimidated by it. In reality, it's nothing more than a crumbling ruin," Leslie remarked casually. After saying that, Leslie swiftly left the small world. Madeline hesitated for a moment but quickly followed. Earlier, Rachel had sensed something and left the small world. Had she not been trapped there, she would have helped Owen. Even if she wasn't particularly powerful, just being by Owen's side and fighting alongside him would have been enough for her. Instead, she was here, helpless and anxious. She had missed the chance to fight by Owen's side, and now, with the attack on the forbidden zone, she felt duty-bound to join in. Seeing Madeline leave as well, the Celestial God Palace's master exchanged a glance with Farola. Both were filled with shock. Leslie was actually going to attack the forbidden zone, and Madeline was following her. This was madness. The key was that Ysera had also sided with Leslie. Once Leslie moved, the entire Pure Land and forbidden zone would surely be rocked. For as long as mages existed, no one had ever dared to challenge the forbidden zone directly. However, they knew that their influence was limited and that their persuasion would be useless. They couldn't change Leslie's iron will. At this point, the only thing they could do was report this back to their respective factions and prepare for what was to come. They hoped that the Celestial God Palace in Wailing Mountain could offer some support once they learned about it. After all, if Leslie truly destroyed the Forbidden Zone, it would be a monumental benefit to her and to all of her followers. In the small world, Charlotte also couldn't calm her heart. She possessed a lot of intelligence and had investigated the Forbidden Zone's dangers. But since Her Majesty had decided to take action, she could only assist her as best as she could. Charlotte took a deep breath and quickly left the small world. She immediately began mobilizing the Azure Kingdom's armies to set up defensive fortifications to guard against any counterattacks from the Forbidden Zone. Soon, under Charlotte's orders, the Azure Kingdom's forces sprang into action. All of them were in a state of readiness, poised to move at a moment's notice. Though the Azure Kingdom's soldiers weren't sure what had happened, they could sense the gravity of the situation from above. The Black Iron Dwarves, skilled in construction, received orders to build steel walls outside the Emerald Dreamscape to prevent anyone from approaching. The Shadow Clan and Academy City scattered to gather intelligence and remained on high alert. No unusual activity could escape their senses. In addition to internal vigilance, the Dragon Clan and Moss Giants mobilized. Guided by the Dark Elves, they spread out to monitor all directions and respond to any sudden situations. Meanwhile, the electromagnetic laser cannons, developed by the White Tower Tech Guild, were positioned in key cities and locations as a precaution against emergencies. Having been tested in war, the electromagnetic laser cannon's power was now highly regarded, prompting the White Tower Tech Guild to build dozens more, each more powerful than the last. Academy City's mages were also preparing magic teleportation arrays for rapid transportation across regions, ensuring that they could respond quickly to any attacks. In essence, the Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape were now impenetrable fortresses. Because of Owen and Leslie, the Azure Kingdom had always attracted attention. Now, with such large-scale preparations underway, many people were left in a state of confusion. In their view, Owen and Leslie's power was enormous, and with forces like Loki, the Celestial, in the Forbidden Zone all avoiding them, why was Azure Kingdom increasing patrols and setting up defenses? Surely now was the time for celebration, not suspicion. Why was Azure Kingdom on high alert? Considering Azure Kingdom's strength, which rivaled any faction of the Pure Land, the only forces capable of truly defeating it were the Forbidden Zone and the Celestial. As factions within the Pure Land were left stunned, a sudden piece of news shocked everyone into disbelief. Leslie had made her decision. She was going to attack the Forbidden Zone and destroy it. When mages first heard the news, they were in utter disbelief. No faction had ever dared to make such a move against the Forbidden Zone. Even if anyone had thought to do so, they were always met with miserable failure. The ancient gods of the Forbidden Zone were being so powerful that even the Celestial had to fear them. These ancient gods had existed since the beginning of time, and no one even knew how long they had slumbered or how long they would continue to exist. All they knew was that if the ancient gods ever woke up, it would be a nightmare for all mages. These ancient gods had survived through countless ages, witnessing endless cycles of rise and fall. Though every era had its share of remarkable individuals, to the ancient gods, those individuals were but fleeting waves on an endless ocean, beautiful, yet ultimately destined to fall. Chapter 438, Opening of the Abandoned Lands. To them, the so-called prodigies and powerful beings are ultimately nothing more than dust in the universe. And they are immortal and indestructible. This is an essential difference. Time, the Celestial, the things all beings fear, they do not even care about. Even if Leslie is dazzling enough to wipe out several throne-level celestial gods in one strike, creating a record, this is nothing compared to the ancient gods. At this moment, almost no mage believes she can succeed, mainly because the Forbidden Zone is too terrifying. Meanwhile, in the Alchemy Guild, the god of alchemy, dressed in a golden robe, his expression solemn, is gazing seriously at the place where the Emerald Dreamscape resides. A hint of contemplation appears on his face. He too has just received the latest news about Leslie. He hadn't expected that after only recently returning through the time array, he would witness a historic moment. Beside the god of alchemy, Venus, dressed in a white silk gown, as ethereal as mist, stands quietly. Although silent, as the goddess of beauty, her demeanor and appearance possess an enchanting allure. Every subtle gesture captivates those around her. Next to Venus stands Vanessa, a young girl dressed in splendid jewelry, radiating wealth and luxury. She is the daughter of the god of alchemy, and the eldest lady of the Alchemy Guild. Though Vanessa is not young, she has lived a carefree life under the god of alchemy's favor, retaining a somewhat childish nature. Compared to Venus, she carries more youthful energy and vitality. The golden alchemical symbol on her forehead enhances her noble aura, like a princess of great stature. Really, Venus sister, did Owen really reject you and even slap you twice? At this moment, Vanessa stares in disbelief at Venus. She has some understanding of Venus, her appearance, background, and strength all make her a top choice. How could Owen coldly reject her without any regard? Venus, upon hearing this, has a momentary flash of Leslie's figure in her mind. Though most people consider her the epitome of perfection, deserving of the title goddess of beauty. Before meeting Leslie, she thought the same about herself. But after meeting Leslie, her heart was deeply shaken. Everything she took pride in was crushed in front of Leslie. With someone like Leslie around, she now understands why Owen didn't choose her. It's simply because Leslie is too outstanding. Vanessa had been expecting Venus to retort. But to her surprise, Venus remained silent, her face showing a hint of frustration and defeat. Seeing this, Vanessa seems to have an idea, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. So, Venus' sister, is Leslie really as powerful as the rumors say? She knows Venus's pride. What kind of woman could make her feel defeated? Venus shakes her head. Leslie's power might be even greater than the rumors suggest. Vanessa furrows her brows. If Leslie is so powerful, then how can you win Owen? The god of alchemy, seeing this, frowns at his daughter. Venus is clearly in an emotional state, and pushing her like this is clearly not appropriate. But Venus remains indifferent, not taking Vanessa's words to heart. She knows that Vanessa has been spoiled since childhood, so it's normal for her to have such a personality. Since she's a junior, there's no need for her to get upset over her words. Still, Vanessa's words do hold some truth. Seeing that Venus is not angry, Vanessa seems to think of something and suddenly asks. Venus' sister, if Leslie is around, what are my chances of marrying Owen? Previously, she had spent a great deal of money offering a bounty for Owen. But now, with Owen's strength, no other mage could deal with him. Offering a bounty is nothing more than a joke. Venus's expression instantly freezes. She has heard of Vanessa's actions. She was going to say that there's no chance after all, in terms of appearance, background. In strength, she's far superior to Vanessa. If she herself doesn't stand a chance, then Vanessa certainly doesn't. But she can't be so cold-hearted, so she slowly replies, why don't you try confessing to Owen yourself and see? Vanessa nods, agreeing with Venus's suggestion. Rather than talking about it, it's better to try it herself. When Owen returns, I'll go personally and give it a try. After saying this, she looks at her own figure. Although she is a woman, she's been around many men and knows exactly what they value. With her figure, who could resist her? If she uses a little charm, Owen will surely fall for her. Venus, seeing this, knows exactly what Vanessa is thinking. For a moment, she imagines Vanessa with Owen and feels a little uneasy. Thinking that Vanessa might achieve what she couldn't, she becomes agitated. After all, Vanessa may not be corrupted by the complexities of the world and remains pure. Hearted, like a young girl, her youthful face, coupled with her devilish figure, is a great temptation to any man. Vanessa is rare and exceptional, and she might indeed become Owen's confidant. Thinking this, Venus becomes even more restless. Later, Leslie calms her inner emotions and turns to the god of alchemy, asking curiously, "Do you have any news of Caesar? Where are the celestial gods who followed him?" She knows that Caesar's plan has failed, but he certainly won't give up easily. An even more terrifying plan must be in the works. Her heart feels uneasy. After returning to Pure Land, she had already shared Leslie's words with the Rebel Alliance. This news caused quite a stir among them. Only the celestial gods loyal to her and those under the god of alchemy chose to submit. Caesar and his celestial gods have completely disappeared, which is clearly suspicious. And Leslie has already declared that Caesar must be eliminated. Although Caesar is currently in hiding, Leslie's murderous intent is intense. If this matter drags on for 3 more days, the Rebel Alliance will be ruthlessly purged by her. The Rebel Alliance has carried the hopes of her father and many predecessors. It must not be heavily damaged on her watch. The god of alchemy, sensing Venus's anxiety and unease, thinks for a moment and slowly responds, "Perhaps you're right. The last news I received was that Caesar went to the abandoned lands." Upon hearing this, Venus's heart immediately trembles, unable to believe her ears. Has Caesar gone mad? The abandoned lands, even the celestial dare not approach it easily. And it seals the dark side of the world. How could he dare to go there? Very few people know about the abandoned lands. The forces of yin and yang in the entire dimension are essentially the same, dependent on each other. The dark forces that existed back then were sustained by the growing power of the celestial, who paid a great cost to seal them, naming it the abandoned lands. In this era, very few know of the abandoned lands, and even fewer know its location. But Caesar, this guy, has actually gone there. The dark forces there must have gathered into a force comparable to an ancient god's post. Natal strength. Even the Forbidden Zone cannot compare to this special place. After all, it gathers the darkest sides of all beings. In the past, many powerful beings ran riot in the dark side, and the sun god and the lord of stars once fought them. Even in their prime, they could barely match the dark forces that were not yet fully gathered. Chapter 439, The Bottom of the Demon Abyss. In Pure Land, Sarber's rampage was nothing compared to the terrifying evil spirits that had fused together. These evil spirits were the epitome of extreme evil and madness, emotions that were impossible to reason with. Once released, Pure Land would undoubtedly become their paradise. At that point, the combined evil spirits would be far beyond anything they could currently contend with. His father, the god of light, had the power to suppress these evil spirits. However, he had already been captured by the celestial, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the lord of stars and the war goddess, though powerful enough to resist the evil spirits, were lost in the endless void, their return unknown. Without the top ancient powers of their time, who could stand against the evil spirits of the Forgotten Land? Moreover, the one heading to the Forgotten Land this time was Caesar. Caesar had no physical body, but his celestial soul was immense. If he had made some unspoken pact with the evil spirits. The more Venus thought about it, the more terrified she became. The god of alchemy, seeing Venus's changed expression, sighed and said, "Caesar has always been eccentric, prone to extremes. Leslie's strength was unexpectedly powerful, which definitely struck a deep blow to him." Vanessa, realizing the situation, suddenly asked, "Venus, even though the evil spirits are powerful, Leslie is terrifying as well. Can she eliminate the evil spirits?" Venus thought for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know. Leslie's strength is undoubtedly the strongest among the throne celestials, but these evil spirits are formidable, and once gathered together, what terrifying changes will occur? I can't say." Neither Leslie nor the evil spirits were something Venus had thoroughly understood, so she dared not make a hasty conclusion. Whether she can resist the evil spirits, we can only know through actual combat. But based on my intuition, I think Leslie might have a chance of winning, but even if she does win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Upon hearing this, neither Vanessa nor the god of alchemy spoke further, their expressions subdued. After all, Leslie's strength was the most formidable of the throne celestials they had seen. If she didn't have confidence in victory, what hope did they have? Meanwhile, deep within the Forgotten Land, as the dark side of this universe, the landscape here was entirely different from typical dimensions. It was pitch black, with no light visible, the air thick and swampy, giving a strange, sticky feeling. As one ventured deeper into this eerie darkness, the howls and screams of agony from across the void grew louder and clearer. This place seemed like a paradise of suffering, a resting place for countless souls of the dead. The air was so dense with death energy that it seemed almost impossible to disperse, filling every corner of this dark dimension. At this moment, in this world of the dead, there was a deep, blackened soul figure steadily moving deeper into the abyss. It was none other than Caesar. At this time, his soul, pulsing with intense soul energy, emitted frenzied thoughts. Owen, Leslie, Venus. As his remnants spread, the dark space rippled, and the evil spirits nearby, sensing a presence they feared, all scattered. No evil spirit dared to approach. Venus was still moving deeper, her heart filled with only one thought: revenge. After feeling Leslie's explosive aura and realizing the situation was dire, he trusted his instincts and fled. Not long after his retreat, he received news that Sargers and the other throne celestials left behind had been easily annihilated by her. How terrifying was her power. He felt relieved had he stayed, he would have certainly died. Before he left, he had spared Owen, and this only made his hatred for Owen more intense. Venus was his own in heart, his trusted partner. But Venus was also deeply in love with Owen, and Owen was the one who had taken his rightful leader's position. That debt had not yet been settled. Though Owen had been gravely injured and fallen into the demon abyss, Caesar's instincts told him that Owen would not perish so easily. But the immediate priority now was to kill Leslie. Leslie's strength and influence had been on par with Owen's before, and after her recent breakthrough, she was several times stronger. Caesar knew he was no match for her, so he had no choice but to come here and temporarily hide. He was also here to awaken the evil spirits. As a soul figure like them, he thrived in this dark realm and was well aware of its power and danger. At present, the only being capable of challenging Leslie was the evil spirit Marshall. His resolve unwavering, and aided by his unique soul state, Caesar ventured deeper into this forsaken land. But the environment grew increasingly dire. Countless evil spirits, twisted and bound by malevolent orders and thoughts, let out tortured screams. At a glance, these evil spirits took the form of grotesque and malformed soul figures. Behind these twisted spirits were special black pupils. These black pupils, about the size of a palm, were engraved with ancient runes that emitted an overwhelming dark aura. The moment Caesar's soul gaze met one of these pupils, his own soul sight exploded. leaving two fist-sized indentations in his vision. However, Caesar was thrilled he had found the fabled evil spirit Marshal. The evil spirit Marshal, Revan. Marshal, I invoke your true name. Awaken, awaken. The one who awakens you will be the one to bring about the destruction of this dimension. As Caesar's voice grew louder, the runes on the black pupil began to glow, and a massive, illusory figure made entirely of dark thoughts appeared in the space between heaven and earth. Deep within the demon abyss, Owen's body felt like a falling meteor, continuously descending into the deeper darkness, the howling winds rushing past his ears. Leslie, you finally turned to darkness. After falling into the demon abyss, Owen sensed that Leslie's emotions had become like stagnant water, no longer exhibiting the normal fluctuations of a human soul. Leslie could faintly sense her own emotions, and Owen could also sense Leslie's. He knew that after being surrounded and falling into the abyss, Leslie had been greatly affected. Owen hadn't wanted this outcome, but it seemed that the system's mission loomed over him like a sword, and he had no choice but to proceed. Leslie must be corrupted, she must awaken the dark heart and become the ultimate villain. With this thought, Owen slowly opened his eyes. Now that the plan was in motion, it was time to leave. Just as he was about to stop his descent, he suddenly realized that the mana in his body was sealed by this strange power. This was to be expected. The demon abyss was already a terrifying place, and after the millennial cataclysm, it had become even more dangerous. Even the throne celestials who entered would have their magic sealed, turning them into ordinary mortals. But Owen had already anticipated this. He quickly took out a glass vial from his pocket and drank the world tree liquid within. This liquid, collected by Rachel, contained the power of the world and could break the strange seals here. After all, the power of the world was a higher dimensional force compared to this place. As time passed, Owen's body suddenly felt a series of chains breaking within him, and rich mana began to surge through him, wild and free. With the return of his mana, Owen's senses sharpened rapidly. He suddenly realized that not far below him was the bottom of the demon abyss. Without hesitation, his mind focused, and powerful elemental forces enveloped him, slowing his descent. At the bottom of the demon abyss, it was pitch black, with not a single trace of light. As Owen prepared to summon light elements to illuminate the area, a ball of pink flame suddenly fell from above. Looking up. Chapter 440, Rachel's Devotion. Owen, as Rachel, who was about to hit the ground, saw Owen safe and sound, she immediately sighed in relief, and a hint of a smile appeared on her delicate face. However, as she continued to rush toward Owen, she suddenly noticed that Owen's aura had unexpectedly become chaotic at that moment. What's going on? Rachel's pupils constricted, and she immediately rushed toward Owen. At that moment, Owen, who had just stabilized himself at the bottom of the demon abyss, heard the system's prompt sound. Congratulations, host, task completed, reward, 50 million fate points. Hearing this, Owen's heart was overjoyed, but then, consecutive prompts from the system left him slightly stunned. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the supreme artifact Heart of the King. Congratulations, host, your level has risen to Throne Celestial. Congratulations, host, the primordial chaos body begins to undergo transformation. After the system's prompts ended, Owen saw a golden heart appearing in the system space, glowing with a brilliant golden light. Under the illumination of this light, Owen's mind, mana, and even order underwent a unique transformation, and his perception of the surrounding space-time also experienced a great change. It seemed that, at this moment, he was no longer perceiving the world from a commoner's perspective but from the viewpoint of a king, gazing down upon the world and mountains in their entirety. However, before Owen could savor the newly acquired Heart of the King, he suddenly noticed the explosive increase in fate points. This made him extremely excited. With these 50 million fate points, added to the 50 million fate points he had previously obtained from reshaping the Hell reincarnation, his final goal of reaching 100 million fate points to perfect order was finally complete. This made Owen even more exhilarated. After all, with the perfect version of order, his combat power would experience a significant boost. However, at this moment, the previously stagnant boundless chaos in his body seemed to have been stimulated, and it began to steadily evolve toward the bloodline transformation direction. This transformation brought about a complete and thorough metamorphosis for Owen. After all, Owen's physical constitution was ordinary. Without the system's enhancement, he would never have made it to this point. Although he was now known as the first prodigy in history, his true talent was rather average. While he had gained many enhancements from rare herbs and treasures, his bloodline had not undergone any fundamental and enormous improvement. Now, the bloodline transformation of the boundless chaos body directly reverted Owen's body to its most original and pure state, with his bloodline undergoing earth-shattering changes. This change also caused Owen's aura to become unlike anything before, as though his body was being seared in fire, purging all impurities. This strange transformation, as perceived by Rachel, seemed to indicate that something was wrong with Owen's body, as if he had gone into a state of madness. Owen. Rachel rushed to Owen's side and immediately supported his body, trying to wake him up. However, Owen, who was now in a state of unconsciousness due to his body's metamorphosis, could only vaguely sense a familiar aura surrounding him. Despite Rachel's repeated calls, Owen did not respond, and Rachel grew increasingly anxious. She attempted to send out soul waves to connect with Owen's soul. However, Owen was undergoing the primordial chaos body transformation, and any magic or soul energy that approached him would be mercilessly devoured into his body. Rachel had never encountered such a situation, and she anxiously observed the wound in Owen's chest, which continued to bleed. Moreover, due to Owen's changing aura, the blood was no longer the usual dark blood but instead a strange, blackened blood. Owen's aura also weakened, becoming nearly impossible to detect. Rachel became even more worried. She thought back to when she first met Owen, when they were enemies. At that time, Owen had abducted and captured her. It was because of Owen's involvement that she learned of her own hidden lineage and how she had been treated as a mere pawn. Her previous academy had practically thrown her aside, making her feel like a joke, a clown. However, it was thanks to Owen that she had been taken in and allowed to live in the small world with him. In that small world, she overcame her inner pain and came to understand Owen in a new light. It was also because of Owen's quiet dedication and assistance that the small world had become better and better. The tree of world that Owen planted and that she nurtured had grown lush and thriving. Since the small world was the fruit of their shared labor, the one who had complete control over it, apart from Owen, was only herself. Even Leslie didn't have the special privileges that she did. It was precisely because of her deep connection with the small world that she had successfully broken through to the celestial god tier and had transformed into the progenitor of succubi. All she had now, everything she had achieved, was because of Owen's help and guidance. At this moment, as Rachel made some kind of decision, her face flushed red as she looked at Owen. Although I don't know exactly what's happening to you, with my succubus progenitor bloodline, I'm certain I can help you. Before Owen's gentle encouragement, she had seen her succubus progenitor bloodline as a source of shame. However, after being comforted by Owen, she had let go of her resentment toward her bloodline and began to seriously train. Deep in her heart, she had already planted a seed. One day, she would use her bloodline to help Owen. Now, she felt it was time. Immediately, dark black rose petals began to form around Rachel, transforming into a romantic sea of flowers that enveloped both her and Owen. Then, Rachel gradually infused her magic into Owen's body to alleviate the pain in his chest. Afterward, Rachel took a deep breath, her eyes focused on the unconscious Owen, and her gaze slowly grew intense. At this moment, Owen, who had been in a state of unconsciousness due to his bloodline transformation, felt a strange sensation of comfort, as if his entire body was being gently caressed. He felt as though he was entering the most transparent and purest state. His mind was free of distractions, as pure as light. However, this tranquility didn't last long. Suddenly, an overwhelming, inescapable desire surged within Owen's mind, as if dry wood had been set ablaze, burning fiercely. In a dreamy, illusory state, Owen seemed to see Rachel. In this naturally harmonious and intimate state, Owen's bloodline transformation accelerated rapidly. His body felt so comfortable that he almost groaned out loud. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, after an unknown amount of time, Owen seemed to have woken from a stupor. He suddenly opened his eyes, quickly assessing his body. The wound on his chest, which had seemed impossible to heal, was already gone. His level had also suddenly reached the throne's celestial tier. Compared to his previous celestial god tier, he felt his combat power had increased substantially. If he were to face Sargers again, Owen believed his current power would be more than enough to completely obliterate him, instead of falling into the demon abyss. In addition to his level rising to throne celestial, his physical body had undergone a mutation of his bloodline, making it even tougher. Even divine artifacts could no longer leave a mark on him. Owen was extremely satisfied with this and then heard the system's prompt sound in his ears. Congratulations, host, you've surpassed 10,000 celestial gods. Additionally, the special power of the succubus progenitor bloodline will, in 1 year, cause the host's soul to undergo a complete metamorphosis, making it immortal and indestructible. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Owen felt his body strength and was about to speak, but suddenly noticed that Rachel was lying next to him. Rachel. Owen's throat tightened as he looked at her. At that moment, Owen couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. Perhaps it was her first time doing something like this, but now her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes had narrowed into slits. When Owen had fallen unconscious, she had taken the initiative. However, after Owen regained consciousness, relying on his instincts, he had gradually pushed her to exhaustion. Now, seeing Rachel in this state, even though she had already firmly made her decision, she still didn't dare to meet Owen's gaze. Thank you for what you did earlier. Chapter 441, The Unutterable Name. You're awake. As Owen opened his eyes and looked at Rachel, she looked at him with some joy. She immediately relaxed when she felt Owen's breath had stabilized. Then, as if remembering something, her face flushed, and she lowered her head slightly, too shy to meet Owen's gaze directly. Owen, on the other hand, stared at Rachel intently, his expression somewhat complex. Cough cough, do I have bugs on my face? Why are you staring at me like that? Rachel cleared her throat twice, cautiously glancing at Owen. Although she had already appeared to Owen earlier, she actually didn't want Owen to know that. She understood that Owen had deep feelings for Leslie, and she didn't want to cause any discomfort for him. She just wanted to silently like Owen from afar. Owen, understanding Rachel's thoughts, noticed that she seemed far from her usual mature self at this moment. She appeared more like a simple, innocent child. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, I won't look at you anymore. Thank you for what you did earlier. Rachel's face turned red, and she slowly shook her head. I didn't really help much. It was Miss Leslie who asked me to come down to assist you. Seeing that Rachel didn't want to talk about what had happened before, Owen didn't press the issue and gently hugged her instead. Then, he turned his gaze toward the dim depths of the demon abyss. There was hardly any light here, and it seemed like the darkest place in the universe. Owen's soul fluctuation expanded, taking in the surrounding scenery. This place had already been destroyed during the millennial cataclysm. It had not yet been fully reconstructed, and everywhere was in ruins. Owen's expression grew serious. In the original anime, there was little recorded about the demon abyss. This place was extremely mysterious, but from some of the settings, it seemed eerie and incredibly important. After all, it was here that the Lord of Stars and the War Goddess had once slept. If the origin of this dimension was connected to the Celestial, and if the world's existence began after the Celestial's birth, then the demon abyss existed like a giant void, meant to devour and bury everything in the world. This was just Owen's previous speculation. Now that he was truly deep within the demon abyss, Owen could confirm that this place was indeed unusual. His celestial god's mental perception, now close to the center of the abyss, was already distorted. This place definitely had some terrifying existence. As Owen gazed into the deepest part of the demon abyss, Rachel followed his gaze. As the progenitor of succubi in this age, she sensed a chilling, dangerous energy from here. Owen, this place is dangerous. Rachel looked at Owen seriously, her body tensed, not daring to be careless. Owen nodded. Rachel's bloodline was very special, and her instincts were picking up on a strong sense of danger, which meant this place was indeed dangerous. Owen then opened the illusionary screen in front of him and accessed the shop. Now that he had enough fate points, it was time to improve his strength. He had been eyeing the Supreme Order for a long time. Would you like to spend 100 million fate points to purchase the perfect Supreme Order? The system prompted. Owen didn't hesitate and confirmed the purchase. Immediately, the 100 million fate points vanished, and countless order symbols surged into his mind, making him feel as though he had just had a spiritual awakening, gaining an unprecedented understanding of Supreme Order. After taking a moment to absorb it, Owen finally felt confident. Originally, he had the powerful territory of light dark seals. Now, with the perfect Supreme Order, he couldn't even gauge how strong he had become. However, he felt a strong certainty that, at this moment, he could definitely stand up to celestial gods like the God of Light, Lord of Stars, and War Goddess. As Owen became more settled in his mind, his storage ring suddenly vibrated, and dazzling light burst forth from it. Owen was stunned and looked at the storage ring. The Pandora's box, which had been quietly stored there, suddenly began vibrating. At this, Owen's heart stirred, and he immediately took the Pandora's box into his hands. Pandora's box. Owen's face showed a hint of contemplation. When the system had rewarded him with this box, he had sensed something unusual about it, as though it contained some grand secret he hadn't uncovered yet. He hadn't had the time to open it before, but now, seeing this anomaly, it seemed like the time had come. As Owen held the Pandora's box, Rachel looked at it with some surprise. From the box, she sensed an extraordinarily special and terrifying energy fluctuation. This energy seemed as if it could destroy the very heavens and earth. What is this thing? Rachel asked cautiously. Owen didn't answer. Instead, he silently pulled her behind him. Then, the flame sword, which burned with the power to incinerate everything, was tightly gripped in his hand. The flame sword was the key to opening Pandora's box. He hadn't had the time or energy before, but now that it was acting up, it was time to open it. He swung the sword, and it plunged into the keyhole of Pandora's box. As the blazing magic sword pierced into the monocore, it fit perfectly with a satisfying click. With a creak, Pandora's box, which had been closed for who knows how long, slowly opened. As the box opened, the already dim depths of the demon abyss seemed to fall into complete darkness, and countless eerie mists poured out from Pandora's box, spreading throughout the land. Once the endless black mist began to spread, Owen's pupils suddenly contracted. In the midst of the mist, he saw a deep, unfathomable black sea. As his gaze continued deeper, at the farthest part of the Black Sea, there was a broken island that resembled a fractured skull. Both Owen and Leslie, upon seeing this scene, felt a chill run through their hearts. They never imagined that the small wooden box would contain such a scene. What's going on? Rachel looked at Owen. Owen squinted his eyes. That island shaped like a skull reminded him of the most ancient existence mentioned in the original anime, The Old Ones. The Old Ones were extremely mysterious, seemingly from before the birth of the dimensions. Because the anime didn't have enough time to cover them, and the Old Ones were so distant in time, there was little mention of them. However, because of the Old Ones' mysterious and unfathomable strength, Owen had a deep impression of them. He never imagined that he would witness signs of the Old Ones here. Owen thought seriously, recalling all the information he had about the Old Ones. Rachel had no understanding of the scene before her. She only felt an unprecedented sense of mystery, especially when she looked at that shattered island resembling a skull. Staring at it, Rachel's eyes started to sting, and blood trickled from the corners of her eyes. Rachel quickly blinked and turned her head, not daring to continue staring. As she turned away, she saw Owen deep in thought, so she cautiously asked, "Owen, do you know this place?" Owen thought for a moment, his expression more solemn than ever. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary ruins of the Old Ones." The ruins of the Old Ones, Rachel murmured to herself. She had never heard of this place. However, she had rarely seen Owen so serious. Especially when repeating this phrase, Rachel clearly felt that the very world seemed to tremble slightly. A strange, oppressive force descended from above, pressing down on her. Her back began to bend, and the order inside her body started to collapse uncontrollably, producing a series of cracking sounds. Rachel's expression instantly became horrified. She was now a celestial god. Yet, upon uttering the words, Old Ones, it was as though she had angered some unknowable, terrifying existence. Even the order in her body couldn't withstand the nameless fury. It seemed that merely uttering their name was an unforgivable sin. How terrifying was this, Old One? Rachel's heart pounded as she felt an unprecedented pressure. She tried to resist the overwhelming force, but all her attempts were useless. Her body uncontrollably crumpled, as if it was being squashed like dough. Chapter 442 In-Depth Investigation. Demon Abyss, Deepest Part. In a hazy drifting mist, Rachel's body curled into a ball in an abnormal state. Her bones were twisted, creaking with an eerie sound and indescribable weirdness. Owen's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to step in to help Rachel resolve this, he suddenly saw from the deepest part of the Skull Island, a blood-colored streak of light bursting forth, leaving a long trail of fire in the air. Flame sword. Upon seeing the flying flame light, Owen quickly extended his hand to grasp it in his palm. At this moment, the flame sword exuded a terrifying aura, as though it had been unsealed and was a world-ending weapon, emitting an extremely unique destructive aura. The flickering flames burned through the air, leaving black holes in their wake. At the same time, Owen sharply felt that there was a drop of pure black blood on the blade of the flame sword, like a strange black pupil seeping into the blade, emanating an eerie, oppressive glow that seemed to suppress the world. Under this eerie light, both Owen and Rachel felt a noticeable decrease in the pressure weighing upon them. In the light, both Owen and Rachel saw an exceptionally strange vision. In the endless starry sky, stars emitting faint light rotated and gathered together to form an unmatched, supreme throne. This throne oppressed the entire plane, as if it were the ruler of all things in the world, containing infinite majesty. However, at this moment, on this noble and ancient throne, black mist suddenly dispersed, and then a strange face appeared on the throne. This face was covered in scars from swords and knives, as if it had undergone countless life and death battles. Though the skull was intact, the eye sockets were deeply sunken, with no trace of eyes, resembling two hollow black holes from which dried black blood dripped down. The moment Owen saw this face, his scalp tingled with horror. From this mutilated ancient corpse, Owen felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even though he had now broken through to the celestial god rank and his power had increased nearly tenfold, he still felt an overwhelming sense of deadly danger from this mutilated corpse. This is the legendary, Old One. Even though it's been dead for who knows how long, it's still this terrifying. Owen sucked in a cold breath. Just the oppressive aura from this corpse was beyond their current ability to withstand. It was unimaginable how terrifying the combat strength of this ancient Old One must have been when it was alive. At this moment, a massive shadow suddenly erupted from within the Skull Island, piercing through the constraints of time and space, reverberating in their ears. Leave now. This is not a place where you later-comers should be. As the voice echoed, Rachel, whose body had already been on the verge of being crushed by the oppressive aura, was struck as if by some kind of hammer. She was sent flying, spitting blood, with nearly all her bones shattered. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of her physical body after combining with Owen earlier, she would have been reduced to a blood mist from the impact. And now, with Owen's power surpassing Rachel's in every aspect, he quickly stood in front of her, shielding her from the terrifying Old One's oppressive force. This Old One could it still be alive? Rachel looked at Owen's back in shock and asked in fear. Although she didn't know what exactly the Old One was, neither Loki nor any of the Forbidden Zones had ever given her such a terrifying sense of oppression. It felt like, in front of the Old One, even someone like herself, a celestial god, was nothing more than a larger insect. Owen grasped Rachel's cold hand and slowly said, "No, this Old One has long perished. Otherwise, we would have died the moment we laid eyes on it, or gone mad." The words just now weren't directed at us. After Owen spoke, an ancient voice once again echoed through the heavens and earth. "Since you've seen my throne, why not kneel?" The voice surged like a flood, crushing the void around Owen. Owen's expression grew solemn. He protected Rachel behind him and waited until the sound waves dissipated before he sighed in relief. At this moment, Rachel wiped the thin sweat from her forehead and spoke with unease. Such a terrifying voice. Who was the Old One talking to? Why are they all so terrifying? In Rachel's view, the Old Ones were unimaginable, colossal beings, and she couldn't fathom what could possibly stand against them. Owen furrowed his brow and thought for a moment before slowly saying, "If I'm not mistaken, the source of the other voice should be the Primordial One." The Primordial One. Rachel was stunned. She had never heard of such a name, nor had she seen any records of the Old Ones, or the Primordial One, in the Academy or elsewhere. They didn't seem to belong to this plane's history. She immediately turned her gaze to Owen. Earlier, Lord of Stars had mentioned that Owen didn't belong to this ancient history. And now Owen knew the names of these terrifying beings. Did he have some kind of connection with them? After all, Owen's talent and strength were so overwhelming that all other prodigies paled in comparison. Owen glanced at Rachel, who was staring at him, seemingly knowing what she was thinking. He shook his head and said, "Strictly speaking, I have no connection with them. You can understand the Primordial One is the initial state of this universe, unknown, terrifying, and immensely vast. As for the Old Ones, I don't know their origins, but it seems they became enemies of the Primordial One due to devour." Owen didn't know much more. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and placed the Sunfire sword before Rachel's eyes. "Do you see the black blood on it? It's said that a drop of the Old One's blood once wounded the Celestial, causing a catastrophe that swept across the heavens and earth." Hearing this, Rachel was shaken, because in ancient historical records, there had been a catastrophe that nearly wiped out all living things. It was said that the Celestial was severely injured by a drop of blood, which caused a blood rain lasting 10 years and a terrifying flood that followed. The vast majority of living beings perished in that flood of blood. Many ancient forces, as well as ancient beings, had recorded the unprecedented flood in stones, carvings, and murals. She had previously thought it was just a myth invented by the ancients to resist the Celestial, but now hearing Owen's words, that ancient legend might actually be true. So, the Old One seated on the throne is the one responsible for that great disaster. Rachel looked at Owen with horror. Owen nodded. This could be confirmed, although the reasons behind it were still unclear. After all, this history was far too ancient, but now that they had reached this place and seen the ancient Old One and the remnants left behind, Owen was unwilling to simply leave without further exploration. Looking at Owen's increasingly intense eyes, Rachel knew he couldn't hold back his restlessness. She was about to speak to dissuade him, but she understood that if they missed this opportunity, there might never be another chance like it. So, she silently supported Owen. Be careful in everything. Owen smiled at her, then gripped the flame sword tightly and charged toward the Skull Island. Owen's speed was incredible. In just a few breaths, he had already reached the throne. Compared to the towering and majestic throne, Owen's current size was nothing but an insect, far smaller than the ancient carvings on the throne. Just standing before the throne, a sense of insignificance welled up from deep within Owen. This throne was ancient, as if it were the origin and end of all powers, the beginning and conclusion of all order. Though Owen didn't yet fully understand the Old One, this throne, left behind by such a terrifying existence, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Anything related to this throne must have immense entanglements and conflicts. After all, even if the Old One and the Primordial One had truly fallen, they remained unfathomable, unknowable beings. But at the same time, extreme danger often signified extreme opportunities. And Owen, at this moment, desperately needed the power to confront the Celestial and Loki. Chapter 443, Fiery Flame Patterns. After the light flared up, strange runes, like sticky black tendrils, crawled out from the throne, inching closer and climbing up Owen's arm, binding him tightly. Even the strange runes within the black tendrils began to seep into Owen's arm. His skin quickly turned pitch black. Owen's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he immediately swung the flame sword he was holding towards the tendrils. The sword strike was incredibly fast, leaving a pale white streak across the black tendrils. However, the tendrils were not destroyed. Instead, they seemed to be stimulated in some way, and the strange runes that had infiltrated Owen's arm turned into sharp blades, causing deep gashes on his arm. It felt like his entire arm was about to burst. Rachel's heart was filled with fear, and she was about to rush forward to help Owen dispel the tendrils. But Owen stopped her. This throne was related to ancient times, highly mysterious, and even he had suffered greatly. If Rachel rushed in carelessly, she might not only fail to resist the backlash but also perish. Break it! Owen roared, his fingers gripping the flame sword tightly. His arm muscles bulged like dragon veins, and the sword blazed with fire, releasing a scorching wave as he slashed forcefully at the black tendrils. Clang! The sound of colliding metal echoed relentlessly. Owen's right hand, which swung the sword, was in excruciating pain, and his bones almost shattered under the recoil, swelling up. However, the black tendrils also began to crack with dense black fractures under the strike. Along with that peculiar metallic sound, the black tendrils completely dissipated, as if they had never appeared. After the black tendrils vanished, Owen, who had just recovered from a serious illness, was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and feeling weak to the point of almost collapsing. The strange runes that had penetrated deep into his arm had almost obliterated it, wiping out his vitality, soul, and even his internal order. The terrifying near-death experience was something Owen had never felt before. If it weren't for the special nature of the flame sword, Owen probably would have already been destroyed by the power leaking from the throne. I was a bit too impulsive just now. Owen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart still racing, and then glanced at the flame sword in his hand. The black sword marks that had previously appeared on the blade had now transformed into the outline of a special eye. If it weren't for the sudden burst of its special energy, he wouldn't have been able to sever the tendrils with that single strike. Now, as the tendrils shattered, Owen suddenly felt enlightened. The power contained within those tendrils was connected to fate and causality. He didn't belong to this ancient history, but the throne was intricately linked to the past. Establishing a connection with the throne affected his future destiny. However, it was the flame sword that disrupted the link, severing his connection to fate. This was only a preliminary link, and yet it nearly destroyed him. Owen couldn't even imagine how terrifying it would have been if the link deepened. Fortunately, at the last moment, the special flame sword had helped him. Just as Owen let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly saw that the now calm throne began to shake violently. Immediately, a special rune detached from the throne and shot towards Owen like a meteor. Owen's heart trembled as he saw the flying rune. It felt like the destruction of the universe, and his perception of time slowed down in that instant. Within the collapsing cosmic starry river, he saw many legendary ancient spellbeasts. These spellbeasts all roared in unison, their sounds shaking the heavens and earth. Some were colossal chimeras, with lion heads that roared to the sky, spewing terrifying hellish flames that turned mountains and rivers into a sea of red magma. Some were pitch-black undead birds, welcoming a stronger rebirth after death. Others were towering serpents with 9 heads, rampaging across the world, bringing endless disaster and terror. Moments later, the special rune that had fallen from the throne fused into Owen's arm, forming an unfathomably complex and indescribable symbol. Just a glance at it caused Owen's heart to shake, filled with endless distractions. These distractions made his head feel like it was about to explode, a painful, swollen sensation overwhelming him. Even his soul was greatly affected, as if being tugged by an invisible hand, on the verge of being torn apart. The intense pain caused Owen to cry out, nearly suffocating him. At that moment, the flame sword erupted in flames, sending out a strange heat wave that seemed to ignite Owen's body. Under the light of these flames, the pain in Owen's body gradually subsided. The symbols, which had previously been incomprehensible to him, now turned into blazing flame patterns. The flame patterns appeared still, but if one looked closely, they seemed to come alive, flickering incessantly. Owen's eyes flashed with surprise. At the same time, system notifications sounded in his ears. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Fiery Sky Rune, capable of burning the celestial coffin and unlocking special seals. Congratulations, Master, you have gained the Flame Sword's recognition. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Blood of the Old, which allows you to simulate the ancient and enter a special state. As the system's notifications continued, Owen's expression grew serious. Whether it was the Fiery Sky Rune, the Flame Sword's sudden recognition, or the special Blood of the Old, all of these were unfamiliar to him. Yet now, unexpectedly, they were all linked to him, and he sensed something was off. This moment, both the skull-like heads and the enormous throne suddenly disappeared. Owen's expression darkened, and he touched the flame pattern on his arm. It seemed that fate had caught up with him, but the flame sword had severed the link to fate, so why was it still affecting him? Especially the Blood of the Old, what did the special state mean? Owen couldn't understand. Then, he glanced at the system interface. On the screen, there were scarlet runes. Special combat mode. Activation method, activate the flame rune. Combat power, unknown. Owen's pupils contracted. He had always thought the system was omnipotent, but now even the system couldn't explore this special combat mode's true power. This only made Owen more curious about how terrifying this special combat mode could be. Just as Owen was about to investigate further, he suddenly sensed three familiar presences. He immediately looked over. The three figures also noticed Owen and were equally surprised, asking, "Owen, am I hallucinating? We're hiding here, and we can still see him." "It doesn't seem like a hallucination, it's really him. But how did he find us?" Hearing their voices, Owen was speechless for a moment. After a pause, he finally spoke. "What are you doing here?" Rachel walked over, gazing curiously at the three figures. All three were breathtakingly beautiful women, their every gesture full of charm and allure. The woman on the left was tall, wearing a pale gold dress that exuded nobility, her expression cold and distant, like a princess born of noble blood. The woman in the middle wore a solemn, elegant long dress, giving off a mature aura, like a perfectly ripened peach. The woman on the right was delicate and youthful, similar in appearance to the one in the middle but with a more lively and playful demeanor. The three women now scrutinized Owen with a complex expression. Seeing this, Rachel realized these women were likely Owen's beloved companions. As this thought crossed her mind, the three women couldn't help but speak. "We've been hiding here, and yet he still found us." Chapter 444. The three women entangled with Owen's fate. Owen felt a certain sense of guilt towards these three women. After entering the next era, Owen had also been searching for their whereabouts. After all, he had previously learned from Reyna that they had left Middle-earth and gone to the Emerald Dreamscape. However, after Owen occupied the Emerald Dreamscape, there was no trace of them. He even had the people of Academy City investigate specifically, but no information ever surfaced. He never expected that they were at the bottom of the abyss. "Owen, are they your friends?" Rachel asked curiously at this moment. Owen's lips twitched slightly. His relationship with these three women was extremely complicated. He originally had a decent relationship with Princess Mary. Princess Mary had always secretly admired him, which was practically an open secret. However, the Azure Kingdom was later destroyed and occupied by him and Leslie. After that, his relationship with Princess Mary became strained. As for Reyna and Lana, their circumstances were even more unique. So, if he were to simply call them friends, it wouldn't fully capture the situation. Their feelings toward him were also incredibly complex. This left Owen unsure of how to face them, making him feel both awkward and uneasy. At this moment, Reyna and the other two looked sharply at Rachel after hearing her speak. Relying on their natural instincts as women, they could immediately tell that the woman who had just spoken had an extraordinary relationship with Owen. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Owen shifted his attention to the three women and asked, "Why are you here? This place wasn't the Emerald Dreamscape, nor was it a spot for vacation or leisure. It was filled with countless dangers, a place even throned celestial gods would fear to tread." Reyna sized up Owen, feeling that his power had now reached an unfathomable level, making him completely incomprehensible to her. She sighed deeply, suppressed her chaotic emotions, and slowly said, "We were cultivating in the Emerald Dreamscape, but after entering some ruins, we accidentally triggered an ancient formation inside. When we regained consciousness, we were already here." Owen nodded. It made sense. Clearly, they hadn't come here voluntarily. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have perished long before reaching the bottom of the abyss. However, the fact that there was an ancient formation in the Emerald Dreamscape connecting to this place piqued Owen's interest. At this moment, Reyna bit her lip and asked, "And you, how did you get here?" Owen looked up at the pitch-black abyss above and said with a smile, "I fell from up there." The three women stared at Owen in astonishment. From what they had learned in the Emerald Dreamscape, the Demon Abyss was one of the most mysterious and dangerous regions in the current plane, unfit for any mage to venture into. If it weren't for being inadvertently transported here by the formation, they would never have come to this perilous place. But Owen not only reached this place but had fought his way here from above an utterly unbelievable feat. Princess Mary noticed Owen's unfathomable aura at this moment and sighed. "I didn't expect that your progress has been so great that you now feel like a stranger to me." Princess Mary remembered when she first met Owen, he was still regarded as her equal peer among geniuses. But now, Owen had charged forward relentlessly, becoming an unimaginable figure. "No wonder you're Owen, your combat prowess is truly fierce." Reyna looked at Owen with stars in her eyes, a hint of amazement flashing in her gaze. Owen, at this moment, didn't know how to respond and could only scratch his head awkwardly. Seeing this, Rachel stepped forward and calmly said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Owen's friend. My name is Rachel. You can call me Rachel. How long have you been here? Have you noticed anything unusual?" Reyna paused for a moment, surprised by Rachel's gentle demeanor. She sensed no hostility from Rachel and smiled slightly. "We haven't encountered much danger. After being transported here by the formation, we felt this place was unusual and thought we might perish here. But we met some very good people." Good people. Owen and Rachel exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The Demon Abyss had previously been devastated, now brimming with danger. How could there be good people? Noticing their reactions, Reyna slowly explained. "There's a tribe over there. The people are kind, primitive, and simple." Owen's expression grew serious. Regardless of the situation, the sudden appearance of a tribe in this place was far from normal. He immediately looked in the direction Reyna pointed. There, amidst some ruined walls, there appeared to be signs of habitation. Turning back to Reyna and the others, Owen said, "Rachel and I are lost here. Could you take us to this tribe?" Reyna and the others exchanged glances. Their feelings toward Owen were complicated, but now that they had reunited, they didn't want anything bad to happen to him here. "We can take you to the tribe, but we need to inform them first. After all, they're the masters of this place." Owen and Rachel nodded in agreement. Reyna then led the way. "Follow me." Before long, under Reyna's guidance, Owen and Rachel gradually arrived at a brighter area. They could clearly see a low mountain ahead, emitting light from within. On the mountain, apocalyptic lightning and purifying flames swirled, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Just looking at the mountain sent a shiver through Owen's heart. After all, how could such terrifying forces of destruction appear here? While Owen was astonished, Reyna and the others, unfamiliar with these powers, didn't find them unusual. They said casually, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go inform them." Owen and Rachel nodded, their expressions growing more solemn as they gazed at the mountain. The destructive energy emanating from the mountain was extraordinarily intense, and beneath it, there indeed appeared to be a primitive tribe. The area was surrounded by low earthen walls forming a large circle. Within the walls lay a flat grassland, where various spellbeasts were herded. Children were tending the herds. The elderly lounged under the mountain, basking in the light. Strong men were building houses and chopping wood. Numerous women gathered to make clothes and handicrafts. The scene resembled nothing more than life in a primitive tribe. However, as Owen and Rachel carefully observed, their expressions grew grim. To live beneath a mountain imbued with such destructive energy, these seemingly ordinary people were anything but simple. As they concentrated their senses, this became apparent. The spellbeasts herded there were all ancient legendary beasts, each one famous across the plains. Yet here they were, tamed and docile. The children herding them were no ordinary beings but god kings. The women were of archgod level, crafting clothes and items that were all ancient artifacts emanating special energy. The men building houses were celestial gods, and the elderly lying in repose were even more terrifying, having reached the level of throned celestial gods. Everyone in this tribe possessed unimaginable strength. It was only because their strength far surpassed Raina's perception that they appeared ordinary to her. What's going on here? Rachel stared at Owen with wide eyes, shocked by the extraordinary nature of this ancient-looking tribe. Owen squinted, a sudden thought flashing through his mind, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this must be the legendary Mount Olympus of the gods." Mount Olympus of the gods, Rachel's pupils constricted sharply. She knew this place from legends. After the plane's creation, divine beings were born here, only to be bloodily eradicated by the celestial. It was said to no longer exist. They must be the descendants of those ancient celestial gods, Owen said slowly. Chapter 445, The Alps. Rachel stared at Owen in shock. Could it be that this place was the ruins of the Alps? This was the first sacred mountain at the dawn of the plains, a gathering place for countless powerful deities born of primordial origins. Although it had once suffered a devastating blow from the celestial, leading to its complete disappearance, the power of the descendants here was undeniable. Even if they had inherited only a fragment of the bloodline of the primordial gods, they were still formidable. If placed in pure land, they would undoubtedly form an indomitable force. Owen's knowledge of the Alps told him that this sacred mountain had dominated the First Era, an undisputed overlord. The mountain lord of the Alps was an incredibly enigmatic figure. History seemed to have erased all records of this being, leaving only fragmented accounts of their past exploits. What impressed Owen the most was the mountain lord's grand ambition not only to make themselves eternally immortal but also to turn the Alps into an eternal and undying existence. To achieve this goal, all the primordial gods of the Alps dedicated themselves to relentless cultivation and struggle. However, the wheel of history inevitably collided with the flourishing the Alps. The Millennium Extinction calamity arrived. Caught unprepared, the Alps suffered severe losses during this catastrophe. Many primordial gods were injured or even perished. Yet, thanks to the mysterious mountain lord, the Alps managed to survive. Before the Second Era ended, the mountain lord, foreseeing the arrival of the millennial cataclysm, made extensive preparations. Just before the destruction of heaven and earth, the mountain lord's power ascended beyond that of a celestial god. They united other factions to form an unprecedented super-alliance that stopped the collapse of the world, preserving numerous top factions and powerful figures. Thus, the Alps came to be known as the Sacred Mountain, and its renown spread across every corner of the plains. To such an extent that the major powers, while knowing little about the celestial, revered the existence of the Sacred Mountain. Nearly every faction considered ascending the Alps and serving under its banner as the ultimate honor. The growing fame of the Sacred Mountain inevitably provoked the celestial's ire. After all, in this plane, there could only be one supreme ruler. As the Third Era drew to a close, the Alps endured an unprecedented assault from the celestial. In that battle, mountains crumbled, plains shattered, and the Alps was nearly obliterated. Countless primordial gods perished in the carnage, and the once towering peak of the plains was all but erased. In the aftermath of this war, the celestial's power and reputation surged, while all traces of the Alps were meticulously wiped from history. Yet, despite the devastating loss of its celestial gods, the mountain lord fought until the very end. In their rage, they launched a grand counterattack against the celestial, charging alone into the heart of their domain. The battle was so fierce that it caused heaven and earth to tremble, plunging the sun and moon into darkness. None of the celestial's forces could halt the mountain lord's advance. History records that the corpses of gods rained down like a deluge. Eventually, the celestial was forced to intervene personally. Even then, they were unable to subdue the mountain lord outright. Their clash raged across the heavens for an unknown length of time. The skies wept blood, a scene visible to all factions. Whether day or night, the heavens remained a crimson hue, infused with the power of the celestial and the mountain lord. Ultimately, the celestial emerged victorious. The mountain lord mysteriously vanished, never to be seen again. Despite the celestial's triumph, they refrained from initiating another extinction calamity for the next two eras. Over time, all mention of the Alps dwindled, turning it into a forbidden subject. To think that descendants of the Alps still existed, and each radiated extraordinary strength. Rachel turned to Owen. After hearing his explanation, she began to understand why the descendants of the primordial gods were here. This place was Demon Abyss, the most dark and perilous region of the plains. They didn't live here, they were sealed here for eternity. As this realization dawned on her, the gates of the walled village nearby were suddenly pushed open by a pair of wrinkled hands. An elderly man, led by Raina, emerged slowly. Despite his kindly appearance, with snow-white hair and a gentle face, Owen felt an inexplicable sense of oppression emanating from him. Owen's expression grew grave. As someone who had reached the level of a throned celestial, it was rare for anyone to make him feel such subtle pressure. This elder was undoubtedly a being of unimaginable power, surpassing even the throned celestial level. The elder approached Owen and Rachel, his gaze lingering briefly on Rachel with a hint of surprise. A succubus progenitor's bloodline was an exceedingly rare existence, no matter the era. However, his attention quickly shifted to Owen. At first glance, Owen seemed ordinary, apart from his appearance. Yet, upon closer inspection, the elder detected a faint sense of danger emanating from him. "Raina, are these your friends?" the elder asked, extending a friendly hand toward Owen. Sensing no hostility, Owen smiled and shook the elder's hand. "It's an honor to meet a senior here. I hope we haven't caused any trouble." The elder laughed heartily and shook his head. "I'm just an ordinary old man, undeserving of such a title. But you, young man, are far from ordinary. Not only do you possess the purest light power, but also the essence of darkness and something even I cannot discern." Owen's heart skipped a beat. He had known the elder was extraordinary, but to have his secret seen through so easily still left him shaken. The pure light power stemmed from the legacy of the god of light, while the dark essence likely originated from a drop of eldritch blood. As for the undetectable element, it was likely the sky burning pattern in the perfect order he had obtained. Rachel was equally astonished. Many of Owen's powers were closely guarded secrets, yet this elder had seen through them with ease. The elder's gaze carried a trace of amusement as he observed Rachel and Owen. Even Raina and the others were surprised by the elder's interest in Owen. Just then, the elder smiled and reassured Raina. "It seems his body is unscathed, there's nothing to worry about." Raina, who had secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stiffened as the elder exposed her concern. Both Princess Mary and Raina's disciples exchanged amused, disdainful glances. After all, Raina had been openly dismissive of Owen earlier, yet now she was evidently worried about him. Flustered, Raina muttered, "Chief, Owen and Rachel fell from the surface of Demon Abyss. Let them stay here for now." The elder nodded. "Since they're here, they're family. You can live here from now on." Owen was taken aback. He had no intention of staying here indefinitely. However, before he could protest, the village's curious inhabitants swarmed out of the gates, eager to meet the newcomers. "Big sister, what's your name? You're so pretty." A snot-nosed boy ran up to Rachel, wiping his nose on his sleeve as he stared at her with wide eyes. "Sister, here's a talisman my mom made for me, it's for you." Chapter 446, Fighting for Glory. Another sturdy, bronze-skinned cowherd boy handed Rachel a dark, ancient jade talisman. "Sister, don't take the bedwetter stuff. I have a pill here, it'll make you stronger and healthier." More robust boys crowded around, surrounding Rachel like stars around the moon. Looking at these innocent children and their candid words, Rachel felt a warmth well up in her heart. You little rascals, their honored guests, a smiling parent walked over, greeting Owen and Rachel warmly. We just finished building rooms for Raina and the others. We have extra materials, tell us what kind of house you like, and we'll build it for you in no time. Behave yourselves, little ones, and there'll be roasted meat for dinner tonight. The mention of roasted meat sent the rowdy children into a frenzy of cheers and excitement. Owen watched this heartwarming scene, feeling a rare sense of relaxation from his otherwise tense state of mind. This simple yet warm atmosphere resonated with Owen, a stark contrast to the scheming and calculating life he was used to, which often left him exhausted. However, it wasn't long before Owen noticed something amiss in this seemingly idyllic setting. Chief, have you never thought about leaving this place? At Owen's words, the lively atmosphere in the village quieted, the smiles on people's faces faded, and a heavy silence settled over the crowd. The chief sighed deeply and said, it's not that we don't want to leave, it's that we can't. Owen paused, suddenly understanding why the Celestial had sealed the Alps' descendants here. It was to keep them permanently confined, unable to escape. Otherwise, with their immense power, how could they live such primitive lives here? Is it because of the Celestial's curse? Rachel suddenly asked, as though sensing something. Though her strength wasn't on par with Owen's, she instinctively felt a stifling aura of decay emanating from the villagers, a lingering shadow of the Celestial's curse. The chief nodded. Though we don't know the current state of the Celestial, the suppression on us has never relented. He didn't dwell on the subject but turned his gaze to Owen and Rachel, marveling to think that after all this time, someone as talented as you has appeared. Perhaps one day, we'll have a chance to leave. Owen noticed the chief's lack of enthusiasm about escaping, and his expression grew serious. Clearly, the villagers had tried countless methods to leave but to no avail. Something more sinister must be at play. Raina and the others explained, we tried to leave when we first arrived, but no matter what we did, we couldn't find a way out. It's like this place is a constantly shifting illusion. Wherever we go, we always end up back here. They had explored many avenues upon their arrival, only to meet with repeated failure. Hearing this, Owen's heart skipped a beat as the sound of the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on triggering a hidden mission. Mission, rebuild the Alps and destroy the Dark Temple. Reward, 10 million fate points and 1 super lottery draw. Seeing the system's rewards, Owen felt a surge of excitement. Both the fate points and the lottery draw were exactly what he desperately needed. Moreover, based on the system's clues, breaking the Dark Temple would allow him to leave this place. While Owen pondered the system's prompt, Rachel's eyes betrayed a glimmer of despair. She realized that neither her strength nor Owen's could compare to the chief and other powerful beings here, who had all failed to escape. The villagers noticed Rachel's reaction but weren't surprised. Many of them had arrived full of hope and determination to leave, only to have their confidence and dignity ground into the dirt by repeated failures. Rachel's despair reminded them of their own past selves, eliciting quiet sighs from the crowd. Perhaps we can leave this place, Owen suddenly spoke, breaking the oppressive silence. All eyes turned to Owen, filled with shock and curiosity. They couldn't understand where his confidence came from. Raina and the others, however, who knew Owen well, seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Their eyes locked onto him with unwavering faith. They had seen Owen's unparalleled talent and terrifying combat power firsthand. Though they didn't know his current strength, they had every reason to trust him. Under their watchful gazes, Owen looked at the chief and said firmly, back in the day, the Alps submitted to no one, not even the Celestial. The chief and the others felt a faint spark of hope ignite in their hearts. Is it true? Can we really leave this place and fight back against the Celestial? Many of the adult men stared at Owen in disbelief. They had dreamed of escape but had failed so many times that fear of the Celestial had seeped into their souls like an unbreakable shackle. But Owen's words were like a spark, reigniting the fire within them. Everyone, this time, please trust me. Owen's gaze was resolute. He knew that according to the Alps' legacy, whoever could lead them out of the Celestial Seal and back to the plains would automatically become the new Mountain Lord of the Alps. To confront the Celestial, he needed these people's strength. Naturally, he had to win them. Over. Seeing Owen's unwavering determination, the villagers turned their attention to the chief. No matter how much hope they placed in Owen, decisions of this magnitude, decisions that would shape their fate, could only be made by the chief. The chief scrutinized Owen carefully. Though he didn't know him well, Owen gave off an entirely different aura than anyone who had come here before. Not only was Owen powerful, but he also exuded an indescribable air of leadership. Additionally, Raina and the others' reactions surprised him. When they first learned they couldn't leave, they had fallen into despair. But now, after Owen's words, their eyes were filled with hope. This convinced the chief that their faith in Owen was genuine. Finally, the chief stepped forward, bowed deeply to Owen, and said solemnly, Young Master Owen, we entrust this to you. We will do everything in our power to assist you. If you can lead us out of here, we will honor you as the new Mountain Lord. The others followed suit, bowing deeply to Owen. They all knew the Alps' legacy. Whoever could rebuild the mountain and lead them to freedom would be their rightful lord. But until now, no one had succeeded. With the chief's approval, Owen felt a slight relief. It seemed their spirit had not been extinguished. These people still carried the will to resist the Celestial. With their strength, once they escaped, they would become an unstoppable force across the plains. Owen stepped forward to help the elder up and said earnestly, Chief, for the glory of the Alps, I will lead you out of here. Owen's words carried a strange power, reverberating through the void and lifting the oppressive gloom from everyone's hearts. Soon, someone began to chant, and countless voices filled with fervor echoed across the land. For the glory of the Alps. This time, we will not fail. Chapter 447, The Ancient God Emerges. Have you heard? The Azure Kingdom is launching a special military operation, mobilizing the entire nation. You're behind on the news. I've heard Leslie is doing this to target the Forbidden Zone and obliterate it. No way, how could Leslie dare? The Forbidden Zone has existed for ages. It's home to countless powerful beings, and the incomprehensible ancient god is beginning to awaken. Throughout history, anyone who dared to speak such bold words perished in the Forbidden Zone. But knowing Leslie, if she's declared her intentions, she'll definitely act on them. Moreover, the Forbidden Zone allied against Owen this time, there's no way she'll let this slide. That's true. Leslie's past actions have always been fearless. Now that her strength has significantly increased, she's even more unrestrained. This time, her bold claim to strike the Forbidden Zone might actually become a reality. Ah, but which Forbidden Zone will she target? Every Forbidden Zone is fraught with immense danger. As the Azure Kingdom's army mobilized, various factions, especially those near the Forbidden Zone or aligned with it, began buzzing with speculation. Their fates were closely tied to the Forbidden Zone, making them particularly concerned about Leslie's actions. Over time, the discussions among mages in the Pure Land shifted toward guessing which Forbidden Zone Leslie would target. The confirmation that Leslie had mobilized her forces against the Forbidden Zone left many in shock, unable to believe it was true. After all, the Forbidden Zone had cast a terrifying shadow over all mages, evoking deep fear. Mentioning the Forbidden Zone alone was enough to fill hearts with dread. Forget attacking it, no one dared even to entertain the thought. Even though Leslie's current strength was immense, having defeated Sargers, three-throned celestials under Loki, and other ancient beings, nobody believed she could conquer the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone was feared because of its anchor-like ancient gods and countless celestial gods that served as its foundation. Leslie's attack seemed destined for heavy losses and disastrous consequences. As countless eyes focused on Leslie, she led her army with Madeline toward the Heaven of Desire. This move sent shockwaves through various factions, as they never expected her target to be the Heaven of Desire. Before long, Leslie and her army arrived at the entrance to the Heaven of Desire. Before them stretched a rainbow bridge emanating radiant, seven-colored light. Within the light, Madeline and others glimpsed visions of their deepest desires, as if tempted to immerse themselves within. However, Leslie, now fully awakened with the dark heart, remained entirely unaffected by the allure of desire. Her cold gaze pierced through the rainbow bridge to the other side. There, amid streamlight, shifting lights, figures emerged, resembling the most extraordinary and beautiful men in existence. Each exuded nobility and elegance, with some bearing a striking resemblance to Owen. At the forefront of these figures stood a commander of the Heaven of Desire. His throne's celestial level might cause the surrounding light to form a mist, rolling and surging around. Leslie, you're truly audacious. First, you dared to destroy our ancient beings, and now you dare to provoke the Heaven of Desire. The commander's rage manifested as crimson flames erupting around him, as though he had transformed into a god of fire. Those nearby felt their emotions flare uncontrollably, becoming irritable and angry. Leslie lowered her eyes slightly. A frigid wind howled, calming the chaotic emotions of those behind her. She glanced deeper into the Heaven of Desire. With such arrogance, has the Heaven of Desire's ancient god already awakened? At these words, the commander coldly replied, to deal with you, there's no need for the ancient god to act. I alone am enough to crush you. The dignity of the Forbidden Zone is not to be challenged. As he finished speaking, his hand transformed into a fiery cloud that spread across the sky, pressing down toward the army below. Tension surged among the spectators from various factions as the commander acted without warning. His might was shocking, and within the Heaven of Desire, his power was further amplified. Even those who acknowledged Leslie's strength felt she had no advantage here. In this critical moment, Leslie's pupils glowed with icy runes. An overwhelming cold burst forth, forming an expanding frost ring that encased everything it touched in thick ice armor. Even the fiery cloud suffered the same fate, turning brittle and collapsing under its own weight. The commander's expression darkened. This was his domain, and he could draw upon the Heaven of Desire's power, yet his strongest move was effortlessly neutralized by Leslie. While the thought of Leslie's growing strength raced through his mind, she had already closed the distance. Before he could react, she pointed a finger, releasing a beam of freezing light that pierced his chest. The intense cold froze him on the spot. Behind him, other beings of the Heaven of Desire were also encased in ice, becoming part of an icy wasteland as the chilling winds howled. In an instant, the powerful guardians of the Heaven of Desire's entrance were reduced to history. Without hesitation, Leslie stepped forward, shattering the rainbow bridge beneath her feet as she marched deeper into the Forbidden Zone with Madeline. This is too tyrannical. Leslie is storming the Forbidden Zone. Is she not afraid of the awakening ancient god? Exactly. And with so many throned celestials in the Forbidden Zone, any concerted attack would leave Leslie at a significant disadvantage. As countless discussions ensued, streams of light emerged from the depths of the Heaven of Desire, encircling Leslie. These were celestial gods, many of them throned celestials. Their overwhelming presence represented a level of strength that left other factions in despair. Despite their numbers, none dared to attack Leslie. Her aura exuded an extreme sense of danger, warning that any move against her would result in certain death. Ignoring the pressure, Leslie strode deeper into the Forbidden Zone as if nothing had happened, dismissing the gathered celestial gods as irrelevant. The observers were stunned. A single throned celestial from the Forbidden Zone would typically inspire terror and submission. No one had ever ignored them so completely until now. What was even more shocking was that these celestial gods, known for their arrogance, remained silent in the face of Leslie's disdain. As Leslie approached the core of the Heaven of Desire, a distant and ancient voice echoed. Through the heavens, young one, you are far too reckless. The voice carried immense authority, striking fear and awe into the hearts of all mages who heard it. The ancient god of the Heaven of Desire had intervened. Chapter 448, Seizing the Treasure of the Forbidden Zone. Many felt their scalps tingle instantly. The ancient god was not just a symbol of antiquity but a symbol of unparalleled strength. In its presence, a throned celestial was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. The very existence of this ancient god was why so many doubted Leslie's chances against it. The ancient god had already surpassed the limits of a throned celestial, reaching an unimaginable new tier. The celestial gods of the Forbidden Zone, who had previously cowered before Leslie, grew emboldened the moment the ancient god spoke. Lord Ancient God, all the beings of the Forbidden Zone, including those aligned with its major families and factions, erupted into cheers and felt a renewed sense of confidence as if they had found their anchor. With the revival of the ancient god, Leslie's arrogance would be short-lived. However, to everyone's astonishment, when the aura of the ancient god locked onto Leslie, her expression remained calm, completely devoid of fear or shock. It seemed as though the ancient god's appearance was entirely within her expectations. She displayed not a shred of reverence. An ancient god, one that doesn't dare show itself, does it even qualify as an ancient god? Leslie responded coldly and, with even greater speed, charged toward the heart of the Forbidden Zone. Seeing Leslie's complete lack of respect, countless icy voices echoed across the heavens. Leslie, stop. Are you truly prepared to go to war with my Heaven of Desire? As the voice fell, the entire space seemed to tremble. Any mage who extended their mental perception here felt as though their very consciousness was being torn apart. It was as if countless sharp, piercing noises were reverberating endlessly in their minds. The ancient god was enraged. Many swallowed nervously. It was said that when an ancient god flew into a rage, it marked the end of the world. At their level, ancient gods rarely intervened, but when they did, it was earth-shattering, shaking the heavens and the cosmos. Yet, despite the ancient god's menacing words, Leslie continued rushing toward the depths of the Forbidden Zone, utterly unperturbed. Has Leslie gone mad? That's an ancient god. How could she show no fear at all? Countless onlookers were stunned. For most, reverence for the ancient god was etched into their very bones. The mere thought of defying its will would never even occur to them. Whoosh, whoosh. While the crowd watched in astonishment, Leslie tore through the air and reached the center of the Heaven of Desire. Before her stood a towering black tree, vibrant and full of life, its branches lush and overflowing with a strange energy. Its trunk was ignited with multicolored flames, emitting a unique fragrance that was both intoxicating and mesmerizing. The Mother Tree of Desire. Leslie's eyes glimmered as she gazed at the magnificent tree. The transformation of her and Owen's powers, and even their premature reunion with little Leslie, had all stemmed from the Flame of Desire, which had led them into a unique cycle of reincarnation. In the root of the Flame of Desire lay in the essence refined by the Mother Tree of Desire. Without hesitation, Leslie reached out her slender hand. A terrifying suction emanated from her palm, drawing all the Flame of Desire from the tree's trunk into her grasp. Witnessing this, countless mages were left dumbfounded. Everyone knew the significance of the Mother Tree of Desire to the Heaven of Desire. It was the very heart of the Forbidden Zone. The Flame of Desire it refined was the highest grade for understanding order. No matter the price, others could only dream of obtaining it. Yet Leslie had stripped it bare in broad daylight. This was outright robbery, and not just any robbery. This was robbing directly under the nose of an ancient god. The ancient god's heart trembled. The mother tree of desire was the forbidden zone's core, and now Leslie had taken all its most precious flame of desire in one sweep. Previously, Owen had extorted some flame of desire, but even that act was nothing compared to Leslie's brazen theft. The ancient god's eyes flared with fury as it glared at Leslie. You've gone too far. As its voice thundered, an overwhelming rage burst forth from its eyes, forming a sea of desire that distorted the surrounding void. However, when this mighty attack reached Leslie, the vast sea of desire suddenly vanished as if devoured, leaving no trace behind. Ripples of spiritual energy emanated through the void around the ancient god, and a flicker of fear appeared in its eyes. Leslie's strength was already terrifying, and now even its sea of desire had no effect on her. This woman had awakened the legendary dark heart. The dark heart was devoid of humanity. Without humanity, there was no desire. She was the perfect counter to the heaven of desire. Realizing this, the ancient god, though seething with rage, refrained from attacking Leslie. Further, it had not yet fully awakened, and even if it had, facing Leslie with a dark heart gave it no certainty of victory. It had no choice but to swallow its bitter loss of the flame of desire. To others observing from afar, it seemed as if the ancient god had grown silent after its attack failed to phase Leslie. Could it be that even the ancient god is no match for Leslie? Impossible. That's an ancient god. In my opinion, the ancient god probably hasn't fully awakened. Maybe Leslie's actions forced it back into slumber. The ancient god, overhearing these remarks, felt its face darken as if covered in soot. Ultimately, it chose to remain silent. Thus, Leslie strode away from the heaven of desire, carrying the plundered flame of desire. With her, the beings of the heaven of desire stared in disbelief at her retreating figure. They knew the ancient god's temperament all too well. Leslie's audacious act should have provoked a devastating retaliation. Could it be that even the ancient god held some fear of her? For a moment, their gaze toward Leslie shifted profoundly. After leaving the heaven of desire, Leslie didn't return to her base. Instead, she led Madeline and her army straight to the bone abyss. Leslie isn't stopping. She's insane. Even one forbidden zone is terrifying enough, but provoking two at once is beyond reckless even for Leslie. Countless observers watched in shock, their pupils contracting as they followed Leslie into the bone abyss. The bone abyss was a forest of skeletal remains, bones from unknown beasts. Just approaching it brought a suffocating sense of dread. Near the central area of the bone abyss stood a mountain formed entirely of skulls, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld it. The sheer number of bones needed to create such a horrifying sight was beyond imagination. Amidst the terrified gazes of countless onlookers, Leslie stepped into the shadowy depths of the bone abyss with a calm demeanor. Crunch! As her foot fell, the bone-paved ground cracked under her weight. Numerous celestial gods of the bone abyss had already gathered at the entrance, their cold eyes locked on Leslie. They had not seen an intruder in countless ages since the Forbidden Zone's establishment. To outsiders, the bone abyss was more terrifying than hell itself. You don't belong here. Leave now, before the ancient god awakens in fury. The celestial gods' voices were icy and filled with warning. Leslie swept her gaze across them and uttered one cold word. Scram. With that, Leslie's aura surged as she stepped closer to them. With every step, her presence grew more terrifying. In the perception of these celestial gods, Leslie's figure seemed to grow larger and more oppressive with each passing moment. Their minds felt as though they were being crushed, like a small boat in a storm, on the verge of capsizing. Crunch. As Leslie approached, some celestial gods could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded into fragments. The remaining celestial gods, their scalps tingling, turned and fled. No matter how proud or defiant they had been before, in the face of Leslie's overwhelming power, they were utterly humiliated. Chapter 449, History repeats itself. Bone abyss. Cold, deathly winds howled, sweeping through the scattered bones on the ground, causing them to rattle faintly. The sound resembled countless wailing spirits. The once steadfast bone celestial gods fled in terror, allowing Leslie to press on unimpeded. Moving at incredible speed, Leslie quickly arrived at the tallest skeletal peak ahead. Standing before it, she immediately felt a terrifying energy ripple toward her. It was the aura of an ancient god. The bone celestial gods who had previously scattered now seemed reinvigorated, turning their gazes toward Leslie. This towering mountain of skulls was the core of the bone abyss bone peak. It was a sacred area that only the bone celestial gods could approach. Most significantly, it housed the ancient remains, a source of the precious bone stones. These bone stones were invaluable for breakthroughs to become celestial gods. For anyone else, merely harboring the thought of approaching this place would result in instant annihilation. Now that Leslie had ventured this far, surely the ancient god would not tolerate her audacity. Lord Ancient God, this insolent woman is too arrogant. Some throned celestials braced themselves, preparing to attack Leslie. But at that moment, an undeniable voice from the ancient god rang out. Hold your ground. Hold. The bone-throned celestials froze in place, bewildered. The ancient god was known for its fiery temper, yet it showed no explosive reaction to Leslie's provocation. While they obeyed without question, they speculated that the ancient god's restraint was a prelude to an even greater outburst. Lord Ancient God must know that we're no match for Leslie right now. The ancient god is lying in wait at Bone Peak. Letting Leslie enter must be a trap to cut off her retreat and annihilate her. Exactly. Lord Ancient God's strategies are far-reaching. Let her be arrogant for now, it won't matter in the end. The bone celestial gods whispered among themselves, their faith and reverence for the ancient god growing stronger. Leslie ignored their speculation. With no celestial gods to block her, she proceeded straight into Bone Peak. As she entered, all attention fixated on her. The bone celestial gods could feel the ancient god's overwhelming aura pressing down on Leslie, probing her spirit and presence. However, the seemingly aggressive aura quickly receded into silence. Leslie scanned the interior of the peak, which resembled a cavern made entirely of skulls. The chilling atmosphere sent shivers down the spine, the air filled with an unsettling coldness. At the center of the cavern lay a massive skeletal corpse. While humanoid in shape, it was enormous, with protruding bone spikes across its surface. Though seemingly lifeless, Leslie's senses told her it was a unique, living entity. The flesh and marrow essence of the entire bone abyss had been absorbed into the skeletal form. In its hollow center, clusters of bone stones shimmered like beacons in an eternal night. There were 9 bone stones in total. Leslie nodded in satisfaction and immediately summoned her mana, attempting to draw the precious bone stones into her grasp. However, the skeletal remains emitted a unique energy that instantly nullified her magic. Interesting, Leslie murmured with a smirk. She unleashed chains of dominion force, directing them toward the skeletal remains. The bone spikes on the remains extended and attempted to resist the chains. But as soon as they touched Leslie's unique power, they melted like snow under the sun. The chains, formed by the dominion force, tore through the resistance and extracted the bone stones. Bone stones. The bone celestial gods, who had been observing Leslie closely, felt a flicker of greed. For bone celestial gods like them, these stones held immense potential to help them shatter bottlenecks and ascend to unprecedented tiers of power. Moreover, the bone stones were also incredibly beneficial to their ancient god. Leslie's actions were beyond egregious, the ancient god would never let her take them. Not only was this outright robbery, but it was also a blatant humiliation to the Forbidden Zone. Without these bone stones, their chances of advancing would become exceedingly slim. As they prepared to join forces with the Ancient God to launch an attack on Leslie, she had already dashed out of Bone Peak. To their shock, the Ancient God had yet to make any move. She plundered the Bone Abyss. Another Forbidden Zone has been robbed. Is Leslie truly defying the heavens? Even the Ancient God isn't responding. Has it given up? The crowd was abuzz with speculation, many realizing they had underestimated Leslie. Her strength was terrifying, and her utter lack of reverence for the Forbidden Zones was unprecedented. 2 Forbidden Zones had been plundered. Even Owen had merely extorted resources from 3 Forbidden Zones, he had never stormed in as Leslie had, treating them as unguarded lands ripe for looting. She's already taken the Flame of Desire and the Bone Stones. Surely Leslie will stop here. She has enough resources to focus on refining and consolidating her gains. After all, she's already fulfilled part of her bold declarations. She'll likely quit while she's ahead. With the Ancient Gods awakening, Leslie isn't reckless. If she truly antagonizes all 4 Forbidden Zones, the fully revived Ancient Gods will undoubtedly make her their primary target. Many powerful factions withdrew their attention, assuming Leslie's spree had come to an end. But just then, they noticed Leslie heading toward the Infinity Tower. This time, Leslie moved even faster, having honed her plundering tactics. The Ancient God of the Infinity Tower did not confront Leslie at all, no matter how aggressive. Her approach, it acted as though it saw and heard nothing, allowing Leslie to pillage the area freely. This sent shockwaves through countless minds. Yet another Forbidden Zone had remained silent in the face of Leslie's dominance. Could even the Ancient Gods be no match for Leslie, forced to submit to her? Whispers of Leslie's deeds spread like wildfire, and many began looking at her with newfound admiration. No one enjoyed living under constant oppression. The power and fear of the Forbidden Zones had forced them to bow their heads for too long. Now, Leslie had not only stood against the Forbidden Zones but had also emerged unscathed. Even though most knew they were far weaker than Leslie, her actions had chipped away at their ingrained fear of the Forbidden Zones. If Leslie could accomplish this, then perhaps one day, so could they. The invincible aura of the Forbidden Zones was gone for good. Even celestial gods like the god of alchemy, who had returned through the time array, were left dazed. They had initially thought Leslie's talk of destroying the Celestials and Forbidden Zones was audacious, assuming it would take her ages to act. Yet, in such a short time, Leslie had not only targeted the Forbidden Zones but had also stolen numerous treasures from them. She treated the Forbidden Zones as though they were nothing. Though she had yet to destroy them outright, Leslie had become a beacon of hope for many. Only one Forbidden Zone remains, the Forbidden Sea. Will Leslie go there? Rumor has it the Forbidden Sea is on high alert, and its Ancient God is fully awakened. She's already acted against the other 3 Forbidden Zones. Knowing Leslie's character, she'll likely go regardless of the danger. But this is an Ancient God's home ground. If Leslie goes there, everything she's accomplished so far might be for nothing. If she doesn't go, it could damage her growing reputation. The world was abuzz with speculation about Leslie's next move. Meanwhile, Madeline, holding reports streaming in from various sources, gazed solemnly at Leslie beside her. Chapter 450, Confronting the Ancient God. The Ancient God of the Forbidden Sea had awakened. When Madeline conveyed this news to Leslie, her expression didn't change. Instead, her pace toward the Forbidden Sea quickened. All the major factions, particularly the 3 Forbidden Zones previously plundered by Leslie, were paying close attention to this development. Their Ancient Gods were not yet fully revived, and they felt uneasy facing Leslie, whose power had grown significantly and seemed increasingly unfathomable. Now, however, the Ancient God Cthulhu of the Forbidden Sea had awakened. The other 3 Ancient Gods knew all too well how terrifying Cthulhu was. Leslie's decision to approach the Forbidden Sea was seen as an act of supreme overconfidence. Neutral factions in the Pure Land also closely monitored the situation. The current planar dynamics were clear. The Celestial and Loki comprised the most powerful faction. The Forbidden Zones formed the second largest faction. The Rebel Alliance had once been the third, but it had now been overtaken by the Azure Kingdom, led by Owen and Leslie. Living in such a divided world meant neutrality was no longer sustainable. Everyone would eventually need to align with a powerful faction. Previously, these neutral forces held little faith in the Azure Kingdom under Owen and Leslie's leadership. Now, however, they were starting to reconsider. The Forbidden Sea. A vast expanse of black ocean with no visible bottom. Even sunlight from the sky above couldn't penetrate its dark waters. The sea surface was like a pitch-black abyss, inspiring dread in all who gazed upon it. Leslie. Suddenly, from the still, black waters, a towering figure as massive as a mountain burst forth, locking eyes on the graceful silhouette rapidly approaching. Leslie's golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, her alabaster skin exuding a cold, regal aura. Merely looking at her felt like an act of blasphemy. As the hulking figure stared at her, Leslie's gaze shifted to him. This was Anduin, the first warlord of the Forbidden Sea, the fallen god. A being who had reached the pinnacle of throne celestial power, he was infamous for his madness and love of slaughter. He was a notorious figure across all 4 Forbidden Zones, known for torturing and annihilating countless prodigies. Leslie, you truly dared to come here. Your arrogant days are over. Anduin wielded a massive sword etched with ancient runes. Inscribed upon its blade were the names of once famous prodigies, their tortured souls feeding Anduin's unending power. Leslie, ignoring Anduin's taunts, turned her gaze toward the center of the Forbidden Sea. There, a shadowy silhouette of a monstrous being lay dormant. Though it remained motionless, the waves of energy emanating from it caused Leslie's heartbeat to slow. The ancient god Cthulhu, it had truly awakened. Without speaking further, Leslie conjured a bow of ice and snow, intricate and majestic, which she gripped tightly in her hand. A chilling frost spread outward, enveloping the heavens and earth. Snowflakes began to drift in the air, each one appearing as an ethereal spirit. Yet as they sliced through the void, they emitted a sharp, piercing sound, leaving behind white streaks like fishing lines in the air. Anduin, who had been glaring at Leslie moments earlier, now wore grave expression. From the descending snow, he sensed a foreboding aura of death, something he had never felt before. Leslie's power was far greater than he had anticipated. Without waiting for Leslie to draw her bow, Anduin clasped his massive sword and plunged it into the Forbidden Sea. Fallen spring, a guttural roar escaped his lips as black seawater, mingled with runic chants, erupted into the sky. Twisting unnaturally in midair, it then plummeted like a meteor, aiming straight for Leslie. Glancing briefly at Anduin's menacing attack, Leslie showed no concern. She pulled the bowstring taut, her posture graceful and steady, as the bow curved like a crescent moon. In that instant, the already cold and foreboding void was filled with razor-sharp snowflakes. Leslie's arrow locked onto the distant Cthulhu, and she loosed the bowstring with a sudden release. A spectralized arrow materialized, streaking through the air with razor-sharp intent. Its tip was shrouded in a white mist, slicing through the void with precision and leaving icy cracks in its wake. The oppressive aura filled every corner of the void. Anduin's fallen spring, laden with corrosive energy, carved irregular depressions into the space around it. Yet, as it neared Leslie's ice arrow, it was frozen in place by the arrow's expanding white mist, as though locked in eternal stasis. Anduin's expression shifted drastically. As fallen spring was neutralized, he felt a bone-chilling cold that left his body paralyzed. The next moment, the icy arrow continued forward, unleashing waves of frigid energy that rippled outward like blades, slicing through Anduin's body. His form split apart from the center of his brow, black blood spilling in every direction. The rippling waves obliterated his physical body, and just as he attempted to reform himself, his soul was encased in thick ice and shattered into dust. The fallen god Anduin, reduced to history. Those observing the battle were struck with an overwhelming sense of dread. No one had expected Anduin to fall so easily. As one of the Forbidden Zone's most infamous warlords, Anduin had ended the lives of countless top-tier powerhouses. Yet, before Leslie, he was killed in mere moments, and only as collateral damage from her attack. It was unimaginable how terrifying Leslie would be when fighting at full strength. Under the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, the icy arrow hurtling toward Cthulhu froze vast sections of the Forbidden Sea into solid ice. The icy glow at the arrow's tip pierced through the Forbidden Sea's unique order, advancing relentlessly toward Cthulhu. Cthulhu, who had been feigning slumber, was filled with unease the moment Anduin fell. Its colossal, spherical eye, as large as a planet, trembled slightly before emitting a blinding red light from its depths. The red light embodied pure destruction and death. Wherever it passed, the void decayed, order disintegrated, and nothing could withstand its corrosive power. Clang! The red beam collided with the icy arrow, shaking the heavens. The entire Forbidden Zone quaked as though on the verge of collapse. The icy energy from the arrow began to wither and decay, as if subjected to the passage of millennia, eventually vanishing. However, the red light, capable of corroding everything, dimmed and dissipated as well. As the light faded, both Leslie and Cthulhu moved simultaneously. Leslie, you go too far. Cthulhu's cold voice echoed from its blinking eye, ancient and chaotic, compelling reverence. And awe from all who heard it. Leslie, fully aware of Cthulhu's terrifying power far beyond anything she had faced before, immediately drew her bow again. This time, she pushed the power of the Dark Tower to its limit, infusing the arrow with a sealing force. Boom! Leslie's arrows clashed repeatedly with Cthulhu's red beams, shattering the void into chaos, where countless streams of disruptive energy surged. With each collision, Cthulhu's aura weakened. Despite its immense strength, Cthulhu's unique tier made it subject to significant suppression. By the laws of this world, if it couldn't destroy Leslie quickly, its physical form risked collapse. After all, even this world had its limits for bearing such power. Chapter 451, The Fall of the Ancient God. Leslie's strength is terrifying. Even the ancient god Cthulhu couldn't defeat her immediately. Cthulhu has surpassed the throne's celestial tier. When did Leslie's power reach a level comparable to that of an ancient god? Countless top-tier experts focused their gazes on Leslie, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. What stunned them even more was seeing Cthulhu's massive form hurtling backward, smashing through the roiling waves. The enormous eyeball of Cthulhu was filled with blood-red threads, densely intertwined like a spider's web, emanating a sinister, maddened intent. In the initial clash, the ancient god Cthulhu had been forced into a disadvantage. Cthulhu stared at Leslie, who stood poised in midair. Its massive eyeball darted left and right, clearly shaken. It hadn't expected Leslie's mastery of order to exceed the tier of a throne celestial. Even Cthulhu felt a sticky, binding sensation from her power. Moreover, the residual force from their clash was rapidly exploding within its body, creating terrifying void depressions. I have indeed slumbered for too long, for such a prodigy to emerge in this era. Cthulhu's raspy voice echoed across the heavens, sounding like the wails of a vengeful spirit. Visible sound waves rippled outward as it spoke. Its blood-red eye locked onto Leslie, and from its depths erupted searing crimson light. The light, carrying an overwhelming and oppressive power, surged toward Leslie with unprecedented force. This crimson beam, far more menacing than the earlier probing attack, tore through the icy winds and frost surrounding Leslie, creating countless cracks. The fractures collapsed inward with the beam, spiraling toward Leslie. Narrowing her eyes, Leslie gripped her bow tightly. With a sudden tremor, it transformed into a long, slender ice lance. Clutching the lance with both hands, she thrust it forward fiercely. The lance tore through the void with a roar like a raging dragon. Pure white dominion force coiled around it in runic patterns, grinding everything in its path into dust. The crimson light and scattered ice shards disintegrated into glowing particles, vanishing into the void. In the next instant, killing intent flashed in Leslie's eyes. The ice lance turned into a streak of white light, piercing forward. It crushed through the crimson beam, shattered countless layers of order within the Forbidden Sea, and split the calm waters in two. Cthulhu, already forced into the depths of the Forbidden Sea, found its true form exposed under the relentless advance of the ice lance. Cthulhu's true body was enormous, over a kilometer in size. The most striking feature was its massive spherical eye, occupying nearly half its body. Locked onto by the icy lance, even Cthulhu's mind wavered for a brief moment. When it regained focus, the ice lance, like a silvery white needle, pierced through its eye. Blood gushed from the wound as runes of dominion force flowed across the punctured eye. Even with its incredibly resilient body, Cthulhu was caught off guard and impaled. The injury left Cthulhu's thoughts in disarray. After forcing the wound to close temporarily, its face showed no emotion, only an almost tangible killing intent that whipped up endless storms across the Forbidden Sea. Taking the battle seriously now, Cthulhu fixed its gaze on Leslie, attempting to peer into her past. For some reason, Leslie's aura felt disturbingly out of place, yet Cthulhu couldn't pinpoint why. Eye of time and space. The massive blood-red eye glowed ominously. This was a terrifying secret technique, capable of gazing into an opponent's past and eliminating them when they were at their weakest. It was a bloodline skill that defied the heavens themselves. However, using this skill came with severe repercussions, even for Cthulhu. Still, it was Cthulhu's strongest weapon and its best chance of eliminating Leslie quickly. When Cthulhu activated its bloodline skill, the other three ancient gods and many top-tier powers were left aghast. The Forbidden Zones were feared precisely because of the power of the four ancient gods. In their usual state, the ancient gods were formidable enough to handle almost any situation. For an ancient god to use a bloodline skill and enter a second form was almost unheard of. But now, it was happening before their eyes, against Leslie. Leslie's death at the hands of the Eye of Time and Space will be enough to immortalize her name. No one has ever survived this move. Leslie was too arrogant and ignorant of the greater powers in the universe. Many ancient gods shook their heads in regret. They believed that with patience and steady cultivation, Leslie could have reached their level and even become the fifth Forbidden Zone. Unfortunately, her arrogance led her to provoke a fully awakened Cthulhu, effectively courting death. As everyone speculated, the aura emanating from Cthulhu enveloped Leslie. Her vision blurred, and she felt her spirit forcibly dragged into another dimension. Meanwhile, Cthulhu's blood-red eye blinked coldly, staring into the mist of time. Though Leslie's present strength was formidable, she had once been weak. In that past, Cthulhu would be able to crush her easily. As long as it erased the past Leslie, her current self would perish, and her fate would be rewritten. Cthulhu was willing to pay a price to alter destiny. This was the true terror of the ancient gods. However, as the mists of time dissipated, Cthulhu froze in place. Instead of seeing a young and vulnerable Leslie, it saw a tall, blood-soaked woman standing atop mountains and rivers, locked in battle with the heavens themselves. The cosmos trembled under their fight. Time and space twisted and tangled into a chaotic web, order collapsed, and the world seemed to enter an age of destruction. Even sensing the remnants of this primal combat caused Cthulhu's blood red eye to rupture. It was as though this vision was not meant to be witnessed. Despite the shock, Cthulhu caught a fleeting glimpse of the woman's silhouette in the towering black mountain behind her. That faint outline triggered memories buried deep within Cthulhu's ancient consciousness. Its massive eye went still, and its face turned ashen. Impossible. No, impossible. How can you be her? As Cthulhu's disbelieving voice echoed, its unique body shattered entirely. Scarlet blood dyed the Forbidden Sea red, while order and structure crumbled. The entire Forbidden Zone fell into chaos, a tangled mess of destruction. Scenes of the apocalypse unfolded once more. In the midst of the turmoil, the aura of Cthulhu disappeared entirely from the Forbidden Zone. Cthulhu had been killed by Leslie. Countless individuals stared wide-eyed in shock. Cthulhu, an ancient god whose power surpassed the throne's celestial tier and was supposed to be invincible, had fallen. Not only had Cthulhu perished, but the Forbidden Sea itself descended into uncontrollable ruin. Both Cthulhu and the Forbidden Sea became relics of the past. The other three ancient gods trembled with fear. Although Cthulhu wasn't the strongest among them, it was still an ancient god. Yet before Leslie, it seemed weak. In just a few moves, it had been obliterated. Who exactly is Leslie? With her current strength, she might already surpass the god of light and lord of stars. Cthulhu must have seen something in her past, but what could have terrified it so? The eye of time and space reveals only truth. Whatever Cthulhu witnessed must have been so horrific that it led to its death. Otherwise, I refuse to believe Leslie could have defeated it with mere strength. Chapter 452 Leslie's growing fame. After a moment of shock, the three remaining ancient gods began conversing through telepathy, their words brimming with curiosity. While Leslie's displayed power was undeniably terrifying, they had always believed it was impossible for anyone to truly destroy them. Their life force was as enduring as the cosmos itself, eternal and indestructible. Even if Leslie could defeat them, she shouldn't have been able to erase them entirely. This belief, once unshakable, was now shattered. Yet, they still couldn't fathom how Leslie had achieved such a feat. Meanwhile, with the destruction of the Forbidden Sea and the death of Cthulhu, Leslie's name once again resounded across the Pure Land. Countless mages cheered and celebrated. The Forbidden Zones had always been like immovable mountains pressing down on them, indirectly controlling their lives and deaths, whether they consented it or not. Now, one of these so-called eternal Forbidden Zones had been eradicated by Leslie. What she had vowed to do destroy the Forbidden Zones she had accomplished. Mages across the Pure Land etched Leslie's name into their memories. She had overturned their deeply ingrained fear of the Forbidden Zones. At this moment, Leslie, the subject of all this discussion, was preparing to leave with Madeline and her companions. Her raid on the Forbidden Zones had yielded significant rewards. However, as they turned to depart, Madeline suddenly sensed something. She looked sharply toward the now twisted Forbidden Sea, her face filled with shock. Sister, there's something terrifying in the Forbidden Sea. Has ancient god Cthulhu revived? As death's calamity, Madeline had an acute sense of forces that could threaten her life. Even after Cthulhu's death, a horrifying roar emerged from the depths of the Forbidden Sea. It churned her stomach and stirred ripples in her otherwise calm mind. Leslie also turned her gaze toward the depths of the Forbidden Sea. Her phoenix-like eyes remained composed as she spoke. Cthulhu is gone. This is something far stronger than an ancient god. Stronger than an ancient god, Madeline swallowed nervously. The danger emanating from the aura filled her with dread, yet she couldn't probe further. If what Leslie said was true, then such a being would be unimaginably terrifying. Leslie spoke seriously. This means our threat to the Celestial is growing. They've begun resorting to extraordinary measures. Leslie's gaze penetrated the depths of the Forbidden Sea, her eyes reflecting a chain of order, as if piercing through time and space. What she saw was a deep, black pupil. This black pupil was inscribed with writhing runes like serpents, exuding malevolence so intense it felt like a suffocating darkness blanketing the world. As this malevolence spread to the Pure Land, the dense mana in the atmosphere turned pitch black, becoming a miasma of madness. It spread like a plague. The once clear blue sky was marred with black splotches as the malevolent aura spread unchecked. Mages who felt this aura were gripped with terror, especially the elder mages, whose legs trembled as dark memories resurfaced. The Wraith Marshal, Raven, they could never forget when this malevolence once blanketed the sky, plunging the world into darkness without sun or stars, only endless night. Under this malevolent influence, countless mages lost their sanity, turning into mindless husks driven solely by bloodlust. Murder, arson, and chaos reigned as societal order crumbled. Everyone exposed to the malevolence revealed their most deranged and destructive selves. The world had become a living hell. Cannibalism became commonplace. What sounded like a grotesque nightmare was a reality experienced by many of the older mages. Now, the entire Pure Land was gripped by fear and chaos. Is the Wraith Marshal returning? It's only been a few epochs since that horrific upheaval. The god of alchemy wore a deeply troubled expression. The malevolence emanating from the Wraith Marshal was a devastating mental plague. Even a small number of infected mages could spiral into widespread chaos, turning entire regions into puppets of the malevolence. Beyond this, the Wraith Marshal himself was a nightmarish force, someone who had once left even the god of light and lord of stars reeling. Now, after eons of slumber, his return would make him even more terrifying. Despite being a prominent figure in the Rebel Alliance, the god of alchemy felt no confidence in facing the Wraith Marshal. The Wraith Marshal embodied the accumulated malevolence of countless beings, a scale of power that no ordinary prodigy could rival. The god of alchemy remembered fighting him once in the past. With a single move, he was defeated, left with wounds laced with malevolent energy that corroded him like acid. Even after healing, the memory of that battle still haunted him, causing his chest to ache faintly. Beside him, Vanessa's face was equally grim. She had once been tainted by malevolence, and if not for her father's intervention, she would have perished during the tide of madness. From this malevolence alone, it's clear Raven is more terrifying than ever. His resurgence will be even more unrestrained and destructive, Vanessa said solemnly. The god of alchemy nodded. Back then, it took the combined strength of the greatest powers to seal him away. Even the god of light couldn't face him alone. The situation now is far more dire. Senior, please summon all willing celestial gods from the Rebel Alliance. If the Wraith Marshal appears, a cataclysmic war is inevitable. Vanessa couldn't afford to let her guard down. The malevolence was the dark side of the plane, akin to the celestial, and just as terrifying. Previously, there were figures like the god of light, lord of stars, and the war goddess to hold the balance. But now, they were gone. The god of alchemy responded firmly. I'll handle it. Those who survive that chaos know how terrifying the Wraith Marshal is. They'll come quickly. Relieved, Vanessa rushed toward the Forbidden Sea to find Leslie. In her mind, Leslie was the only one with the strength to stand against the Wraith Marshal. Leslie had defeated an ancient god, proving her combat prowess exceeded that tier. Only such power could pose a threat to the Wraith Marshal. But even then, it was only a threat. The Wraith Marshal's nature was so strange and formidable that even extinguishing him seemed impossible. The Wraith Marshal's resurgence sent ripples not just through the Pure Land but also the three remaining Forbidden Zones. Even they couldn't ignore it. After all, the Wraith Marshal didn't discriminate. In the past, he had brought chaos to the Forbidden Zones as well, leaving them in shambles. That malevolence is so thick that mindless monster is reappearing. Under normal circumstances, his return would be disastrous for us, but with Leslie dominating the spotlight, his appearance is a blessing in disguise. Agreed. That lunatic loves challenging the strong. No matter the outcome, it'll benefit us. Exactly. We can swoop in and reap the rewards. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Right now, we need to decide, which side of the Celestial should we align with. If the 4 Forbidden Zones united, we'd be invincible. But now Cthulhu, that fool, is dead. At these words, the Forbidden Zones fell into a tense silence. Meanwhile, as the malevolence grew thicker, many mages began to sense something was wrong. Then, a shocking piece of news exploded across the Pure Land. The Wraith Marshal, Raven, was about to return. Most younger mages had no recollection of this ancient being, but upon learning of the chaos and cannibalistic horrors he had caused, panic gripped the land. Chapter 453, Elena. The Wraith Marshal. Countless minds were flooded with terrifying historical accounts of his previous reigns of terror. When the malevolent spirit swept across the lands, the sheer horror of its evil intent drove countless mages into chaos and fratricidal slaughter. It was a scene far more horrifying than the apocalyptic destruction wrought by Sarger's burning legion mages, once vibrant and alive, turned into prey for each other. Those mages who succumbed to the malevolence became puppets of the Wraith Marshal, offering him fresh blood, flesh, and even beautiful captives to satisfy his insatiable desires. In the history of his rampages, no faction or class of mages was spared. They were all toys for his cruel amusement. Civilizations that once shone brightly were obliterated by his onslaught. To the forces of the Pure Land, the Wraith Marshal was the most feared existence. Meanwhile, in a forsaken land, countless malevolent spirits stirred and grew increasingly restless as the black aura of evil intent spread. They had been sealed here for far too long and yearned desperately for release. At the center of this forsaken land, Caesar knelt on one knee, reverently welcoming the ancient, shadowy figure forming from the black pupil. At first, the figure shaped by the pupil appeared as a handsome young man. However, as it solidified, the figure visibly aged at a rapid pace. His once-taut skin sagged, wrinkling like the bark of an ancient tree, etched with the merciless passage of time. As this figure took shape, Caesar lowered his head even further, his demeanor growing more deferential. This wrinkled old man was none other than the Wraith Marshal, a composite entity born from the convergence of endless malevolence. Simply standing before him, Caesar felt an oppressive force deep in his soul, as countless bizarre thoughts surged uncontrollably through his mind. The newly formed Wraith Marshal moved his stiff limbs slightly, then rotated his head to face Caesar. Though he had been in slumber, Caesar's summons had awakened him, granting him insight into Caesar's thoughts in the current state of the era. After all, the growing malevolence contained countless fragments of the events occurring in this plane. Casting a single glance at Caesar, the Wraith Marshal turned his gaze toward a distant point. His raspy voice carried a complex tone as he said, "Elena, you never expected this, did you? I, Raven, have returned." The voice was so layered with emotion that every spirit in the Forsaken Land trembled at its resonance. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Snow Lotus Empire's royal palace, a golden-haired woman sat serenely in an opulent pavilion, bathed in the warm glow of amber gemstones, quietly perusing an ancient tome. Her bright, jewel-like eyes radiated wisdom and grace. With her snow-white skin and elegant demeanor, she resembled a scholarly beauty of profound intellect. Not far from her, on the training platform, stood a woman who bore a striking resemblance to her. The younger woman was experimenting with various magical spells, causing the pavilion's light to flicker intermittently amid occasional bursts of chaotic sounds. Her expression was focused and devoid of emotion. She was tall, with a strikingly curvaceous figure accentuated by a flowing purple chiffon gown. This was Elsa, the princess of the Snow Lotus Empire. The mature woman, quietly reading nearby, was her mother Elena, the empress. Suddenly, as the pervasive malevolent aura infiltrated the area, Elena's hand tightened around the book she was holding. Her bright, rational eyes uncharacteristically turned pale as she gazed in the direction of the Forsaken Land with a complex expression. She sighed softly, murmuring, "As expected, not even endless malevolence can resolve the obsession in your heart." At the Forbidden Sea, Leslie stood poised in the void, gazing into the distance. Her luxurious, regal gown swayed gently in the breeze. Her sharp eyes carried a contemplative gleam as they fixed on the Forsaken Land. At that moment, a sharp sound broke through the air. The space before Leslie split open, revealing a gateway. From the portal emerged Venus. Madeline immediately tensed at the sight of Venus. After all, Venus had attacked her brother before. Even though she had been coerced, Madeline hadn't forgotten the betrayal. Sensing Madeline's hostility, Venus's expression turned uneasy. She understood the damage her actions against Owen had caused, so she offered Madeline a faint, apologetic smile before turning to face Leslie. Leslie stood like a celestial god, her dress billowing as her flawless face remained devoid of emotion, dignified and solemn. Just days ago, Venus had still held some confidence in herself, despite being previously overshadowed by Leslie. After all, she was a throned celestial and one of the leaders of the Rebel Alliance. But Leslie's continuous displays of power had shattered her self-assurance. Deep down, Leslie had become an insurmountable mountain to her. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Venus said slowly, "Miss Leslie, you must already know the Wraith Marshal is about to return." Leslie responded calmly, "How many celestial gods of the Rebel Alliance stand with me?" Venus swallowed hard. Originally, many celestial gods were leaning towards supporting us, but with the Wraith Marshal's imminent return, most of them have chosen to side with Caesar. Leslie's expression remained indifferent. This did not surprise her. Caesar had long rallied many celestial gods to his cause. Now, with Raven's return and the immense pressure it brought, aligning with Caesar seemed like the safest option, even if his actions betrayed the Rebel Alliance's principles. Seeing that Leslie's demeanor hadn't changed, Venus felt a small sense of relief, grateful that Leslie wasn't venting her anger on them. But just as Venus exhaled, Leslie's cold voice cut through the air. "Do they truly believe the Wraith Marshal will protect them? That creature is on a path to destruction." Venus froze, confused by Leslie's cryptic statement. Before she could ask for clarification, Leslie continued in her detached tone. "Proceed with the original plan." Venus frowned, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint what it was. "Stick to the plan." "But the Wraith Marshal has already awakened," Venus protested. Leslie glanced at her. "I've already said we won't concern ourselves with the Wraith Marshal. Stick to the plan." "Why?" Venus couldn't help but ask. While she had come to relay the news, her main purpose was to seek Leslie's help. The Wraith Marshal's strength was overwhelming, and only Leslie seemed capable of standing against him, yet Leslie's attitude was disturbingly calm, almost indifferent. The Wraith Marshal wasn't an ordinary being. Once awakened, he would undoubtedly target the Rebel Alliance first. As this thought crossed Venus's mind, Leslie's steady gaze fell on her. "He's indeed a threat to everyone, especially us. But when he emerges, he won't come first." Venus stared blankly at Leslie, utterly baffled. Why? If not us, then who? Leslie's eyes narrowed as she answered with conviction. He'll seek out Elena, the Empress of the Snow Lotus Empire. Elena, Venus's confusion deepened. What connection could the Empress of the Snow Lotus Empire possibly have to the Wraith? Marshal, before Venus could voice her doubts, Leslie cut her off. You've asked enough questions. Stick to the plan, everything will fall into place. Chapter 454, The Runaway Bride. Blocked by Leslie's firm words, Venus dared not ask further and reluctantly turned to leave. Though she didn't fully understand the situation, Leslie's calm demeanor gave her some reassurance, easing the anxiety that weighed on her heart. If Leslie could remain so composed, she must have a strategy to deal with the looming threat. While the Pure Land was gripped with fear and uncertainty, the little world remained as serene and peaceful as ever. Under the towering tree of World, little Leslie lay asleep on a bed woven from leaves and branches. Her eyes were closed, her skin pale and radiant, and her breathing steady, in sync with the flow of mana in the air. Her small body flickered faintly, its glow pulsating with rhythm. Though she was still a child, her features carried an inexplicable charm, as if even the wind that brushed past her grew gentler in her presence. Her sleep was tranquil, and the unique energy radiating from her sent ripples through the very fabric of space. As her bloodline strengthened, her periods of slumber grew longer, along with her absorption and comprehension of mana and order. No one ever dared disturb her during these times. But now, as if sensing something, little Leslie slowly opened her eyes. Her bright, golden irises sparkled like gemstones, and when she saw Leslie standing nearby, her gaze softened with joy and excitement. Mommy, she leapt into Leslie's arms. Leslie gently held her, brushing her golden hair back as she asked softly. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Little Leslie rubbed her sleepy eyes and replied, I felt that Mommy had come back, so I didn't want to sleep anymore. Turning to look at Madeline and Venus, she added with delight. Aunt Madeline, Aunt Venus. Her cheerful voice seemed to dispel everyone's fatigue, bringing smiles to both Madeline and Venus. Even Venus, who had always envied Leslie, found her heartwarming. After all, Leslie had won Owen's love, something Venus had tried and failed to achieve. Now, Owen and Leslie had a daughter, a precious little angel who only deepened Venus's feelings of admiration and affection. Both women played with little Leslie for a moment, temporarily forgetting their worries about the Wraith Marshal. Leslie then said calmly, I know you're worried about the Wraith Marshal, but rest assured Raven will die. And he'll die in the Snow Lotus Empire. Venus frowned. Leslie spoke with such conviction, but why? Leslie, noticing Venus's confusion, looked down at little Leslie and said softly. Do you want to hear a story? Little Leslie nodded eagerly, her eyes wide with anticipation. Mommy, I want to hear a story. Tell me a story. Leslie smiled and held her daughter close, gently patting her back. A long time ago, a misguided young man fell in love with a runaway bride. In the Forsaken Land, Caesar knelt before the elderly, wrinkled figure of Raven, his face alight with excitement and hope. Neither Owen nor Leslie's strength was something Caesar could contend with now. But with the Wraith Marshal on his side, Caesar believed he could crush both Owen and Leslie, reducing them to trembling slaves beneath his feet. Under Caesar's fanatical gaze, Raven's expression remained indifferent. Though Caesar had freed him from his seal, making him an ally, Raven was more interested in Caesar's unique talents. I understand your intentions, Raven said coldly. Summon your forces. This time, the Rebel Alliance will cease to exist. Raven's icy voice was resolute. As if remembering something, he added. Leave Leslie to me. As for the others, if they refuse to surrender, they will be annihilated. Hearing this, Caesar broke into a broad smile. If Raven valued him so highly, there was no longer anything he couldn't achieve. After all, Raven's power surpassed even that of an ancient god. What could Leslie possibly do against him? No one could stop Raven. As Caesar's thoughts grew more fervent, Raven suddenly vanished from the Forsaken Land. Caesar froze for a moment, puzzled by Raven's sudden departure. Where could he be going at a time like this? The battle with Leslie was imminent. Though confused, Caesar didn't dare question Raven and could only watch as he disappeared. The moment Raven left the Forsaken Land, the malevolent aura in the Pure Land intensified. Severalfold, all living beings in the Pure Land were gripped with fear. Many worried that if Leslie and Raven clashed, the Pure Land itself might be torn asunder. Soon, more troubling news spread across the land. The Rebel Alliance had fractured. Caesar, who had freed Raven, became the leader of one faction, while Venus, the designated leader, headed the other. Both were immensely powerful and influential figures in the current epic. Caesar's influence spanned the Pure Land, while Venus, backed by her father, the god of light, held significant renown. Now, the two factions of the Rebel Alliance were locked in a standoff, each commanding a substantial number of celestial gods. If open conflict broke out, the entire Pure Land would descend into chaos. Neutral factions and top-tier mages desperately tried to mediate, hoping to unite the two sides, but their efforts were futile. Caesar, now back at the White Tower Tech Guild, summoned his celestial gods and demanded that Venus surrender. To prove his sincerity, Caesar even proposed that Venus prepare a dowry and marry him. Publicly, failing that, he vowed to destroy Venus and her faction of the Rebel Alliance within 3 days. Caesar's brazen ultimatum sent shockwaves through the already panicked factions of the Pure Land. Many factions firmly sided with Venus, severing all ties with Caesar. Even some celestial gods, disgusted by Caesar's arrogance, openly opposed the White Tower Tech Guild. A full-scale confrontation seemed imminent. Amidst the chaos, attention turned to the Emerald Dreamscape, one of the Pure Land's best sanctuaries for training aside from the Azure Kingdom. Its strong foundation, coupled with the support of the Celestial Palace and Howling Mountains, made the Emerald Dreamscape virtually impregnable. More importantly, everyone wanted to know Leslie's stance. Leslie had become a pivotal figure in shaping the Pure Land's fate. While Caesar, bolstered by Raven, might seem formidable, he was still no match for Leslie. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Leslie had not made any public statements or shown any concern over the unfolding events. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere outside, the little world remained peaceful and warm. Holding her daughter, Leslie continued her story. The young man came from the Forsaken Land, while the young woman was from the Snow Lotus Empire. The young man, after a training mishap, began to walk a dark path. Though still young, he had already become a killer, bearing the weight of dozens of mages, lives on his hands. The young woman, on the other hand, was a noble of the Snow Lotus Empire, betrothed to the royal family. But she didn't love her intended and chose to run away. Perhaps it was fate that brought them together. The young woman saved the young man's life with magic, and he fell in love with her vivacious charm. But their differences in character, pasts, and social standing doomed their love to tragedy. Chapter 455, Memories Like Smoke. In the beginning, the young girl naively thought she had found a companion to share her adventures with, while the boy believed he had met the love of his life. Leslie began. They explored mountains and rivers together, ventured through the world, and grew fond of one another. But when the girl learned that her companion was a monster, who relied on blood and souls to grow stronger, all her affection for him turned into terror. She wanted to leave him, but the boy, consumed by a pathological obsession, couldn't bear to let her go and begged her to stay. The more he pleaded, the more determined she became to escape. After multiple rejections, she finally fled. However, her strength was far inferior to his. Each time she tried to escape, he caught her. After several failed attempts, the boy lost patience and imprisoned her by his side, vowing they would never be apart. He promised her eternal devotion, never to betray or harm her, as long as she stayed with him. The boy kept his promise, despite keeping her captive. He provided her with the best food and resources, sparing no effort to care for her. But the girl soon realized that everything he gave her was stolen from other mages, soaked in invisible blood. She grew even more afraid of him and began longing for home. One day, while the boy was focused on advancing his level, she seized the chance and escaped. Returning to her family, the girl obeyed their arrangements, married the Empire's prince, and built a comfortable life, bearing children and finding joy in her days. Yet, at the same time, the boy lost all hope. Fully merging with the malevolent spirit inside him, he shed much of his humanity and gained unprecedented power. He became the embodiment of malevolence. When he resurfaced, he had turned into a true monster, not just in appearance but also in strength. During that era, he was nearly unbeatable. He eventually found the girl, but by then, she was a princess consort and saw him as the source of the Empire's turmoil and her family's destruction. The boy asked her to fulfill the promise they once made and marry him. The girl refused, unwilling to be with a monster who found joy in killing and manipulating others. Driven mad by obsession, the boy resorted to threats, using the Empire itself to force her compliance. In the end, the girl surrendered. Hearing this, little Leslie grew visibly upset. He's a terrible person. Venus sighed at her remark. That mindset is extreme but it fits the Wraith Marshal. The more Venus thought about it, the more convinced she became that Leslie's story was real. After all, the Wraith Marshal was the epitome of obsession and madness. Madeline sighed as well. That poor girl, her fate was truly tragic. Little Leslie, curious about the story's conclusion, eagerly asked. What happened next? Did the girl escape from that bad man? Leslie replied calmly, she didn't. She didn't. She never escaped him. Little Leslie's eyes widened. Leslie smiled. We don't know yet. The ending is still uncertain. When will we find out? Soon. We just need to wait a little longer. Leslie gently comforted her daughter, coaxing her to sleep. Little Leslie obediently closed her eyes and drifted off. After little Leslie fell asleep, Venus reflected for a moment and asked cautiously. If I understand correctly, the boy you mentioned is Wraith Marshal Raven, and the girl is Elena, the one he's obsessed with. Leslie nodded faintly. Venus frowned, confused. Why do you know about Raven and Elena's past? Even I, despite having faced Raven in battle, have never heard of this. How could you know something so detailed? Leslie caught the curiosity in Venus's gaze and responded with a cryptic smile. This story was told to me by someone else. Venus froze. Such detailed and secretive information could only come from someone deeply involved. If not Raven himself, then the only possible source was Elena. Elena told you, Venus asked, realization dawning on her. She quickly understood why Leslie had been so calm all along. She had known everything from the start. In fact, upon closer consideration, it seemed Leslie had begun preparing for Raven's return long before his awakening. The more Venus thought about it, the more shocked she became. Not only was Leslie extraordinarily powerful and gifted, but her foresight and strategy were equally terrifying, almost monstrous. Leslie, noticing Venus's reaction, said calmly, it's just a bit of preparation. Nothing worth being shocked about. Venus felt a chill run through her. Just a bit of preparation, she thought. It feels like everything has been meticulously planned. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Venus asked. What should we do next? It seemed Leslie already had everything under control. Leslie gave her a calm glance and said, let's go. If my timing is right, it's about time to see how things will play out. With that, she opened a portal in the void before stepping through. Venus and the others followed, noting that the portal's direction seemed to lead to the Snow Lotus Empire. Unlike Leslie's calm and collected demeanor, the factions within the Pure Land were on the verge of panic, their anxiety reaching a boiling point. Word had spread, Wraith Marshal Raven had left the Forsaken Land. Where could Raven be heading if not to the Pure Land? The Pure Land seemed destined to become a playground for malevolence. The weight of this realization pressed heavily on everyone's hearts, but there was little they could do. Raven's power was simply too overwhelming. What they didn't know was that Raven wasn't preparing for a full-scale assault just yet. Instead, he was heading straight for the Snow Lotus Empire, where Elena resided. In the Empire's Grand Palace, Elena sat deep in thought, her face marked with worry. Nearby, her daughter Elsa watched with concern. It was the first time Elsa had seen her book-loving mother put her reading aside. She had a strong feeling that her mother was hiding something. But Elena gave no explanation, and Elsa chose not to press her. It's late. You should go rest, Elena said gently. The more Elena tried to dismiss her, the more certain Elsa became that her mother was concealing something. Yet, as an obedient daughter, Elsa could only leave, glancing back at her mother with lingering worry. Just then, the sky turned pitch black as a terrifying wave of malevolent energy descended. The earth trembled, heralding the arrival of something unspeakably dreadful. The soldiers of the Snow Lotus Empire, sensing the anomaly, quickly channeled their mana into the Empire's protective barrier, activating it to its peak. However, even at full strength, the barrier shattered instantly as a figure descended from the heavens, leaving destruction in their wake. Chapter 456, A Grand Spectacle. Under Lena's watchful gaze, the Snow Lotus Empire's protective shield powered by countless elite mages rose like an indomitable mountain, radiating an aura of unyielding strength. Yet, the moment it came into contact with the dark figure, it was effortlessly sliced apart, as if by a razor-sharp blade. The mages maintaining the formation immediately coughed blood and fell unconscious, suffering devastating backlash that left them incapacitated in mere moments. The sheer pressure emanating from the dark figure sent shivers down the spines of the Empire's finest mages, their faces pale with shock. This was a defensive formation designed to withstand the attacks of a throned celestial, yet it had been obliterated in an instant. This could be an ancient god, but no ancient god exudes such malevolent energy. Who is this being? It must be the Wraith Marshal, Raven. No one else could possess such overwhelming waves of malevolence. At the mention of Raven, even the most powerful mages of the Empire gasped in fear. The sheer horror of the Wraith Marshal was etched into their hearts. If their nation's strongest barrier could not withstand even a single strike, then it could only mean one thing: Raven had arrived. The confirmation of his identity left the Snow Lotus Empire's mages trembling like leaves, their fighting spirit evaporating. Even Elsa, standing amidst the growing waves of malevolence, couldn't suppress her shock. It's Raven, it really is Raven. Her face paled as she stared at the figure before her. When news of the Wraith Marshal's revival began to spread, stories of his terrifying power accompanied it. This overwhelming aura could only belong to him. Steeling herself, Elsa gripped her staff tightly, ready to retaliate. But before she could act, the aged, withered figure of Raven appeared before her in a flash, his presence suffocating. In Elsa's eyes, Raven resembled a monstrous predator, his body entwined with countless malevolent spirits. These wraiths clawed and twisted, as if desperate to escape, their hissing voices filled with venomous resentment. Her pupils constricted in terror as she instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling as she questioned him. What are you doing here? Elsa, though exceptionally talented and now a god-marked celestial god, felt as powerless as a lamb before a wolf. The gap in strength between them was insurmountable. Elsa, you remind me so much of your mother, Raven said, his deep eyes scanning her intently. Not just your appearance but also your expressions, your gestures, they're so alike. Elsa's face hardened as she realized he seemed to know her mother and perhaps far too well. Her suspicions were confirmed as Raven continued. You've grown so much, it's been ages since I last saw your mother. With a movement as swift as a phantom, Raven appeared directly in front of Elsa. He reached out and grasped her chin with his bony fingers, his gaze filled with a chilling intensity. Elsa tried to struggle free, but Raven's oppressive aura sealed her mana, leaving her completely immobilized. Raven, you've gone too far. A cold, furious voice rang out from a distance. Hearing it, Raven's body stiffened. He turned his head sharply toward the sound. Elena, the sight of a regal woman in a queen's gown, exuding noble elegance, caused a broad smile to spread across Raven's aged face. His wrinkles seemed to soften, as if her presence rejuvenated him. Elena, he said with genuine warmth. But Elena's fists were clenched, her eyes cold as she glared at him. Seeing me again doesn't make you happy, Raven asked, his voice tinged with longing as he admired her flawless features. You haven't changed at all. You're still as breathtakingly beautiful as ever, he murmured, extending a hand toward her face. Elena stepped back, putting distance between them. You know exactly what you've done to me. I never want to see you again, she spat, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. Raven merely chuckled, his tone soft but unwavering. All these years, don't you understand? Everything I did was for you, out of love for you. Elena's pupils constricted as tears of fury welled up in her eyes. Her voice trembled with bitter accusation. Love, you call killing my father and mother love? Destroying my family and leaving me alone in the world, is that your love? You turned my husband into a puppet, is that your love? You used my children and my kingdom to threaten me, is that your love? I, Elena, do not need your twisted, monstrous love. Her anguished cries echoed through the grand hall, her words shaking the very walls. Elsa stood frozen, shocked beyond belief. She had never imagined her mother shared such a dark and tragic history with Raven. But Raven remained unperturbed. He sighed, almost sympathetically, as though Elena's outrage were merely the result of a misunderstanding. You once promised to be with me forever, Raven said. But you betrayed me, your family kept us apart, your empire opposed me, and you even bore another man's child. You gave me hope when you saved me, only to cruelly cast me into the abyss. Still, I don't care about any of that. As long as we're together, nothing else matters. Elena laughed bitterly, her smile laced with profound regret. Her mind flashed back to that fateful night. To escape her arranged marriage, she had fled her family, only to stumble upon a wounded boy battling a spellbeast in the forest. Even then, the boy was cold and unyielding, like an immovable block of ice. Despite his grave injuries, he neither cried out in pain nor sought help, enduring in silence like a lone, wounded beast. She had saved that boy. He had looked at her with earnest sincerity, promising to marry her and stay by her side forever. At the time, she had thought it a joke of fleeting whim of a young boy. She had even admired his talent and demeanor. But now, the man standing before her was unrecognizable, his obsessive madness consuming whatever semblance of humanity he once had. Her heart was shattered. Every encounter with him reopened her wounds, bleeding her dry. Leave, Elena said, her voice heavy with exhaustion. I never want to see you again. Raven's expression hardened. You are mine, Elena. In this life and the next, you belong to me. With me, the world is ours. Do whatever you desire, this world will be your paradise. The god of light and the lord of stars, who had once sealed him, were long gone. Raven was now the undisputed apex of power. What good is an entire world? Elena retorted bitterly. I will never be with you, never again. Her resolute rejection had no effect on Raven. Instead, he smirked and shifted his gaze toward Elsa. I won't harm you, Elena, but your daughter, she would make a fine death wraith servant. Hearing this, Elena's mind was flooded with images of her family members being slaughtered, their souls ripped out and turned into Raven's wraiths. Without hesitation, she drew a dagger from her waist and pressed it against Raven's chest. If you dare touch her, I will kill you. Raven's laughter rang out, mocking and cold. In that moment, Elena's resolve solidified. With a swift motion, she gripped the dagger tightly and drove it into her own chest. Chapter 457, Leslie's Strategy. Elena knew that relying solely on her own strength, there was no way she could harm Raven. His power was simply too overwhelming. However, there was one thing she could still control: her own life. With a sharp thrust, crimson blood gushed uncontrollably from Elena's chest. Her complexion instantly turned pale. Elsa, veins bulging on her forehead, watched in horror. Her mother, once a top-tier prodigy, had mysteriously experienced a decline in her level over the years. This blow to the heart was more than enough to end her life. Elsa rushed to her mother's side, intent on stopping the bleeding. But before she could reach her, a cold gust knocked her back. Raven moved faster, cradling Elena in his arms, his expression full of panic. Elena, what are you doing? Feeling the life force and his beloved slipping away, Raven's panic only grew. He had never anticipated that Elena would make such a decisive move, piercing her own heart. Nor had he realized the depth of her resolve to die. As the Wraith Marshal, all of Raven's magic was centered around death and calamity. He had no means to heal or save her. Even if he used the rarest treasures in existence, her determination to die would render any attempt futile. For the first time in his life, the battle-hardened Wraith Marshal, who had faced countless hardships, found himself truly panicking. Elena, stay awake. Don't close your eyes. I'll take you to the fountain of life, it will save you. For the first time, Raven's heart raced in fear, a sensation he had never experienced before. Suddenly, just as Raven picked Elena up, a searing pain shot through his chest. Looking down, he saw an ice blade, etched with intricate runes, piercing straight through his heart. The heart of Wraiths, his core of power, had been damaged. Raven's face turned ashen as frost spread from the blade, coating his body in a layer of ice. His heart, too, had been transformed into an icy sculpture. In his fading consciousness, Raven forced his eyes open to look at Elena, still nestled in his arms, clutching the dagger. Shock and betrayal flickered across his face, but quickly gave way to acceptance. This is what you've wanted to do for a long time, isn't it? Elena's lips curled into a faint smile, though blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. Her voice was hoarse but resolute. This is something I've always wanted to do but never had the chance. Raven's pale lips twitched into a bitter smile, blood flowing freely. Even with the icy chill and the approach of death enveloping him, he whispered. Even now, though you've betrayed me again, I can't bring myself to hate you. Elena met his gaze, her smile faint but filled with exhaustion. Yes, you wouldn't hate me. As she spoke, she seemed to drift back to their first meeting. Back then, life had been so simple, so peaceful. If only time could have frozen in that moment. Raven, too, was overwhelmed by memories of their past together. He thought of the spirited, mischievous girl Elena used to be, so full of life. Yet now, she was entirely changed, and yet even now, being with her brought him comfort. Do you remember where we first met? Raven's trembling hand caressed Elena's cheek with a gentleness at odds with his terrifying power. You always told me back then not to resort to bloodshed to grow stronger, but you didn't understand I had no other path to take. The world, it didn't matter to me. All I ever needed was you by my side. Elena's gaze softened, her mind clouded by sorrow. Raven remembered so much, yet so little. Perhaps meeting him had been a mistake, a cruel joke played by fate. If things had been different, if she had stayed by his side, would their story have ended differently? As Elena's strength waned, Raven's panic deepened. His hands trembled, his voice cracked as he pleaded. Elena, stay with me, don't leave me. No matter how he called out, no matter how desperately he clung to her, Elena gave no response. Meanwhile, Elsa, regaining her senses after being knocked back, prepared to charge at Raven. But before she could move, a graceful figure appeared before her. It was a woman, her features regal and her demeanor exuding imperial authority. Leslie. Elsa's expression grew tense. This was the first time she had laid eyes on the famed figure. Leslie's reputation had grown immensely in recent times, and Elsa had heard plenty about her. But now, seeing Leslie standing there, the ice dagger her mother had wielded clearly imbued with Leslie's magic, Elsa's heart sank. You planned all this. Rage consumed Elsa as she raised her magic staff, channeling gravitational energy into a devastating strike that rippled through the air. The force of her attack was enough to threaten even the throne celestial. Yet Leslie remained unperturbed. With a calm motion, she pointed a single finger. Frost emanated from her touch, freezing Elsa's staff midair, along with her entire body, encasing her in a cage of ice. I am not your enemy, Leslie said coolly. Everything you've seen here is part of a plan your mother and I devised together. She entrusted you to me. Be obedient, and I won't harm you. Hearing this, Elsa's anger subsided as she quickly calmed herself. She knew her mother well. Elena was a determined woman. If Leslie was involved, it was likely because her mother had agreed to this plan. Grief welled up inside Elsa as the realization hit her mother had faced this day prepared to die. Turning toward her mother, who now lay weak in Raven's arms, Elsa's heart ached. Elena's breaths were shallow, her life hanging by a thread, as if a single gust of wind could extinguish her existence. Meanwhile, Raven, filled with seething rage, gently laid Elena down, encasing her in layers of protective necromantic magic. Then he turned his pitch-black gaze on Leslie. Leslie, you dare scheme against me, against Elena, you despicable wretch. His voice dripped with fury, and his body radiated killing intent. The wailing cries of countless wraiths surrounded him, their forms writhing with malevolent energy as if eager to devour Leslie whole. Despicable, Leslie's voice remained calm. Not as much as you. Besides, you know the saying, the victor writes the rules. Surely even you understand that. Leslie's expression remained unshaken as she spoke, her confidence unnerving Raven further. She had foreseen everything, from Raven's revival to his confrontation with Elena. Having worked closely with Elena, the person who understood Raven better than anyone, Leslie had devised a flawless plan. Raven's greatest weakness, his heart of wraiths, had been her target all along. And today, that plan had succeeded. Now, severely weakened, Raven stood before her, consumed by madness. The confrontation between the two titans was felt across the pure land, their clash sending shockwaves through the fabric of reality. Raven may be injured, but his power is still formidable. This battle could go either way, murmured one observer. Leslie wouldn't have come unprepared. She must have a strategy in place, another speculated. In the White Tower Tech Guild, Caesar stood before a group of celestial gods, a magical display showing the clash between Leslie and Raven in real time. This is going to be one hell of a showdown, Caesar muttered, his voice trembling with anticipation. Chapter 458 The Reappearance of the Dark Tower. Seeing the weapon embedded in Wraith Marshal's chest, Caesar furrowed his brows. If Raven were at his peak, he could confidently say that Leslie stood no chance. No matter how outstanding Leslie's talent was, it could not compare to the power Raven had accumulated over countless epochs. They were not even on the same level. However, Raven had been outmaneuvered, not only suffering a critical injury but also experiencing significant emotional turmoil due to Elena's grievous and near-fatal injuries. In this state, facing Leslie at her peak, even Caesar found himself losing his prior confidence and composure. To be safe, activate the god of deities as soon as possible. Quickly, Caesar made his decision. The celestial gods surrounding him exchanged glances and immediately began to act. At the same time, within the Alchemy Guild, the god of alchemy gazed into the void. The scene of Leslie facing off against Raven appeared before his eyes. Raven, after all these years, your power has indeed reached an unprecedented level, surpassing even what the god of light and others dared to attempt. Fortunately, this time, we have Lady Leslie. When Raven first appeared, he had been deeply concerned about Leslie and their predicament. After all, Raven's strength was already terrifying back then, requiring the combined efforts of the god of light and others to counter. Fortunately, Leslie had her own schemes, which weakened his power considerably. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how Leslie could defeat him. Even so, eliminating Raven would not be an easy task. Under the watchful eyes of countless powers, Raven took step after step toward Leslie. With each step, the cold aura emanating from him dissipated slightly. Even the dagger embedded in his chest was melting rapidly, its runes fading into oblivion. At that moment, his aura suddenly surged. Like a volcano suppressed for ages, it erupted with unbridled force. Leslie fixed her gaze on Raven, her expression serious. Your power is indeed formidable, but the era has changed. Relics of the old era should be replaced. Hey, little girl, do you think injuring me with your schemes guarantees your victory? Even the god of light and others weren't as arrogant as you. As Raven spoke, a torrent of wraith energy surged forth like billowing smoke, blanketing the heavens and earth. The mana remaining in the vicinity was quickly assimilated into wraith energy. Screams and howls grew increasingly intense, resonating from within the wraith energy. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. The void was not only devoid of mana but also forcefully twisted by Raven, becoming a realm of deadly revelry. Most mages found themselves unable to approach, let alone intervene, as they would be killed instantly. Even some throned celestials were overwhelmed, their senses assaulted by the maddening cries emanating from the wraith energy. Is this the legendary terror of the Wraith Marshal? Even in his injured state, he's utterly unstoppable. Many mages exclaimed in horror, their faces pale with fear. Meanwhile, at the heart of the wraith energy, Leslie stood, her expression calm as she gazed at Raven. Your strength is undeniable. In that case, let's finish this quickly. Within 3 moves either you die, or I do. Leslie's words caused Raven to burst into laughter. What an arrogant brat. Do you think you can defeat me in 3 moves? Raven's confidence in his strength was absolute. Although his injury had weakened him somewhat, the effects were minimal, reducing his power by only about 30%. Yet even at this level, he was beyond the reach of any challenger. Miss Leslie's words are bold, but isn't she overconfident? Raven isn't just a throned celestial, he's beyond that. Yet Miss Leslie has always done what she says. She must have some trump card or plan, or she wouldn't speak so boldly. What kind of trump card could possibly kill the Wraith Marshal? Many fell silent, their gazes fixed on Leslie. Leslie's declaration wasn't born of arrogance. She could feel that the icy dagger had inflicted significant damage on Raven's Wraith heart, but his recovery was progressing rapidly. If he fully recovered, even Leslie had little confidence in defeating him. Her only chance was to strike while he was weakened. The next moment, under countless astonished gazes, Leslie drew her bow and knocked an arrow. A chilling arrow, freezing the surrounding void, locked onto Raven. As the arrow took form, Raven's chest caved slightly, and countless ice crystals spread across his skin, piercing deep into his organs. Whoosh! The air cracked with a deafening sound as the arrow tore through the void. It pierced the Wraith energy, freezing and shattering it into a blizzard of icy shards. Raven's expression grew grim as countless Wraiths emerged from beneath his skin, coalescing into a sinister greatsword in his hands. As the blade appeared, the Wraith energy boiled over. Raven's aura surged once more as he gripped the greatsword and swung it down, shattering the stars. Leslie's icy arrow collided with the turbulent shockwave from the greatsword. Boom! The heavens and earth quaked. Countless fragments of order were scattered, and all sensory perception was obliterated. The entire empire trembled, and an aurora visible throughout the Pure Land lingered for a long time. Was this the terror of a power beyond throne celestial? Many gasped in disbelief. The shockwaves from this clash carried the scent of death. If they were caught in it, they would be annihilated without resistance. And this was only the beginning. The collision spread, turning everything around them into primordial chaos, utterly annihilated. Leslie's power of dominion commanded countless fragments of order resembling a meteor shower pressing down on the Wraith Marshal. Wraith Marshal, shrouded in malevolent wraiths, emanated an unimaginably terrifying aura, struggling against the overwhelming order. Their battle was one of mutual annihilation. Sensing Leslie's extraordinary strength, Raven roared furiously. Infinite wraiths, descend. At his hoarse and frenzied command, innumerable wraiths emerged from the Wraith energy, turning the area into a realm of unrestrained wraiths. These wraiths charged at Leslie with madness and despair. Twisted, chaotic, deadly, the tide of emotions threatened to engulf Leslie's mind, aiming to turn her into one of the wraiths. At that moment, a towering dark tower appeared behind Leslie, like an ancient mountain descending upon the battlefield. The wraiths rushing toward Leslie were absorbed and imprisoned by the dark tower the instant they approached. The dark tower, no, this is just its surface manifestation. Seeing the dark tower Leslie had summoned, Raven's pupils constricted. He seemed to realize something, exclaiming in shock. You're actually her. Leslie's expression remained indifferent. She had heard similar words from Cthulhu before. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Raven, your time is up. With that, Leslie rapidly formed an intricate series of hand seals. A blinding light erupted from her body, merging with the dark tower. The ancient dark tower began to spin, grinding toward Raven like a colossal black millstone. At that moment, the world fell silent. The wraiths' howl ceased. Raven's turbulent aura seemed to vanish. What just happened? Who won? No idea. Their battle is beyond perception. Yet it must be nearing its conclusion. The victor will soon emerge. Countless minds were tense. In the midst of this chaotic and extreme battle, no one could discern anything clearly. But they all knew one thing. This battle would determine the fate of the Pure Land. Everyone awaited the final victor. Chapter 459, Raven's Fate. Snow Lotus Empire. Inside the royal palace, after the earth-shattering battle between Leslie and Raven, countless layers of chaotic aura spread across the void, like a dense, misty cloud. Not long after, under the anxious gazes of countless forces, a figure suddenly flew out of the chaotic cloud. Everyone focused their attention. It was Raven. In the apocalyptic clash, the Wraith Marshal, Raven, had actually been repelled by Leslie. Under their watchful eyes, Raven was visibly heavily injured. His body was riddled with black cracks, resembling a spider's web. The Wraith heart in his chest had been pierced by ice and shattered completely. Severely wounded, Raven's aura weakened as he gasped for breath, trying to heal the injury in his chest. However, the shattered Wraith heart, once broken, could never be restored. More importantly, a shadow of a dark tower loomed over his chest. Though the dark tower was small, the unique aura it exuded completely suppressed the Wraith energy. Even as the Wraith Marshal, whose Wraith energy was immensely potent, Raven couldn't dispel the dark tower's influence. For a fleeting moment, Raven seemed to return to the past. He saw the forest where he first met Elena and scenes of their shared memories. How carefree they had been back then. If only he hadn't succumbed to darkness and become a vessel for wraiths, how wonderful might it have been. Raven reached out, trying to touch the face of the young girl before him. Yet as his fingers grazed her cheek, ripples spread like water, rendering the image untouchable and illusion. Snapping back to reality, Raven looked at Leslie. From the moment Leslie revealed the dark tower, Raven knew he wouldn't leave this place alive today. After all, Leslie's past self had been ruthless enough to severely wound even the Celestial. Taking a deep breath, Raven walked over to Elena's body, protected within a rune-like formation. If death was an inescapable conclusion, then fulfilling his old wish was a fitting choice and end. At that moment, Elsa's face filled with rage as she watched Raven's movements. She prepared to charge forward and stop him. Stop, let go of my mother. However, her words had no effect on Raven. Instead, Leslie appeared in front of Elsa, blocking her. Let him take your mother away. It's her final wish. Elsa stared at Leslie in disbelief, but Leslie's expression remained resolute. Though Leslie hadn't experienced the love story between Elena and Raven firsthand, Elena had remembered everything, especially matters concerning Raven. Clearly, her feelings for Raven were still profound. But sadly, Raven could no longer turn back, and neither could she. In Elena's heart, Raven was an extraordinarily complex figure, friend, benefactor, enemy, and spouse. Seeing Leslie's serious expression, Elsa could only stop, her face awash with tears as she gazed at Elena from a distance. Her cherished mother was gone forever. As Elena's daughter, who had always stayed by her side, Elsa deeply understood the inner torment her mother had endured over the years. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much time hiding in the library, poring over historical records to escape reality. Now, since it was her mother's final wish, Elsa had to respect it. But thinking of the man who had caused her mother so much pain, her anger surged uncontrollably, her heart filled with hatred. Under Elsa's tearful gaze, the once haggard and aged Raven gradually transformed as he carried Elena away. His hair darkened, his skin regained its elasticity, and his youthful eyes brimmed with hope for the world. He became a young boy once more. Meanwhile, Elena, cradled in his arms, gradually returned to the appearance of a young girl. In the final moments before his demise, it seemed Raven had gone back to the past, starting anew. A fitting conclusion, Leslie murmured, her voice tinged with emotion. She then turned her gaze toward the demon abyss. They've found their happy ending. Can we expect the same? Dear, it's time to come back. I miss you. At the same time, countless individuals watched Raven's distant figure, their expressions conflicted. Raven's natural talent had always been extraordinary. Once, he had been one of the most powerful beings, standing shoulder to shoulder with the god of light and others. It was a pity that he was later corrupted by the undead, eventually becoming the fearsome Wraith Marshal. Otherwise, with his talent, he could have rivaled the god of light, becoming a peerless figure across planes. What a waste. Many sighed with regret. Meanwhile, the god of alchemy, observing from his chamber, also had a complicated expression. Though he didn't like Raven, he couldn't deny the man's devotion and talent, which far surpassed his own and were leagues beyond most others. It was a shame that such a figure hadn't perished in a confrontation with the Celestial. But what surprised him even more was Leslie. Not only was she shrewd, but her combat prowess was also terrifying. Initially, he had thought the battle between Leslie and Raven would be an unprecedented, drawn-out struggle. Who would have expected it to end so quickly? Once the Dark Tower appeared, Raven had been utterly crushed. All her perceptions of the battlefield had vanished completely. No one knew what had transpired during that critical moment. But whatever happened, it led to Raven's crushing defeat, the destruction of his Wraith heart, and his ultimate downfall. Beyond that, Raven's body was covered in strange, scale-like marks, evidence of the Dark Tower's impact. That mysterious Dark Tower was anything but ordinary. As the god of alchemy, he had seen countless magical artifacts, crafted many powerful ones himself, and was familiar with their legends and abilities. Aside from Loki, no one's knowledge of artifacts surpassed his own. Yet he had no recollection of this Dark Tower. The less he knew about it, the more he suspected its peculiarity. While the god of alchemy pondered, Vanessa let out a sigh of relief. Raven's death is good for us. It'll further enhance the reputation of the Rebel Alliance. Besides, we're currently allied with Leslie. What's strange is how calm Caesar and his faction are about Raven's demise. The god of alchemy nodded thoughtfully at her words. He had assumed that once Raven was eliminated, the powerful figures under Caesar would defect to their side. After all, they were all part of the resistance, only loyal to different leaders. There were no deep-seated enmities between them. Yet the celestial gods who had sided with Caesar showed no intention of defecting. Their silence was unnerving. Were they determined to follow Caesar to the bitter end? Or was there another plan at work, within the small world? After defeating Raven, Leslie brought Elsa into the small world. Having promised Elena to protect her daughter, Leslie was determined to honor her word. Elsa, unfamiliar with the small world, was tense and anxious, especially in Leslie's overpowering presence. Leslie's terrifying display of power during the battle had left an indelible mark on Elsa. Though not directed at her, it had become a lingering nightmare. Standing beside Elsa were Farola of the Wailing Highlands, Ysera of the Emerald Dreamscape, and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace. These four renowned women of the Pure Land, all legendary in their own right, stood like attendants around Leslie. Each was a peerless beauty, famous in the Pure Land's rankings of exceptional women, each with unique charm. Their power and backgrounds were beyond what ordinary mages could hope to rival. As Elsa took in the sight of these legendary figures surrounding Leslie, Madeline narrowed her eyes. Chapter 460, Beneath the Demon Abyss, the Forgotten Divine Mountain. It seemed as if Owen and Leslie were like magnets, possessing an irresistible attraction toward the beauties of the Pure Land. If all of them were to join the Azure Kingdom, what kind of terrifying force would the Azure Kingdom become? However, that seemed to be somewhat difficult. After all, with so many stunning beauties, even as a woman, Madeline herself found it hard to resist, let alone Owen. More importantly, Leslie would likely disapprove. Various whimsical thoughts churned in Madeline's mind. Little Leslie rubbed her eyes and woke up. Seeing the lively scene in the small world, she was delighted and immediately pulled out a fruit of the world tree from her pocket and handed it to Elsa, whom she had just met for the first time. And Elsa, here, have a fruit to forget your troubles. She could tell that Elsa was in a bad mood, with tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. Elsa looked at little Leslie, stunned for a moment, before suddenly realizing that this was Leslie and Owen's child. Although she was still a little girl now, her appearance and demeanor exuded a natural charm. Elsa took one look and liked her immensely. However, Elsa was extremely wary of Leslie, so although she wanted to hug little Leslie, she first glanced at Leslie to seek her permission. Leslie gave her a slight nod. Only then did Elsa show a faint smile, gently embracing little Leslie, and shook her head as she said, I appreciate your kind thought, but this fruit is too precious. You should keep it for yourself. Upon entering the small world, Elsa had already noticed the lush and towering tree of the world that upheld the heavens and earth. The fruit that little Leslie had taken out was an incredibly rare treasure. Outside, such a fruit would undoubtedly cause an uproar. It was a priceless treasure that could significantly enhance the talents and strength of celestial gods, helping them break past their bottlenecks. We'll be friends in the future, won't we? Little Leslie asked in a soft, sweet voice, her large eyes blinking adorably. Elsa, without hesitation, nodded and said, it would be my honor to be your friend. Although little Leslie was still young, she had Owen and Leslie standing behind her. No one dared to underestimate her. Moreover, Elsa could keenly sense that little Leslie possessed extraordinary talent. Just holding her in her arms, Elsa felt the pressure emanating from the girl's bloodline. Once little Leslie grew up, she would undoubtedly be on par with her parents. In that case, as friends, you must accept it. Just spend more time with me in the future, little Leslie said with a smile, handing a world tree's fruit to Elsa. Elsa looked around at the others, noticing that they were all calm and didn't stop her, so she finally placed the fruit in her pocket, her heart filled with excitement. She had been stuck at the god-marked celestial god stage for a long time, unable to break through to the throne celestial. She had thought her talent had reached its limit, but with the world tree's fruit, she now had a significant chance of making that breakthrough. Little Leslie had given her an extraordinary gift upon their first meeting. Madeline and the others were well aware of little Leslie's generosity, having benefited greatly from it themselves. Leslie watched the scene unfold with a faint smile. Only when she was by little Leslie's side did she truly seem like a person, a mother with warmth. The ending of the story has already been written. Although they didn't live together in the real world, they were united in the past after death. Perhaps, from the perspective of the arena dimension, they will never part again, Leslie said. Little Leslie nodded as if she somewhat understood. Then, she looked at Leslie again and asked, Mom, are there any other stories? At her age, she loved listening to stories. The others immediately turned their eyes to Leslie. Leslie's stories were far more than just tales. Leslie thought for a moment, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she began to speak slowly. A long time ago, there was a little girl who lived happily on a divine mountain. She seemed to have no past, no parents, and was born with exceptional intelligence. The crowd listened silently, but suddenly the voice trembled. Charlotte rushed in hurriedly and, upon seeing Leslie, quickly dropped to one knee and reported, Your Majesty, we have just received news that the god of deities has been opened, and Caesar and his followers have defected to the Celestial. At these words, everyone fell silent. Caesar and his group had previously been part of the Rebel Alliance. And now, they had completely abandoned all pretense. Directly defecting to the Celestial, Madeline and the others were visibly angered, but the news was not entirely unexpected. Caesar had schemed against Owen, later releasing the Wraith Marshal from the land of the Forgotten, showing he was willing to stoop to any means. Charlotte continued indignantly, moreover, after aligning with the Celestial, they are now targeting the Alchemy Guild. The entire Pure Land is in chaos. Hearing this, Madeline and the others frowned deeply. Leslie swept her gaze over the crowd. Since Caesar has chosen to act, let's eliminate him as well. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were already prepared to face the Celestial. Now that Caesar and his group were desperate enough to act, there was no need to hold back. It was time to root out these traitors and pawns. The Azure Kingdom was no longer afraid of provocations from any faction. While Leslie was calmly issuing orders, no one noticed the chaotic aura flowing in little. Leslie's bright eyes. A unique wave emanated from her, piercing through the small world, through the void, even reaching the ancient demon abyss, where nothing could remain hidden under her gaze. She saw the proud figure of Owen and his group standing tall in the endless darkness. Daddy. Upon seeing the familiar figure, little Leslie's face lit up with a radiant smile. Daddy, come back soon. Mommy and I miss you so much. Deep within the demon abyss, there was nothing but pitch black darkness, devoid of even a trace of light. Only a ruined mountain, exuding a destructive aura, amid faint glimmers of light, covering an ancient tribe beneath it. This was once the divine mountain of the Alps. At this moment, the originally busy crowd had gathered beneath the divine mountain, their eyes filled with hope as they looked at the chief at the forefront. They had been trapped here for far too long, yet the thought of escaping had become an obsession. Despite repeated failures in the past, each time the idea resurfaced, their blood would boil. With renewed determination, the oppression of the Celestial will one day be broken. The chief glanced at Owen beside him, then took a deep breath and spoke in a hoarse yet resolute voice. The sound entered the ears of every person present, igniting the fire in their chests. Their blood surged, their magic intensified. It was as if flames had been lit within every heart. In ancient times, we were sealed here by the Celestial, but through generations, our ancestors never gave up on seeking a way out. Oppression never made them submit, it only strengthened their resolve. As he spoke, the chief gently stroked the black divine mountain behind him, his touch as tender as caressing a baby's skin. The will of our ancestors is embedded here. They watch over us, they wait for us, they bless and inspire us. It is their sacrifices that allow us to have light in this abyss of utter darkness. The villagers stood solemnly. Through relentless resistance, their ancestors had fought to the death. That unyielding spirit was deeply ingrained in their bloodline. They would not bow to the Celestial or succumb to their predestined fate. They believed only in themselves and their ability to one day escape this place. Owen's gaze swept over the crowd. These people had lived here for generations, enduring despair, oppression, and solitude. Yet they had survived. Their unwavering determination in the sacrifices of the Alpine ancestors were truly awe-inspiring. The sacrifices of our ancestors were meant to create better conditions for us. To let us stand on the shoulders of giants and move forward. Now, it is our turn to make sacrifices. The chief looked seriously at the crowd, his voice heavy with unspeakable weight. Owen has found a way for us to leave. This time, we will fight with all we have. Chapter 461, The Gathering, The Assault on the Dark Temple. The people present all turned their eyes to Owen. Originally, as a throned celestial, Owen didn't inspire much confidence in their success. However, seeing the boundless confidence radiating from him was like a spark igniting their fervor. They were willing to believe in Owen and follow him for this one attempt. After all, the unique confidence he exuded was unlike anything they had ever encountered before. Amidst the fiery determination in everyone's gaze, Owen stepped forward resolutely. Everyone, breaking the celestial seal here won't be easy, and I'll need your help. As Owen's voice rang out, the people standing not far before him immediately pounded their chests in assurance. Owen, just tell us what to do, and we'll do everything in our power to accomplish it. That's right, this time, we believe in you. Together, we can escape the demon abyss, for the glory of the Alps divine mountain. The cheers of the crowd rose and gathered, creating thunderous waves of sound that shook the heavens. Seeing that everyone's morale had been roused, Owen turned his gaze toward the peak of the Alps divine mountain, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Owen, that is the place forbidden by generations past, the chief quickly explained upon noticing Owen's focus. The lingering power of the celestial there is immensely terrifying. Anyone who comes into contact with it will suffer grave injuries, even death. Owen, however, shook his head slightly and said slowly. That's precisely where we're headed. To leave this place, we must reach the peak of the divine mountain and destroy the dark temple there. According to the system's guidance, the dark temple was located at the summit of the Alps. Owen's own senses confirmed that the lingering power of the celestial was most terrifying and concentrated at the mountain's peak, making it an instinctual place to avoid. However, to break the seal and destroy the dark temple, this was their only chance. Hearing Owen's solemn words, many of the tribespeople hesitated. Owen, are you really planning to go there? The lingering power of the celestial is truly dreadful, and our ancestors left a commandment warning of great peril there. We mustn't approach it. Exactly, Owen. Perhaps we should follow the method of our predecessors and focus on attacking the skies above us. One day, we might tear it apart completely. The dark canopy above was only 1,000 meters high originally. After generations of efforts by our ancestors, it's now 2,000 meters high. If we keep it, we'll surely have a chance. Many tried to persuade Owen, as his words seemed too shocking to them. Owen glanced at the chief and the others, his expression heavy. These simple tribespeople wouldn't lie to him. There must indeed be an ancestral commandment, but the system's guidance couldn't be wrong either. So where was the problem? Could it be that there was a traitor within the divine mountain? After much thought, Owen deemed this possibility the most likely. Otherwise, if destroying the dark temple was truly the way to break free from the celestial's hold, why would their ancestors have left a completely erroneous commandment? If not for this mistaken commandment, even though the lingering power of the celestial on the divine mountain was terrifying, the strong successive generations of the mountain dwellers could have worn it down over time. Like water wearing away stone, the dark temple would no longer exist. The celestial truly is cunning, suppressing them not only with power but also shackling their minds, Owen murmured to himself. Then, pointing to the divine mountain, he declared firmly. Everyone, I don't know where your ancestral commandment originated, but I assure you, as long as we destroy the dark temple atop the mountain, we can free ourselves from this place and break the celestial seal. Hearing this, everyone turned to the chief and the other elders of the tribe. They didn't think Owen would harm them, but this matter was of grave importance. Brother, I believe you. After a brief silence, a little girl missing a few teeth stepped forward to Owen's side and spoke firmly. I don't understand the grand reasoning, but Brother Owen makes me feel comfortable. This time, let's trust Brother Owen. With the little girl taking the lead, many other children who liked Owen chimed in as well. Having lived in isolation for so long, their simple nature gave them an almost childlike instinct for sensing goodwill and malice. Many of the tribe's adults thought for a moment and then spoke seriously. Chief, perhaps we should try. We've used countless methods and explored nearly every corner of the demon abyss, but none have worked. What Owen says does make some sense. I think we should give it a try too. There are so many of us, and even if the ancestral commandment says the mountain is dangerous, we should be able to return safely. Let's try. Owen isn't from our village, yet he immediately noticed something was amiss with that place. Maybe there really is a problem there. The aged chief looked at Owen, then at the mountain peak, and quickly nodded. Everyone, since we trust Owen, this time, we'll follow him and see for ourselves. However, that place is exceedingly dangerous. Those who haven't reached the throne. Celestial tears should not come for now. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether they could break the celestial seal, the place was undoubtedly perilous and required caution. Soon, the tribespeople split into two groups. On the left stood the strong adults and elders of the tribe, all of whom had reached the throne celestial level. A quick glance revealed as many as 30 of them. Owen's expression turned grave. Despite being sealed here for so long, these people had worked tirelessly to improve their strength across generations, producing such a large number of throne celestials. Their talent and heritage were truly remarkable. What made Owen even more solemn was the three elderly figures at the forefront of these throne celestials. One was an old woman holding a bone needle, mending animal hides as if she were an ordinary grandmother. Yet the aura emanating from her far surpassed the throne celestial level, akin to a massive black hole capable of swallowing anyone who approached. To her left stood an old man holding a cane. Although hunched over, his eyes were bright, and he carried a strong scent of medicinal herbs. He was the tribe's shaman healer, also a being beyond the throne celestial level. To her right was a brawny man wielding an axe, his upper body a bronze hue radiating explosive strength. The axe in his grip exuded a dense, oppressive gravity, pitch black and foreboding. These three were all beings beyond the throne celestial level. Coupled with the even more unfathomable chief, there were 30 throne celestials and 4 entities beyond that level. Such a lineup would be terrifying anywhere. Seeing this assembly, even the chief felt a bit reassured. Together, they could respond swiftly to any unexpected situation. Meanwhile, Reyna, Lana, and Princess Mary gazed at the crowd, astonished by the sheer aura emanating from them. Previously, though they had noticed differences between these people and those outside, they couldn't pinpoint what was unique. Now, with their combined presence, the terrifying aura they exuded made them realize just how extraordinary these seemingly ordinary farmers truly were. As they stood in shock, Owen suddenly seemed to sense something and looked up sharply at the canopy above. In a fleeting moment, it was as if he saw the soft and adorable little Leslie, her white eyes filled with anticipation as she stared at him. "Daddy, Mommy, and I miss you so much." Hearing her voice, Owen narrowed his eyes, his mind filled with images of Leslie and his daughter. He couldn't stay here much longer. The situation in the Pure Land was unstable, and relying solely on Leslie was too much of a burden for her. No matter what, he had to leave this place quickly and return to his wife and child. Resolving this in his heart, Owen took a deep breath, dispelling his distractions. Then, he charged straight toward the Alps' Divine Mountain. Chapter 462 Eerie, the being representing ominousness. "Let's go. This time, I'll take you all home." After Owen departed, the previously silent Rachel followed closely behind, with the chief and the others also quickly joining in, exuding a formidable aura. Reyna gazed at Owen's departing figure, her expression somewhat dazed. The strength of the three of them wasn't enough, they could only stay behind and silently cheer for Owen and the others. Lana and Princess Mary glanced at the entranced Reyna. Lana seemed to recall something inside, saying, "Sister, you haven't forgotten about that incident, have you? You're watching so intently." Hearing this, Reyna blushed slightly. Though she was unwilling to admit it, Owen's figure grew more vivid in her heart with each passing moment. The more she tried to forget, the deeper the memory etched itself. Princess Mary, seeing her mentor like this, knew that in her heart, Reyna had never truly forgotten Owen. She could only sigh. Owen seemed endlessly surrounded by beautiful women. To say nothing of others, even now, he was accompanied by Rachel, a powerful figure who was both strong and an ideal wife and mother. All she could say was that liking Owen was truly an unfortunate thing. This time, with so many powerful people gathered, there shouldn't be any problems, Princess Mary consoled her mentor. Besides, you know that Owen isn't an ordinary person. With him, even the most dangerous places can be overcome. Reyna naturally understood this in her heart. However, this time, Owen's opponent was the Celestial, and she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Under Owen's lead, the group soon reached the summit of the Alps' Divine Mountain. At this moment, looking around, the Divine Mountain emanated an extreme aura of destruction. Bright light dispelled the surrounding darkness. However, at the very center of the summit, an ancient black temple stood, like a black hole devouring all nearby light. "So this is the Dark Temple," Owen murmured, strongly sensing a dense, dangerous aura emanating from the ancient temple. Within this aura was the distinct presence of the Celestial's power, making it clear that this was the core of the Celestial Seal. The terrifying power of the Celestial caused even Owen to feel an intense unease. Discover more stories at Empire. No wonder the people of the Alps had been trapped here for so long. While Owen examined the temple, the others present also carefully scrutinized it. They had never ventured this deep before, knowing of the ancient temple only through ancestral tales. According to their ancestors, the temple symbolized ominousness and death and was not to be approached lightly. But now that they were close, they discovered the overwhelming presence of the Celestial's power. Clearly, this place was intricately tied to the Celestial. At this moment, Owen turned to the chief and the others, saying, "This place is dangerous. From now on, everyone must stick together and proceed cautiously." The chief and the others nodded. They too could feel the pervasive danger of death emanating from this place. Although they had faced the Celestial's power many times, the aura emanating from this temple was infinitely stronger than anything they had encountered before. None dared to act recklessly. Owen enveloped himself in the power of order and attempted to enter the temple. However, as soon as he approached, an invisible barrier seemed to block his way. Owen tried to force his way through, and the seemingly empty void suddenly revealed intricate patterns of light, constructing a dazzling, brilliant array. As the array released a powerful wave of energy, Owen was rapidly repelled. What terrifying power! This must be a formation personally created by the Celestial. After stabilizing himself, Owen's eyes grew even brighter. The system's guidance was indeed correct. If they destroyed the Dark Temple, they could escape this place. "Owen, are you alright?" The chief rushed over to Owen's side, asking with concern. Owen shook his head, pausing briefly before saying, "Chief, to enter the temple, we must break the formation. I'll need everyone's cooperation to accomplish this." From what he had observed, it was clear that relying on a single person's power and magic was not enough to shake the painstakingly crafted formation of the Celestial. Only together could they succeed. The chief and the others nodded. Centering themselves around the chief, the tribespeople gathered their individual powers into him. The chief, already immensely powerful, now swelled with the combined strength of the others, his body expanding like a balloon. Around him, the sounds of countless magical chants filled the air. Then, he struck the light array with a heavy palm. In an instant, the Alps trembled. As if shaken to its core, the mountain quaked, and mana began leaking uncontrollably. The previously intact formation patterns cracked, emitting ear-piercing sounds. Seizing the moment, Owen and Rachel struck simultaneously. Heaven Emperor Fist. Their punches shattered the already fractured formation into countless pieces, scattering like shards of glass. Rachel followed up with another strike, further widening the cracks. A 3-meter wide gap in the formation now lay before Owen and the others. Owen glanced into the temple through the gap. Within the Dark Temple, a place untouched by light, he saw an inky black ocean. The distant sound of waves echoed faintly. It seemed that within the Dark Temple lay a vast, stormy sea. Owen activated the power of order to envelop himself and charged into the dark temple. The moment he entered, Owen saw the eerie black ocean. Though it wasn't entirely visible, each surge of the dark waves carried a unique magical aura. For Owen, whose soul was extraordinarily powerful, the vast ocean unfolded directly within his mind. Yet within the black ocean, there seemed to be no living creatures, only the lingering power of the celestial. What is this place? The chief and the others followed Owen, their curiosity piqued. At that moment, the sound of a sailboat being propelled by the wind echoed. A black ghost ship, its origins and destination unknown, appeared upon the ocean. Everyone's attention instantly focused on the ghost ship. The ship was incredibly dilapidated, barely more than a skeleton, yet it did not sink and continued its voyage, exuding an inexplicable eerie atmosphere. Owen furrowed his brow, sensing the same dark aura that had once clung to the flame sword. The ghost ship bore the same aura as that drop of dark blood. It was that drop of blood that had granted the ghost ship its peculiar power. The chief scrutinized the ghost ship for a moment but couldn't discern its secrets. He turned to the other tribespeople, who also found themselves stunned. Yet all of them instinctively felt danger emanating from the ghost ship. Their instincts told them not to approach, lest they face deadly peril. After all, this wasn't an ordinary place but one infused with the Celestial's power and machinations. Look, in the center of the ocean, there seems to be a glowing island. Suddenly, Rachel's pupils contracted as she pointed to the center of the ocean, exclaiming in shock. The island flickered in and out of view, emitting an eerie red glow, as though it led to another world. Owen also noticed the island. He prepared to walk across the air toward it, searching for a way to escape this place. However, just as the thought arose, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the black ghost ship. The announcement was abrupt, but soon Owen found his consciousness linked to the ghost ship. At his command, the black ghost ship slowly sailed toward the chief and the others. Startled, the chief and the others were about to take action, but they saw Owen leap onto the ghost ship. Everyone, don't worry, I've already gained control of this ship. Come aboard, we'll head to the island together. Chapter 463 Crisis of the Black Sea. When the others saw Owen seemingly able to control that eerie black ghost ship, a trace of astonishment flashed across their faces. This place was rich with the power of the Celestial. The ghost ship exuded an inexplicable eeriness. How was Owen managing this? Despite their astonishment, they quickly regained their composure and rushed toward the ghost ship at incredible speed. The deeper they ventured, the more intense the oppressive presence of the Celestial felt. Clearly, this must be the seal of the Celestial that Owen had mentioned. Breaking the seal would allow them to leave this place and re-establish the legendary Alps Mountain, which had once dominated the plains. N.O.VELBJN.C.O. As the chief and others charged toward the black ghost ship at an astonishing speed, suddenly, a piercing screech echoed continuously from within the ship. A ghostly figure, so horrifying that it caused countless pupils to constrict, slowly crawled up from the bottom of the ghost ship. Its speed was lightning fast, leaving only after images in its wake. However, the terrifying aura it emanated twisted their senses, making them nauseous and causing an urge to vomit. Owen, watch out. They all sensed that this eerie creature was directly targeting Owen at lightning speed, and they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. From the moment the sinister figure appeared, Owen had sensed it, feeling a strong aura of danger rushing toward him. His expression turned grim. He punched forward with immense force. Heaven Emperor Fist. The void for thousands of meters around collapsed and shattered, creating a shocking shockwave that tore massive trenches into the black waves. The black figure rushing toward Owen was instantly struck down, crashing into the depths of the sea, creating a vacuum-like space on the ocean's surface. The surrounding water surged and roared, raising towering black waves. The strange figure, forced into the depths of the Black Sea, revealed its true form. When the group finally saw it clearly, their pupils contracted abruptly, and their hearts filled with unease. The figure was humanoid but entirely decayed. Its flesh was riddled with pustules emitting a nauseating stench, resembling a terminally ill patient whose body reeked of rotten malice. After being struck into the depths of the Black Sea, the figure's body was torn apart by the secondary force of the punch, exploding into pieces. The vile ichor spread out, and even the seawater rushing to fill the void was corroded, producing a near-piercing sizzle and quickly transforming into black smoke that dissipated into the air. What in the world was that? After Owen obliterated it, everyone felt a lingering fear. Owen shook his head. I'm not sure, but it carried an extremely dense dark aura. It might be the gatekeeper of the Dark Temple. The others nodded, gazing cautiously at the eerie Black Sea, not daring to let their guard down. The sudden appearance of that black shadow was comparable to a god-marked celestial god in strength. Yet its speed when interrupted earlier had caught many of them off guard. If they encountered another sudden attack or unexpected situation. Understanding this as well, Owen swept a glance at the chief and others, urging. We must move faster. This place is strange, and the longer we stay, the more risks we might face. We need to end this quickly and destroy the Dark Temple. The others nodded in agreement and quickly heightened their vigilance to prevent any ambushes. At that moment, Owen stood at the bow of the black ghost ship, with 4 beings surpassing throne celestial positioned at various parts of the ship. Each radiated a unique energy fluctuation, enveloping the group in their protective auras. If anything unexpected happened, they would act immediately. At the bottom of the ominous demon abyss, their coordination and tacit understanding surpassed even the most well-trained battle formations. After making thorough preparations, Owen infused some of his mana into the ghost ship, propelling the massive vessel toward the island at the heart of the Black Sea. As they progressed, ripples like fish scales suddenly appeared on the originally calm waters. Moments later, a spellbeast resembling a swordfish leapt from the Black Sea, suspending itself before Owen and the others while exuding a unique corrosive aura that distorted the void. The creature was covered in grotesque pustules, making it appear highly unsettling. Yet the aura it emanated was far more terrifying than the previous shadowy figure, several times stronger. This was a throne celestial, and an extraordinary one at that. Many among Owen's group, even those of the same level, sensed the threat of death from this being. Intruders, this is not a place for you. The massive sea beast, having broken free from the Black Sea's constraints, gazed down at Owen and his companions. Its raspy voice echoed in their ears, causing a soul-wrenching pain that made them frown deeply. In the next moment, the swordfish abruptly swiped its fin, sending the waves beneath the ghost ship into a violent spin. A massive wave shot skyward like an erupting volcano, lifting the colossal ghost ship high into the air. Streams of water then rose against gravity, forming black pillars that hurtled down toward Owen and his group. Their expressions turned grim. At that moment, the ghost ship, lifted by the giant wave, seemed trapped within a tumultuous sea, about to be shattered into pieces by the crashing waves. The power was overwhelming. Owen's mind stirred as he summoned the flame sword. Blazing flames ignited along the blade, radiating intense heat that evaporated the thick mist in the air. The scorching heat waves spread out from Owen, clearing the moisture in all directions. The countless waves hurtling toward the ghost ship evaporated significantly before even reaching it. This was just the beginning. Flames erupted in Owen's eyes as he gripped the fiery sword tightly and slashed downward. The searing sword energy surged forth like a burning sea of fire, instantly obliterating the waves. Even the lingering mist above was completely vaporized. The boastful swordfish didn't even have time to react before the sword energy reached it, slicing it from its sharp snout down the middle. The flames ignited along the cut, consuming the swordfish entirely like a fiery feast. Owen stood firm, sword in hand. The others were stunned. Though they had known Owen's strength was formidable, witnessing him in action left them in awe. The swordfish, a thrown celestial surpassing most of them, was slain in a single move. Owen's power was terrifying. It was no wonder he had confidence in their escape. As such thoughts crossed their minds, the swordfish's sudden death seemed to trigger a chain reaction. From beneath the rolling black waves, countless eerie creatures leapt out, forming an endless tide that launched a relentless assault. These strange beings seemed long dead, their bodies decayed and incomplete, yet still disturbingly animated. However, before Owen could act again, the chief and others stepped forward. Owen, focus on propelling the ghost ship. Leave the rest to us. Their knowledge of this place was limited, and staying too long might lead to unexpected dangers. The best course was to escape swiftly to avoid becoming trapped. Owen nodded and accelerated his control over the ghost ship. Meanwhile, the horrifying dark spell beasts swarmed the ghost ship from all directions. Perish. The chief, his eyes sharp, roared thunderously. His powerful voice spread outward, causing the approaching dark spell beasts to explode as if following an irresistible command. Black blood rained down like droplets, painting the scene with carnage. As a being above throne celestial, dealing with these dark spell beasts was a simple task for him. The elderly woman beside him flicked her fingers, sending bone spikes as streaks of light that effortlessly obliterated the encroaching creatures. Chapter 464, The Four Figures Above the Throne. Some spell beasts didn't even realize they were dead. It wasn't until they reached the old woman that they collapsed helplessly to the ground, their bodies riddled with tiny puncture wounds from which blood flowed incessantly. Additionally, another elderly man, whose bright eyes emanated pure white light from their depths, unleashed an extreme holy radiance that purified all the dark creatures. Those dark entities rushing forward were like moths to a flame, continuously corroded and ignited by the holy light. Among the four of them, the most visually striking was the middle-aged man wielding a massive axe. Though his age and time spent cultivating could have compared to the chief and the others, each swing of his axe resembled a spinning meat grinder, shredding any approaching dark creatures into scarlet chunks of flesh. The black, foul-smelling flesh and shattered bones turned the area into a hellish scene. All four were terrifying beings who had surpassed throne celestial. Wherever they struck, destruction followed. This level of dark creature posed no real threat to them. However, as Owen pressed forward, more and more of these eerie creatures met their deaths. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed across the heavens and earth. This path is closed. Those who attempt to leave will be killed without mercy. The voice carried an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even the chief and the others, who had just been slaughtering with abandon, immediately turned solemn. Although it was just a voice, they could sense from it an aura akin to theirs, perhaps even surpassing it. Above throne celestial, the chief and the others quickly turned toward the source of the voice, seeing four figures rushing rapidly from the island's defensive line. The aura emanating from these four was even stronger than that of the chief and his companions. The leader of the four had 8 arms, each clutching a magical artifact exuding an eerie presence, as though he were a celestial god of judgment. Just looking at him made one feel oppressed. It was this 8-armed figure who had spoken earlier. Hey, what if we insist on passing? The chief and the others glared at the terrifying 8-armed being. Though the creature's aura was formidable, they had no choice but to succeed or perish. Today there was no turning back. Insist on passing. Such arrogance. Even your predecessors didn't dare to be this brazen. Another voice spoke, this time belonging to a woman with 6 bizarre eyes on her face. Each of her eyes was unique, as though she were a collector of rare ocular organs like Loki. Being stared at by her felt like being observed by 6 separate entities, as though she could see through to one's deepest secrets. Why don't you try and see? The chief replied with a cold smile. The more these creatures taunted them, the more certain the chief was that the seal lay here. There was no retreat from this place. If it's a fight you want, we'll gladly oblige. The others behind the chief responded earnestly. The aura emanating from these creatures was entirely from the celestial, showing no intention of sparing them. The best course of action now was to charge straight for the dark temple. Fools, kill them, kill. The 4 eerie figures, treading upon the void, let out heart-wrenching roars and charged toward the ghost ship. The void trembled, and a blood-soaked storm howled in their wake. I'll take on the one with 8 arms. My axe has been itching for a fight. The burly man hoisted his massive axe and charged forward without hesitation. The old woman, meanwhile, dashed toward the grotesque figure with 6 eyes. Owen was about to take action when the chief's voice reached him telepathically. Owen, the priority is destroying the dark temple. You know more about it than we do. Leave these creatures to us and head straight for the dark temple. Owen hesitated briefly but nodded in agreement. Turning to Rachel, he reminded her, Rachel, be careful. I'll be back soon. Rachel nodded. Take care of yourself. With the chief and the others, I'll be fine. Only then did Owen breathe a sigh of relief, swiftly taking to the air and charging toward the center of the Black Sea. Leaving, did you ask my blades for permission? As Owen prepared to depart, a horned creature wielding 2 blood-red blades grinned wickedly and rushed toward him. Little one, did you ask for my permission to target him? The chief blocked its path, and for once, a rare killing intent flickered across his aged face. Sensing the chief's aura, the horned creature smirked disdainfully. With your strength, you're not even qualified to stand before me. Although both were beings above throne celestial, the chief's aura was noticeably weaker than the horned creature's. The chief said nothing more, his body beginning to emit dazzling lightning. His dim eyes seemed to transform into endless thunderclouds, shooting out blinding bolts of lightning. Countless arcs of electricity radiated from the chief, shattering the surrounding darkness. It's been a while since I fought seriously. Let's hope you're a worthy opponent. The chief laughed heartily, gathering the lightning into his palm. With a firm grip, it transformed into a thunder spear, which he hurled forward with incredible speed. The spear tore through the dark void, turning it into brilliant silver. The shockwaves rippled outward, affecting the entire Black Sea and stirring its waves. The horned figure wielding blood-red blades quickly shed its arrogance, darting through the storm of lightning with agility akin to a monkey leaping through a thorny thicket, closing in. On the chief stepped forward, conjuring a dense web of lightning underfoot, forming an inescapable net of attacks. Lightning surged from the heavens and earth, striking the horned creature directly. Sizzle. Black smoke billowed as the horned figure's aura faltered momentarily, only to recover rapidly. The charred marks on its body began healing at a visible pace. Meanwhile, on another front, the 8-armed creature, seeing the burly man charging with his axe, swelled its muscles and tightened its grip on a massive hammer in one hand. The other 7 arms followed suit, each wielding an identical hammer, radiating explosive power. Boom. All 8 hammers slammed down simultaneously, releasing deafening roars that shattered the void across thousands of meters, creating a chaotic zone and launching an all-out assault on the burly man. In that moment, however, a dazzling light split through the chaos. The shockwaves from the hammers were cleaved apart, and the axe loomed ever larger in the 8-armed creature's eyes, exuding an unstoppable dominance. Elsewhere, the old woman stood before the 6-eyed entity, her array of bone spikes floating densely around her. These spikes shimmered like streams of light, darting toward the woman like nimble fish. The 6-eyed entity's gaze glowed green, emitting highly corrosive beams that collided with the old woman's bone spikes, creating waves of energy that rippled outward. As the battles reached a fever pitch, Rachel and her companions weren't idle either. They quickly formed a battle array, channeling pure mana into the 4 fighters, sustaining their elemental expenditure. The 4 eerie figures were already stronger than the chief and his companions. Now, with the Black Sea providing them a continuous source of power, they seemed invincible. If the stalemate continued, the situation would worsen for them. Rachel glanced toward Owen's position in the distance. The only hope now was for Owen to destroy the Dark Temple as quickly as possible. Owen shared the same thought. However, as he prepared to act, a figure of indeterminate gender suddenly blocked his path. Your aura is peculiar. Devouring you would greatly benefit me, so why don't you obediently let me consume you? The figure grinned eerily, emitting an unsettling laugh that sent shivers down the spine. A pure chaotic aura surged from its body, rushing straight toward Owen. Chapter 465, The Primal Chaos Magic. Chaotic Aura. Sensing the strange fluctuation approaching him, Owen's expression showed a hint of surprise. Chaotic Aura, as the oldest source of magic and the foundation of all magic, was incredibly powerful. It overshadowed all other schools of magic, standing as the undisputed king of magic. Precisely because of its uniqueness, it was almost impossible for mages to control. Yet here was this androgynous creature, capable of wielding this extraordinary chaotic aura. Rachel and the others also noticed this scene and were visibly horrified. Was this the Celestials' true test for them? A monster wielding the most primal, ancient magic. It was well known that chaos magic had appeared only rarely throughout the vast river of history. Each time it emerged, it would stir up a storm across the plains, becoming the indisputable pinnacle existence of its era. Such individuals could almost claim an eternal legacy. For them, defeating higher-level opponents was as easy as playing a game. With this monster already surpassing Throne Celestial and wielding chaotic aura, it was almost invincible. Rachel and the others were filled with dread, as they had never encountered such a terrifying opponent before. However, the astonishment on Owen's face lasted only for a fleeting moment. Because under his keen gaze, he noticed a flaw in the creature's form. Hey, it's merely a special creature crafted using the corpse of a chaos-bodied mage. It doesn't truly wield chaos magic. As soon as Owen spoke, a wave of astonishment rippled through the group. They quickly calmed down and looked at the creature wielding chaotic aura, letting out a faint sigh of relief. Indeed, as Owen said, the flow of chaotic aura around the creature was restricted and lacked true fluidity. Moreover, the aura was impure. Nevertheless, it was still immensely dangerous. Chaotic aura could devour all other magic, rendering magical attacks almost entirely ineffective against it. Owen, leave this creature to me, said the elderly man, stepping in front of Owen, his expression solemn as he gazed at the creature ahead. Are you sure you can handle it? Owen asked. While Owen himself did not fear this mage wielding chaotic aura, for others it was an insurmountable chasm. Let me try. The Alps has its own pride and heritage, the elder replied. As he spoke, complex runes began to appear around him. These runes were as small as ants, but they were densely packed, forming a swarm that circled him. Gradually, they shaped into a unique altar. Once the altar appeared, an ancient and primal aura surged from the elder. O ancient mountain lord, embodiment of wisdom and power, ancient force that topples all, your servant sings your praises. As the elder's chant grew louder, the reverberations spread like waves, rolling endlessly. It was as though the chant had crossed the bounds of time and space, reaching the ears of a mysterious and powerful being. The creature wielding chaotic aura seemed to sense something amiss. Its expression darkened as it channeled its mana, charging straight at the elder. In an instant, under the enhancement of chaotic energy, the creature's speed was almost instantaneous. It appeared before the elder in the blink of an eye. Chaotic aura condensed into a deadly blade, slashing toward the elder's neck with howling winds. Order shattered, and all structure dissolved. This slash seemed unstoppable, yet just as the blade was about to strike the elder's neck, an ethereal figure materialized before him. Like a blooming, otherworldly flower, the terrifying slash was halted midair, unable to advance even a millimeter further. The creature shuddered, a chill running down its spine, as the phantom figure opened its previously shut eyes to gaze at it. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, unfeeling, devoid of any emotion. They viewed all things in heaven and earth as mere trifles. Even the chaotic aura within the creature began to dissipate under the gaze of those eyes. Just this phantom alone was so fearsome, how terrifying must its true form be. Meanwhile, observing this scene, Owen's expression showed a trace of astonishment. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt as though the phantom figure summoned by the elder looked somewhat familiar. However, just as he tried to focus on it, the figure vanished without a trace, leaving only its unique aura lingering within the elder, causing his strength to surge dramatically. Though this power boost was temporary, it was enough for the elder to contend with the creature wielding chaos magic. Seeing this, Owen no longer hesitated. He charged toward the island in the depths of the Black Sea. A familiar figure, chaotic aura. As he dashed forward, images of Leslie and his daughter quickly flashed through Owen's mind. To him, the mysterious figure summoned by the elder bore a striking resemblance to Leslie in both demeanor and appearance. As for chaotic aura, before leaving, Owen had already sensed the signs of universal convergence within little Leslie. Once the convergence was complete, it would return to chaos. His daughter's talent was, at the very least, on par with the level of chaos magic. As this thought crossed Owen's mind, within the small world, little Leslie suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her round cheeks, she murmured in confusion. What's going on? Is someone thinking of me? This puzzlement quickly passed, and her face lit up with a radiant smile. Papa's thinking of me, she said cheerfully. Then, countless strands of order surged within her, as she lightly traced her fingers through the void. These strands rapidly converged, transforming into the purest chaotic aura. The emergence of chaotic aura left everyone in the small world, including the dragon princess and Ysera, staring at little Leslie in shock. Chaotic aura. How old was little Leslie, and she could already wield chaos magic? This was astonishing. From what they knew, even the ancient prodigies recorded in history, who mastered chaos magic, could only do so after many years of cultivation. For someone as young as little Leslie to wield chaos magic was unheard of in all of history. Not just a genius in chaos magic, but to wield it at such a young age, her potential is limitless. She is the daughter of Lady Leslie and Owen. With such an incredible lineage, perhaps this isn't so surprising. What a terrifying family. Owen and Leslie are already extraordinary, and now their child possesses such talent. It's unbelievable. As the others whispered, Leslie remained calm. While everyone else regarded little Leslie as a peerless prodigy in chaos magic, only Leslie knew the truth. Chaos magic was merely the surface. Little Leslie's true talent was far beyond their imagination. At that moment, under everyone's gaze, little Leslie manipulated the chaotic aura to trace a sweet heart shape before her. She pushed it gently forward with her tiny hand, and the heart, a representation of her longing, crossed the void and rushed toward Owen's direction. On the vast, boundless Black Sea, Owen flew swiftly through the air. With no more monsters blocking his way, it took him only half an hour to see the outline of an island ahead. The island wasn't large, entirely shrouded in darkness, with only an ancient, tightly sealed temple exuding a profound and aged aura. At the sight of this temple, information about the Dark Temple immediately surfaced in Owen's mind. Although the system's introduction to the Dark Temple was brief, the mission's rewards indicated its extreme difficulty. The Dark Temple was certainly not as simple as it appeared. As Owen drew closer, the ancient aura emanating from the Dark Temple filled him with unease. The nearer he got, the more he felt a sense of assimilation. His magical energy began to solidify, making it increasingly difficult to channel. Chapter 466, Arrival in the Eerie Dark Temple. Feeling the continuous influence of the Dark Temple on himself, Owen dared not delay any longer and decided to end things swiftly. A sharp burst of sword energy erupted from the flame sword, crashing heavily onto the sealed Dark Temple doors. The Dark Temple shook slightly but quickly returned to calm. There wasn't even a trace of a sword mark left on its surface. Owen's expression grew more solemn. The flame sword was extraordinarily powerful, especially when bolstered by Owen's mana. It was capable of leaving scorching marks, if not outright destruction, on mountains or even small worlds. How could it fail to leave a single mark here? Just as Owen prepared to try again, the flame rune on his arm suddenly flickered. Owen's eyes widened in surprise. This flame rune, a reward from the system, unexpectedly reacted here. Under Owen's watchful gaze, a fist-sized flame emerged from the rune, flew across the void, and landed precisely on the Dark Temple doors. Suddenly, the previously sealed doors began to shake violently, showing signs of opening. The entire island trembled in response. At that moment, the disturbance in the Dark Temple immediately drew the attention of the monsters guarding it. The four monsters battling the chief and his group instantly tensed up and prepared to return to the temple. Their mission was to kill any being approaching the Dark Temple. Allowing someone to open it was absolutely unacceptable. However, just as they were about to retreat, the chief and his companions launched a fierce offensive, forcibly holding them back to buy Owen critical time. "You rebellious scum!" The monsters roared in fury, their auras becoming even more frenzied as they entered an enraged state. "Owen, you must succeed." Rachel and the others sensed the sudden shift and knew it must be because Owen had made progress. Otherwise, these monsters, who had been toying with them like cats with mice, wouldn't suddenly lose their composure. Under Rachel's guidance, even more intense mana surged into the chief and the other three, empowering them further. Meanwhile, Owen paid no attention to the auras erupting from the monsters. The moment the Dark Temple doors cracked open, he gripped the flame sword and the Godslayer staff tightly and charged inside. The moment he entered the temple, his gaze was immediately drawn to the ceiling. Above him was a vast expanse of stars, so brilliant that they illuminated the once dark temple. These stars formed an ancient star map. At first glance, this star map was completely different from the current era's constellation, so ancient that its origins were indeterminable. As Owen stared at it, a cold, bone-piercing wind suddenly swept through, causing him to shiver instinctively. It felt as though he had fallen into an abyssal hell. Snapping out of it, Owen quickly turned toward the source of the chill. It came from the deepest part of the temple. There stood an ancient altar. The altar seemed to bear 5 different colors, though now it was charred black and emanating a foreboding aura of darkness. The chilling sensation that had made Owen's body feel frozen came from this ominous dark energy. Even the black sea outside seemed like a diluted version of this dark energy. This eerie altar appeared to be the source of the darkness in the core of the celestial seal. However, this thought only flickered through Owen's mind for a moment before vanishing. Because atop the altar was a figure concealed in a faint mist. As Owen's gaze fell upon the altar, the figure stepped out of the mist. Had it not voluntarily revealed itself, Owen wouldn't even have noticed its presence. The moment Owen saw this figure, only one thought filled his mind. Terrifying. The aura emanating from this figure exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. The figure seemed to have been dismembered in the past, its body showed clear signs of being stitched back together. Its skin was covered in scars resembling centipedes crawling across it. The dark energy emanating from this figure was even more intense and horrifying than that of the altar. It was evident this figure was the true source of the darkness. As Owen stared at it, the figure also locked its gaze on him. "All shall return to nothingness. All shall eternally slumber in the lament of darkness," it said. "So, join me in slumber, waiting for the day when all is consumed by the dark." Its voice was maddeningly deranged, and as it spoke, its disheveled hair quivered slightly. Owen regarded the figure with a deeply serious expression. This being hadn't appeared in any of the stories Owen knew. Given the aura it emitted, it seemed almost impossible that such a terrifying individual would go unmentioned in history. If Owen could uncover its identity, it might offer a key advantage in dealing with it. However, after a moment of thought, Owen had no leads. "What's wrong? You don't wish to slumber with me?" Seeing Owen remain silent, the deranged figure became even more agitated. "Though you may be powerful, I recall that I should be invincible. I have no equals, none. Ever." It clutched its head with its hands, causing the chains shackling it to rattle loudly. Watching this display of madness, Owen suddenly felt that this figure resembled the Dark Lord from legend. Long ago, the Dark Lord initiated a bloody massacre in an attempt to shroud all life in darkness. That war had claimed countless lives. The chaos he caused had drawn the attention of the Celestial and other supreme powers, who launched a concerted effort to destroy him. By all accounts, the Dark Lord had perished in that era. How could he now be here, guarding the Dark Temple? As a mix of complex emotions flickered across Owen's face, the Dark Lord patted his temple and looked at him intently. "You know me." The Dark Lord's voice was cold, carrying an irrefutable authority, as though his words alone defined truth. Owen didn't bother to hide it and replied calmly, "Yes, I recognize you. You were the Dark Lord." Hearing this, the Dark Lord's face showed a rare hint of surprise. After all, the events of that tumultuous era had occurred countless millennia ago. Few, if any, in this age should recognize him. Especially since Owen's certainty about his identity left no room for doubt. The Dark Lord wasn't even originally from this plane but from another. Owen's gaze hardened as he studied the increasingly cold expression of the Dark Lord. "You, a unique being from another plane, may have been significant once, but today, we are enemies. I'm afraid I must apologize," Owen said calmly. Knowing the Dark Lord's identity allowed Owen to relax slightly. Although the Dark Lord was fearsome, understanding his origins dispelled much of the uncertainty. "After today, there will be no more Dark Lord," Owen declared firmly. It was now clear to him that the Celestial had used the Dark Lord as a pawn to suppress the demon abyss, a form of imprisonment in its own right. According to the system's requirements, to fully open the Dark Temple, Owen had to destroy the Dark Lord. As the core of the seal, the Dark Lord's presence made it impossible to break the bindings by any other means. Destroying him, however, would erase all traces of his original plane forever. But for Owen, dismantling the Celestial's influence was far more important. Having made his decision, Owen steadied his breathing and locked his aura onto the Dark Lord. Sensing Owen's murderous intent, the Dark Lord sneered coldly. "You think you can kill me? Do you have the qualifications? In this place, I am the true ruler of the world." Chapter 467, Supreme Order in Perfect Form. As the Dark Lord's words fell, rings of visible black ripples suddenly emanated from his body, transforming everything around him into pure darkness. Even the starlight falling from the temple ceiling was instantly devoured. In a flash, Owen found himself surrounded by chilling, impenetrable blackness. Within this absolute darkness, it felt as though all of his senses were stripped away. His perception of the environment became extremely blurred. It was evident that unless he quickly broke free from this sinister darkness, he too might rot away within it, just like the other creatures. Without hesitation, Owen gripped the flame sword tightly. Flames surged along its blade, and waves of heat and light spread rapidly, driving away the surrounding darkness. The retreating darkness resembled swarms of black insects, emitting ear-piercing sizzling sounds as they were injured by the intense mana radiating from the flame sword. Yet, they continued to press closer to Owen. In the blink of an eye, part of the light around him was once again consumed by the encroaching shadows. In this intense tug of war, the entire dark temple began to shake violently, as though two invisible hands were tearing it apart. The trembling of the dark temple also drew the attention of the four monsters battling near the Black Sea. Their mission was to remain here indefinitely to guard the dark temple. Now, the intruder who had recklessly entered not only opened the temple doors but also caused the entire structure to tremble uncontrollably, disrupting their plans. This alone was unforgivable. As their furious gazes locked onto the temple, the waters around the island suddenly erupted, sending waves tens of thousands of meters high crashing down. A terrifying shockwave swept out from the center of the island, annihilating everything in its path and creating devastating ripples that fractured the void. If not for the protective power of the Celestial, the island and the dark temple would have been obliterated by the sheer intensity of the collision. The expressions of the four monsters changed drastically, their hearts filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. How is this possible? They were fully aware of the Dark Lord's terrifying strength. The young man inside, despite his apparent thrown celestial level, should have been eradicated in a single encounter. After all, the Dark Lord was the final defense of the Dark Temple and the most crucial piece of the Celestial Seal. Yet, the enormous black waves surging skyward, blotting out the heavens and earth, were the result of the Dark Lord unleashing a power so formidable that even the monsters could not fathom how it came to this. Amid their shock, the black waves receded, revealing the figures of Owen and the Dark Lord locked in battle. Seeing the Dark Lord, the four monsters' expressions turned grim. The Dark Lord's power was unmatched, yet Owen had not been defeated. Their fight had reached a fever pitch. The mana surging from each combatant was terrifying, shaking the entire Black Sea. The special dark space around them was crumbling and quaking under the strain of their battle. Even the residual shockwaves from their clashes filled the monsters with dread, forcing their attention onto the duel. Both Owen and the Dark Lord unleashed extraordinary abilities in their confrontation. The flame sword in Owen's hand burned like a pillar of fire piercing the heavens. Every collision between the sword and the Dark Lord's pure darkness resulted in mutual annihilation. Their strikes were lightning fast, exchanging hundreds of blows in mere moments. Yet, overall, Owen was gradually being pushed onto the defensive. The four monsters watched in stunned silence. They knew the Dark Lord's power well. Not even the Celestial could destroy him, ultimately choosing to imprison him here to suppress the descendants of the Mountain Lord. The two immense forces, the Dark Lord and the remnants of the Mountain Lord, were trapped in mutual stalemate, unable to threaten the Celestial. And yet, this terrifying Dark Lord had failed to defeat Owen, a mere thrown Celestial. As realization dawned, the monsters remembered who Owen was, the one who had always opposed the Celestial. Rachel and the others, meanwhile, were filled with growing concern for Owen. The mere aura leaking from the Dark Lord made their hearts tremble and filled them with instinctive fear. His power far surpassed their comprehension. For Owen to stand against him, even if he was losing ground, was a feat beyond extraordinary. Owen's strength had far exceeded their expectations. If any of them, including the Elder bolstered by the Mountain Lord's power, had to face the Dark Lord, they wouldn't stand a chance. Owen's strength is terrifying, but that creature is far more monstrous, someone murmured. He seems to be the Dark Lord from ancient records, another replied. Dark Lord. At the mention of the name, everyone's faces turned pale. Their ancestors had witnessed an unprecedented war, one that darkened the skies and shook the heavens for years. They had thought the Mountain Lord had returned, for only the Mountain Lord could challenge the Celestial and even wound him grievously. But when their ancestors sought to exploit the weakened Celestial to break the seal, they suffered a devastating defeat. Those who survived left behind only the words Dark Lord before perishing. Since then, the Celestial's grip on their seal had only grown tighter. Now, it was clear, the one who had fought the Celestial and caused their ancestors' downfall was the very Dark Lord before them. As the chief and the others grew increasingly anxious, the Dark Lord burst into maniacal laughter. Fixing his gaze on Owen, whose body now bore injuries, he said coldly, Owen, why resist? All things will return to darkness, you're only hastening the inevitable. His tongue turned frenzied, and murderous intent filled his eyes. With a sudden motion, he thrust his palm forward. A black palm print, vast and overwhelming, filled the sky like beams of black lasers streaking toward Owen. This palm carries the power to shatter space-time. Is this the flawless seal of the Celestial? Owen, the thorn in the Celestial side, will finally become history. When he's gone, we can eliminate the rest of these pests and present their heads to the Celestial in triumph. The four monsters laughed coldly as they observed the scene. Though the descendants of the Mountain Lord were powerful, they were nothing in the face of these monsters. If not for Owen's interference, they would have long since been slain. Rachel and the others felt the chilling wind from the attack and were filled with horror. The Dark Lord's strike wasn't something they could even comprehend, let alone withstand. Even the residual shockwaves pressed their minds to their limits. Owen's breathing grew labored under the oppressive power of the Dark Lord's attack. He sensed the bone-chilling cold radiating from the strike. If he couldn't counter this move, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Without hesitation, Owen activated the power of the Supreme Order. As the perfect level Supreme Order fully manifested, a pillar of radiant light shot skyward from Owen's body. Under the influence of the Supreme Order, time and space seemed to slow down. Owen's strength surged dramatically. To the Dark Lord's shock, the black palm prints aimed at Owen collided with an unshakable barrier. The black energy froze in midair, unable to approach Owen further. At the same time, the radiant pillar of light emanating from Owen revealed a peculiar temporal energy that the Dark Lord immediately sensed. With the power of this temporal force, Owen's muscles swelled, his mana surged, and his mind power increased severalfold. Chapter 468, The Unshackled Dark Lord. It was as if, in an instant, Owen had ascended to a far more terrifying future state of power. At that moment, the aura emanating from Owen shattered and dispersed the black palm print suspended in the void. The overwhelming energy surged forward, continuing its charge toward the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord, fixated on the temporal fluctuations radiating from Owen, failed to react in time. His body was struck by the sudden burst of energy, sending him flying backward as though hit by a meteor. His chest caved in under the force. Meanwhile, the smiles on the faces of the four monsters, who had been certain of Owen's demise, froze instantly. How could this be? Not only had the Dark Lord's attack failed to kill Owen, but the Dark Lord himself had been sent flying, seemingly seriously injured. They then sensed the extraordinary fluctuations radiating from Owen, an aura that was as dominant as, if not more terrifying than, the Dark Lord himself. How could his strength increase so drastically in such a short time? In their perception, Owen's power now exceeded the Throne Celestial tier. The gap between Throne Celestial and the level above it was vast, akin to heaven and earth. An existence beyond Throne Celestial was a living legend. Even in Pure Land, with its abundant mana and top-tier resources, no one had reached beyond Throne Celestial in Owen's memory. Such breakthroughs were measured in eras, and even then, only a handful of individuals could ascend past Throne Celestial. Yet Owen, still so young, had suddenly achieved such a terrifying level of power. The Dark Lord stabilized his body midair, a grim expression on his face as he stared at Owen. He hadn't anticipated that Owen's strength would surge so dramatically. However, his shock quickly faded. He rubbed his caved-in chest, and the flesh and blood rapidly regenerated, healing his injuries in an instant. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze on Owen, now in a state of unparalleled power. You've truly surprised me. No wonder you dared to boast earlier. It seems you had the qualifications after all. Owen met the Dark Lord's gaze. It was his first time fully unleashing the Supreme Order, and the transformation was intoxicating. The surging mana within him felt limitless, giving him a sense of unparalleled strength. It felt as though he could reshape this world according to his will. Everything was under his control. As Owen glanced back at the void, countless trajectories of order revealed themselves clearly before him. With a mere gesture, he felt he could unleash the most devastating power from these laws. The oppressive aura of the Dark Lord faded, almost to the point of non-existence. Although the Dark Lord far surpassed Throne Celestial, reaching the legendary primordial god level, Owen's activation of the Supreme Order had also enhanced his bloodline. Now, the gap between their tiers had been bridged, and Owen's unique bloodline even gave him an advantage, suppressing the Dark Lord. Realizing this heightened state wouldn't last long, Owen wasted no time, charging toward the Dark Lord. With a flick of his fingers, a beam of radiant light shot out. It was a basic laser spell, yet in Owen's hands, it carried an unstoppable force and terrifying penetrative power. This time, however, the Dark Lord was prepared. With a wave of his hand, black light condensed into a shield, devouring the surrounding mana. But as the beam of light collided with the black shield, it broke free from its constraints, piercing through the Dark Lord's chest and leaving a streak of blood that stained the stars. The Dark Lord's pupils contracted sharply as he realized what had happened. The seemingly simple beam of light had secretly contained the Godslayer's sword. Caught off guard, he had been injured. The four monsters watching were dumbfounded. Earlier, the Dark Lord had been hurt, possibly due to negligence. But this time, he had been fully prepared, and yet he was still wounded. How much stronger had Owen become? The eight-armed monster seemed to realize something, glaring at the Dark Lord with a grim expression. Dark Lord, don't blame me for not warning you if you fail to stop the revival of the Mountain Lord and kill Owen, you'll be imprisoned here forever. As the monster's voice rang out, the Dark Lord's brow furrowed. Then, without warning, he swung his hand backhandedly, slapping the eight-armed monster. The monster spat blood as it was sent flying, its bones feeling as though they had been shattered. It let out a pained and twisted scream. The matters between the Celestial and me are none of your concern, you insignificant lackey. Turning his icy gaze back to Owen, the Dark Lord sneered. Owen, I admit your strength exceeds my expectations. Unfortunately, today, you will still die by my hand. With those words, he let out a cold laugh and unshackled the chains binding his hands and feet. The chains snapped with a resounding crack, breaking into pieces and falling to the ground. A storm-like aura erupted from the Dark Lord, sweeping across the battlefield. His power surged again. Rachel and the others watched in horror. The Dark Lord had already been terrifying, but now his strength had risen even further. Owen's brow furrowed. He had assumed the chains binding the Dark Lord were self-imposed. Now, with those restraints gone, the Dark Lord appeared as an embodiment of the purest darkness, impervious to light. Any attempt at perception was swallowed whole by the void. The Dark Lord had truly become the darkness that devours all. Even the injury Owen had left on his chest healed in an instant. The Dark Lord, now a swirling mass of black clouds, let out a maniacal laugh, causing the entire black sea to churn and rise into towering waves. I never thought anyone in this plane, apart from the Celestial, could push me this far. Your name is Owen, isn't it? I'll remember you. As his words echoed, countless black clouds surged toward Owen, enveloping everything in their path. Rachel and the others instinctively unleashed their most powerful mage techniques to try to dissipate the advancing clouds and support Owen. However, their attacks dissolved into the black clouds without a trace, leaving no ripple or effect. Rachel and the others paled in fear. They were Throne Celestial level mages, their combined efforts enough to make a primordial god cautious. Yet, against the black clouds, they were utterly powerless. Owen, too, felt the pressure. The unshackled Dark Lord, now fully serious, seemed intent on leaving him no chance of survival. As expected of one who once opposed the Celestial, Owen muttered to himself. Few beings in history had truly challenged the Celestial. Only the Mountain Lord of the Alps and this Dark Lord from another plane had dared to stand against him. Taking a deep breath, Owen slashed at the approaching black clouds with all his might. The fiery red sword energy blazed across the void like a sea of flames, its scorching heat warping the space around it. Yet, as soon as the sword energy met the black clouds, it vanished without a trace. Stop struggling. This ends here, the Dark Lord said coldly, tightening his grip as the black clouds closed in. Surrounded by the encroaching darkness, Owen felt a fleeting sense of despair, as though he had no escape. Chapter 469, Domain Dark Barrier. As the black clouds drew closer, Owen's mind wavered. For a brief moment, he seemed to see an immense figure towering above the heavens and earth, overlooking the mountains and rivers below. Owen's expression hardened. He realized that the Dark Lord's power had now fully returned to its peak. The Dark Lord, already at the level of a primordial god, had unleashed his full strength. The Dark Order around him surged to its zenith. Domain Dark Barrier. With the Dark Lord's furious roar, the black clouds surrounding Owen suddenly manifested countless black runes that surged and coalesced into dense chains, stabbing toward Owen. Sensing the imminent danger, Owen's eyes radiated divine brilliance as he pushed the power of his Supreme Order in the primordial chaos body bloodline to its utmost limit. In an instant, Owen's body gleamed like an eternal, indestructible star, emanating dazzling and unparalleled brilliance. Boom! Countless black runes collided with Owen's body, producing deafening explosions. The black sea beneath them erupted as if it had been detonated, sending vast sprays of water vapor into the air, obscuring both Owen and the eerie black clouds. When the mist cleared, everyone's pupils contracted in shock. Owen had not only withstood the Dark Lord's seemingly fatal attack but had also struck back, visibly denting the Dark Barrier. The Dark Lord's face twisted in disbelief. The Domain Dark Barrier was his most powerful technique, capable of utterly suppressing even a primordial god. Yet Owen's strength seemed to have grown even more, allowing him to resist the barrier. Moreover, the special bloodline pressure emanating from Owen caused the Dark Lord himself to feel an oppressive weight. Even the order within his body slowed under this pressure. This sensation gave the Dark Lord a disconcerting illusion of standing face to face with the Celestial, leaving him deeply unsettled. This man had to be eliminated as quickly as possible. With this thought, the Dark Lord tilted his head back and let out a furious roar. Thunderous sound waves radiated outward as black waves surged into the sky. The eerie demon abyss quaked as countless threads of order shattered and transformed into a rain of flames. However, this was no ordinary rain. The dark flames were strange and destructive, collapsing the heavens, decaying all they touched, and reducing everything to ruin and lifeless desolation. As the dark flames fell, Owen's body erupted with radiant magical light. A chaos hole materialized before him. The moment the chaos hole appeared, the androgynous monster who had wielded chaos magic paled in terror. Chaos magic, and not just any chaos magic, this was chaos magic of a kind utterly beyond comprehension. Chaos magic was ancient and nearly uncontrollable. Yet Owen not only controlled it but unleashed it with such power that even the monster, a fellow user of chaos magic, could only gape in astonishment. This was entirely beyond his understanding. Compared to Owen, he was a mere novice before a master. Rachel and the others, too, looked at Owen with disbelief. They had not expected him to hold back such a trump card. Under the gaze of everyone, the chaos hole began to collapse rapidly, pulling everything in the vicinity into its inescapable grasp. Neither the black rain of fire nor the endless black sea could escape its pull. Unlike the previous chaotic explosions, this moment was eerily silent. The order, mana, sound, and even the vibrations of the void itself all were swallowed whole by the chaos hole. Then, as if reaching a critical threshold, the chaos hole erupted violently. The void shattered, and the demon abyss quaked. A scene reminiscent of the end of the world unfolded before everyone's eyes. In the wake of the explosion, two figures were sent flying backward, both looking battered and worn. Owen's face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. While the chaos hole was devastating, the Dark Lord's barrier had rebounded against him with immense force, leaving its mark. His skin now bore black patches resembling corpse spots, and parts of his body had lost sensation. The Dark Lord, who had also been flung backward, was in no better shape. Despite his body being as resilient as divine metal, it was now riddled with dents and cracks under the extreme compression and expansion of the chaos hole's explosion. Standing bloodied and fractured like a shattered porcelain figure, the Dark Lord looked utterly desolate. Both combatants had suffered severe injuries in the clash. Stabilizing his injuries, Owen gripped the Godslayer staff tightly. The staff radiated a dazzling light, resembling a miniature sun that dispelled the surrounding darkness and cold. Scarlet beams shot out from the staff, weaving into a complex formation above the Black Sea. Godslayer Array, activated to its fullest extent, the array, a weapon forged to destroy deities, revealed its true, terrifying might under Owen's primordial god-level mana. Scarlet threads interwove into an intricate web, closing in on the Dark Lord. Though the array left gaps between its threads, it exuded an overwhelming sense of inevitability, as if no one could escape its grasp. The Dark Lord attempted to leave the dangerous formation but quickly realized he was already trapped within it. As the array's crimson threads touched him, his flesh was cut open, leaving fish scale-like red scars that burned with searing pain. Darkness surged from his body, pushing back the threads embedded in his flesh. But to his dismay, the wounds refused to heal. The power of the Godslayer array seeped into his body, preventing regeneration and causing blood to flow endlessly. Growing weaker, the Dark Lord glared at Owen with fury. Owen, today it's either you or me. Overwhelmed by pain and the humiliation of being suppressed, his eyes burned with madness as he roared. But as he opened his mouth, Owen responded not with words but action. The flame sword, gleaming coldly, pierced straight through the Dark Lord's chest. The sword moved so swiftly that the Dark Lord had no time to react. It struck his heart, its immense force shattering his body and pinning him against the Dark Temple. The flame sword, engulfed in flames, burned fiercely, seemingly intent on purifying his entire being. Rachel and the others stared in astonishment at the Dark Lord, pinned to the temple. The Dark Lord had been defeated by Owen. That's it. With the Dark Lord vanquished, we finally have a chance to leave this place. The chief and his companions were overjoyed as they looked at Owen, rare smiles of genuine relief appearing on their faces. Now that the Dark Lord had been severely injured, destroying the Dark Temple would break their seal and grant them freedom. But as they began to cheer, they noticed that the four monsters they had battled earlier showed no signs of despair. Instead, the creatures gazed intently at the top of the Dark Temple. At that moment, the previously silent Dark Temple began to tremble violently. Above it, astonishing fluctuations in time and space began to manifest. Everyone present was familiar with such temporal fluctuations, having experienced similar effects during the battle. Owen had drawn on the power of the future, while the Dark Lord had returned to his peak from the past. Though their manipulations of time differed, both had undeniably influenced the flow of time. But the mana fluctuations now radiating from above the Dark Temple were unlike anything they had encountered. These fluctuations were far more intense, like a calm time river suddenly erupting into a tempestuous storm. Rachel, the chief, and the others immediately turned their attention to the time river's growing turbulence. Chapter 470, Time River. Mercury-like dense mist churned and spread across the fluctuating time river. Then, as if witnessing something incomprehensible, everyone stared in stunned silence, their mouths agape, eyes locked on the time river. At the end of the time river, three figures emanating immense power were rapidly approaching. The moment they saw these three figures, everyone felt an unbearable pain in their eyes. Just gazing upon them felt like blasphemy, a transgression that would incur brutal punishment. Although the figures were still blurry shadows, it was clear that their strength rivaled that of the Dark Lord, placing them at the primordial god tier. Such beings were exceedingly rare, even under the Celestial's command. They were the pillars of the Celestial, deployed only in the most critical situations. And now, three of them were descending at once, their momentum overwhelming. Why do these three look unfamiliar? Could they be reinforcements sent by the Celestial? I'm not sure. Discussing beings of the primordial god tier is beyond us. Indeed, but to traverse the time river like this, aren't they afraid of the immense karmic repercussions? Even the four monsters under the Celestial's command looked tense at this moment. If the Dark Lord couldn't handle Owen and the Celestial's reinforcements proved inadequate, the seal on the Mountain Lord's descendants could truly be broken today. Under their watchful eyes, the three figures surged closer with alarming speed. Bathed in warm divine light, they were shrouded in dense layers of order that protected them like armor. With their arrival, Owen immediately glanced at the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord's previously tense demeanor transformed into exhilaration, as though he had finally found a source of support. Grasping the flame sword embedded in his body, he yanked it free with a triumphant laugh. The flame sword turned into a streak of light, returning to Owen's hand. Freed from the sword's suppression, the Dark Lord let out a burst of laughter and glared at Owen. I told you, today you will die. As he spoke, Owen sensed the three figures' auras converging toward the Dark Lord. Dark Lord, so you are here. Emerging from the time river, the three figures materialized fully and quickly took positions around the Dark Lord, casting vigilant gazes toward Owen and the others. Now that they were closer, Owen could finally see them clearly. Leading the group was a woman wielding a long blade. Her demeanor was cold and noble, exuding a relentless determination to fight to the death for what she believed in. Beside her stood a burly man clad in armor, carrying a massive broadsword on his shoulder like an executioner, exuding a ruthless aura. The third was a bald elderly man, his face twisted into a sinister smile like a member of some dark cult. As these three surrounded the Dark Lord, his tense shoulders relaxed and his confidence returned. Owen, the Dark Lord sneered, I told you before, today you will die. Now that 3 top-tier powerhouses from my plane have arrived, let's see how arrogant you can be. With his newfound support, the Dark Lord's voice brimmed with confidence. While he had struggled to kill Owen on his own, he had forced Owen to exhaust his trump cards. In his current state, Owen could not maintain his enhanced form for long. With the combined power of the 4 primordial gods, Owen stood no chance of survival. The 4 monsters, observing the camaraderie between the Dark Lord and the 3 newcomers, sighed in relief. Smirks crept onto their faces. Though they were unfamiliar with the trio, their aura mirrored that of the Dark Lord, clearly marking them as primordial gods. Owen had already been pushed to his limits against the Dark Lord. Facing 4 primordial gods was an impossibility. Even dreaming of such a scenario was absurd, as the power of a primordial god was terrifyingly immense. Unlike the monsters, Rachel's heart sank. To her, a primordial god was an invincible force. Now, with 4 such beings targeting Owen, she saw no chance for his survival. The chief and his group shared Rachel's concerns. 4 primordial gods attacking in unison painted a grim picture. If Owen fell, their own survival was unlikely, marking their plans as a complete failure. Yet they felt instinctively that this was their best chance at freedom. Resolute, they silently channeled their mana, preparing to assist Owen in this desperate struggle. It was all or nothing. Dark Lord, let's finish this together and kill him, the cold and defiant woman said. She had attempted to discern Owen's fate using her abilities but found no trace. This anomaly unnerved her. Unable to read Owen's destiny, she felt certain that their paths were intertwined in some significant way in the future. This instinctive foreboding, born of her primordial god-level perception, made her wary. Hearing her command, the Dark Lord roared and launched himself at Owen once more. Though still injured, he believed that if he could neutralize Owen's attacks, the combined might of his allies would easily end him. In a flash, the Dark Lord appeared before Owen, wielding a long black blade. With a single strike, Landshatter, his blade carried the weight of an entire star, its unimaginable force hurtling toward Owen. Owen knew he couldn't afford to drag this out. Gripping the Godslayer staff in one hand and the flame sword in the other, he met the Dark Lord head on like a god of war. The clash sent the Dark Lord flying once again, his injuries worsening. This time, his bones fractured into powder. Seeing Owen continue to strike down the Dark Lord without restraint, the 3 newcomers' expressions darkened further. How arrogant. It's been ages since we've encountered someone this brazen. Kill him and teach him what respect means. The cold woman tightened her grip on her blade, its aura brimming with sharp energy. Her speed and power far outmatched that of the Dark Lord. However, Owen noticed that their arrival through the Time River had left them in a weakened state. Despite their numbers, he believed he still had a chance. After injuring the Dark Lord, Owen shifted his focus to the woman. The flame sword, shimmering with radiant starlight, clashed with her icy blade. With a single strike, her weapon was sent flying from her grasp. The woman frowned deeply, sensing that Owen's explosive power and understanding of temporal manipulation were extraordinary. Recovering quickly, the bald elder and the burly man closed in on Owen, cautious and determined. The elder's body glowed with a golden radiance, like indestructible divine metal. A magical storm surged from him, aimed to crush Owen. The burly man swung his massive blade, threatening to cleave the very plane in two. Its edge tore through the void, leaving a deep, bottomless rift in its wake. Their attacks arrived in an instant, forcing Owen to activate the light dark seals. Blinding light, like an endless snowstorm, enveloped everyone present, causing a momentary lapse in awareness as if time itself had been stolen. In that fleeting moment, Owen seized the opportunity. With the supreme sword formed from the Godslayer staff in one hand and the flame sword in the other, he struck the 2 adversaries like twin serpents. Caught off guard by Owen's sudden burst of power, both were sent flying, blood spraying as their bodies were marked with deep sword wounds. Chapter 471, Force of Karma. As the 2 figures who had just attacked were injured by Owen, the woman, now recovered, charged at him again. In an instant, she was upon him. Radiant light emanated from Owen's entire body, repelling her once more. The lingering brightness clung to her, invading her body as though intent on assimilating her into itself. Owen prepared to capitalize on his momentum when, suddenly, the sky above tore open, revealing a massive black abyss stretching thousands of meters across. From it descended a colossal hand, as if forged from steel. The hand was as majestic as a mountain, exuding an unshakable aura. In its presence, all magic and order seemed insignificant. As it appeared, it became the center of all existence, enveloping Owen within its palm as though intent on sealing him forever. The overwhelming hand descended, whipping up piercing gales. Owen felt unprecedented pressure bearing down on him, and the space beneath his feet shattered into a bottomless abyss. As the Celestial finally decided to intervene, Owen murmured to himself. As the massive hand continued its relentless descent, a voice as cold as a biting wind echoed from the Time River, causing its very waters to tremble and ripple. You have crossed the line. The voice was imbued with majesty and frost. As it reached Owen's ears, he found the tone hauntingly familiar. His gaze instinctively turned toward the end of the Time River. There, a radiant brilliance composed of all elements shimmered a prismatic convergence of mana that no mortal could gaze upon directly. At its center, stars seemed to gather and orbit. And there stood a figure Owen knew to his very core. Leslie, his wife, the ultimate antagonist of the original series. She's come from the end of the Time River, likely from the future, just like these others, Owen thought, a hint of disbelief in his expression. The 3 primordial god-level figures who had attacked him earlier hadn't stirred much emotion within him. They were strangers, after all. But seeing Leslie, his wife, emerge from the future sent a tidal wave of complex emotions through him. Leslie is here. Rachel, too, recognized Leslie's aura instantly. If, during their initial meeting, Rachel had viewed Leslie with caution, their shared trials had since transformed her wariness into trust. She now regarded Leslie as an eternal ally. Meanwhile, the 4 monsters on the Black Sea wore expressions of sheer disbelief as they stared at Leslie's arrival with eyes wide in shock. Who is she? Not only does she dare question the Celestial, but her terrifying aura has caused such enormous ripples in the Time River. How could someone this powerful exist in the distant future? Her mere presence, leaking through time, is enough to crush us utterly. Just how strong is she? The monsters had never imagined someone could grow to such a horrifying extent under the Celestial's watchful gaze. Now, gazing upon Leslie, they felt their eyes might rupture. Blood seeped from the corners of their eyes, tears of crimson born from beholding something they were never meant to see. With a single glance, they hastily withdrew their gazes, suppressing their auras and minds, daring not to look again. Some even harbored thoughts of escape, though they were as bound to the Black Sea as its prisoners, unable to flee. The chief and the others, recognizing that the imposing figure seemed to be an ally of Owen and Rachel, breathed a sigh of relief. They turned their attention to the massive descending hand. With Leslie's sudden appearance, the hand's advance faltered, as if impeded by some unseen force. Meanwhile, the woman who had emerged from the time river, upon seeing Leslie, furrowed her brows in anger. Leslie. Her voice was laced with fury, her expression one of unrestrained hatred, as though she wished to tear Leslie apart. Owen and Rachel exchanged confused glances, puzzled by this woman's intense hostility toward Leslie. Could she be their enemy in the future? Recalling her earlier cryptic remarks, Owen's brows knitted. Leslie, noticing the woman, responded coldly, "Dolores, you have overstepped." As she spoke, Leslie's presence grew even more imposing, her aura blooming with radiant, sovereign power. Layers of luminescent gossamer surrounded her, creating an ethereal, enigmatic appearance. With a glint of icy resolve in her eyes, Leslie unleashed a blast of frost that transformed into jagged shards, blocking onto Dolores. Before Dolores could react, her entire body was encased in resilient ice, her flesh slowly turning translucent, merging with the frosty prison. Dolores was horrified. She hadn't expected Leslie to attack so brazenly upon emerging from the time river. Golden light emanated from her body, holy and radiant, as she tried to dispel the ice encasing her, but the sacred light proved ineffective against the resilient frost. Forced to act decisively, she detonated portions of her own flesh, breaking free of her confinement. However, the self-inflicted damage left her pale, though her fury reached a boiling point. Glaring at Owen, she spat venomously, "I came across time and space today for one reason, to kill you, Owen, you beast." Owen blinked in confusion. To him, Dolores was a stranger. He had never met her, so why was she so determined to call him a beast? Even if there were some unresolved conflict in the future, he had done nothing to her in the present. How could he deserve this? The chief and the others exchanged intrigued looks, their gazes flitting between Owen and Dolores. Although they didn't know Dolores, her primordial god status marked her as a formidable figure anywhere. That she would cross the time river, braving the consequences of causality, all for Owen. What could he have possibly done to provoke such wrath? Others might not know Owen well, but Rachel did. She couldn't help but wonder if Dolores, judging by her behavior, was yet another of Owen's entangled flames. As speculation swirled, Leslie quietly transmitted her voice to Owen. "Don't mind her, she's just a lunatic." Owen nodded. If Leslie said so, there was no need for concern. Leslie, shrouded in luminous veils, floated to Owen's side. She looked at him, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. "I didn't expect the situation here to be so dire," she said softly, her tone shifting to one of lethal resolve. "But now I'm here." Owen felt a surge of warmth in his chest. He understood the risks Leslie had taken to traverse the time river. Such a journey required immense strength and came with the weighty burden of the force of karma. One misstep, and the explosion of karmic retribution could annihilate even a primordial god. Yet despite the overwhelming danger, she had come for him. Taking a deep breath to suppress the emotions welling within, Owen asked, "What happened?" In the future, from Dolores and the other primordial gods' pursuit, it was clear that some great turmoil had erupted in the future. As he spoke, the air trembled. An unstoppable torrent of causality, like an overwhelming flood, surged toward Owen. Before he could react, the torrent was upon him, inescapable and unavoidable. It felt as though his very existence was destined to be erased, an undeniable decree of fate. Owen's heart trembled. He realized that this force of karma, capable of obliterating even primordial gods, was beyond his ability to withstand. Chapter 472, The Great Defeat. As the sudden surge of the force of karma erupted, Leslie stepped forward, placing herself between Owen and the oncoming tide. The torrent, manifesting as a flood from the ages, collided with the transparent veil of light encircling Leslie. The veil rippled violently but successfully dispersed the strange power of karma. However, the veil of dominion began to thin. Leslie's breathtaking face, a visage so stunning it dimmed the splendor of the heavens and earth, grew ever clearer and more vivid. Owen, noticing the white veil formed by Leslie's dominion power, quickly understood the source of her confidence in crossing the time river. This veil could shield her from the force of karma. Yet, Owen didn't dare ask further about the events of the future. If not for Leslie's intervention, shielding him from the flood of karmic power, even if he survived, he would have been gravely injured. Seeing the fleeting trace of guilt in Owen's eyes, Leslie spoke calmly. "Don't worry. While the force of karma is formidable, it is far from enough to affect me. Such notions are mere dreams." Afterward, Leslie turned her gaze toward Dolores and the others. For these three to traverse the time river, their exceptional strength alone was not the only reason. The true reason was that the Celestial had covertly assisted them. Thus, while Dolores and her allies were culpable, the true instigator was the colossal hand hovering above them. "With me here today, no one can kill Owen. Tsukihime, I suggest you retreat swiftly and save yourself further embarrassment. If you insist on a fight, let's do it in our proper time and space." Leslie's icy words fell. Owen, however, was puzzled. He had previously assumed the colossal, terrifying hand belonged to the Celestial. But now Leslie mentioned someone called Tsukihime. Confused, Owen sifted through his memories, searching for any clue. He found nothing. The owner of the hand, whom Leslie addressed as Tsukihime, let out a soft sigh and said, "Leslie, is it worth this much for a lowly human?" Leslie's gaze remained cold as she replied, "First of all, he is my husband, and you have no right to belittle him. Secondly, Owen's brilliance is beyond your comprehension." Tsukihime remained silent for a moment. Leslie's stance was resolute. Engaging in combat would benefit neither side. After a brief pause, Tsukihime hesitated, then slowly withdrew her hand. As she retreated, the overwhelming pressure that had blanketed the area vanished without a trace. With Tsukihime's departure, everyone breathed a little easier. But Owen's expression grew heavier. Tsukihime's appearance had prompted Leslie to reveal herself, and now that Tsukihime was gone, Leslie would likely leave too. Though Owen remained silent, Leslie read his thoughts from his expression. She smiled softly and said, "We will meet again." Leslie's hand gently cupped Owen's cheek, her gaze tender. Owen took a deep breath and smiled back. "All right, I'll make sure to leave this place as quickly as I can." Hearing this, Leslie nodded before vanishing from the scene. As Leslie disappeared, Dolores, the four monsters, and the others all sighed in relief. The Leslie from the future had been no less oppressive than Tsukihime. Had she intervened in the fight, their only option would have been to flee. Her sheer strength was utterly terrifying. Owen stood quietly, feeling the lingering warmth of Leslie's touch on his cheek, a faint trace of longing on his face. "This time, I won't make you wait long." Owen made a silent vow, then looked up at the pitch-black sky. The colossal hand from before, which wasn't controlled by the Celestial, had been referred to by Leslie as Tsukihime. Who was Tsukihime? Why had he never heard of her? Despite pondering the question, Owen found no answers. He chose not to dwell on it further. This was a matter for the future, and there was no need to agonize over it now. Instead, his gaze turned cold as it settled on the Dark Lord, Dolores, and the others. Among the threats remaining, the four otherworldly supreme beings were all that could still challenge him. Earlier, you relied on numbers in the Celestial. Now, without the Celestial, let's see how long your arrogance lasts. Owen's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared them down. Under his gaze, the four fearsome beings all grew tense. Their brief encounters with Owen had already shown his startling strength. What should we do next? The burly man glanced at Dolores. Without the Celestial's aid, they had no guarantee of victory, yet leaving now would feel like surrender, especially considering Owen's immense potential. If they missed this chance to eliminate him, they might never get another. We crossed the time river to be here, retreat is not an option. Today, we must kill Owen. The bald elder declared, his voice resolute, his expression ruthless. Dolores gritted her teeth and said angrily, agreed. If we don't kill this man today, will we allow him to bring us that same agony again? With that, Dolores lunged at Owen, her aura flaring. This time, she seemed ready to fight to the death. Her already powerful energy surged higher. And eerie vines began to twine around the blade of her sword. A peculiar life force emanated from her, one unfamiliar to Owen. Unlike ordinary life magic, which brimmed with vitality, Dolores' life aura exuded a strange deadly essence, as though capable of devouring all nearby life. In an instant, her vine-wrapped blade slashed toward Owen, aiming to cleave him in two. Owen, today is the day you die. Her cold, merciless voice echoed as emerald green energy, sharp as jade, tore through the air. It severed countless threads of order, creating a bleak, lifeless zone. But Owen's palm summoned chains formed by the light dark seals. The glowing chains, like serpents, surged toward Dolores. Bang, 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 a series of collisions rang out. The radiant chains burst through the dense green energy, coiling tightly around Dolores. Sword, the chains, inscribed with sealing runes, merged into the vines, binding them completely. The overwhelming force Dolores had just unleashed was instantly suppressed. Even though she had seen Leslie briefly during the earlier confrontation, Dolores hadn't expected Owen to be so formidable. In a single exchange, she was forced into a disadvantage, her heart pounding with dread. She tried to retreat, but Owen yanked the chains, pulling her directly toward him. The closer she came, the stronger the sense of danger grew in her heart. But Owen gave her no time to react. His palm struck her chest with immense force, unleashing a blinding light. The radiance pierced through her chest, leaving her bleeding profusely. Residual light within the wound ignited into flames, engulfing Dolores entirely. Whoosh, the flames surged, wrapping her in their brilliance. Still reeling from the pain of her injury, Dolores froze as she realized her body was dissolving into white particles of light. With an explosion, she disintegrated completely. Dolores, one of the primordial gods, had been grievously injured by Owen in a single move. Seeing this, the Dark Lord and the others couldn't help but gulp audibly. In such a short time, how had Owen's power grown so terrifyingly strong? Chapter 473, Heart of King. Sensing Owen's terrifying power, the Dark Lord's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he prepared to act, he caught sight of Owen's icy gaze locking onto him. Owen's eyes were devoid of emotion, a chilling void. Before the Dark Lord could react, Owen's fist, radiating an overwhelming magical aura, loomed large in his vision. Heaven Emperor Fist. As Owen unleashed this strike, the Dark Lord's view was stripped of all else. All that remained was the image of the fist expanding relentlessly, exuding an unstoppable force. Boom! The fist's impact shattered the stars, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Endless darkness was obliterated, reduced to fragments that scattered in every direction. The Dark Lord's body, caught in the blast, was sent hurtling backward through the shattered void. The terrifying force of the strike left cracks spreading across his form, as if he might shatter entirely at any moment. Owen seized the moment, advancing with flame sword in hand, determined to end the Dark Lord. The burly youth and the bald elder, seeing this, immediately acted. Both surged forward to protect the Dark Lord, unleashing their most potent spells to intercept Owen. Star Shatter, Annihilation Ray. The burly youth swung his blade, drawing endless mana from the starry expanse into his weapon, forming a terrifying rift. Simultaneously, the elder's forehead split open, revealing an eerie, glowing eye that fired a devastating ray of light. Owen, do you think we don't exist? Without your reinforcements, let's see how long you last today. Their roars echoed as they attacked. Yet, facing their onslaught, Owen remained calm. Gripping the Godslayer staff, he unleashed a radiant beam of light that met their combined attacks head-on. Boom! As their powers collided, the black sea below seemed to evaporate under the resulting shockwaves. The entire base of the demon abyss trembled, as though on the verge of collapse. Amid the chaos, Owen stood tall, an unyielding monument in the storm of destruction. At that moment, everyone present felt the sense that Owen had become an invincible force. This overwhelming aura was something they had only ever felt from Tsukihime and Leslie before. Owen's power seemed to have transformed again. As Owen's enemies, Dolores, the Dark Lord, and their allies sensed this shift most acutely. From Owen, they felt the unmistakable scent of death. For beings like the primordial gods, who were nearly immortal and incredibly resilient, the idea of true annihilation was almost unthinkable. Even grievous injuries could be healed swiftly. But Owen's presence now carried the undeniable threat of obliteration. This was no mere intuition, it was a bone-deep premonition shared by these battle-hardened beings. And they knew it meant one thing: Owen now had a way to destroy them completely. As this realization gripped them, a notification flashed before Owen's eyes. Heart of King activated. Upon seeing this system prompt, Owen felt a profound transformation within himself. His spirit, mana, and very essence seemed to ascend to a new level. It was as though his once ordinary magic had been reforged into unbreakable steel, amplifying his power across all dimensions. So, this is the Heart of King. Truly terrifying, a masterpiece of the system, Owen murmured. The Heart of King was a reward Owen had earned after restoring the Infernal Realm, though he hadn't fully explored or activated it until now. Now that he had, the benefits were immense. Previously, he had been confident in wounding the Dark Lord and his allies. But with the Heart of King, he was certain he could annihilate them outright. Ordinarily, he might inflict severe damage, but their rapid regenerative capabilities would prolong the fight indefinitely. Now, he had the means to break this stalemate. In that moment, Owen's heart appeared to glow golden in Dolores and her allies' eyes. With each beat, a resounding pulse echoed through the air, leaving their minds reeling. The sudden shift in Owen's aura clearly stemmed from his transformed heart. Realizing this, the burly youth and the bald elder refused to give Owen another chance to act. Roaring in fury, they charged at him from both sides. But Owen merely smirked coldly. I've entertained you long enough. It ends now. Taking a deep breath, Owen faced the two primordial gods without a hint of fear. Even before activating the Heart of King, he hadn't been intimidated. Now, with his power surging and his spirit emboldened like a true king, he felt utterly unstoppable. As the others watched, convinced a life or death clash was imminent, a profound, ancient heartbeat emanated from Owen's chest. The golden pulse rippled outward, freezing time and space like a shimmering golden tide. The charging figures of the two primordial gods halted midair, frozen like statues. Though they had sensed the danger an instant earlier, they were too late. The golden wave had already enveloped them, plunging them into a realm where time stood still. Owen moved deliberately, raising his blade to strike. Two swift slashes, understated yet precise, severed their frozen forms. As the golden waves ebbed, their bodies crumbled into fragments, shattered by the lingering mana in their wounds. The once radiant golden domain was now tainted crimson with their blood. From their remains, two spectral form souls emerged, desperately attempting to flee the golden field of the Heart of King. Though losing their bodies would weaken them, survival and future retaliation were still possible. Owen shook his head as he watched their futile efforts. The moment you chose to attack me, your deaths were sealed. Their spectral forms trembled. They knew Owen was no stranger to delivering on his threats. As they scrambled to escape, Owen's sword struck once more, obliterating their souls entirely. With their demise, the skies above the demon abyss darkened, blood-red clouds gathering. Ominously, from these clouds, a rain of crimson droplets began to fall, a celestial phenomenon marking the fall of primordial gods. Two at once, no less. The onlookers, from Dolores to the chief, were utterly horrified. For them, primordial gods were insurmountable entities. Yet, before their very eyes, two such beings had perished at Owen's hands. Time manipulation. What kind of power is this? Even the celestial cannot achieve this. This Owen, his capabilities are beyond belief. To think he still had such a trump card, the Dark Lord's gaze fixed on Owen, his heart filled with shock and dread. But then a thought struck him, and he charged at Owen. Though Owen's technique had been devastating, the Dark Lord believed it must have come at a cost. Surely, Owen couldn't use it again. Burning his mana reserves, the Dark Lord prepared to stake everything on one final assault. Owen, his attention already on the Dark Lord, steadied himself. Chapter 474, Three Primordial Gods Fall. The Dark Lord charged toward Owen in a desperate final attempt, but as soon as he approached, golden ripples emanated from Owen, freezing him in place. With a single slash, Owen severed the Dark Lord's head. The Dark Lord's aura began to dissipate entirely from the scene. The onlookers, still reeling from the shock of seeing two primordial gods obliterated, were stunned once more. The Dark Lord, too, had been dispatched in a single exchange. It was too fast. The speed with which these three primordial gods were killed by Owen was beyond comprehension. Moments earlier, they had thought that while Owen clearly held the upper hand, taking down such formidable opponents would require a grueling, prolonged battle. But now, the seemingly impossible had happened with stunning ease. Primordial gods were not common warriors. Even among the myriad forces under the celestial, they were the absolute elite, the core pillars of power. Drip, drip, the blood rain falling from the skies grew denser and more viscous. Owen shifted his gaze to the only remaining adversary, Dolores. Dolores, staring at the triumphant Owen, displayed deep-seated apprehension in her eyes. After all, Owen had just slain three primordial gods, a feat that defied reason. Yet, after a brief pause, Dolores regained her composure, fixing her gaze on Owen. Owen, do you have any idea what transpired between us in the future? Owen's response was one of calm indifference. Though he was somewhat curious, he believed that the future would unfold naturally. There was no need to know in advance. Moreover, with the Dark Lord and the two primordial gods eliminated, the future's course would inevitably change. Dolores' attempts at intimidation fell flat in the face of Owen's apathy. Seeing his disinterest, Dolores' brows furrowed deeply. Her plan to use their supposed future entanglements to manipulate him had failed. As Owen dismissed her significance, Dolores' fury surged. In an unexpected move, she pulled down her collar slightly, exposing a mark on her chest. For a moment, the onlookers couldn't help but direct their attention to her. Dolores was a stunning beauty with an icy demeanor and an exquisite figure. Her provocative gesture momentarily entranced those present. But their attention quickly shifted to the mark of vivid, lip-shaped scar-like imprint on her otherwise flawless skin. The implications were clear, igniting imaginations and suspicions among the crowd. Owen, this mark is your doing. If you have no intention of taking responsibility, say so. As Dolores spoke, a massive surge of force of karma materialized, sweeping through the heavens and earth. This force of karma was overwhelmingly destructive, capable of reducing even a primordial god like Dolores to ashes. Yet Dolores stood motionless, as if oblivious to the impending danger. Calmly, she said, Owen, I admit I underestimated you today. But the score between us is far from settled. We will meet again in the future. As her words fell, the force of karma engulfed her entirely, shattering her body into a mist of blood. Owen's eyes widened at the sight, then narrowed in thought. A peculiar detail struck him. Unlike other mages, Dolores left behind no residual soul after being obliterated. A projection, Owen muttered, his eyes narrowing. From Dolores' confident demeanor, it was clear that this was not her true form. She would undoubtedly resurface in the future. Rachel approached, her expression wary. She's cunning, Owen. Just a projection, and she deceived those two into dying for her. Owen's expression grew heavy. Despite having fought Dolores multiple times, he hadn't detected any signs that she was a mere projection. Clearly, her crossing of the time river had been meticulously planned. Her two allies had been pawns, entirely unaware of her true nature, used as cannon fodder. Such a ruthless adversary both toward herself and her allies would not be easily dealt with in the future. Rachel, her thoughts wandering, gave Owen a curious look. Owen, given how upset Dolores seemed, what exactly did you do to her? Owen, genuinely clueless, could only respond with a blank stare. How could he possibly know? These were events of the future, entirely outside his knowledge. As Owen struggled to find an answer, the chief and the other tribespeople approached. Most of them were battered and exhausted from the intense battle, having expended all their strength. Were it not for Owen's intervention, they might not have survived. Fortunately, the outcome had been favorable. While many were injured, no mage had fallen. To the chief, this was an acceptable result. Every warrior was precious, even one loss would have been devastating. The chief looked at Owen with profound respect. The four primordial gods who had attacked were not ordinary foes. Even if he had unleashed every ounce of his power, the chief knew he wouldn't stand a chance against them. But Owen had defeated them all. Their deaths would undoubtedly shake the celestial to its core. Owen, what should we do next? The chief's tone was urgent. The celestial's wrath was not to be taken lightly, and immediate decisions were needed. The others turned to Owen as well, viewing him as the unshakable pillar of their group. Owen took a deep breath, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. As I promised, I will lead you out of here. Now, it's time to fulfill that promise. With those words, Owen gripped his flame sword and stepped toward the shattered dark temple. Raising the blade high, he unleashed a devastating slash. Boom! The strike lit up the entire demon abyss, its sword light cutting through the darkness. The ancient temple, which had stood for countless ages, crumbled under the force. As the dark temple collapsed, a pillar of light shot skyward, illuminating the once blackened sky of the demon abyss. From the temple's ruins, cracks spread rapidly, shattering the seals that had confined the region. In moments, the black sea evaporated, and the sky fractured like a crumbling dome. Then, with a deafening crash, the false sky shattered completely. Golden sunlight streamed through, bathing the stunned tribespeople in its warmth. For the first time, the chief and his people felt the touch of sunlight. This is the sunlight. The chief extended a trembling hand, feeling the radiant warmth. We're free. Owen, you've done it. We're free. Cheers erupted from the tribe as they celebrated their newfound liberation. Having been trapped for so long, expending countless resources and efforts to no avail, they could hardly believe it. But now, thanks to Owen, they were finally free. In the distance, Reyna and others saw the sunlight piercing through the sky. Joy lit up their faces as they realized the truth, their time of confinement had ended. Chapter 475, We Greet the Mountain Lord. Owen succeeded. The seal on the demon abyss has been broken. Countless members of the tribes in the region looked skyward, tears streaming down their faces. They had waited far too long for this day to come. Among them, Reyna stood in a daze, lost in thought. She could still recall the despair she had felt when they were first trapped in this place. No matter what means they tried, they had been unable to leave. The demon abyss was like a perfectly crafted cage, designed for entry but not escape. In their desperation, they had resigned themselves to living here forever. But everything changed with Owen's arrival. Princess Mary, too, was dazed. The waves of power emanating from the battle in the mountain earlier had seemed capable of annihilating the entire plain. It was clear that Owen and his companions had encountered formidable foes within the mountain. Owen truly is a man of miracles. Recalling her encounters with him, Princess Mary marveled at how Owen had always managed to create miracles, always stepping up at the most critical moments to turn the tide. He had done so in the past, and he had done so again today. Even in this dire situation, Owen shone as brightly as a star. At that moment, countless members of the tribe stood beneath the warm glow of the sunlight piercing through the demon abyss's shattered sky. They squinted, their faces lit with awe and joy as they experienced the warmth of sunlight for the first time. So this is the sunlight beyond the abyss. For those who had never seen real sunlight, their expressions brimmed with exhilaration. To them, sunlight was a precious and extraordinary resource. Until now, they had only read about its brightness and warmth in books. Now, they could finally feel it for themselves. Even for powerful beings like the chief and the 4 primordial god-level mages, the sight of sunlight brought a profound sense of relief. Their once restrained hearts seemed to find release, their inner states reaching a newfound clarity. Though they had long since reached the primordial god level, their ascent had been primarily due to their unique bloodlines. As descendants of the sacred mountain, they were born as deities. However, while their power reached great heights, their mental states had remained incomplete. This was why they were no match for the 4 monstrous guardians of the demon abyss despite sharing their rank. Now, under Owen's leadership, they had broken free of the celestial seal, shattering both physical and mental shackles. Their understanding of order deepened, their hearts unburdened, and the invisible chains that had bound them for so long finally fell away. As their mental states transformed, the other throne celestial level mages who had followed them also experienced significant growth. The weight of the celestial, which had oppressed their spirits, was lifted. With this newfound liberation, their power surged. Among them, those with exceptional talent and unique bloodlines radiated divine light. All eyes turned toward Owen. Today, it was Owen who had led them to freedom and restored light to their lives. His contributions were immeasurable. Without Owen, they would have been lost, unable even to discern the correct path forward. Even if they had found a way, they lacked the strength to break through the celestial's restraints. They would have remained prisoners in the demon abyss forever. As they gazed at Owen, he stood silently, his expression solemn as he looked toward the heavens. In his mind, the system's notifications echoed, accompanied by black text flashing across his vision. Congratulations, Master, for completing the hidden side quest, Liberation of the Alps Sacred Mountain. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining 10 million fate points in one super lottery. Chance. As the system's voice trailed off, a smile spread across Owen's face. The fate points in the lottery chance had long been objects of his desire. Without hesitation, Owen opened the system store. The store had been upgraded previously, adding a new feature, comprehension. Activating this feature, Owen was presented with a dense array of special rules, each representing a pinnacle order. All things ablaze, flames that burn everything, laws, rules, and doctrines reduced to ash. Cost, 10 million fate points Dark Winter, an icy plateau of death, freezing all in eternal frost. Cost, 10 million fate points Angel of Rebirth, Master of Life and Death, guiding souls through cycles of reincarnation and eternal supreme order. Cost, 10 million fate points Crimson Dawn, carnage incarnate shattering lands and piling countless corpses to ascend to supremacy. Cost, 10 million fate points Supreme Creation, the power to reshape life and wield dominion over existence. Cost, 10 million fate points. A long list of awe-inspiring rules appeared before Owen. For most, the chance to comprehend even one of these would represent a path to the pinnacle of power, a dream out of reach for the vast majority of throne celestial level mages. And yet, here they were, laid out before Owen like an array of common items in a marketplace. Though the cost of 10 million fate points was astronomical, Owen had precisely 30 million points from completing the quest. This allowed him to choose 3 such rules to comprehend. Despite his current primordial god level combat prowess, Owen remained technically at the throne celestial tier. Using these rules, he could quickly bridge the gap and achieve true primordial godhood. However, Owen remained cautious. These rules, while powerful, were not born of his own understanding. Using them to ascend might lead to a dead end, especially since his unique path one crafted with Leslie's guidance was meant to defy fate itself. Owen's path was one of rebellion, of rewriting destiny. If he relied on pre-existing rules, it could interfere with his journey. Having weighed the pros and cons, Owen decided to purchase 3 rules not as a foundation for his ascension but as nourishment to refine his own path further. He selected all things ablaze, Angel of Rebirth, and Supreme Creation rules he believed could complement his unique journey. With the system deducting 30 million fate points, the knowledge of these rules flooded Owen's mind, shining like stars in his consciousness. Confidence surged within him. With these insights, he felt certain he could perfect his path. Taking a deep breath, Owen snapped back to reality, surveying the transformed demon abyss. The Black Sea had vanished, replaced by brilliant sunlight illuminating the once dark region. The chief and the others, basking in the light, exchanged glances. Then, as one, they placed their right hands over their hearts, bowed deeply toward Owen, and spoke in unison. We greet the Mountain Lord. Their collective voices thundered, echoing across the heavens. According to the sacred mountain's ancient law, the one who led them out of captivity and shattered the celestial seal would be recognized as their Mountain Lord. Prophecies had foretold the coming of a Mountain Lord who would free them. Now, having witnessed Owen's actions, they wholeheartedly acknowledged him as their leader. Chapter 476, 3 Years of Seclusion. The booming voices of the chief and others echoed, and Owen stared at them in a daze. Although he knew that these people, as descendants of the sacred mountain, would undoubtedly adhere to their ancestors' teachings and revere him as the Mountain Lord, their swift submission still left Owen a bit stunned. Chief, all of you may rise. From now on, we are one family, Owen said as he helped them to their feet. However, the chief and the other 3 primordial god-level figures all earnestly pleaded. Mountain Lord, we hope you will restore the glory of the Alps from days of yore. Their expressions were solemn. Owen understood that these descendants of the sacred mountain held their oaths in the highest regard, so he responded. Everyone, now that the Alps have returned to the world, I promise to do everything in my power to restore the glory of the sacred mountain. From now on, this will also be my home. Seeing Owen speak with such seriousness, the chief and others all revealed heartfelt smiles. To them, Owen's talent and character were outstanding, and they truly saw hope for the revival of the Alps in him. The other descendants of the sacred mountain also looked at Owen with admiration. Their own talents and strength were already among the best in the world, yet in front of Owen, they seemed insignificant. The scene of Owen slaying 3 primordial gods was deeply etched into their minds. Mountain Lord, now that we have broken the seal and can leave this place, what are your plans? Shall we immediately depart and rally other mages to counterattack the Celestial? The chief asked respectfully. No rush, it's still too soon to counterattack the Celestial, Owen replied, shaking his head. We need more time to prepare and must not be careless. Although the chief and the others were powerful, and the Azure Kingdom had been making preparations, the sudden appearance of Tsukihime made Owen extremely cautious. The Celestial was far from as simple as it seemed before. Once they truly confronted the Celestial, they needed to ensure complete success. Owen had just obtained 3 distinct Dao laws and needed to quickly comprehend them to condense his own Dao law. Only then, Owen believed, would it be the right time to leave. The chief and others looked gravely at Owen and nodded. Mountain Lord has a plan, we shall follow your orders, the chief replied respectfully. The tribesmen behind the chief also spoke in unison. We obey the Mountain Lord's orders. Seeing this, Owen nodded and said. Everyone, I will enter seclusion for a period of time. In the meantime, you should also cultivate here. 3 years from now, when I emerge, it will be the day we return, and the Celestial will be overturned. As Owen spoke, his voice spread like waves, deafening. Hearing this, the chief and others all nodded earnestly. We obey the Mountain Lord's command. 3 years was not a long time for the people here, who had already lived countless years in this place. However, unlike before, when they lived aimlessly with distant and seemingly unattainable goals, now, with Owen as their leader, they saw hope and found motivation to cultivate. In these 3 years, we must train diligently so the Mountain Lord will see our progress. The Mountain Lord's current strength is already terrifying. Who knows how powerful he will become after 3 years of seclusion. The chief and the other 3 primordial god-level powerhouses were curious. The Mountain Lord is beyond our comprehension. For now, we should focus on improving ourselves. The Mountain Lord is beyond our comprehension. For now, we should focus on improving ourselves. Indeed, we must not hold the Mountain Lord back. This time, under his leadership, the Celestial will surely be defeated.